The invasion of games has ushered in a world where gods vie for supremacy. Only those who embrace professions can wield formidable, extraordinary powers. With the ability to pluck stars and seize moons, they can even exalt the divine realm to eternal glory. Chen Yu has become an unremarkable planter, yet the flora he cultivates exhibits a rather wild aesthetic. For instance, there exists a grand tree whose single leaf can burgeon into an entire world. The charming little spirits born from its branches can unleash cataclysmic spells capable of annihilating cities and nations. Additionally, there lies a sea of flowers, renowned as the path of rebirth, which traverses myriad realms and delights in guiding the souls of celestial deities towards transformation into spectral warriors. Furthermore, there blooms a lotus that revels in rooting itself within the void of chaos. It is said that her sister's son is remarkably powerful, yet often suffers from anemia, as a group known as the protagonists constantly demands his essence. Across the vast expanse of countless realms and infinite timelines, Chen Yu is oblivious to the number of peculiar entities he has sown. In summary, the enigmatic existence that others dare not name is, more often than not, a seed he whimsically planted in a moment of inspiration. Chapter 1. The ceremony commences. A profession determines one's lifetime. In the Tunglong Empire, Yinchuan Province, Jianyang City, today marks the profession transition ceremony at Jianyang City's first high school. Over 1,000 high school seniors are on the brink of officially embarking upon their careers as professionals. The formation for the ceremony has been meticulously arranged, with a 10-meter-tall pillar at its center, radiating a soft white glow. More than 1,000 high school seniors stand in the square, their emotions a blend of excitement, anxiety, and indifference, each harboring their own expectations. Having traversed 16 years, he has garnered a semblance of understanding of this world. Long before the passage of time, this realm had already attained a technological standard far superior to that of Earth in his previous life. Yet, just as humanity was poised to venture into the stars, the game world descended, assimilating the entirety of Blue Star. Upon reaching the age of 16, individuals may undergo a profession transition, acquiring a professional attribute panel. By vanquishing monsters, completing tasks, and conquering dungeons, they gain experience points to elevate their level. Powerful professionals can soar through the skies, traverse the earth, and reshape landscapes, even possessing the authority to slay deities with a mere gesture. However, the arrival of the game has not solely brought benefits, granting humanity the chance to transcend the ordinary. Accompanying this phenomenon are deities, demons, and an unending horde of monsters, as well as players from other civilizations, all coveting the succulent bounty of Blue Star. Countless venerable professionals have fought valiantly to carve out a realm of survival for humanity on Blue Star in this new world. In the square, an elderly man with white hair and beard stepped forth, causing a stir among the students, who cast him adoring glances. The elder is Jiang Tianming, the principal of Jianyang City's first high school, as well as a formidable element mage at level 200, reputed to have faced and slain demons from the abyss. Jiang Tianming raised his hands to calm the crowd and began to speak, his voice warm yet commanding. Dear students, I trust that at this moment, I need not elaborate further. What you needed to learn, you have acquired over the past 4 years. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Whether it leads to a glorious life or a life of regret is entirely your choice. I hereby declare the profession transition ceremony officially commenced. With that, Jiang Tianming stepped away. 5 professionals, each at least level 100, approached the formation, evenly occupying the 5 corners of the transition array, forming a pentagram. In an instant, the transition array blazed with radiant light. The teachers leading each class wore solemn expressions as they guided their students toward the transition array. Chen Yu remained silent, walking among the ranks, his heart brimming with excitement yet tinged with anxiety. The significance of this transition far eclipsed that of any examination he had faced in his past life. To assert that the transition could dictate one's destiny would be no exaggeration. While failure in the transition is not an option, professionals are broadly categorized into combat and lifestyle types. Combat professionals constitute approximately 10 of the population, forming the backbone of humanity on Blue Star. Conversely, lifestyle professionals make up 90, necessitating substantial investment in the early stages to achieve success later on. Should one transition successfully into a lifestyle profession, those with modest means often fade into obscurity, leading lives of mediocrity. Chen Yu's family circumstances after his reincarnation are less than favorable. His parents perished early due to adventurous pursuits. His sister possesses some strength but is still in university, and her situation remains uncertain. The remaining assets of his family are hardly sufficient to support him in becoming a powerful lifestyle professional. Old Chen, what are you pondering? With your grades, are you truly afraid of transitioning successfully into a lifestyle profession? A cheerful voice echoed from behind Chen Yu. The speaker was Li Wei, an affable individual and one of Chen Yu's few friends. You know as well as I do that regular academic performance holds little relevance to the transition. Chen Yu replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Indeed, after his reincarnation, bolstered by the wisdom of adulthood and exceptional perseverance, he had excelled academically, frequently securing the top rank in his grade. However, the type of profession one transitions into bears little relation to academic achievements. It is not uncommon for exemplary students to become lifestyle professionals. Indeed, but I believe your worries are unfounded. Looking at the history of our school, fewer than half of the top 10 students in the grade transition into lifestyle professions. Li Wei quipped with a grin. That may be true. Chen Yu mused, his spirits lifting slightly. In truth, among the top-tier students at his school, the probability of transitioning into combat professions exceeds the 1 in 10 mark. However, it is crucial to note that this scenario is not merely a product of academic performance. Jiangyang City's first high school ranks as the finest institution in the city. Most influential families tend to send their progeny to this esteemed establishment. In a small city like Jiangyang, the proportion of combat professionals wielding power and wealth is significantly higher than that of lifestyle professionals. The adaptability to professions is indeed somewhat correlated with heredity. In other words, if both parents are combat professionals, the likelihood of their offspring transitioning into a combat profession increases. This influence is not absolute, yet it undeniably exists. In this lifetime, all my relatives are combat professionals. Thus, it stands to reason that my probability of transitioning into a combat profession is also heightened. Chen Yu felt that, as a time traveler, he could not be so unfortunate as to only switch to a lifestyle profession. Could he? It is not that lifestyle professions are undesirable. Rather, they are excessively costly. For those born into humble families, achieving success without substantial initial resources is exceedingly challenging. The activation of the transition formation has been successful. Those whose names I call, please step forward and touch the origin pillar to complete your transition. Jiang Tianming's voice resounded once more. Number 1. Manhwaesumen. Upon hearing his name, a young boy from the first column on the right stepped forward and approached the transition formation. The nearby students could clearly see that Manhwaesumen's hands and feet were trembling slightly, evidently overwhelmed with anxiety. The distance between them was merely a little over 10 meters. No amount of nervousness could prolong the time needed to adjust his mindset. Thus, Manhwaesumen had no choice but to shut his eyes, steel his resolve, and swiftly run towards the origin pillar, placing his hand upon it. A beam of white light enveloped him. Moments later, the attribute panel materialized. Profession, warrior. Haha, I succeeded. I'm a combat professional. Manhwaesumen laughed maniacally, akin to Fan Jin celebrating his successful examination. As the first individual to transition, he bore immense pressure under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Song, please step down. Do not disrupt the transitions of your fellow classmates. A teacher maintaining order said with a smile while patting Manhwaesumen on the shoulder. Clearly, such occurrences were quite common during transition ceremonies, and the teachers were well versed in handling them. Whether elated or disheartened, the emotions of the successful students were entirely understandable. I am sorry. Manhwaesumen snapped back to reality, his face flushed as he hurried back to the lineup of his classmates. Congratulations, Principal Jiang. What a splendid start, a formation master said, cupping his hands in greeting toward Jiang Tianming with a smile. All professionals are the same. It hardly constitutes a splendid start, as it is not a hidden profession. Jiang Tianming replied with a shake of his head, though the smile playing at the corners of his mouth betrayed both combat and lifestyle professions hold the potential for success. However, the initial resource dependency of combat professions is significantly less than that of lifestyle professions, resulting in a higher probability of success for combat professions among those from commoner families. Even in a world where everyone transitions, the majority come from humble backgrounds. How many lifestyle professionals can secure ample resources in the early stages? Consequently, most students who transition into lifestyle professions are almost immediately condemned to failure. A warrior? Such a common role. I thought it might be a hidden profession, yet here he is grinning so widely. Students in the audience whispered, filled with envy. Not impressive? While it is true that warriors are commonplace, they are still combat professions. Can you guarantee your own transition into a combat profession? Someone nearby immediately countered. This, the envious student was rendered speechless. Indeed, even if a warrior is common, it is still a combat profession, a rare existence. As long as one does not meet an untimely demise along the way, success is assured. Next, Lei Gaojun. Principal Jiang Tianming disregarded the students' murmurs and continued calling names. Chapter 2. Celestial Phenomena. The hidden class of Sword Immortal. Summoned by name, Lei Gaojun promptly stepped forward. His condition was markedly superior to that of Manhwaesumen. Both belonged to the same class, with Manhwaesumen languishing at the bottom of the rankings, while Lei Gaojun consistently excelled in every examination. Though statistically, life professions and combat professions do not hinge upon academic performance. It did not deter the students from believing that their grades could dictate their vocational destiny, a notion subtly encouraged by the school to emphasize the importance of cultural studies. With a flash of brilliant light, the job change was complete. Class, blacksmith. How could this be? How could I possibly be assigned a life profession? Instantly, Lei Gaojuan's complexion paled. Classmate, life professions are still professions and can shine in their own right. A teacher nearby offered solace. Thank you, teacher. Lei Gaojun, feeling despondent, departed the job change array, returning to his classroom. Don't be disheartened. Blacksmithing is a highly sought-after life profession. Who knows? I might rely on the equipment you forge in the future. Song Huirui, now transformed into a warrior, patted Lei Gaojun on the shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. Thank you. Lei Gaojun mustered a faint smile in response. Having consistently excelled in class, Lei Gaojun had held Song Huirui in disdain. But the completion of their job changes had inverted their social standings. Song Huirui could now look down upon him, the so-called failure. Next, Wang Wei. Li Zhongping. The job change ceremony continued unabated, unfazed by anyone's emotional highs or lows. Old Chen, what profession do you wish to pursue? Li Wei inquired, playfully nudging Chen Yu's shoulder. I think a healer would be quite suitable. I could team up with a warrior or knight to level up together. At a critical moment, a timely heal might just win a maiden's heart. Haha, any combat profession would suffice, Chen Yu replied, taking a deep breath. As you know, my family isn't affluent. I'll have to rely on my own efforts. Having observed the job change ceremony for a while, Chen Yu noted that over 300 students had completed their transitions. Among them, approximately 50 had chosen combat professions, a ratio that offered him some reassurance. However, Principal Jiang Tianming felt quite the opposite. His mood grew increasingly somber. While the percentage of combat professions was indeed commendable, it was also rather mundane, primarily consisting of warriors, archers, and knights, the most basic of classes. There was not a single hidden class, or even a mutated profession to be found. Upon seeing the next name on the list, Jiang Tianming's expression turned serious, and his voice rose slightly. Next, Su Miaoyue. Moments later, a confident and beautiful girl stepped into the job change array. Principal Jiang, does this child possess any distinguishing traits? The array master, noticing Jiang Tianming's unease, asked with a smile. She is our school's second in rank and hails from a family of professionals. If anyone has a chance of transitioning to a hidden class this year, it would be her. Jiang Tianming clearly held high expectations for Su Miaoyue. The students in the square shared Jiang Tianming's sentiments. Look, it's the school beauty, Su Miaoyue, our second in rank. She must at least transition to a mutated profession. If you ask me, if she doesn't get a mutated profession, it has to be a hidden class. Heh, I hope she ends up with the worst life profession. Then I might have a chance to win her favor. You must be dreaming. What kind of family does she come from? They have abundant resources. Even if she transitions to a life profession, her future achievements far exceed what you can aspire to. Exactly. Do you really think Su Miaoyue's family lacks the means to provide her with the resources necessary for growth? Li Wei, watching Su Miaoyue step into the job change array, elbowed Chen Yu. Look, your Yaya is up there. If she truly transitions to a hidden class, will you feel immense pressure? What does that have to do with me? Chen Yu scoffed. Instead of worrying about others, I'd rather focus on myself. Chen Yu had perpetually held the top rank in academics, while Su Miaoyue was consistently second. She was celebrated for her beauty and dubbed the school flower, while Chen Yu was also acknowledged as a handsome individual. The convergence of these attributes inevitably led to whispers about a potential romance between them. In reality, Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue had little interaction. As they spoke, Su Miaoyue placed her hand upon the source pillar. In an instant, the job change array erupted with radiant light. The source pillar shimmered with a metallic luster, and a grand beam of light shot skyward, slowly coalescing into a massive sword-shaped phantom. The next moment, a clear sword cry resonated throughout the gathering. What on earth is that? That's what happens when one neglects their studies. It's called a Dharma manifestation. Such phenomena occur only when transitioning to a hidden profession. So, does this mean Su Miaoyue has transitioned to a hidden profession? Obviously, only a hidden profession could produce such a manifestation. Moments later, the enormous sword-shaped phantom transformed into a streak of light, surging into Su Miaoyue's body. Class, Sword Immortal, hidden. A flicker of joy crossed Su Miaoyue's face, though it quickly subsided. With her head held high, pride radiated from her, and she cast a challenging glance at Chen Yu below. In terms of cultural grades, I may not surpass you, but that is merely academic. In this world, true achievements ultimately hinge upon one's profession. What remarkable feats can you display during the job change ceremony? As a member of a family of professionals, being overshadowed in grades by a student of common origins was undoubtedly a source of humiliation for her. Moreover, there were rumors circulating within the school insinuating an ambiguous relationship between her and Chen Yu. She had always regarded Chen Yu as a rival, a target to surpass, and such gossip was intolerable to her. Now, having transitioned to a hidden profession, it was indeed a chance to vindicate herself. As long as Chen Yu did not secure a powerful profession, those rumors would be rendered moot. Following Su Miaoyue's gaze, Most students turned their attention to Chen Yu, speculating whether he could transition to a hidden profession and if he was worthy of Su Miaoyue. Her admirers fervently hoped that Chen Yu would end up with an inferior profession, thus falling from grace and losing any chance of comparison with Su Miaoyue. Haha, congratulations. As expected of Principal Jiang, you've nurtured another student with a hidden profession. The array master beamed at Jiang Tianming, bowing repeatedly in admiration. Oh no. It is all due to the student's own efforts and luck. What does it have to do with an old man like me? Jiang Tianming smiled broadly, yet humbly deflected the praise. Principal Jiang, excessive modesty can be a form of pride. Ha ha ha, I'm merely stating the truth, just stating the truth. After Su Miaoyue rejoined her peers, Principal Jiang Tianming continued to meticulously read through the roster. Over 100 more students completed their transitions. However, it seemed that the luck of the students from Class 1 had been entirely drained by Su Miaoyue's job change to a hidden profession. Subsequently, not only did no mutated or hidden professions appear, but even the proportion of combat professions diminished significantly. Next, Chen Yu. Upon hearing his name called, Chen Yu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, took a deep breath and walked towards the job change array. Chapter 3, Supreme Talent, Absolute Enhancement. As he passed by Principal Jiang Tianming, the principal cast a glance of encouragement and anticipation at Chen Yu. Chen Yu did not pause. Striding directly into the job change array, the array master, standing beside Jiang Tianming, cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yu and remarked, "This child is also one of your school's star pupils? Indeed, he is the top student in our year," Jiang Tianming affirmed without hesitation. Principal Jiang, I'm not trying to dampen your spirits, but you must understand that grades are one thing, and professions are another, the array master cautioned. Jiang Tianming gazed at Chen Yu's retreating figure and murmured, in terms of innate talent and familial circumstances, he may not compare to Su Miaoyue, who hails from a lineage of combat professionals. Yet, this child consistently surpasses Su Miaoyue in academic achievements. His perseverance in learning even leaves me in awe. Should he secure a commendable profession, he is bound to accomplish great things in the future. Is that so? Then I shall extend my early congratulations to Principal Jiang for nurturing 2 pivotal talents this year. The array master chuckled softly, opting to remain silent thereafter. In truth, he felt a twinge of surprise within. As the principal, Jiang Tianming had witnessed countless prodigies over the years. It was rare for him to hold such admiration for a student. At that moment, a sudden eruption of brilliant light emanated from the class transfer array. The array master and Jiang Tianming turned in unison. Before them, the origin pillar, resembling white jade, was adorned with vibrant greenery teeming with life. Lively branches sprouted from the stone column. An anomaly. It was a mutated profession. Jiang Tianming's heart soared with joy. Professions are broadly categorized into combat and lifestyle types. However, based on their rarity, they can be further divided into ordinary professions, mutated professions, and hidden professions. Ordinary professions comprise the majority among practitioners and are unremarkable. Mutated professions arise from ordinary professions and hone specific strengths to their zenith, far exceeding ordinary professions in both developmental potential and prowess. Hidden professions, on the other hand, represent a mutation of a mutation. If a mutated profession is a 1 in 1,000 occurrence, then a hidden profession is a 1 in 100,000 rarity. When a mutated profession undergoes transition, the origin pillar manifests phenomena characteristic of that profession, while a hidden profession coalesces into a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Inside the class transfer array, Chen Yu beheld the dreamlike greenery surrounding him, and his previously anxious heart finally settled. Regardless of the circumstances, he would at least possess a mutated profession. He had secured his ticket to the pinnacle of the practitioner hierarchy. Moments later, the anomaly transformed into luminous points that merged into his body. As the attributes panel condensed, Chen Yu eagerly selected to activate it. Name, Chen Yu. Profession, planter, mutated. Level, 10. Strength, 12. Agility, 13. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 20. Professional passive, planting space LV1. Unlocks a personal planting space capable of nurturing plant life. Each transition allows for the specification of one type of plant, ordinary level, as a destined plant, causing it to mature instantly. Skills, accelerated growth LV1. Slightly accelerates the growth speed of plant life. Plant enhancement LV1. Boosts all attributes of plant life by 10 for 100 seconds. Cooldown of 500 seconds. Chen Yu's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, the planter is a mutated profession and also a combat profession. However, historical evidence suggests that the planter evolved from the lifestyle profession of farmer. Its professional characteristics lean more towards agriculture than combat. Among numerous mutated professions, planters are often dubbed cannon fodder factories. Due to the nature of their passive ability, ordinary planters typically choose plants capable of nurturing auxiliary life forms as their destined plants. When the destined plant matures instantly within the planting space, it can yield a batch of auxiliary life forms for combat. Unlike summoners, the strength of a planter's auxiliary plant life is relatively low, often requiring a swarm to defeat an equally ranked ordinary creature. Moreover, once consumed, they must await the re-nurturing of the destined plant, which entails a lengthy interval. Crucially, cultivating plants for combat as a planter necessitates a significant expenditure of various resources. Thus, one could argue that a planter is merely a lifestyle profession capable of entering the battlefield, yet their combat prowess pales in comparison to ordinary combat professions. At that moment, Chen Yu's attributes panel flickered suddenly, followed by the emergence of an additional attribute. Talent. Absolute enhancement. Supreme level designate an object for absolute enhancement, which may include but is not limited to life forms, items, skills, and talents. Note, this talent possesses a unique cooldown mechanism with an exceptionally long natural cooldown time. And once activated, it cannot be altered. Please use with caution. This is my golden finger, Chen Yu instantly realized. In this world, practitioners awaken a talent upon transitioning into their profession. The nature of talents is vast and varied. They may enhance combat strength, accelerate growth, or even provide some unique means. After the transition is complete, the profession manifests within the transfer array, while the talent remains concealed. If the profession is the practitioner's outer garment, displayed prominently, then the talent is akin to their undergarments, never revealed lightly. The levels of talent are categorized as ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. As for the supreme level, Chen Yu had never encountered such a term. However, it was evident that the supreme level surpasses even the mythical. Absolute enhancement, by its very name and staggering grade, should be capable of augmenting something to an extraordinarily formidable degree. What if it directly enhances the talent itself? On second thought, who knows what the effect would be post-enhancement? If it doesn't increase the usage frequency and instead falls into cooldown, that would be rather awkward. The exceedingly lengthy cooldown time for the talent implies that this opportunity must be approached with utmost care. Chen Yu fell into contemplation. The scope of absolute enhancement is broad, encompassing nearly everything conceivable. However, at this juncture, for the sake of maximizing benefits and ensuring long-term gains, it would be prudent to enhance something relevant to his profession. Chen Yu attempted to directly enhance the planter profession. However, the feedback from the absolute enhancement talent indicated the profession is a comprehensive concept that encompasses attributes, talents, passives, skills, equipment, and various related items. To enhance it, you would be enhancing the entire professional system, impacting all planters in the world. Consequently, the enhancement effect would be significantly diminished. Chen Yu was no selfless saint. How could he squander this precious enhancement opportunity to bolster the entire planter system? Thus, he could only refine his target. The essence of the planter profession lies within its passive ability. All attributes and skills of the profession undoubtedly serve this passive ability. Therefore, Chen Yu directly set his enhancement target on the professional passive, planting space. In the next moment, the attributes panel trembled once more. The original professional passive, planting space, vanished, replaced by a line of dazzling new text. Professional passive, supreme sacred soil, establishes a parcel of supreme sacred soil. Plants cultivated within the supreme sacred soil will receive substantial enhancement. Each transition allows for the specification of one plant as a destined plant, which will undergo profound elevation and instant maturation. Chapter 4. The core of the practitioner's team, the principal's investment. With the enhancement complete, the planting space intricately connected to Chen Yu's consciousness underwent a monumental transformation. The previously dark space of over 10 square meters expanded to encompass at least a kilometer in radius, filled with radiant, mysterious light and an inexplicable aura. In that moment, a grand and ethereal tapestry unfurled before Chen Yu's eyes. He envisioned a sacred and vibrant realm. A towering, verdant tree erupted from the ground, stretching across the chaotic void, with each leaf representing a vast world. A resplendent and enchanting sea of red flowers paved a path of rebirth, upon which countless divine and demonic beings aimlessly tread, oblivious to their origin or destination. A holy azure lotus swayed within the sacred soil, glowing with light, as the budding flower seemed to cradle the chaos of myriad heavens. It worked. Awakening from the illusion, Chen Yu felt a surge of joy. However, he now needed to acquire some seeds of plant life to test the potency of the supreme sacred soil. Immersed in his own world, Chen Yu suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Upon raising his head, Chen Yu was met with the regretful countenance of Principal Jiang Tianming. Firstly, I must congratulate you on your transition to a mutated profession, Chen Yu. In that fleeting moment, as Chen Yu looked up, Jiang Tianming's expression shifted from one of sorrow to a smile of encouragement. Perhaps this path may prove to be arduous, but I have faith in you. You shall never concede defeat, correct? Chen Yu had been silent and downcast, leading Jiang Tianming to believe he had suffered a significant setback, hence his words of consolation. Thank you, Principal Jiang, Chen Yu expressed with gratitude. In this life, Chen Yu's circumstances were far from favorable. He had lost his parents at a young age. However, Jiang Tianming, as the principal, displayed great concern and provided ample assistance. Chen Yu, once the ceremony concludes, please come to my office, Jiang Tianming said after a brief hesitation. Chen Yu was taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement before departing from the transition formation towards his class lineup. The transition ceremony continued. Yet scarcely anyone paid attention to the next candidate. The gazes of the entire faculty and student body were predominantly fixed upon Chen Yu. Is this the level of the top student in the grade? A planter? Huh. How can he possibly maintain his aloof demeanor now, let alone compare himself to Su Miaoyue? There were mockers and scoffers among the crowd. A mutated profession. What a pity it's a planter. Otherwise, with this child's temperament and perseverance, his future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Some sighed in lament. What are you all laughing about? So what if he's a planter? At least he won't have to worry about food and clothing. That is quite good. Among the crowd, there were those who envied him as well. Chen Yu walked calmly back into the lineup, as if the multitude of gazes held no sway over him. Just then, Li Wei's name was called. Li Wei, who had been poised to say something to Chen Yu, suddenly wore a glum expression. Despite being an optimist, he was now visibly anxious. Relax. Whether you stick your neck out or not, it's the same outcome. Chen Yu chuckled, reassuring him. I was going to comfort you. But it seems you're the one comforting me? Li Wei retorted. Is this how you comfort people? Amidst Chen Yu's laughter, Li Wei indignantly stepped into the transition formation. A flash of light marked the completion of his transition. Profession, Shield Warrior. Upon returning to the lineup, Li Wei's expression was far from cheerful. Isn't a combat profession a good thing? Why the long face? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. What good is it? Li Wei's lips twitched. A shield warrior is merely a punching bag. Look at the knight beside us. Even though he's also a tank, at least he can charge in. Plus, he looks good. The prince charming in the eyes of delicate ladies. Li Wei. At that moment, a spirited girl with short hair poked him in the back. Zhao Tiantian. What do you want? Li Wei turned to inquire. Next week, the school will open a novice dungeon. Let us team up. I'm a mage with high output. She declared. And I'm here too. I'm an archer. Chimed in a girl from the neighboring class. And I'm a priest, with ample healing capabilities. Timidly added another girl. Chen Yu glanced over and noted that this affluent girl was indeed not exaggerating. Her healing capacity could astound. Not only the girls, but the male classmates also vied to team up with Li Wei. It took Li Wei considerable effort to manage all the attention. What is going on here? Why am I suddenly so popular? He wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, perplexed. Perhaps it's because you don't take class seriously. And now you're reaping what you've sown, Chen Yu said with a grin. In a team of professionals, the main tank who can absorb damage and protect teammates is undoubtedly the core of the group. Indeed, in a team of professionals, the tank is paramount. Especially a shield warrior, who can also support teammates. They are even more sought after than mages. After all, who wouldn't want a steadfast ally who can shield them from a fatal blow at a critical moment? As the transition ceremony approached its conclusion, professionals from various tiers began forming their own circles. Combat professionals busied themselves with team formations, while those in life professions sought relevant counterparts to establish mutual support agreements. Farmers with chefs, farmers with alchemists, miners with blacksmiths, and so forth. Li Wei was also engrossed, mingling with a group of combat professionals. Once the transition ceremony concluded, Principal Jiang Tianming announced its adjournment. The professionals, having formed their small circles, departed in clusters. Meanwhile, Chen Yu followed Jiang Tianming to the principal's office. Come in, please. Have a seat and wait for me, Jiang Tianming said as he opened the door, allowing Chen Yu to sit on the sofa while he stepped out for a moment. Before long, Jiang Tianming returned to the office, placing a wooden box in front of Chen Yu. When Chen Yu opened the box, he discovered 5 seeds along with neatly arranged crystal stones. These are the seeds of the fairy tree, a nurturing plant, as well as 4 seeds of combat-oriented plants. The crystals are fire attribute magic crystals, Jiang Tianming elucidated. The fairy tree. Chen Yu gazed at Jiang Tianming. The fairy tree could be regarded as one of the most coveted among ordinary grade plant life, for it possesses no fixed attribute. It can give rise to various tree spirits depending on the energy attributes it is nourished with. Consequently, its price is exceedingly high. Consider this my investment in you. When you become strong, you must repay me, Jiang Tianming chuckled. Even if I am no longer around, my descendants must rely on you to watch over them. Nurture these well, and once the dungeon opens next week, find a team to join. Strive to cultivate your strength in time for the college entrance examination. The resources available in university are far beyond what high school can offer. Your path will be challenging, but all I can do is assist you in these early stages. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Chen Yu took a deep breath, accepting the wooden box. Trust me, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I shall cherish your gracious gifts. Moreover, what Jiang Tianming had provided was precisely what Chen Yu urgently needed. Although the supreme holy soil was powerful, it also required foundational resources. All right, no need for further words. You may leave now. Jiang Tianming waved his hand at Chen Yu. Understood. With the wooden box carefully in hand, Chen Yu turned and exited the principal's office. Chapter 5. The Birth of the World Tree, the Primordial Fire Spirit. Arriving at a secluded location, Chen Yu eagerly planted the 5 seeds into the supreme holy soil. In an instant, 5 tender sprouts broke through the earth, growing at a visible pace. The supreme holy soil truly was extraordinary. Chen Yu marveled inwardly. The planting space for a planter accelerates the growth of plants. But it certainly would not be this remarkable. Simultaneously, Chen Yu opened the attribute panels of the 5 plants. Fairy tree, evolving. Rank, ordinary. Attributes, effects, striking vine, evolving. Rank, ordinary. Attributes, effects. The striking vine is also among the stronger combat-oriented ordinary grade plant life. However, unlike the fairy tree, the striking vine does not have the capacity to nurture subsidiary life forms. It specializes in direct combat. Having already devised a clear plan for his development, Chen Yu designated the fairy tree as his destined plant. In that instant, the initially delicate sapling surged upward, transforming into a colossal tree with a diameter exceeding 10 meters and a height surpassing several hundred meters. The trunk soared dozens of meters above the ground, with countless branches extending wildly in all directions. Within a mere breath, the entire supreme holy soil was enveloped in verdant shade. The intense life energy overflowed, manifesting as streaks of green radiance that danced within the holy soil. World Tree. Rank, Supreme Grade. Effect 1. Infinite growth. The world tree will continue to grow, drawing nourishment from sources including, but not limited to spatial turbulence, chaotic energies, and various energy types, ceaselessly. Effect 2. Breath of life. The world tree will continuously release the breath of life, nurturing and healing surrounding beings. The breath of life will prioritize the space's master. Effect 3. The primordial mother. The world tree will nurture corresponding primordial spirits based on the type of energy it absorbs. Effect 4. Growing. Effect 5. Growing. Chen Yu was momentarily stunned. The fairy tree had transformed into the world tree, attaining an exalted rank he had never even heard of before. The existing 3 effects were nothing short of extraordinary. The first effect, limitless and boundless, indicated that the growth of the world tree knows no bounds. As the world tree flourishes, the other effects will gradually manifest. Most significantly, the growth of the world tree will continuously expand the supreme sacred land. When the supreme sacred land was first established, it had an area roughly the size of a circle with a radius of 1 kilometer. Merely a few minutes had passed, and it had already expanded to a radius of 2 kilometers. Other planters had to cautiously allocate land for cultivation, while Chen Yu had achieved absolute freedom of land, which was only increasing. As for the second effect, disregarding its nourishing capabilities for the supreme sacred land, for Chen Yu, it was akin to a permanently lasting super potion. The third effect, which provides combat prowess through nurturing plants, could be seen as an enhanced version of the fairy tree. At this moment, the world tree bore a fruit the size of a pomelo, completely translucent. The fruit had matured, and with the provision of attribute energy, it could give rise to the corresponding primordial spirit. Chen Yu placed an entire box of fire-type magic crystals at the roots of the world tree. One by one, the magic crystals were swiftly decomposed, and tendrils of fiery red energy were absorbed by the world tree. The ripened fruit gradually took on a crimson hue. Once it was entirely red, the fruit detached from the world tree and gently descended into Chen Yu's hand. Subsequently, a small fissure appeared at the center of the fruit, which then split open. A charming girl, no larger than a palm, stood in Chen Yu's hand. She waved her hand, and the fruit's shell transformed into a fiery red dress, adorning her form. The girl then lifted her head, her gem-like eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Chen Yu. Master, is it really you? Chen Yu opened the girl's attribute panel. Primordial fire spirit, unnamed. Rank, 1 mythical. Level, 1. Attributes, strength, 500. Agility, 500. Constitution, 500. Spirit, 1000. Talent, fire elementalization. Enters an elemental state, immune to all physical damage. Immune to all fire-type damage, with a 500 increase in its own fire-type damage. Passive, primordial fire spirit, 99 reduction in fire-type skill consumption, with a 100 increase in power. Skills, blazing heaven, forbidden spell. Judgment Day, forbidden spell. Indeed, after reaching the pinnacle, the results become increasingly astonishing. Chen Yu gazed at the primordial fire spirit skills, rendered speechless. There were 2 skills, and they were both forbidden spells. In contrast, his own 2 skills were utterly lackluster. Beyond the skills, every aspect of its talent and passives was nothing short of outrageous. Moreover, in terms of attributes, an ordinary professional can reach level 50 before their first class change, receiving a fixed 10 free attribute points per level. This means that upon reaching maximum level before the change, they could only acquire 500 attribute points. Yet, the primordial fire spirit was born with no attribute lower than 500. Even its spirit attribute reached an astonishing 1000. With the current attributes of the primordial fire spirit, it could easily rival a peak first-class professional. From now on, you shall be named Xiao Yan, Chen Yu declared. On the attribute panel, the primordial fire spirit's name transformed from unnamed to Xiao Yan. Yea, from now on, I shall be called Xiao Yan. With a name, Xiao Yan joyfully soared into the air, planting several kisses on Chen Yu's face. With such a formidable Xiao Yan, one could only imagine the potential if more primordial spirits were to join him. Chen Yu cast a fiery gaze towards the world tree. as if sensing Chen Yu's thoughts. The grand will of the world tree conveyed a message to him. At this stage, the world tree could mature a primordial spirit approximately once a month. However, if sufficient energy was provided, this duration could be shortened. The source of energy was not limited to magic crystals, equipment, potions, and various items could all be absorbed by the world tree. It seemed hunting monsters was still necessary. At present, Chen Yu was utterly impoverished and could not afford the resources to accelerate the birth of primordial spirits, so he had to rely on monsters for his gains. With a thought, Chen Yu departed the supreme sacred land and appeared in the outside world. Entering his true form was also a supplementary function of the supreme sacred land. Ordinary planters, however, could not access the planting space. Chen Yu did not immediately leave the school for the outskirts. Instead, he indulged in a hearty meal at the school cafeteria before heading to the practitioner's supermarket established on campus. Coincidentally, Li Wei was also shopping in the supermarket. Surrounded by several fellow newly appointed professionals, he quickly approached Chen Yu. "Old Chen, we're heading out of the city to level up and practice our class coordination for next week's novice dungeon. Want to join us?" "Wait a moment." A boy with a heavy sword stepped forward, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be Chen Yu, right? A planter, correct?" Chapter 6. Inefficient Novice Leveling Spots. "That is correct." Chen Yu nodded. "As a newly appointed planter, I need to cultivate plants to develop combat strength. Li Wei, even if you have a good relationship with him, you shouldn't waste his precious time, right?" With that, the boy turned his back to Li Wei, casting a disdainful look at Chen Yu. It was common knowledge that newly appointed planters possessed no combat strength whatsoever. Even if they successfully cultivate plant life, they merely serve as cannon fodder. The boy's outward suggestion to avoid wasting Chen Yu's time was, in fact, a veiled hint for him not to overestimate himself and to avoid imposing on the team due to his connection with the core member Li Wei. Indeed, planters' plants require careful nurturing, so Li Wei, please don't disturb him, a girl chimed in. Li Wei hesitated a bit. It wasn't that he looked down on Chen Yu's lack of combat prowess. Rather, he had never encountered the esoteric profession of planter before. He wanted to include Chen Yu in the experience of battle but didn't wish to hinder his important pursuits. If what his teammate said was true, then he could inadvertently do more harm than good. "They are right. I truly have little time," Chen Yu said with a calm smile. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to politely decline Li Wei's invitation, but he was pleasantly surprised by how perceptive Li Wei's teammates were, allowing him to gracefully acquiesce. His primordial fire spirit unleashed a forbidden spell from the outset. Bringing along these individuals would only compel him to protect them from being obliterated by the residual effects of the spell. "Oh, well then," Li Wei replied, his expression tinged with regret. "In that case, let us team up again when the school opens the free dungeon next week." After the class change ceremony, the school would offer a complimentary novice dungeon. The rewards within the dungeon were significantly more lucrative than those from wild monsters. "Let us talk later. You all chat. I'll go pick up some supplies." Chen Yu neither affirmed nor declined Li Wei's invitation, instead beginning to select outdoor essentials, a backpack, a water bottle, compressed food, and basic protective gear. As he reached the checkout counter, a girl from Li Wei's team approached him, her demeanor cold as she whispered. What Li Wei said earlier was merely polite conversation. "I hope you understand. Our team is already at full capacity. If you have any shred of shame, please refrain from forcing your way into the novice dungeon to split experience. If a team enters a dungeon together, the experience is evenly distributed. Thus, no one wishes to bring along a burden that would detract from their rewards." "Understood." Chen Yu responded with a faint acknowledgement, choosing to disregard the girl and departing directly from the supermarket. For the average professional, a lifetime may never allow them to rival the newly born Xiaoyan. Gifted with unparalleled talent, Chen Yu had long transcended the ordinary practitioners and existed on a different plane altogether. Thus, it was unnecessary for him to pay them any heed, let alone prove himself to them. "At least you possess some self-awareness," the girl thought as she watched Chen Yu's retreating figure, sneering before rejoining her group. Jiangyang City, a medium-sized metropolis, was reached by Chen Yu in about half an hour via bus, arriving at the city's exit. After presenting his student ID, the city gate guards issued him a pass and handed him a map. This map detailed the distribution of monster levels surrounding the city, with recommended leveling spots clearly marked. However, these recommendations were not mandatory. Those foolish enough to venture from lower-level areas into zones teeming with formidable monsters would perish in vain. Outside the city, no monsters roamed. Yet numerous buses led directly to the leveling zones. Chen Yu referred to these buses as such, and soon he arrived at an area suitable for novice training. The leveling zone was already populated by a few figures engaged in combat with monsters. Most were working in teams, while others, brimming with confidence, fought solo. "Don't move. Little bunny, I'm coming for you," exclaimed a novice warrior clad in an extravagant white outfit, swinging an axe at a half-meter-long rabbit. The rabbit, known as the level 1 ordinary monster, Longfong Rabbit, was a neutral creature and would not attack players unless provoked. However, if attacked, it would retaliate. Typically, newly transitioned novices would seek out such monsters to hone their skills. The warrior's axe struck the Longfong rabbit squarely on its back. Yet, rather than succumbing, the rabbit was incensed and charged at the novice warrior. With a dull thud, the Longfong rabbit collided with the warrior's chest armor, knocking him to the ground. Although the attributes of a level 1 ordinary monster were inferior to those of a professional, novice practitioners often lacked combat experience, making them easy prey in one-on-one confrontations. Fortunately, the Longfong rabbit's attack power was low and not lethal, so while the novice warrior found himself in a predicament, he was not in grave danger. This is unreasonable. How can a mere level 1 monster possess such combat prowess? The novice warrior shouted incredulously. Observing the scene, other novice practitioners shook their heads. Some dimwits believed the world should revolve around them, and upon encountering anything they didn't comprehend, deemed it absurd. How laughable. The Longfong rabbit was not a hidden boss. Its attributes and attack patterns were plainly visible. The warrior's lack of diligence in studying the game mechanics and subsequent outrage was nothing short of foolishness. Let us move on and not catch stupidity from him. We'll continue our training, came the murmurs among the crowd. In truth, many novices had faced similar situations, but most could swiftly adapt and find appropriate strategies. Those who deemed the world illogical simply because it did not align with their expectations were a rare breed of oversized infants. Chen Yu summoned Xiaoyan from the sacred land, pointing at a Longfong rabbit. Xiaoyan, eliminate it. Yes, master, Xiaoyan exclaimed, fluttering excitedly in the air as she began to chant an incantation. A torrent of fire energy began to coalesce around her. Wait, don't use skills, Chen Yu quickly interjected. A single spell from Xiaoyan could obliterate the very ground of this area, likely endangering the surrounding practitioners as well. Oh, Xiaoyan pouted, halting her incantation. You can perform physical attacks, right? Chen Yu suggested. Let us start with a punch. Given Xiaoyan's impressive strength of 500, her physical attack capability should be formidable. Alright, I'll give it a try. Xiaoyan wobbled over to the Longfong rabbit and delivered a punch aimed at its head. Her diminutive form was no larger than a human palm, and her slender little hands seemed devoid of power. However, with a resounding thud, the struck Longfong rabbit was sent flying several meters away. Chen Yu received a notification. Killed level 1 Longfong rabbit, experience points, 1. Chen Yu was not surprised by the outcome. The Longfong rabbit's attributes, when all accounted for, totaled less than 50 points. Being struck squarely on the head by a punch of 500 strength without being reduced to a pulp was merely a testament to the game's data protection mechanics. His experience points shifted from 0 to 1. This indicated that to progress from level 1 to level 2, he required 1,000 experience points. Killing 1,000 rabbits would not only be a waste of time, but also an inefficient use of resources. Thus, Chen Yu consulted the map and bypassed the Longfong rabbit area, heading toward a higher level training zone. In reality, wild monsters of levels 0 to 50 yielded minimal experience, aside from elite monsters and bosses. The experience they provided was equivalent to their level. In the wilderness, even in a team, experience was distributed according to contribution, making it rare to see players carrying others through leveling. Novice practitioners ventured into the wild to familiarize themselves with their class skills and accumulate combat experience. But to level up quickly, they needed to tackle dungeons. Schools withheld direct access to dungeons for a period to ensure students gained sufficient combat experience and did not squander their opportunities. After traversing 3 zones populated by neutral creatures, Chen Yu paused. Ahead lay a vast grassland inhabited by level 10 wild wolves. Unlike neutral creatures, wild wolves were hostile and would actively attack practitioners. Xiaoyan, go for it, Chen Yu commanded. Master, do we resort to physical attacks again? Xiaoyan inquired, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As a dignified fire elemental spirit, it seemed undignified to strike with her fists. Well, as long as you refrain from using forbidden spells, it should be fine. Chen Yu was uncertain of the impact radius of Xiaoyan's forbidden spells, so it was prudent to keep a safe distance for now. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan lethargically approached a cluster of wild wolves. The wolves noticed her, but made no move. Her small size and ability to fly rendered her of no threat in their eyes. Chapter 7. The growth potential of mythical creatures. The regional boss appears. The wild wolves ignored Xiaoyan, but she had no intention of letting them off the hook. She raised her tiny hand and pointed at the wild wolves. Several fireballs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, coalesced at her fingertips. This was not a skill. It could be considered a basic attack. Chen Yu observed Xiaoyan's actions with keen interest. Yet, could such small fireballs be effective? A newly transitioned mage would typically manifest a fireball the size of a basketball as their initial skill. If one were a variant class like a fire mage or a hidden class such as a flame mage, the fireball might be as large as a basin, with devastating power. However, before Chen Yu could voice his doubts, Xiaoyan's diminutive fireballs shot forth like bullets toward the wild wolves. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed, sending dust and debris flying. Killed level 11 wild wolf, experience points, 11. Killed level 12 wild wolf, experience points, 12. Killed level 11 wild wolf, experience points, 11. Killed level 13 wild wolf, experience points, 13. Killed level 11 wild wolf, experience points, 11. Clearly, Chen Yu's concerns were unfounded. With Xiaoyan's mythical rank and extraordinary attributes, even her casual attacks were far beyond what ordinary level 10 monsters could withstand. A series of notifications chimed, bringing in nearly 60 experience points. Monster experience was fixed, with no rewards for defeating higher-level creatures or penalties for engaging lower-level ones. In the place where the wild wolves were exterminated, there emanated a flickering white light. Chen Yu hastily approached and picked up the fallen item, wolfskin gloves. Quality, common white. Level, 10. Profession, any. Effect, slightly enhances the defense of the equipped part. A piece of level 10 white equipment, devoid of any attribute bonuses or special effects. Chen Yu, unimpressed, promptly discarded it into the supreme holy soil, using it as fertilizer for the world tree to nurture primordial spirits. After the gloves were absorbed, the progress for the next primordial spirit's gestation increased marginally. One might say it was better than nothing. Let us continue. Chen Yu, accompanied by Xiaoyan, ventured further into the wild wolf territory. Before long, they encountered a pack of wild wolves gathered together. Xiaoyan soared above the wolf pack, unleashing several fireballs upon them. Killed level 13 wild wolf, experience gained, 13. Killed level 11 wild wolf, experience gained, 11. Killed level 11 wild wolf, experience gained, 11. The fiery explosions startled the surrounding wild wolves, yet instead of retreating, they converged towards the epicenter of the blasts. A few wild wolves spotted Chen Yu and charged at him. Calmly, Chen Yu stood his ground, showing no signs of panic. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's fireballs detonated amidst the advancing wolves. Killed level 11 wild wolf, experience gained, 11. Killed level 12 wild wolf, experience gained, 12. As if receiving a signal to attack, the surrounding wolves relentlessly surged towards Chen Yu. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaoyan's fireballs continued to rain down. Each fireball claimed the lives of several wild wolves. Suddenly, a beam of light ascended from Chen Yu. Your level has increased. Chen Yu opened his attribute panel. Name, Chen Yu. Profession, planter, mutation. Level, 2-3. Strength, 12. Agility, 13. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 20. Free attribute points, 10. Profession passive, Supreme Holy Soil LV1. Establishes a patch of Supreme Holy Soil, where any plant life cultivated will receive substantial enhancement upon each class change. One can designate a specific plant as their destined plant, which will undergo profound elevation and instant maturation. Skills, Accelerated Growth LV1. Slightly increases the growth speed of plant life. Plant Enhancement LV1. Enhances all attributes of plant life by 10 for 100 seconds, cooldown 500 seconds. After leveling up, he gained an additional 10 free attribute points. Though there were no significant changes otherwise, given that he had no pressing need for attributes, Chen Yu chose not to allocate points for the time being. Concurrently, Xiaoyan's level also rose to level 2. Quality, 1 Divine Myth. Level, 2. Attributes, Strength, 600. Agility, 600. Constitution, 600. Spirit, 1200. Talent, Fire Elementalization. Enters an elemental state, immune to all physical damage, immune to all fire-type damage, and increases own fire damage by 500. Passive, Primordial Fire Spirit. Reduces the consumption of fire skills by 99, increases their power by 100. Skills, Inferno Conflagration, Forbidden Spell, Judgment Day, Forbidden Spell. In comparison to Chen Yu, Xiaoyan exhibited a remarkable surge in attributes, each increasing by 20 upon leveling up. The cumulative growth in her four-dimensional attributes amounted to a staggering 500 points. In other words, Xiaoyan leveling up once equated to an ordinary practitioner advancing from level 1 to level 50. Master, I have become stronger, Xiaoyan exclaimed joyfully, releasing fireballs from her hands in rapid succession. Before long, the wild wolves surrounding Chen Yu were completely eradicated. From a bird's eye view, one would observe a vast emptiness across the entire wild wolf territory. Howl. Just then, a long wolf howl resonated through the air. Notice, your slaughter has attracted the attention of the regional boss, Wolf King, who has initiated a pursuit against you. Exiting this area will end the enmity. Regional boss. Chen Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The regional boss is a hidden entity, outside the purview of basic educational knowledge. However, he had gleaned some information from various discussion tomes. Within a leveling zone, upon meeting certain conditions, a regional boss would spawn. Regional bosses possess exceptionally high drop rates and yield abundant experience points. Nonetheless, the triggering conditions vary across different leveling zones, making them incomparable. Clearly, Chen Yu had fulfilled the criteria to summon the regional boss. Xiaoyan, be cautious. A formidable opponent is approaching. Chen Yu warned. A formidable opponent? Is it someone truly powerful? Can I have a proper fight? Xiaoyan danced with excitement. Slaughtering these feeble minions had grown tiresome for her. As a fire elemental spirit, her fiery nature craved an evenly matched battle. Perhaps, Chen Yu replied, his expression turning serious. Regional bosses typically require around 100 practitioners of the same level. adequately equipped and well-coordinated to be defeated. While Xiao Yan's prowess is extraordinary, she is still merely at level 2. I have never encountered a regional boss and cannot gauge its strength. We must be thoroughly prepared. Never underestimate an unknown enemy. Thus, Chen Yu swiftly retreated with Xiao Yan to the edge of the region. Should danger arise, they could promptly disengage from combat. As a bearer of supreme talent, it would be utterly ridiculous to falter at this critical moment. A few minutes later, another wolf howl echoed, this time alarmingly close to Chen Yu. He turned towards the source of the sound, where a small hill loomed. A towering, majestic white wolf emerged from behind the hill, its commanding gaze fixed intently on Chen Yu. Chapter 8. Can this be a fair match against me? The giant wolf measured 4 to 5 meters in length, nearly equivalent to that of a small car. Its coat was pristine white, unmarred, with pure black fur adorning the base of its paws. Beside the boss white wolf stood several elite wolves, each over 3 meters long. Additionally, wild wolves from all directions rushed to join the ranks of the White Wolf King. Proceed with caution, Chen Yu thought to himself. This was not to suggest that Xiao Yan could not contend with the White Wolf boss. The regional boss within the novice monster zone was classified as an ordinary boss, and its attributes likely did not exceed those of Xiao Yan. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he, as her master, was a hindrance. Since he entered the wild wolf territory, the monsters had relentlessly targeted him. Even if Xiao Yan dealt overwhelming damage, she would not attract any enmity. After all, she was so small and capable of flight, resembling a diminutive bird. And the wolf pack would never target such a unit. Now, Chen Yu found himself surrounded by a throng of wild wolves, with the Wolf King and elite monsters lurking menacingly nearby. While Xiao Yan remained unscathed and could continue her slaughter, she might not be able to ensure Chen Yu's safety. The only viable option was to employ forbidden spells to clear the wolf pack in an instant. However, the casting time for forbidden spells was extensive, requiring several minutes of incantation, rendering it unfeasible under the current circumstances. Should he hide within the supreme holy soil and give it a try? That might not work either. The regional boss was a creature governed by special mechanics. As the target of the Wolf King's enmity, should Chen Yu vanish, the Wolf King would likewise disappear, unwilling to remain and await a more opportune day for battle. Wait a moment. Just now, when Chen Yu scanned the supreme holy soil with his consciousness, he suddenly noticed that the previously planted attacking vine had grown to over 10 meters in length. Under normal circumstances, attacking vines would only mature to about 7 or 8 meters. How could it have grown to such an extraordinary length? Chen Yu hastily examined the attributes panel of the bludgeoning vine. Thorn's Whip, evolving. Rarity, rare. Level, 2. Attributes, strength, 78. Agility, 82. Constitution, 102. Spirit, 35. Talent, bleeding LV1. The Thorn's Whip inflicts continuous bleeding damage on the afflicted unit after dealing damage. Skills, powerful strike LV1, death entanglement LV1. Excellent. Chen Yu was overjoyed. The bludgeoning vine had evolved into the rare Thorn's Whip, boasting exceptionally high attributes. The ordinary wild wolf's highest attribute was agility, around 40 points, while other attributes were relatively low, approximately 30, with spirit even lower, not exceeding 20. The attributes of the bludgeoning vine were more than double that of a regular wild wolf, possibly even surpassing those of an elite wild wolf. If Xiao Yan were sufficiently powerful, she could handle most minor monsters, as well as elite monsters and the White Wolf boss. The 4 Thorns Whips would guard Chen Yu effectively, likely enabling him to conquer this boss. A howl echoed from the White Wolf boss atop the hill. The wolf pack received the signal to attack, no longer able to restrain themselves, and charged towards Chen Yu. Xiao Yan floated in the air, surrounded by an array of fireballs the size of ping-pong balls, unleashing them like a Gatling gun at the incoming wolves. Boom! Amidst the brilliant flames, the wolf pack suffered heavy casualties, accompanied by a relentless stream of kill notifications. Killed level 13 wild wolf, experience points, 13. Killed level 14 wild wolf, experience points, 14. Killed level 13 wild wolf, experience points, 13. Xiao Yan, target the White Wolf boss and the elite monsters. We can temporarily ignore the minor ones. Chen Yu shouted to Xiao Yan. But what about you, master? Xiao Yan hesitated. As a mythical creature and Chen Yu's pet, she could discern that Chen Yu's combat prowess was not formidable. Do not worry, they will protect me. Chen Yu concentrated, summoning the 4 Thorns Whips, for vine-like tendrils, each as thick as a bowl and over 10 meters long, bristling with menacing barbs, appeared around Chen Yu, forming a tight circle of protection. However, they appeared quite weak. Could they truly safeguard their master? Xiao Yan, while launching fireballs, assessed the 4 Thorns Whips. She felt she could easily dispatch one with a mere poke of her finger. Such beings, unable to protect themselves, how could they possibly defend their master? Go ahead. As long as the boss and elite monsters do not approach, I will be fine. Chen Yu commanded the 4 tendrils to encircle him, creating a barrier. Thus, the charging wolves would be unable to attack him immediately. Even if some wild wolves managed to breach the defense, he would have time to react. If he could no longer hold the line, he could call Xiao Yan back and flee. Perceiving Chen Yu's resolute intent, Xiaoyan ceased her hesitation. She conjured a large cluster of fireballs, dispersing them to clear a significant portion of the wolf pack before swiftly flying towards the white wolf boss. The white wolf boss, possessing high intelligence, grew alert upon seeing Xiaoyan charging towards it. A woo! It let out a short, sharp howl. The surrounding wolves immediately scattered in all directions. Even the elite wild wolves quickly retreated. Having witnessed Xiaoyan's attack methods, it understood that clustering together would only make them easy targets, prompting it to disperse its minions. Xiaoyan, perplexed by why the wolves fled, found the area beside the white wolf boss vacant, allowing her to concentrate on attacking it. Just as she gathered fireballs, preparing to unleash them, she heard Chen Yu's voice behind her. Xiaoyan, eliminate the elite monsters first. Do not let them attack me. At that moment, several wild wolves had already charged close to Chen Yu. The thorns whips swung their tendrils with ferocity, creating an impenetrable barrier. A few wild wolves could not approach at all. The first wolves to charge were struck by a whip, sent flying and lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. Their fates uncertain. However, Chen Yu noticed that 2 elite wild wolves had already charged toward him, though the thorns whips might defeat a single elite wild wolf. Once entangled with an elite foe, other ordinary wild wolves could seize the opportunity to attack Chen Yu. Therefore, he could only direct Xiaoyan to deal with the elite monsters first. Understood, master. Xiaoyan quickly adjusted her target, unleashing a barrage of fireballs towards the elite wild wolves. Boom. After a series of explosive sounds, all 5 elite wild wolves lay utterly defeated. With the elite wild wolves eliminated, Chen Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to control the tendrils for defense and counterattack. A woo! The white wolf boss, feeling frustrated and furious, let out a roar towards Xiaoyan, but dared not act recklessly. As a flying unit, Xiaoyan had no ranged skills to attack it. Moreover, it was wary of recklessly charging towards Chen Yu, which would give Xiaoyan an excellent opportunity to strike. With the white wolf boss remaining still, Xiaoyan would not confront it directly. Instead, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Most fireballs targeted the wolf pack, but a few were aimed at the white wolf itself. The white wolf, not daring to be complacent, quickly leaped backward. Boom! The fireballs exploded before the white wolf, and the fierce winds, accompanied by dispersing flames, engulfed its body. In an instant, most of the white wolf's fur was singed, turning it into a charred black and white figure. One of its front paws was severed due to its inability to evade the explosion's aftermath. Huh, so weak? Xiaoyan gazed at the white wolf in confusion. This creature, which her master claimed could contend with her in battle, how could it not withstand even her probing attack, losing half its health immediately? Could it truly be on par with her? Chapter 9. Purple Treasure Chest, 2 Epic Equipments. Chen Yu's words must hold some truth. Xiaoyan shook her head, dismissing her earlier thought that the white wolf boss was weak. After all, it was a boss unit with high intelligence. It could very well be feigning weakness to lure her in, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. She absolutely could not underestimate it. Xiaoyan extended her hands, forming a dense cluster of small fireballs before her. You cannot deceive me. Hundreds of fireballs launched simultaneously, creating a torrential rain of projectiles that enveloped the white wolf boss. Having sustained an injury to its front paw, its agility was greatly diminished, leaving it unable to evade such an onslaught. It could only watch helplessly as the fireballs approached. In its final moments, it let out a desperate wail. Boom! The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar and blinding light, stirring up clouds of dust. Simultaneously, Chen Yu received a notification from the heavens. Killed level 20 regional boss, White Wolf King. Experience points, 20,000. Ah, the experience points are quite delightful. Leveling up in the wilderness relies on bosses. However, that was resolved rather swiftly, wasn't it? Is this boss truly so weak? Chen Yu glanced at Xiaoyan, who floated in midair. No, this is not a matter of the boss being weak. Rather, it is Xiaoyan who is exceptionally strong. A boss that required 100 elite level 15 adventurers to cooperate perfectly could not possibly be weak. It could only be said that as an original spirit born from the world tree, Xiaoyan's combat prowess was utterly extraordinary. At this moment, Chen Yu gained a vague understanding of his unparalleled talent, absolute enhancement. Merely a byproduct of the world tree, the enhanced product of the sacred soil, possessed such formidable strength. What kind of terrifying power would the directly enhanced entities wield? Unfortunately, the absolute enhancement talent was currently on cooldown and could not be used. Chen Yu's anticipation could only await the cooldown to complete before he could verify it. After the White Wolf boss was vanquished, the wolf pack, bereft of its leader, scattered chaotically in all directions. Xiaoyan pursued them for a while, and, upon encountering a multitude of wild wolves, eventually returned to Chen Yu's side. Thanks to the generous experience awarded by the White Wolf and its pack, Chen Yu's level had ascended to level 8. Correspondingly, Xiaoyan, whose level was tied to Chen Yu, also reached level 8, with her attributes more than doubling. Chen Yu approached the gruesome demise of the White Wolf boss and discovered a purple treasure chest. Whenever a boss is defeated, it drops a treasure chest. These chests are categorized into white, blue, purple, orange, and rainbow, corresponding to guaranteed item qualities, ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, respectively. A purple chest guarantees at least an epic item. Wow. Master, are you going to open the treasure chest? Will it yield formidable weapons and equipment? Xiaoyan fluttered down, her eyes brimming with anticipation. As it was Chen Yu's inaugural treasure chest opening experience, he felt it warranted a touch of ceremony. He had previously heard that touching a beautiful woman's hand could enhance luck. Unfortunately, there were no ordinary beauties nearby. Therefore, Chen Yu playfully seized the mini beauty, Xiaoyan, and vigorously rubbed her in his hands a few times. Then, amidst Xiaoyan's bewildered expression, he opened the chest. Congratulations on opening the purple boss treasure chest. You have obtained a pair of White Wolf King gauntlets, epic quality. You have obtained detective glasses, rare quality. You have obtained a wolfskin cloak, epic quality. You have obtained 30 gold coins. The White Wolf King gauntlets. Quality, epic. Wearing requirements, level 20, strength 60, agility 60, warrior class. Effect, strength 20, agility 30. Attacks inflict bleeding damage over 5 seconds. Wolfskin cloak. Quality, epic. Wearing requirements, level 20, agility 50. Effect, agility 20, constitution 20. Increases defense for the worn slot. Detective glasses. Quality, rare. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, can be used once per minute to investigate target information. The greater the level difference, the less information is obtained. Both pieces of epic gear required level 20 for wear, which Chen Yu could not yet equip, but the detective glasses could be donned immediately. This was undoubtedly a piece of equipment with exceptional practicality. Previously, Chen Yu's understanding of monsters had stemmed solely from books and classroom teachings. When confronted with actual monsters, he could only rely on their appearances and the knowledge he had acquired to make judgments. Faced with the White Wolf boss, a creature he had never studied, he found himself utterly in the dark. With his unparalleled talent, Chen Yu's level had already diverged from that of an ordinary student, increasing his chances of encountering unknown events. The detective glasses were a timely boon. In addition to the treasure chest dropped by the Wolf King, the Wild Wolves and Elite Wild Wolves also sporadically yielded some items. Most were white gear and copper coins, with only a single piece of blue rare equipment. To summarize his haul, a total of 43 white items, 2 blue rare items, 2 purple epic items, and nearly 32 gold coins. The rewards were undeniably substantial. In this world, gold coins served as a universal currency with great purchasing power. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins and 10,000 copper coins. 1 copper coin can be viewed as equivalent to 1 yuan on Earth. Thus, 32 gold coins equate to 320,000 yuan, a sum that an average person might take years to accumulate. Moreover, the true prize was not merely the gold coins, but the 2 pieces of purple epic gear. A single piece of level 20 epic equipment is valued at approximately 100 gold coins, while a weapon like the White Wolf King gauntlets, which inflicts additional damage, would command an even higher price. White gear held little value, and Chen Yu decided to bury it in the supreme holy soil as fertilizer. As for the blue and purple equipment, selling them for gold coins would be the more prudent choice. As dusk approached, Chen Yu opted against grinding for experience late into the night and made his way back toward the city. Passing through the area inhabited by the spotted deer, he observed the serene creatures leisurely grazing, and he couldn't resist donning the glasses to cast an investigative spell. Spotted deer. Template, minor monster. Level, 8. Attributes, strength, 25. Agility, 28. Constitution, 23. Spirit, 15. A remarkably frail creature, the spotted deer matched the descriptions found in his books. Since Chen Yu had not set any tasks, Xiaoyan floated alongside him in a relaxed manner. Spotting a similarly leisurely spotted deer, she couldn't resist landing atop one and tugging at its ear. Oh! The spotted deer startled, glancing around but finding no threats. Xiaoyan, feeling mischievous, made a face at the deer before gleefully returning to Chen Yu's side. Beyond the spotted deer woodland lay a mountainous region. The creatures therein were neutral minor wild boars of level 45. Fireball! A shrill voice rang out. A flicker of flame ignited nearby, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Lu Ping Ping, why are you running? Keep the monster engaged. Li Yan ran, continue casting spells. Lu Zixin, focus on healing Lu Ping Ping. Stay calm, don't panic. I've drawn aggro. Protect me. Chapter 10. The Powerful Hidden Monster, Level 5 Neutral Wild Boar. Su Miaoyue felt that today was utterly disastrous. After transitioning to the hidden class of Sword Immortal, she had proudly organized a 6-member team, eager to gain experience and level up. Initially, everything went smoothly in the areas populated by level 1 and level 23 monsters, with the team functioning seamlessly. However, after the entire team leveled up to 2, discontent with the low experience from the Great White Goose, Su Miaoyue resolutely led them to the territory of the level 45 wild boars. She believed that with her formidable output capabilities, defeating higher-level monsters would pose no issue. Yet, as soon as they confronted the first monster, reality delivered a harsh slap to her face. The level 5 wild boars proved too much for her team's knight class to withstand. In a single encounter, The wild boar sent the knight Lu Ping flying. With more than a third of her health depleted, Lu Ping panicked and fled, disrupting the aggro. Su Miaoyue managed to deal half of the wild boar's health with 2 skills, but the monster did not grant her the opportunity to unleash a second round. As the wild boar rampaged, the entire team descended into disarray. Despite her best efforts to command them, the situation spiraled out of control. Even she, the esteemed hidden class wielder, was unceremoniously tossed aside by the wild boar. Although, thanks to their high-quality equipment and ample potions, none were in mortal danger. The situation was undeniably humiliating. A mere level 5 wild creature was wreaking havoc upon her team. Just then, a figure approached, silhouetted against the setting sun. The audacious wild boar, seeing someone still standing, charged at the individual. "Be careful," Su Miaoyue instinctively shouted. The person stood alone, unarmored. Evidently not there to battle monsters for experience, but likely engaged in mapping the area or gathering herbs as a life profession. The thought of their recklessness leading to an unmerited disaster filled Su Miaoyue's proud heart with guilt. "Quick, save them." Su Miaoyue gritted her teeth, trying to rise. However, it was too late. The wild boar was already upon the figure. Su Miaoyue's eyes widened in anxiety as she awaited the cooldown of her skills. She would feel guilty for a lifetime if that person fell due to insufficient health. But in the next moment, bang! With a dull thud, the wild boar flew backward and collapsed, its body even distorted from the force. It turned out to be a master. Su Miaoyue exhaled a sigh of relief. She rose to her feet, meticulously adjusting her disheveled attire in an effort to appear more graceful, before stepping forward to express her gratitude. After all, it was her reckless mischief that had led to the team's predicament, and it was the other party who had resolved her dilemma. Yet, before Su Miaoyue could utter a word, she heard a somewhat familiar voice resonate beside her. "Su Miaoyue, are you all here grinding levels? What happened? You seem to be in quite a mess." Chen Yu surveyed the scattered novice adventurers and the tattered clothing of Su Miaoyue, feeling a twinge of confusion. How could a hidden class transitioner end up in such disarray? Had they encountered a regional boss? However, as he glanced around, he found no trace of such a creature. Moreover, to his knowledge, low-level neutral monsters did not spawn regional bosses. "You are Chen Yu?" Su Miaoyue gazed incredulously at the youth before her. During her class transition earlier that morning, she had been attentively observing him. Wasn't Chen Yu a planter? What on earth was a planter doing in this place? Did he come here out of sheer luck, hoping to find suitable plant life seeds? But what was the deal with that little wild boar? Its health had been at least 1/3 intact. How could it have suddenly been vanquished before Chen Yu? There was no one else around. So it had to have been him. Yet, when had a planter possessed such formidable damage output? She, as a level 3 sword fairy of a hidden class, could barely deplete a quarter of an enemy's health with a single skill. "Don't you remember me?" Chen Yu smiled. "Though our encounters have been few, we have collaborated a couple of times. Surely, you are not that forgetful?" He then inquired, "By the way, what happened to you all? Did you encounter a hidden monster? Which way did it flee?" Regardless of the map, there were always some unruly hidden creatures roaming about. Hidden monsters could vary in strength, but their drop rates were notoriously generous. Chen Yu believed that if Su Miaoyue had encountered a hidden monster she couldn't handle, then his intervention couldn't be deemed as stealing. I have no idea where it went. My team got scattered earlier, and everyone was too preoccupied," Su Miaoyue replied, clasping her hands and fidgeting, her gaze slightly averted. If Chen said there was a hidden monster, then there must be one. She couldn't very well admit that, as the leader of a hidden class team. She had nearly been wiped out by a level 5 wild boar, could she? That would be too embarrassing, especially in front of Chen Yu, whom she was eager to surpass. "Tell me where the hidden monster is. If I manage to catch it, how about I share 10% of the rewards with you?" Chen Yu pressed on, unwilling to let it go. "I really don't know where it went." Su Miaoyue felt so awkward she could have dug a hole in the ground to hide in. "All right then, you continue grinding levels. I'll take my leave," Chen Yu said, his heart heavy with regret. A hidden monster would surely yield a windfall. Unfortunately, Su Miaoyue was being stingy. Unable to handle it herself, she wouldn't divulge any information to him. "Wait," Su Miaoyue called out. "What?" Chen Yu turned back, his expression unreadable. I wanted to ask, was that little wild boar you killed just now?" Su Miaoyue sought to subtly probe into the source of Chen Yu's impressive damage. "Heh, you aren't going to make me compensate you, are you?" Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Look around. You could have dealt with it yourself, right? Besides, wasn't that monster drawn to you? It came charging at me. Should I have just let it go back for you to kill?" With that, Chen Yu turned and walked away without looking back. To be fair, this wounded little wild boar could hardly be considered a case of monster stealing on Chen Yu's part. It was clearly a matter of self-defense. Su Miaoyue opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She realized that Chen Yu must have misunderstood the situation. Yet, how could she clarify such a misunderstanding? Was she to humbly explain to him? "The creature that nearly wiped out our entire team wasn't a hidden monster, but that little wild boar you dispatched with a kick. I simply wanted to inquire how you managed to slay it so swiftly, not to accuse you of stealing my kill." What a ridiculous notion. She was a hidden class player hailing from a family of professionals. How could she possibly utter something so humiliating? Chapter 11. New plant life, accelerated growth. The practitioner trading center was the most bustling area in Jianyang City. Most shops selling practitioner-related items were concentrated in this region. Chen Yu found a well-reputed store of considerable size and sold 2 pieces of purple equipment and 1 piece of blue equipment. The total profit from the 3 items amounted to 280 gold coins, not far from his previous estimates. He did not keep the gold. Instead, he spent it all on purchasing plant life seeds and a substantial quantity of magic crystals. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Yu immediately entered the supreme sacred soil, feeding the magic crystals to the world tree before planting all the seeds. Before long, the crystals were completely absorbed, and the incubation progress of the primal spirit increased by over 10%. Coupled with the daily natural growth of 3, the progress for the next primal spirit reached 13. The newly acquired plant seeds included 20 creeping vines and 10 poison lilies. Although the poison lily was a common grade plant with low output capacity, it could spread toxins and inflict debuffs on enemies. Based on the previous experience with the 4 creeping vines, these new plants would mature by the following morning and likely advance to the rare grade. Having exited the supreme sacred soil, Chen Yu prepared for a good night's rest, ready to grind for experience and coins the next day. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and a grimy Li Wei stumbled in. The dormitory at Yizhong was structured as a 4-room, 1 living room setup, with 4 students assigned to each room. Yet each student enjoyed their own private space. Hey, Lao Chen, you're here? How is your plant cultivation going? Li Wei tossed his gear onto the floor haphazardly. Pretty well, Chen Yu replied with a smile. What about you? Did you level up today? Are you at level 5 yet? Level 5. Li Wei's mouth twitched. Not even close. I'm still a bit short of level 3. Still short of level 3? You guys must have spent the entire day hunting rabbits. Chen Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Of course not. Li Wei said proudly. With our team composition, hunting rabbits would be a waste of time. Once everyone reached level 2, we went straight for the geese. It's not bragging. With me as the shield warrior, we dared to take on geese at level 2. Most other teams need to grind to level 3 in the level 1 monster area first. Chen Yu pointed to the tattered whiteboard equipment on the floor and teased. You got pecked up like that just from fighting a goose? Come on, you don't understand. Li Wei waved his hand in annoyance. This is nothing. Just look at Knight Wang Lianxing from the next class. He got his backside all swollen. By the way, when will your plants be ready? Why don't you come level with me tomorrow? Li Wei suggested. I've heard that planters only need to prepare materials and can just cast skills on the side. Definitely not. Chen Yu quickly shook his head. I'd just be a freeloader, and your teammates would want to kill me. Just temporary teammates. Li Wei shrugged. We can always switch them out. Oh, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Li de Guanyuan. I see you have a few nice girls in your team who seem quite fond of you. What's the deal? Are you going to use them and then act like you don't know them? Hey, you wouldn't believe it. Li Wei said, his face lighting up. Today, a female archer even held my hand. Things are progressing that quickly? Chen Yu asked, astonished. Of course, you don't know who I am. Li Wei exclaimed. And after an exaggerated retelling, Chen Yu discerned the truth of the matter. It is likely that the archer girl, as mentioned by Li Wei, attracted the attention of the monsters and was subsequently pursued until she fell to the ground. Li Wei then rushed to her aid, shielding her from the creatures and helping her to her feet. This is what is referred to as holding hands. I must tell you, were it not for your solitude, would I have returned? I would have long since spent the night at the girls' dormitory. Li Wei proclaimed triumphantly while blocking Chen Yu's shoulder. Get lost. Don't try to get close to me. I'm not into that. Chen Yu retorted, dismissing Li Wei's arm with disdain. With the prospect of battling monsters the following day and feeling fatigued from the day's exertions, Li Wei refrained from insisting on an impromptu dormitory discussion, exchanging a few words before sensibly retiring to his room to rest. Chen Yu, however, returned to his quarters yet did not hasten to sleep. Instead, he entered the sacred soil. Li Wei had just reminded him of his available skills. Accelerated Growth LV1 slightly increases the growth rate of plant life. Plant Enhancement LV1 enhances all attributes of plant life by 10 for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 500 seconds. Due to the overwhelming strength of Xiao Yan, he had nearly forgotten about his 2 skills. Skills learned prior to the first transition could be upgraded every 5 levels. At level 45, they could be maxed out at level 10. Chen Yu, currently at level 8, had a skill level cap of 2. However, having not utilized any skills thus far, his proficiency remained at 0. Xiao Yan was sprawled out, soundly sleeping at the roots of the world tree, her body awkwardly positioned in a star shape. Chen Yu decided to cast Plant Enhancement on Xiao Yan. Yeah, Xiao Yan immediately sprang up, startled, looking around with heightened alertness. Master, are there enemies? Where are they? Feeling the buff enhancing her, she instinctively entered a battle-ready stance. Relax, we're beneath the world tree. Where would enemies come from? Chen Yu gently patted her little head with his finger. Oh, but master, why did you grant me a buff? Xiao Yan landed on the ground, tilting her head in confusion as she gazed at Chen Yu. I was just practicing my skills, Chen Yu awkwardly explained. In truth, other plants could also practice skills. Chen Yu merely sought to verify whether Xiao Yan could be classified as a plant. Now, with plant enhancement in effect, It was clear that although Xiaoyan appeared to be a diminutive, beautiful girl, she still fell under the classification of plant for skill purposes. Subsequently, Chen Yu directed an accelerated growth at a newly planted attacking vine. The palpable life force in the surroundings surged towards the vine. In mere seconds, the attacking vine grew over a meter in length. Incredible, Chen Yu marveled. He had specifically researched the accelerated growth skill of a planter. This skill required various resources to unleash. Under optimal conditions, a level 1 accelerated growth could typically increase an attacking vine's length by several centimeters. To conjure over a meter of growth from thin air as he had done was likely due to the sacred soil and the world tree. Chapter 12. The attacking vine evolves again. Thorned vine demon. Let us try again. Chen Yu continued to use accelerated growth. After several attempts, the attacking vine matured, reaching a length of 7 to 8 meters. Just as he contemplated further use of the skill, a sudden darkness enveloped him, and an overwhelming sense of dizziness and fatigue washed over him, akin to having gone 3 days and nights without sustenance or sleep. He had miscalculated. The planter's accelerated growth skill consumed mental and physical energy. Chen Yu's attributes were already modest. After a few uses of the skill, his mental and physical strength were drained. Fortunately, within the sacred soil, there were no dangers, not even mosquitoes. Chen Yu lay down on the ground and promptly fell asleep. From the world tree, tendrils of fresh green energy floated down, gradually merging with Chen Yu's being. Several vines eagerly extended toward him, yearning to absorb a touch of that verdant essence. Sensing the urgency of the vines, the world tree generously released several faint green threads for them. The vines excitedly waved their tendrils, consuming the green threads entirely. In the next moment, the green vines began to grow wildly, sprouting new, tender tendrils from their roots within mere seconds. Due to his extreme fatigue, Chen Yu slept soundly and was oblivious to this wondrous scene. The following morning, Chen Yu stretched and awoke from his slumber. Groggily, he felt as if he were holding something in his embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he hazily discerned a fairy-like girl nestled in his arms. Am I still dreaming? Chen Yu rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl in his grasp. She lifted her head, revealing a face intricately woven from delicate tendrils, devoid of features. What is this? Chen Yu's eyes widened in shock. Master! Master! Xiaoyan exclaimed, joyfully fluttering towards Chen Yu as she noticed he was awake. Chen Yu temporarily set aside Xiaoyan, focusing on the origins of the peculiar being in his arms. His mind raced as the remnants of sleep faded. He quickly realized that he was still within the sacred soil, a realm uniquely belonging to him where no external creatures could enter without his permission. He then turned his gaze back to the vine-crafted figure in his embrace. It possessed a clearly defined head, body, and limbs. Yet the ends of its legs were in tangled roots, and its arms ended not in hands but in thick, thorned vines. Is this a plant life I cultivated? Chen Yu attempted to access its attribute panel. Thorned vine demon, evolving. Quality, epic. Level, 8. Attributes, strength 210, agility 240, constitution 300, spirit 150. Skills, powerful strike LV1. Thorned entanglement LV1. Was it an evolved form of the thornvine whip? Chen Yu sensed the plant life within the sacred soil and discovered that the 4 thornvine whips he had cultivated the previous day had vanished, replaced by 4 thornvine demons. The thornvine demon, resembling a humanoid figure, could freely move using its legs, whose roots were anchored in the ground, allowing for rapid health regeneration. Its vine-like arms, whether used for striking or entangling, wielded formidable power. Moreover, due to its epic tier, its attributes were astonishingly high. At merely level 8, its overall attributes far surpassed those of a level 50 novice. Even when equipped, several level 50 practitioners might struggle to contend with it. The evolution of the thornvine whip into the thornvine demon filled Chen Yu with elation. The seed of the attacking vine had been planted only a little over a day ago, yet it had evolved into an epic tier. This entire process was entirely hands-off, requiring no resources or even a moment of care. The thornvine demon was already immensely powerful and continued to evolve. The combination of the sacred soil and the world tree proved to be exceptionally advantageous. Aside from the thornvine demon, the newly acquired attacking vine and poisonous lily had also evolved to a rare tier, boasting significant combat prowess. If faced against the white wolf boss from the previous day, Chen Yu could simply send these plants into battle without needing Xiaoyan's assistance, allowing him to sit back and await the experience points to accumulate. At that moment, the thornvine demon projected an emotion of dependence. It instinctively gravitated towards Chen Yu, its master. To it, Chen Yu represented the creator of its life, the deity that brought it into existence. It was born to serve him, to fight for him. He was the sole meaning of its existence. Ha! You are impressive. Chen Yu gently placed the thornvine demon upon the ground and affectionately patted its head. The creature lifted its gaze, radiating joy and excitement. Chen Yu withdrew from the supreme sacred land, returning to his dormitory room, where he glanced at the time, noting it was precisely 8 in the morning. The early hours of the day are pivotal, marking the commencement of a disciplined routine that begins at 8 o'clock. He opened the door to his bedroom and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Li Wei had already completed his morning rituals and, upon spotting Chen Yu, immediately approached him, saying, "Come on, join me today. Go ahead by yourself. Do not impede my plant cultivation. Once I finish nurturing them, I will take you along to level up," Chen Yu replied while washing his face. All right, I can't change your mind," Li Wei responded, "in a few days. The school will open a novice dungeon. You must team up with me for that. No excuses. Let us see when the time comes." Chen Yu felt a flicker of gratitude within him. After his transition to a plant master, his classmates had distanced themselves from him. Yet Li Wei remained steadfast in their friendship, even willing to clash with his teammates to lend a hand to him. "Let us go. Time to level up," Li Wei exclaimed, opening the door and waving his hand over his shoulder. His teammates awaited him downstairs in the dormitory. As the designated MT of the team, his companions were more than willing to wait. After completing his grooming, Chen Yu also departed from the dormitory. He had breakfast in the cafeteria and then packed provisions for the day before leaving the school, taking a vehicle towards the outskirts of the city. He returned once more to the novice leveling area from the previous day. The Long-Tooth Rabbit region was already bustling with activity. The awakening ceremonies at Jianyang High School did not occur simultaneously. They began with First High School. Other high schools would follow suit, taking the source pillar to establish their respective class transition formations. Over the course of a day, several students from various high schools had successfully transitioned. Around Jianyang City, there were only 3 novice leveling spots, and the area populated by level 1 monsters was quite limited. As the crowd grew, the available monsters dwindled. Some well-equipped teams, unable to tolerate the low efficiency of monster respawns, ventured into the level 23 area. Though they could defeat the monsters, their lack of coordination led to chaotic encounters. Chen Yu did not linger in the neutral monster area, instead moving directly deeper into the forest. As he passed through the small wild boar region, he observed Su Miaoyue leading a group in monster hunting. With precision, she initiated combat, drew aggro, and dealt damage seamlessly, dispatching a small wild boar in mere seconds. Her output was impressive. Chen Yu instinctively observed Su Miaoyue, noting that with a single skill, she could reduce the wild boar's health by about a third. The wild boar was notorious among novice monsters for its thick health pool, yet Su Miaoyue's damage output surpassed that of the rest of her team combined. Chapter 13. Almost unveiling the school bell secrets? The advantages of hidden professions primarily manifest in their passive abilities and skill multipliers. During the novice phase, the attribute growth of hidden professions mirrors that of ordinary professions, the ability to inflict damage significantly surpassing that of other classes. Even when attributes are similar in the early stages, is a testament to the prowess of the Sword Immortal class. However formidable Su Miaoyue might be, her capabilities were not without limits. Under equal levels, a Thornvine Whip could potentially obliterate dozens of Su Miaoyues. Of course, this would necessitate a Thornvine Whip cultivated within the Supreme Sacred Land, boasting explosive attributes. Yesterday, during the fight against the White Wolf boss, a level 2 Thornvine Whip exhibited agility and strength attributes exceeding 70 or 80 points, with constitution surpassing 100. The Thornvine Whips produced by ordinary plant masters were far less terrifying. Chen Yu utilized his detective glasses to cast a reconnaissance spell on Su Miaoyue. Name: Su Miaoyue. Profession: Sword Immortal. Hidden: Level 3. Attributes: Strength 25, Agility 20, Constitution 17, Spirit 13. Talent: Profession Passive: Sword Drawing Technique. Initial Understanding. Skills: Sword Chi Slash. Water Flow Severance. Impressive. Chen Yu marveled, not at Su Miaoyue herself, but rather at the detective glasses. The reconnaissance spell nearly unveiled all her secrets. Aside from her innate talent, Chen Yu had laid bare her entire attribute panel before him. Armed with this knowledge, he chose not to linger on Su Miaoyue any longer and continued onward. Sword Chi Slash. Su Miaoyue called out, swinging her sword. A crescent of white light shot forth towards the wild boar, finishing off its remaining health. All right, everyone take a breather, restore your stamina, and we shall continue shortly. With the monster slain, Su Miaoyue sheathed her sword. Call me when you need help. I'm exhausted. Why must I be the one taking the hits? Complained Knight Lu Pingping. I wish I could be like Ye, slicing through the realms with a single strike. Unfortunately, you're just destined to take hits. That's the life of a knight. The mage girl Li Yanran chuckled. Hey, look at that person. Isn't he a student from First High? He still in uniform. Where is he headed? Who? Su Miaoyue instinctively glanced in the direction Li Yanran pointed, recognizing a familiar silhouette. Ah, probably an alchemist or miner. Lu Pingping blurted, what business is it of yours? Alchemist? Miner? Su Miaoyue scrutinized closely, realizing that the figure was undoubtedly Chen Yu. Last night, he had returned from the high-level monster area, swiftly dispatching a wild boar. Was he heading to the next area to level up? Su Miaoyue pondered, perplexed. The forthcoming area was home to level 610 roe deer. Generally, novice plant masters lack the ability to eliminate monsters. Even if they managed to cultivate the first batch of combat plants, they could not contend with the roe deer. However, Chen Yu was different. He had already demonstrated extraordinary damage capabilities. Perhaps he could indeed handle the roe deer. I'm curious to see what secrets you possess. Was it merely talent? Or did he possess some extraordinary plant life? Intrigued, Su Miaoyue decided to pursue Chen Yu. Hey, yeah, where are you going? Lu Pingping shouted in confusion as she noticed Su Miaoyue abandon the team. Just a quick restroom break. You all continue for a bit. Su Miaoyue called back without looking. In the wild, where would you find a restroom? Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyue nearly stumbled, turning back in irritation. Can't I just handle it right here? Chen Yu's pace was not particularly swift, and soon Su Miaoyue caught up with him. However, she did not greet him but rather kept a distance, trailing behind. The roe deer region was dense with forested terrain, severely obstructing visibility and amplifying noise, leaving Chen Yu oblivious to the fact that he had acquired a shadow. Before long, a roe deer appeared within his line of sight. Was he about to make his move? For the first time following a handsome boy, Su Miaoyue felt a flutter of excitement, closely monitoring Chen Yu's every action. Chen Yu approached the roe deer step by step, and Su Miaoyue's heart raced with anticipation. After transitioning to plant master, one could designate a favored plant, which would then mature directly. Yet, novice plant masters were limited to ordinary plants for this purpose. The combat efficacy of the offspring of nurturing plants was inferior to that of long-toothed rabbits, rendering them incapable of confronting the roe deer. Among combat plants, only the striking vine possessed considerable damage potential, yet it too would struggle against a level 610 monster. Was he being supported by someone, provided with mature, high-quality plant life? Or could his talent allow plant life to exhibit enhanced combat abilities? As Su Miaoyue's curiosity burgeoned, Chen Yu finally arrived beside the roe deer and halted. At last, it begins. Su Miaoyue watched intently. However, Chen Yu merely reached out to stroke the roe deer's head before walking away. This little deer is too adorable. How could I harm it? The roe deer let out a comfortable sound in response. Su Miaoyue, I was ready for action, and you show me this? Seeing Chen Yu depart, Su Miaoyue, in resignation, stealthily followed him once more. As they traversed the roe deer region, Chen Yu did not launch a single attack. Ahead lies the very edge of a forested terrain. Beyond that, one enters the perilous domain of the wild wolves, creatures known for their propensity to attack adventurers. For individuals of their caliber, confronting these wolves is an insurmountable challenge. The moment one steps into that territory, unexpected calamities could befall them at any moment. Could it be that he is not here to level up at all? Perhaps he merely seeks to wander aimlessly, foraging for seeds and wild resources. A pang of disappointment surged within Su Miaoyue. Wait, where is he headed? To her astonishment, Chen Yu did not halt at the forest's edge. Rather, he boldly ventured into the prairie area. That zone is inhabited by level 11 and above adversaries that actively attack. Is he courting disaster? Panic gripped Su Miaoyue's heart. Although she had previously resented Chen Yu for usurping her position as the top student and was troubled by the gossips circulating about their relationship, she was, after all, merely a 16-year-old girl, a sheltered flower in an ivory tower, not a ruthless, seasoned professional adept at bloodshed. She could not bear to witness a fellow awakened student meet a gruesome end before her very eyes. How infuriating. As the top student, does he not comprehend the grave dangers posed by hostile creatures? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Miaoyue dashed from her concealed position behind a towering tree, sprinting towards Chen Yu. She dared not call out to him, for he had already entered the realm of the wild wolves, where several of these savage beasts were now roaming nearby. A loud outcry could easily provoke them into launching an assault on Chen Yu. However, fearing the embarrassment of being discovered trailing him, she kept a considerable distance. At least several dozen meters away. Even with all her might, she could not hope to reach him in time. As Su Miaoyue reached the edge of the forest, Chen Yu had already entered the aggro range of several wild wolves. A chilling howl pierced the air as 3 wolves lunged at him. In mere seconds, they closed the distance, preparing to pounce. It's over. Despair washed over Su Miaoyue as she shut her eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. Chapter 14, Striking with All Might, the 8th tier forbidden spell, Judgment Day. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muted thuds echoed. Her father had once told her that combat professionals dance daily on the precipice of life and death, teetering on the edge of a blade. She must acclimatize herself to the bloodshed and the inevitability of mortality. If she could not confront such scenes, how could she ever aspire to become a formidable warrior? To stand against those terrifying monsters? After a few agonizing seconds, Su Miaoyue cautiously opened her eyes a crack, glancing towards Chen Yu. Yet, the brutal scene she had envisioned did not unfold. Instead of Chen Yu lying on the ground, it was the lifeless bodies of the wild wolves that sprawled across the earth. Meanwhile, Chen Yu stood there, composed and unruffled, his attire untouched. Surrounding him were 4 humanoid beings, their arms entwined with slender, greenish vines. What is this? Su Miaoyue was taken aback. Are they plant life? But why do they resemble humanoids? Just then, another wild wolf charged at Chen Yu. He remained utterly still, and one of the humanoid beings raised its vine, striking fiercely at the wolf. Thwack! The vine lashed against the wolf's back with tremendous force, shattering its spine and folding the creature grotesquely. Simultaneously, it extinguished the wolf's life. Could it truly slay at least an 11-level beast in an instant? Su Miaoyue was left astounded. Soon, One of the humanoid creatures remained by Chen Yu's side, while the other three dispersed to clear the area. In no time, every wild wolf in sight had been eliminated with lethal efficiency. With the surroundings devoid of monsters, Chen Yu continued to advance, swiftly disappearing behind a small hill. He is astonishingly powerful. On only the second day after his job transfer, he can single-handedly dominate areas above level 10. Meanwhile, I, with my hidden profession, struggle even against small wild boars. What kind of genius am I? As Su Miaoyue gazed in the direction Chen Yu had departed, her thoughts were tumultuous. She couldn't help but wonder, are plant tamers truly this formidable? What species are those humanoid plant beings? Are they a product of innate talent? Or perhaps the result of external sponsorship? With her mind in disarray, Su Miaoyue dejectedly returned to the wild boar area, where her team was engaged in combat with a small boar, having already depleted 2/3 of its health. Yeah, you're finally back. Hurry up and attack. Lu Pingping exclaimed excitedly upon spotting Su Miaoyue. Blade of Wind. Su Miaoyue unleashed a skill, dispatching the small boar. However, after witnessing the ease with which the thorn vines had dispatched the wild wolves, her once proud damage output now felt somewhat shameful. Where have you been, Yaya? Lu Pingping inquired, wrapping her arms around Su Miaoyue's neck with a grin. We thought you might have been taken by a hidden monster. Su Miaoyue opened her friend panel, revealing a plethora of unread messages, nearly all from concerned teammates. It's nothing. I just got a bit lost, she replied with a smile, returning to the grind. Okay. Let us keep going. Under the protection of 4 thorn vines, Chen Yu traversed the wild wolf territory without a hitch. Ahead of the wild wolf area lay the domain of the level 15 black bears. While the experience from black bears was higher, their density was not as great as that of the wolves. Although the thorn vines continued to dispatch foes with a single strike, their efficiency did not surpass that of hunting wild wolves. Let us go for something bigger. Chen Yu opted not to linger in the black bear region, but pressed on. The higher the monster's level, the larger the territory they occupied. Not wishing to waste time on travel, he instructed 2 thorn vines to fashion a litter with their vines, carrying him forward. The agility of the thorn vines was nearly 20 times Chen Yu's, allowing them to traverse the terrain at remarkable speed. After more than an hour, Chen Yu reached the edge of the territory inhabited by level 51 werewolves. For both adventurers and monsters, every 50 levels marked a significant turning point. The power disparity between level 51 and level 50 was colossal. The low-level creatures of level 50 could no longer be dispatched with ease by the thorn vines. Whether he could contend with level 51 monsters remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Chen Yu did not envision the thorn vines as his primary offensive force. With a mere thought, the initial fire sprite, Xiaoyan, appeared, disheveled and clad in a wrinkled, fiery red dress. She plummeted from the air, having just awoken. Chen Yu quickly caught her in his hands. Master? Xiaoyan, nestled in his grasp, rubbed her sleepy eyes with her delicate, pale hands, gazing up at Chen Yu quizzically. Go forth, Xiaoyan, you shall be the one. Chen Yu tossed her into the air with one hand. Xiaoyan squeaked, momentarily wobbling before stabilizing her form. Chen Yu cast a plant enhancement upon her, declaring, Xiaoyan, unleash your full power and use the skill, Judgment Day. Oh yay, at your command, Master, Xiaoyan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she had longed to unleash her full potential. Fire elementalization. A blaze erupted from beneath Xiaoyan's feet, enveloping her entirely, transforming her from a petite beauty into a searing fireball the size of a volleyball. Fire elementalization. Entering an elemental state, immune to all physical damage and fire-based damage. Her own fire damage is amplified by 500. She then commenced chanting incantations. Fiery elements began to coalesce around her. 1 minute later, a crimson cloud materialized in the sky. 2 minutes later, countless red clouds began to spread. 3 minutes later, vibrant red flames burst forth, illuminating the earth. In the novice leveling area, one archer resting remarked to a nearby mage, Hey, look, the sky over there has turned red. Is it possible to see the evening glow in broad daylight? The magus was taken aback, exclaiming, No, wait. What is that overwhelming surge of magical energy over there? Even a novice like me can sense it. Magical energy? Surely. You cannot mean that is magic? A warrior approached, smiling. If it truly is magic, what level could it possibly be? At the very least, it must be a 7th tier grand spell. The magus pondered for a moment, gravely asserting, No, that simply cannot be right. Given the terrifying scope, it must be an 8th tier forbidden spell. Each time a practitioner changes their class, it is considered an elevation to a new tier. The first transition equates to the first tier, and the second transition to the second tier. At each tier, one may only learn skills corresponding to that level. Among the skills of a mage, 7th tier spells are referred to as grand spells, while those of 8th tier and above are classified as forbidden spells. You really are out of shape. The warrior scoffed, and forbidden spells? Why not claim it to be divine retribution? Divine retribution is a skill of priests. The magus only comprehends magic. The flames on the horizon grew more intense. Nearby novice practitioners instinctively halted their activities, gazing towards the direction of the fiery clouds. As seconds ticked by, the crimson clouds thickened, accompanied by an oppressive warmth, as if they bore the weight of a smelting furnace filled with boiling lead upon their backs. Chapter 15. The Power of Forbidden Spells, Frantic Leveling Up. In Jianyang City, at the Practitioner Association, President Su Jinghui was engaged in practicing calligraphy with a brush in hand. As a peak 5th-tier mutated practitioner and a level 299 ice crystal mage, he stood as the strongest in Jianyang City. Though he presided over the association, his daily responsibilities were few. Aside from painting and practicing writing, he would often venture out to observe the development of the Practitioner Association in Jianyang City. Recently, a momentous event had occurred in his family, leaving him unable to suppress his joy. He could only quell his elation through his calligraphy practice. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Su Jinghui raised his head, gazing in horror towards the distant horizon. From that direction, he felt a tumultuous and terrifying surge of magical energy. In the face of such magical force, he, a peak 5th-tier mage, felt as insignificant as a paper boat amidst raging waves, utterly powerless and on the verge of being torn apart. A forbidden spell. This is undoubtedly the magic of a forbidden spell. Su Jinghui's heart raced with trepidation. Forbidden spells could only be wielded by superlative practitioners of level 400 and above, and even the weakest among them possessed the capability to effortlessly annihilate a city. Why would there be a superlative practitioner casting a forbidden spell near Jianyang City? Moreover, one known for its destructive fire magic? Could it be that a powerful individual, for reasons unknown, aimed to obliterate the entirety of Jianyang City? It was no wonder Su Jinghui's thoughts spiraled. After all, there were no formidable entities in the vicinity of Jianyang City that warranted the use of a forbidden spell. Furthermore, there were no high-efficiency monster-slaying zones for those above level 400, compelling an 8th-tier practitioner to employ a forbidden spell for leveling. Thus, the question arose, what could possibly be the target of a forbidden spell so close to Jianyang City, if not the city itself? Ding ding ding. The communication screens in Su Jinghui's office flickered to life, one after another. Images of the city's authorities and powerful practitioners materialized upon the screens. Su Lao, what is happening over there? It appears to be a formidable surge of magical energy. Could you please ascertain the situation? Questioned a middle-aged man, gesturing towards the window with a perplexed expression. This man was the mayor of Jianyang City. Due to his long-standing administrative duties, his practitioner level was relatively low, just over level 100. Su Lao, what tier of magic do you think this could be? Why such a commotion? Inquired another with a grave tone. Indeed, Su Lao, you are the strongest practitioner in Jianyang City and a mage. Could you enlighten us as to what is transpiring? Gentlemen, there is no need for further inquiry. Su Jinghui replied, his expression solemn. I can assure you, that surge of magical energy is a forbidden spell. What? A forbidden spell? How could it possibly be a forbidden spell? What could exist around Jianyang City that warrants the attention of a forbidden spell caster? Surely, it is not aimed at us. Is it? Su Lao, what shall we do now? Can Jianyang City withstand the assault of a forbidden spell? Su Lao, please devise a plan. If the target of the forbidden spell is indeed Jianyang City, what are our options? Su Lao, speak. Whatever resources are required, we shall gather them at any cost. We implore you to take action. Gentlemen, you overestimate my capabilities, Su Jinghui replied with a bitter smile. That is a forbidden spell. A cataclysmic magic wielded by an 8th-tier superlative practitioner. In the face of a forbidden spell, what difference is there between me and an ant? If their target is truly us, we can do nothing but await our demise. Ladies and gentlemen, pray fervently that this powerful individual merely acted on a whim and does not intend to annihilate Jianyang City. With a series of claps, the communication screens extinguished one by one. The dignitaries and powerful practitioners of Jianyang City were left in a state of anxious anticipation, akin to condemned prisoners awaiting execution. If even Su Jinghui likened himself to an ant, what then of them? Were they mere dust or bacteria? They racked their minds, pondering any past transgressions against others, or if any of their family had offended someone, potentially incurring the wrath of a forbidden spellcaster. Yet, no matter how hard they strained their minds, they could not fathom how they had drawn the ire of such a formidable being. After all, the disparity in levels rendered any interaction nearly impossible. Although this realization left the powerful practitioners disheartened, it also provided them with a modicum of psychological solace. Perhaps the forbidden spell was not directed at Jianyang City after all. In the region of the ward, Chen Yu gazed skyward. The seemingly endless fiery clouds instilled a sense of dread within him. Following Chen Yu's command to exert all effort, Xiao Yin refrained from hastily casting the spell, instead continuously pushing herself to enhance its power. What could have been completed in 5 minutes had been stretched to 30 minutes. Only when she felt her mental energy nearing depletion did she cease her augmentation. Great primordial flame, heed my summons, and purge the world of evil. Judgment of the apocalypse. With a breath, a torrent of flames descended suddenly from the fiery clouds above, coalescing mid-air into a sea of fire that bore down upon the vast earth. The scorching flames seared the air, expanding into colossal whirlwinds. These fiery whirlwinds unleashed their boundless might upon the land. Mountains, forests, meadows, and marshes, all transformed into a sea of crimson wherever the flaming tempest passed. Countless vibrant lives were reduced to ashes before they could even emit a cry of despair. Trees turned to char, streams evaporated, lakes boiled, and the earth became akin to a massive ceramic vessel, baked into a gray-white shell. In this infernal realm of flames, the only individual unaffected was Chen Yu. As the primordial fire elemental, Xiaoyan held absolute dominion over her spells, ensuring that Chen Yu would not be harmed. Nevertheless, the overwhelming wind pressure, searing heat, and thinning oxygen made Chen Yu increasingly uncomfortable, compelling him to retreat into the sacred ground. In his mind, the sound of the heavenly Tao's notifications echoed incessantly. Defeated a level 53 Warg Scout. Experience gained, 106. Defeated a level 60 Warg Warrior. Experience gained, 120. Defeated a level 46 Savage Bear. Experience gained, 46. Defeated a level 62 Goblin Guard. Experience gained, 124. Defeated a level 75 Toxic Lizard. Experience gained, 150. Defeated a level 99 Young Wyvern. Experience gained, 198. Your slaughter has attracted the attention of the Warg Chieftain. They have resolved to pursue you across regions. Retreating to a neutral zone will end the enmity. Defeated the level 70 Regional Boss, Super Warg Chieftain. Experience gained, 140,000. Your massacre has caught the attention of the Savage Bear King, who has resolved to pursue you across regions. The enmity will cease upon your return to the neutral zone. Defeat the level 50 Regional Boss, Savage Bear King, and gain 100,000 experience points. Your slaughter has also alarmed the Goblin War Chief, who has decided to initiate a cross-territorial hunt against you. Likewise, the hatred will dissipate once you retreat to a neutral area. Defeat the level 80 boss, Goblin War Chief, and gain 160,000 experience points. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Chapter 16, Great Harvest. Whose handiwork is this forbidden existence? Countless monsters fell in an instant. Multiple regional bosses respawned, only to be transformed into experience points within mere seconds. Chen Yu was overwhelmed by the incessant barrage of notifications, compelling him to temporarily silence them. It was not until more than 2 hours later that the frequency of the celestial notifications began to wane. On the battle record panel, there were over 20 alerts concerning regional boss kills alone. The number of elite monsters and lesser creatures was incalculable. Chen Yu's level soared from 8 to 43. His own panel showed little change due to the absence of stat allocations. However, Xiaoyan's attributes exploded once more, and the Thorn's Vine Demoness stats became even more fearsome. Primordial Fire Sprite Xiaoyan. Rank, Legendary Myth. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength, 4700. Agility, 4700. Constitution, 4700. Spirit, 9400. Talent, Fire Elementalization. Enters an elemental state, rendering it immune to all physical damage and fire damage, while increasing its own fire damage by 500. Passive, Primordial Fire Sprite. Reduces fire skill consumption by 99 and enhances potency by 100. Skills, Blazing Heaven, Forbidden Spell. Judgment Day, Forbidden Spell. Meteor Fire Rain, Forbidden Spell. Flame Shield, Forbidden Spell. Thorn's Vine Demon. Rank, Epic. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength 1051, Agility 1125, Constitution 1300, Spirit 536. Skills, Forceful Strike LV1, Thorn Entanglement LV1, Thorn Shot LV1, Thorn Cut LV1. In addition to the growth in attributes, both the Primordial Sprite and the Thorn's Vine Demon acquired 2 new skills. Notably, the Thorn's Vine Demon's Thorn Shot is a ranged skill. Xiaoyan's Flame Shield serves as a defensive counterattack skill. Of course, even defensive skills are classified as forbidden spells. Possessing immense power, Chen Yu departed from the Supreme Holy Land with Xiaoyan. Just upon returning to the outside world, a wave of scorching heat accompanied by searing sparks surged forth. Xiaoyan quickly flew in front of Chen Yu, conjuring a thin barrier to disperse the wave. Is this what a forbidden spell feels like? Chen Yu gazed in astonishment at the endless expanse of charred earth surrounding him. Not only were the monsters obliterated, but even the terrain lay in ruins. The force of this forbidden spell likely rivaled that of a powerful nuclear weapon. The scorched earth, if left unattended, would take hundreds, if not thousands of years to give rise to life once more. Fortunately, in this digitized world, there exists a degree of stability. The damaged wilderness would automatically refresh and restore. Such a wide-ranging and potent forbidden spell shouldn't be cast so recklessly in the future, even if it must be used. Careful observation must precede it. Chen Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. It wasn't that he had become an environmentalist, but the uncontrollable nature of such power could lead to collateral damage. What if a prominent figure's descendant were out leveling up and fell victim to an unidentified area of effect attack? Would that figure not come after him in a fit of rage? On the scorched land, various colored lights flickered. These were the items dropped by monsters, and thus, Chen Yu's spoils of war. At this moment, the residual might of the forbidden spell had not yet fully dissipated, and scattered flames continued to flicker. The searing ground posed a significant fire damage risk to anyone who dared tread upon it. Had Chen Yu not been Xiaoyan's master, he likely would have succumbed to burns almost immediately upon contact. This was fortuitous. For the time being, few would dare enter, allowing him to collect his spoils in peace. Chen Yu approached a glimmering light and picked it up. Acquired 15 silver coins. Acquired the exquisite goblin long spear. Acquired 86 copper coins. Acquired the equipment, savage bear shoulder guard. After a full hour of diligent collection, Chen Yu had gathered spoils from a small area. Due to the vast area affected by Xiaoyan's forbidden spell, the range of item drops was extensive. As he collected, lights flickered from all directions, creating a spectacle. It must be said, this was indeed a delightful dilemma. While other adventurers lamented the low drop rates of monsters and their inability to earn a profit, Chen Yu found himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items. Struggling to gather them all. Alone, he would likely need an entire day to complete the task. Thus, he summoned 4 Thorn's Vine demons to assist in the collection. Each Thorn's Vine demon possessed 5 tendrils capable of extending and retracting at will, significantly enhancing their efficiency over Chen Yu. Meanwhile, Chen Yu proceeded directly toward the location of the regional boss's demise. Even if he stepped over some dropped items, he was reluctant to bend down to collect them. Among all the dropped items, the boss treasure chests were undoubtedly the most valuable and must be prioritized. In Jianyang City, the Adventurers Association, the city's elites and powerful individuals gathered around the association's president, Su Miaoyue. The crisis of the forbidden spell had passed, and Jianyang City remained unharmed, preserving their lives. Yet the terror brought forth by the forbidden spell lingered in their hearts, perhaps never to fade. The sensation of helplessness and the unpredictability of fate, where life and death hung in the balance, was utterly terrifying. Old Su, what are your thoughts on this matter? Inquired Zhou Wulian, vice president of the Jianyang City Adventurers Guild and a 5th-tier warrior. His power ranked among the top 10 in the city. What are my thoughts? I merely sit and observe. Su Miaoyue, trembling in fear, leaned back in his chair, still recovering from the shock. The might of magic could only be truly grasped by a magician. A forbidden spell had been unleashed almost directly in front of him. How could he not be frightened? When the spell erupted, he nearly believed he was doomed. Thankfully, the target of the forbidden spell was not Jianyang City, and everyone managed to keep their lives. Old Su, you are a high-tier mage. You have the most authority on matters concerning forbidden spells. Could you analyze what kind of magic this is? We might investigate to see whose prowess was on display. Indeed. Old Su, there are very few such spellcasters in our divine dragon empire, aren't there? Knowing who it is would help us understand the situation better. Our official Yinchuan province also has 2 forbidden existences, the mayor of Jianyang City interjected. If I report this, those 2 will surely intervene. But we need to know who it is so that our officials can communicate with them. Mayor Lu made a valid point. If that individual had any requests, they could engage in discussion. It was too alarming to have a forbidden spell cast in Jianyang City. Indeed, we cannot afford to ignore this. If that individual failed to achieve their goal, might they not return for another attempt? Our Jianyang City is small and cannot withstand such upheaval. Forgive me. I too was quite shaken. Su Miaoyue lamented with a bitter smile. We must ascertain what led to a forbidden mage casting a forbidden spell in Jianyang City. However, all I know for now is that the forbidden spell released was of the fire element. To determine its exact nature, I must observe closely. Without further ado, shall we? Su Lao, proceed? Is it not tantamount to courting death to go now? Su Miaoyue's expression twitched. After all, that is a forbidden spell. Its might has not yet fully dissipated. To venture there now, even a spark could extinguish our lives. What then shall we do? We shall wait. If it is not a continuous magic, I estimate that after a few more hours, it would be nearly safe to approach. Chapter 17. There must be something amiss between them. Chen Yu spent the better part of the day collecting the spoils. In the meantime, experience continued to flow and ceaselessly. This was due to the monsters respawning. Before he could thoroughly explore this world, he was vanquished by relentless fire damage. There were 23 treasure chests in total, with 8 being epic and 15 rare. As per tradition, Chen Yu summoned a small flame to open a chest. By the time all the chests were opened, Xiaoyan was so dazed that it appeared as if there were incense spiraling in its large eyes, along with the scattered drops from other monsters. He amassed a total of 580 gold coins, 15 epic equipment pieces, 53 rare equipment pieces, and an uncountable number of common equipment. Additionally, there were 9 skill books, 2 for mages, 5 for warriors, and 2 for archers. Although the haul was substantial, there was nothing that Chen Yu could utilize, and thus he resolved to sell everything for gold coins. He surmised that transforming this bounty into resources would allow the second primordial spirit on the world tree to emerge ahead of schedule. Just imagine the combat prowess of Xiaoyan. To have yet another primordial spirit like that. How delightful. After having served as cleaners for most of the day, the 4 thorn vines had now become Chen Yu's personal chariot, swiftly carrying him back to the low-level neutral monster area. The forbidden spell nearby Jianyang City sent shivers down the spines of the prominent figures. Yet it had no effect on the novice adventurers who were much closer to the incident. For them, it was merely a grand natural spectacle. the fiery clouds descended, and the fiery tornado ravaged the land, still several dozen kilometers away from them. At the moment of the incident, some curious onlookers had ventured to the edge of the neutral monster area to observe. However, once the most spectacular scenes had passed, the novice adventurers resumed their path of leveling up. As dusk approached, the deer in the forest remained undisturbed, enjoying their tranquil existence. In contrast, the area of wild boars was increasingly frequented by adventurers. As Chen Yu made his way, he encountered at least 3 teams engaged in combat with the wild boars. At the heart of the wild boar territory, there was a familiar team. Su Miaoyue had already reached level 5. Her damage output significantly increased. With just one skill and a bit of help from her teammates, she could slay a wild boar. This team had notably improved in both coordination and combat proficiency. However, compared to Chen Yu, they were worlds apart. Not even 10,000 Su Miaoyues could withstand a single forbidden spell from Shaoyan. The acquisition of the supreme talent indicated that Chen Yu had created a vast chasm between himself and his contemporaries. As levels increased and time passed, that chasm would only deepen. What a lonely invincibility. Chen Yu sighed and continued on his way back. Chen Yu, please wait a moment. Su Miaoyue spotted Chen Yu and hurriedly dispatched a sword chi to finish off a wild boar, quickly running to his side. Is there something you need? Chen Yu inquired. Turning to her. Well, Su Miaoyue, having witnessed Chen Yu single-handedly take down a wild wolf, was overwhelmed with curiosity about his combat prowess. Unable to follow him into the wild wolf area for fear of being discovered, she had only glimpsed a fraction of his abilities. She wished to inquire how strong he truly was, but could not directly ask without revealing her prior stalking. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, Chen Yu said, noticing Su Miaoyue's hesitance and her demeanor suggesting she had an unusual request. He quickly sidestepped her and proceeded onward. When someone displays such an expression, it typically indicates a request for assistance or a plea for financial aid, certainly not a good sign. Wait, Su Miaoyue quickly intercepted him again. Su, I still need to return for dinner, Chen Yu replied helplessly. Chen Yu, you're heading back to town, right? I'm also planning to return. So why don't we travel together? Su Miaoyue sought to establish a reason to engage Chen Yu in conversation, willing to overlook any awkwardness. Together? Chen Yu sensed that this girl had ulterior motives. All novice adventurers returning to town could have traveled together. Why single him out? Initially inclined to decline, Chen Yu suddenly recalled a skill book he had just acquired. Name, Autumn Water Sword Technique. Quality, rare. Requirements, swordsman, swordsman, sword hero, sword immortal, and other long sword professions. The Autumn Water Sword Technique required a long sword to unleash its potential. Such specialized skill books were quite niche, rarely appearing on the market. If listed in the trading market, it might take an eternity to sell at a high price, and selling it directly to the shop would yield a meager sum. To fetch a decent price, one must seek out someone in need of it. Su Miaoyue, being a sword immortal and hailing from a family of adventurers, surely had no shortage of funds. As a young lady, it was entirely normal for her to spend extravagantly. To make a profit, one must find such a generous patron, a major benefactor. As for the possibility of Su Miaoyue having ulterior motives, as long as he did not give her the opportunity to voice them, he would remain unscathed. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu decisively accepted Su Miaoyue's invitation. Then I shall thank you, Su. Wonderful. Su Miaoyue exclaimed with delight. Wonderful? What do you mean by that? Chen Yu noticed the eager expression on Su Miaoyue's face, a hint of suspicion surfacing. Was she perhaps interested in his notable attributes? We are all novice adventurers, focused on leveling up. Such thoughts are not welcome. Cough, it's nothing. I simply meant the weather is splendid, Su Miaoyue's smile faltered. In her heart, she harbored many questions regarding Chen Yu, such as the origins, levels, and grades of those 4 humanoid plant beings. Moreover, what kind of power did Chen Yu possess to single-handedly conquer the wild wolf area? Once curiosity is ignited in a person, it is difficult to quell the desire to explore further. This is especially true for the youthful and inquisitive. However, if her interest became too apparent, it could arouse Chen Yu's suspicion, an undesirable outcome. Indeed, the weather is quite agreeable. Chen Yu remained vigilant, reminding himself to secure his profits and not afford Su Miaoyue the chance to speak. Shall we depart now? Wait for me a moment. Su Miaoyue dashed back to her team, addressing them. Everyone, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. I have something to attend to, so I will be leaving. With that, amidst the astonished gazes of her teammates, she hurried back to Chen Yu's side, departing together. Lu Pingping stared in disbelief at the direction Su Miaoyue had gone. If I'm not mistaken, that person beside Yeye is Chen Yu, right? You are not mistaken. I think it is indeed Chen Yu. Surely. I cannot be wrong as well. Li Yanran replied, equally astonished. Could the previous rumor actually be true? Yeye and that Chen Yu, the two of them. Wait, didn't Yeye say that was just gossip? Moreover, she had been upset about it for quite some time. Could it be that Yeye has liked Chen Yu all along, but suppressed her feelings for the sake of her studies? Now that she has completed her class transition, has she finally let loose? What are you all talking about? A boy with a bow and arrow approached, frowning. How could Su Miaoyue possibly like that Chen Yu? What status does Su hold, and what is Chen Yu in comparison? Apart from excelling in liberal arts, what else is there to commend? It was impossible before the class transition, and even more so after. Student Su is indeed a concealed class, while Chen Yu is merely a gardener. A mere cultivator of cannon fodder. Hey, Lin Daonan, why do your words sound so sour? Lu Pingping chuckled as she playfully patted the shoulder of the bow-wielding youth. I'm merely stating the facts. Am I not right, everyone? Lin Daonan scanned his teammates. I believe that is indeed the case, remarked a young warrior bearing a large sword. I still think there is something going on between them. Hee. Li Yanran flashed a knowing smile. What could there possibly be? Absolutely not. Lin Daonan asserted emphatically. What does Chen Yu have that would attract Student Su? Does he possess anything? I see nothing. Well, he is handsome. Lu Pingping replied matter-of-factly. What else could there be? Did you not see Yaya's expression just now? She looked positively delighted. If she truly had no feelings, why would she go out of her way to find him? This might indeed indicate some underlying matter, Lin Daonan stammered, his face flushing. See, you also acknowledge it. There is indeed something between them. Lu Pingping proclaimed triumphantly. When I say something, I do not mean it in that way. Lin Daonan retorted angrily. Enough already. Why the gossip? Are we still grinding? If not, let us head back. I'm starving. The healer girl, Lu Zixin, looked at the arguing pair with exasperation. What more is there to grind? The main damage dealer has already left. I do not wish to face the monster's onslaught and gain little experience. Lu Pingping pouted as she began to pack her belongings. Observing this, the others in the party also started to prepare for their return. Chapter 18, Skill Book Acquisition, 3,000 gold coins received. Chen Yu followed Su Miaoyue and, after a short distance, traversed out of the leveling area. Beside the road, a yellow-brown off-road vehicle was parked. 3 fully equipped professionals stood beside it. Judging from their gear, they formed a team comprised of a warrior, a mage, and a priest. Uncle Lin, Uncle Zhao, Sister Qin. Su Miaoyue greeted the trio with a relaxed demeanor. Miss, may I ask who this is? The mage, Sister Qin, opened the car door, her gaze probing as she looked at Chen Yu. This is my classmate, Chen Yu. Su Miaoyue replied with a smile. He just happened to be on the way back to the city with me. Come on in, Chen Yu. Su Miaoyue beckoned to Chen Yu, patting the seat beside her. Chen Yu donned his detective glasses and cast a probing spell on Sister Qin. Name, Qinlan. Profession, mage. Level, 121. Attributes, Strength, 912. Agility, 893. Vitality, 925. Spirit, 2078. Talent. Skills. These 3 individuals are likely bodyguards sent by Su Miaoyue's family. As second-tier professionals, they are considered strong within the entire Jiangyang city. However, in Chen Yu's perspective, they were rather unremarkable and not worthy of much attention. Though her level is 121, her combat prowess is unlikely to surpass that of a level 43 Thornvine demon. If she were to face the original fire spirit Xiaoyan, she would undoubtedly be obliterated without a doubt. Get in already. What are you staring at, Sister Qin, for? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Su Miaoyue urged. Somewhat annoyed. Research indicates that frequently gazing upon beauty contributes to maintaining a joyful disposition and prolongs life. Chen Yu realized his actions might have been a bit forward, yet he felt no embarrassment. Instead, he adjusted his glasses and smiled. You certainly have a way with words, Chen Yu. Qinlan chuckled as well. No wonder he shares such a good rapport with the young lady. It's worth noting that this is the first time she invited a boy to join her in a vehicle. What an honor indeed. Chen Yu climbed in, taking a seat next to Su Miaoyue, while Qinlan entered from the opposite side. Throughout the journey, the priest in the driver's seat and the warrior in the passenger seat remained mostly silent. Chen Yu was waiting for the cooldown to release the probing spell on the 2 in the front. The priest was level 98, and the warrior was level 99. Significantly weaker than Qinlan. Combined, the 2 might not even be able to defeat a single Thornvine demon. Qinlan, seated across from Su Miaoyue, engaged in sporadic conversation with Chen Yu, though most of it was probing inquiries. Chen Yu, being a seasoned professional from his previous life, naturally did not divulge any useful information. Su Miaoyue frequently leaned towards Chen Yu, attempting to initiate a conversation. Yet Chen Yu consistently managed to steer the dialogue to a dead end, denying her any opportunity to elaborate. It was evident that Su Miaoyue found this quite taxing, her fair complexion flushing with embarrassment. Just before entering the city, Su Miaoyue suggested they sit down for a drink, and Chen Yu, eager to seize the opportunity to sell a skill book, readily agreed. Upon returning to Jiangyang City, the off-road vehicle halted beside a cafe. Su Miaoyue led Chen Yu into a private room, with Qinlan closely following, intentionally keeping a watchful eye on Chen Yu. Chen Yu harbored no ill feelings towards this. He did not request Qinlan to step aside. After all, he merely sought to sell a skill book, not to engage in clandestine dealings or an underground romance with Su Miaoyue. Chen Yu, would you like something to drink? Su Miaoyue offered the menu to him. Chen Yu perused it and noted that the cafe's prices were quite high, with most beverages costing over 5 silver coins. 5 silver coins, if saved, could sustain an ordinary student for an entire month. Anything is fine. I'm not particularly fond of coffee, Chen Yu replied as he returned the menu to Su Miaoyue. Very well, do you prefer tea or juice? Tea would be fine. Okay. Su Miaoyue placed the order, and the server quickly brought out the drinks. In addition to a cup of tea and 2 coffees, there was also a gigantic fruit sundae. Chen Yu, I've heard that leveling up as a gardener is quite arduous. Since you are also a gardener, is that true? Su Miaoyue asked as she took small spoonfuls of the sundae, glancing at Chen Yu. Whether other gardeners find it difficult or not, Chen Yu certainly did not. Su Miaoyue observed keenly, as Chen Yu stood still, hands empty, waiting for experience points to accumulate in the face of a pack of wild wolves. Her inquiry was merely an attempt to draw him out with conversation. It feels okay. It's tough if you say it is, and easy if you say it is. Chen Yu replied ambiguously, taking a small sip of his tea. Given Su Miaoyue's experience, trying to ensnare Chen Yu in conversation was bound to be futile. By the way, student Su, I have a question for you. Chen Yu seized the opportunity, cutting off Su Miaoyue's chance to lead the dialogue. Go ahead. Su Miaoyue nodded. Have you learned all your skills? Chen Yu inquired. Before the first job change, one could learn 5 professional skills. Upon transitioning, 2 would be acquired automatically, while the other 3 needed to be sought out through skill books. Chen Yu was well aware that Su Miaoyue's 3 skill slots were still vacant. However, he could not directly disclose that he had used a probing spell on her. No, Su Miaoyue shook her head. My profession is too unique. And I haven't yet found suitable skill books. There are plenty of ordinary skill books, but their utility is quite limited. By the way, why do you ask? Chen Yu remained silent and placed the autumn water sword technique on the table, displaying its attributes. A rare skill book for swordsman classes. Su Miaoyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you get this? How it came to be is not something I need to report to you. Chen Yu replied with a smile. I wonder if student Su is interested? Absolutely. Su Miaoyue exclaimed in delight. The quality of skill books can be classified as ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. The difference between rare and ordinary skills is immense. Su Miaoyue's concealed class, Sword Immortal, also falls under the warrior category and can learn general warrior skills like sweep and slash. However, these skills are essentially a pollution to the Sword Immortal class, wasting valuable skill slots. Yet, skills suitable for Sword Immortals are exceedingly rare, and finding even ordinary level ones is a challenge, let alone rare ones. Su Miaoyue originally intended to settle for learning a couple of generic status or passive skills if she could not find a suitable rare level skill. To her astonishment, her family had exhausted all efforts without locating an appropriate skill book, yet Chen Yu managed to produce one. Was this something he had acquired from his monster hunting today? Such extraordinary luck. Su Miaoyue felt a surge of astonishment. It is well known that the probability of ordinary monsters dropping skill books is exceedingly low, and for lower level monsters, the drop rate is shockingly meager. To find a skill book in the 1115 level Wild Wolf area in less than a day was akin to being favored by the heavens. Since you're interested, make me an offer, Chen Yu said, confident that Su Miaoyue understood the value of this skill book. The market price for rare skill books hovers around 1,000 gold coins. After a moment of contemplation, Su Miaoyue proposed, considering the additional value of this special skill book. I offer 3,000 gold coins for this autumn water sword technique. What do you think? As a descendant of a prestigious family of professionals, she was well aware of the market. However, her offered price far exceeded Chen Yu's anticipated value. Initially, Chen Yu believed that selling the skill book for 2,000 gold coins would be quite satisfactory. But now he was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 19. The more you draw, the darker it gets. The fruit matures. Though such skill books are rare, they do not command a high selling price due to low demand. Noticing Chen Yu's hesitation, Su Miaoyue continued, generally speaking, the autumn water sword technique could sell for 1,500 to 2,000 gold coins, and if time is of the essence, the price would be even lower. My offer of 3,000 is already generous given my personal needs. Alright, let's make the deal, Chen Yu readily agreed. 3,000 gold coins was indeed a fair price. It was nearly impossible to sell the skill book for a higher amount. I'll add you as a friend and transfer the money, Su Miaoyue stated. Sounds good. Chen Yu opened his friend panel, which was previously empty. After mutually adding each other, a name finally appeared. Notification. Your friend Su Miaoyue has initiated a trade request. Su Miaoyue placed 3,000 gold coins in the trading interface, while Chen Yu set the skill book on the table. Both clicked confirm, and the transaction was complete. Thank you, Chen Yu, Su Miaoyue exclaimed, immediately using the skill book. Upon reviewing the skill's effects, her face lit up with joy. No need to thank me. It's merely a mutually beneficial exchange, Chen Yu replied with a smile. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. As he stood to depart, Su Miaoyue suddenly called out, wait. She felt somewhat vexed. What an opportunity it was for a coffee chat that countless boys would yearn for. Yet Chen Yu seemed oblivious, only focused on the business at hand, ready to leave as soon as the transaction was settled. When had she, Su Miaoyue, the illustrious school beauty, lost even this small charm? What is it? Chen Yu turned to look at her. May I ask you a question? Su Miaoyue hesitated. Although she was annoyed by Chen Yu's demeanor, her curiosity about him gnawed at her. Go ahead. Chen Yu, feeling quite pleased with his profit, found Su Miaoyue increasingly endearing. Well, I wanted to ask. Su Miaoyue's cheeks flushed slightly. She wished to inquire about those humanoid plant creatures and Chen Yu's current strength level, but she struggled to find the right words. Should she admit to trailing him this morning and witnessing him slay a pack of wild wolves? Not only would that be embarrassing, but it might also provoke a negative reaction from someone powerful. Just say what you need to say, don't beat around the bush, Chen Yu urged. At that moment, his thoughts were already drifting to the trading market, eager to acquire resources to nurture his second primordial spirit. Were it not for the gold coins at stake, he would have left already. Just wanted to ask. Su Miaoyue's expression contorted as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. By the way, what do you think about the rumors circulating at school regarding us? Finding a topic to discuss between them proved challenging. What could there be to say? They are merely rumors, Chen Yu replied with an alertness. The nature of her question suggested an ulterior motive, and he sensed it was a classic case of the goddess trying to manipulate the infatuated suitor. While he was confident he wouldn't fall for such tricks, he certainly wouldn't give her the opportunity to continue. I understand you might be troubled by this, but I have no way to clarify it. The more one cares, the more they deny it, and the more others will think we have an illicit affair, wouldn't you agree? Besides, now that we have both advanced our classes, is it even worth concerning ourselves with? With the college entrance exams next month, after which we will all go our separate ways, can these rumors still affect you? With that, Chen Yu shook his head and exited the private room. Su Miaoyue bit her lip, staring at Chen Yu's departing figure, momentarily speechless. Was it truly the case that she held no allure for him? Despite her boldness in broaching such an ambiguous topic, he had deftly shut it down and even admonished her. Shouldn't the proper course of action involve two people blushing as they discussed sensitive topics, thereby creating an increasingly intimate atmosphere, before eventually sharing heartfelt confessions? In doing so, she could subtly express her inquiries. But Chen Yu, on the contrary, had quickly extinguished the conversation and left with an air of righteousness. Miss, don't stare, he's already gone. Qinlan sighed softly, adding, I think he's right. This isn't the time to dwell on such matters. As professionals, we can pursue romance, but it's certainly isn't the right moment. Who is thinking about romance? Su Miaoyue retorted, exasperated. Don't you think he is being unreasonable? Why should he treat me like this? I offered a high price for his item, hoping to chat. Yet I had to rack my brain for conversation starters. And then he just left, not even glancing back at me. Am I really that off-putting? Is he so eager to distance himself from me? I don't see any issue with him. Rather, your thoughts seem quite dangerous. Qinlan stated seriously. Not only do you want to pursue romance, but when he doesn't reciprocate, you want to chase after him? Su Miaoyue scoffed, a mix of irritation and amusement washing over her. Suddenly, she realized that Chen Yu was indeed right. Such matters could easily spiral out of control. It would be wiser to remain silent and allow the facts to speak for themselves. After bidding farewell to Su Miaoyue, Chen Yu hurried to the professionals trading center. He sold all his equipment, skill books, and items, earning over 6,000 gold coins. Coupled with the 3,000 he had gained from Su Miaoyue, he now possessed nearly 10,000 gold coins. In terms of purchasing power akin to that of Earth, this amounted to a fortune of 100 million. If Chen Yu desired a mundane existence, this sum would suffice for a lifetime of luxury. However, in this world where everyone was pursuing advancement, he harbored loftier aspirations, the pursuit of great power and endless life. After reserving 500 gold coins for contingencies, he converted the rest into resources, primarily unbound magic crystals for nurturing new primordial spirits, alongside various plant seeds, attribute magic crystals, and assorted potions. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Yu promptly locked his bedroom door and entered the sacred land. He absorbed a significant amount of ordinary equipment, resulting in a slight increase in the maturity of his primordial spirit, which now reached level 20. Chen Yu placed all the attribute-less magic crystals at the roots of the world tree. In an almost instantaneous moment, the crystals were entirely disintegrated, transforming into energy that infused the young fruits hanging from the tree's branches. The ripeness of the fruits began to surge dramatically. Soon, it reached 100, and the next fruit began to develop. When the ripeness of the second fruit hit 40, the energy was finally exhausted. Chen Yu then placed a box of wind attribute magic crystals beneath the world tree. The wind attribute crystals were swiftly absorbed. The fully matured fruit of the world tree gradually turned a vibrant shade of blue. Subsequently, as if ripe and ready to fall, a beautiful fruit the size of a pomelo, shimmering with a bluish luster, gently descended into Chen Yu's hands. Chapter 20. The Primordial Wind Sprite. Is the flame throne coming? The fruit split open, transforming into a flowing silk dress, revealing an adorable sprite with azure hair squatting in Chen Yu's palm. She covered her face with her hands, seemingly quite bashful. Chen Yu observed the sprite and opened her attribute panel. Primordial Wind Sprite, unnamed. Rank, Mythical. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength, 4700. Agility, 4700. Constitution, 4700. Spirit, 9400. Talent, Wind Elementalization. Enters elemental state. immune to all physical damage, immune to all wind damage, and increases own wind damage by 500. Passive, Primordial Wind Sprite. Wine skill usage cost reduced by 99, power increased by 100. Skills, Tornado Storm, Forbidden Spell. Thousand Wind Blades, Forbidden Spell. Words of Decay, Forbidden Spell. Endless Wind Pressure, Forbidden Spell. The template of the Primordial Wind Sprite was strikingly similar to that of the Fire Sprite. Aside from differing attributes and skills, everything else was identical. From now on, let us call you Xiaofeng. Chen Yu, grappling with naming difficulties, opted to name the sprite based on her attributes for convenience. On the attribute panel, the sprite's name was changed to Primordial Wind Sprite Xiaofeng. However, Xiaofeng remained motionless, seemingly unable to hear Chen Yu's words. Chen Yu patiently waited, refraining from interrupting her. Yet, a minute passed, and she remained still. 3 minutes went by with no change. After more than 10 minutes, he could not resist poking her head. The sprite lifted a hand to smooth her tousled hair, then withdrew her hand and continued to cover her face. Xiaoyan, who had been playing atop the world tree, flew down and perched on Chen Yu's shoulder, curiously examining this new companion. After a few more minutes, Xiaoyan could no longer bear the sight. She flitted to Chen Yu's hands, tugging at Xiaofeng's hair and forcibly lifting her up. Is that my master? Xiaofeng opened her eyes halfway, looking dazedly at Chen Yu. Can I see my master? Does this mean I have been born? Chen Yu replied, yes. You have indeed been born. How could you not know? Xiaoyan asked in astonishment. Oh, that is truly wonderful. Xiaofeng nodded vacantly, then flew to Chen Yu's shoulder. Staring blankly ahead, what are you sitting there for? Come and play with me. Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly, pulling Xiaofeng away. Chen Yu stood bewildered, watching as Xiaoyan played with Xiaofeng as if she were a doll. The remarkable part was that Xiaofeng complied throughout the entire ordeal, showing no signs of resistance, not even a flutter of her eyelids. Well, let them be. Chen Yu chose not to interfere with the two sprites and shifted his gaze to his garden. The 20 vines and 10 poison lilies he had planted last time had all evolved to the rare level. Judging by their condition, they would likely reach the epic level by tomorrow. This time, Chen Yu purchased 180 additional vines, 90 poison lilies, and 200 man-eating flowers. The man-eating flower is a common plant that can only be cultivated at level 30 and possesses formidable combat prowess. A mature man-eating flower can directly devour a monster, gradually draining its health until it is defeated. Ordinary planters particularly favor the man-eating flower during level grinding. Summoning a row of them allows one to take a bite and then retreat, waiting for experience to accumulate. Although the efficiency may be slower, it offers the advantage of leveling up without taking damage. After planting the seeds, Chen Yu opened his attribute panel. He was now level 43, possessing 420 free attribute points. He allocated the points evenly between Constitution and Spirit, achieving 225 points in Constitution and 230 points in Spirit. After distributing the points, Chen Yu felt his stamina and mental fortitude boundlessly replenished, prompting him to continuously unleash the growth acceleration skill to nurture the plants. Outside Jiangyang City, the president of the Adventurers Association, Su Jianhui, led a group of powerful individuals through the leveling zone. Eventually, they came upon a scorched expanse of land. The air was scorched and distorted, with bright sparks occasionally shooting up. At this moment, a brown bear appeared. Flames of orange and yellow erupted from its body. Within mere seconds, the bear howled in agony and collapsed. The formidable adventurers stared at the hellish scene, rendered speechless. This magical fluctuation, this spectacle, it could not be mistaken. It was the Judgment Day. After a prolonged silence, Su Jianhui finally spoke. My heavens, Judgment Day? Is it truly Judgment Day? Judgment Day? A young adventurer inquired. Is this spell well known? Don't you know? During the last national war instance, a forbidden entity from our Tunglong Empire unleashed the forbidden spell Judgment Day and obliterated the main city of the White Eagle Empire. The White Eagle Empire suffered tremendously. With a vast number of high-ranking adventurers perishing, they likely have yet to recover to this day. So, does this mean that this incident was orchestrated by that individual? The Flame Throne? Indeed. Who else could wield such a terrifying Judgment Day? But why would the Flame Throne cast Judgment Day in our desolate Jiangyang City? Don't tell me it's just for experience farming. Huh, perhaps they are merely bored and decided to roam about, recalling the youthful bravado of yesteryears? Maybe this is a show of strength? The mayor of Jiangyang, Lu, remarked with a frown. A show of strength? Mayor Lu, does the Flame Throne need to cast a forbidden spell just to establish dominance by taking a stroll? Could it be related to that matter? Su Jianhui pondered, a flash of insight hitting him. President Su, please don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. All right, I'll explain, Su Jianhui sighed. But I am merely relaying hearsay, so I cannot confirm anything. It is well known that the Flame Throne does not maintain a good relationship with our Frost-Cold Lord from Yunchuan Province. With the college entrance examinations approaching, our Tinglong University has fixed quotas in every province. Over in Kyoto, the new generation of rookie adventurers is teeming with talent, leading to fierce competition. A direct descendant of the Flame Throne happens to be participating in the entrance exams this year, but their prowess does not stand out among the Kyoto circles. To gain admission to Tunglong University, they must take the exams in another province. However, this doesn't add up, President Su, a fourth-tier warrior, interjected. Even if the Flame Throne's descendant is coming to our Yunchuan, there's no need to create such a ruckus, right? Can't we just negotiate? The problem is, our Frost Cold Lord also has a descendant taking the exams this year, Mayor Lu added with a wry smile. Oh, I understand now. The Flame Throne is warning the Frost Cold Lord that they are watching from Yunchuan province. Fair competition among the younger generation, right? Yet, what have we Jianyang City done to provoke them? Why are we being used to establish dominance? Precisely because it is a show of strength. They simply chose a small city at random. If they were to unleash Judgment Day at the Frost Cold Lord's doorstep, it would not be a show of strength, but an act of war. Bah! Why should our Yunchuan province's quotas be given to the wastrels of Kyoto? How shameless. Shut your mouth. That is a forbidden entity. Do you think you can just talk casually? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Chapter 21. The Fourth-Tier Planter, The Art of Command. On the following morning, Chen Yu awoke from his slumber, still enveloped in the remnants of dreams. Before he even opened his eyes, he sensed that he was cradling something. Without needing to ponder, he could surmise that it was undoubtedly a thornvine spirit. Upon opening his eyes, his assumption was confirmed. However, today's thornvine spirit exhibited a notable transformation compared to yesterday. While its form still resembled a tangle of vines, it was now adorned with a layer of skin, intricately woven from tendrils of white, akin in thickness to strands of hair. This new layer not only bestowed a softness and delicacy, but also an extraordinary resilience, offering remarkable defense. Its visage had also taken on distinct features, no longer appearing as nightmarish as it had the previous day. From a distance, it resembled a young human maiden. I believe you are on the verge of sentience, Chen Yu remarked, gently caressing the thornvine spirit's skin with an air of gravity. The creature opened its mouth, managing to produce a rather stiff smile. Well done. Keep up the good work, Chen Yu exclaimed, joyfully patting its head. The initial signs of intelligence indicated that another evolution was imminent. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng were frolicking at the roots of the world tree. Xiao Feng, appearing as if still in the throes of sleep, had half-closed eyes and remained as still as a puppet, allowing Xiao Yin to have her way. Xiao Yin gleefully tore off Xiao Feng's garments, fashioning a grass skirt from leaves, which she promptly draped over Xiao Feng, erupting into giggles. Xiao Yin, do not bully Xiao Feng, Chen Yu admonished as he approached and seized Xiao Yin. Upon seeing Chen Yu, Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. She stood and twirled gracefully before Chen Yu. Unfortunately, due to the subpar quality of the grass skirt crafted by Xiao Yin, it fell apart midair. Chen Yu observed with mild surprise that Xiao Feng's physique was unexpectedly pleasing. If proportionally enlarged, she would undoubtedly represent a pinnacle of fertility. Alas, she was far too small now, rendering any such aspirations utterly impractical. Resigned, Chen Yu picked up the remnants of her skirt and carefully dressed her. From now on, do not indiscriminately remove Xiao Feng's clothing, especially in public. It is absolutely forbidden, Chen Yu sternly warned Xiao Yin. Oh, understood, master, Xiao Yin replied, somewhat sulkily. Then furtively glanced up at Chen Yu. Rest assured, once you depart, I shall not bully Xiao Feng any further. Chen Yu couldn't help but grimace. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Amuse yourself for a while, he said, placing Xiao Feng into his pocket before exiting the sacred land. Xiao Yin watched, her face puffed up in indignation, her lips pursed in a pout. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Chen Yu emerged into the outside world, his phone rang urgently. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Principal Jiang Tianming, requesting his presence in the office that morning. His dormitory mates had already departed. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Chen Yu made his way to the principal's office. Inside, Jiang Tianming was engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon noticing Chen Yu's arrival, he beckoned him over. Chen Yu, come, have a seat. Following his instructions, Chen Yu settled onto the sofa. Jiang Tianming rose and joined him, inquiring, how is the plant cultivation progressing? I trust at least one of the punching vines has reached maturity? The situation is excellent, Chen Yu replied with a smile. Principal Jiang, did you summon me for a particular reason? Indeed, Jiang Tianming stated. I have a friend who is a fourth-tier planter and coincidentally is in Jianyang City for a few days. I took the liberty of inviting him here. Let us go meet him. He may have valuable insights to share with you. Thank you, Principal Jiang, Chen Yu expressed his gratitude. The profession of planter was already rare, and those who could rise to prominence were even scarcer. Jiang Tianming's willingness to bring in a fourth-tier planter for personal guidance was a considerable favor. Chen Yu followed Jiang Tianming to the reception room on the top floor of the office. There, a middle-aged man was leisurely sipping tea while tending to a potted plant. Ah, Lao Jiang, you've brought your prized disciple along? The man greeted with a smile upon rising. Chen Yu, allow me to introduce you to my friend, the fourth-tier planter, Zhou Bowen, Jiang Tianming said, making the introduction. Bowen, this is my student, Chen Yu, who is also a planter. He is a diligent and intelligent individual. Do keep an eye on him lest he learns your deepest secrets. Ha, Lao Jiang, if your student manages to unearth my hidden talents, that would be quite an achievement on his part, Zhou Bowen laughed heartily. Our profession is indeed scarce, and those willing to engage in battle are even fewer. All right, Lao Jiang, you may go about your business. I will take some time to get to know your student, Zhou Bowen said. Chen Yu, make sure to glean as much knowledge from old Zhou as you can. I invested considerable effort to bring him here. Jiang Tianming chuckled, giving Chen Yu a light pat on the shoulder. Then I shall gladly oblige, Chen Yu replied. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Zhou. With that, Principal Jiang Tianming exited, leaving Chen Yu alone with Zhou Bowen. Chen Yu, first, I have a question for you, Zhou Bowen began. Please, Teacher Zhou, go ahead, Chen Yu encouraged. Do you consider the role of a planter to be a life-oriented profession or a combat-oriented one? Zhou Bowen inquired. Certainly a combat-oriented profession, Chen Yu asserted confidently. Given your understanding, we can proceed with our discussion, Zhou Bowen responded. Currently, many planters perceive their vocation as life-oriented, operating in a manner consistent with that belief. In fact, a significant portion of planters have reduced themselves to agricultural laborers, working for large families and powerful factions. Is that truly the case? Chen Yu frowned, pondering. After all, planters are a mutated profession, are they not? Indeed, Zhou Bowen nodded. However, it is crucial to understand that the higher the level of the profession, the greater the risks involved. Many planters are reluctant to embrace those dangers. They utilize their passive planting space and basic skills to produce materials for the powerful, managing to live comfortably. Conversely, if they view themselves as combat professionals, they face risks without necessarily yielding greater rewards. Now, let us move on to the next question. How do you assess the combat power of planters compared to other mutated professions? Zhou Bowen continued. I would presume it to be inferior, Chen Yu replied uncertainly. In reality, not only do other mutated professions look down upon planters, but even ordinary combat professionals often regard them with disdain. However, since you've raised this point, it certainly merits further explanation, Zhou Bowen elaborated. Your viewpoint is not entirely incorrect. However, I must inform you that we planters exist within a profession that has an extremely high ceiling and a very low floor. Zhou Bowen explained. There are two factors that determine the upper limits of our profession. The first is plant cultivation, and the second is the art of command. The art of command? Chen Yu pondered, beginning to grasp the concept. Precisely, the art of command, Zhou Bowen affirmed with a nod. As planters, we can cultivate various categories of plants. Once these plants possess combat capabilities, we become akin to a small squad or even a full army. While our individual strength may not compare, our ability to command the plants we cultivate is our distinct advantage. For an ordinary planter, enhancing one's command skills directly correlates to improving one's combat power. Positioning the most suitable plant life in the correct placements, timely replacements, and minimizing casualties are our primary objectives. Chapter 22. The significance of mastering basic skills. Every formidable planter is a master of the art of command. Now, take a look at this video, Zhou Bowen said as he picked up a remote control, activating the projection screen in the reception room. The screen displayed a fierce battle, one side represented by a planter while the opposing side featured a warrior. The planter in this footage is my direct disciple, who enrolled in Yunchuan University last year. The footage depicts a scene where he engages in sparring with his classmates at the academy. His opponent is a mutated profession known as the Berserker. As he spoke, Zhou Bowen clicked to play the video. Chen Yu directed his gaze towards the screen. In the video, the Berserker brandished a double-bladed axe and charged swiftly towards the planter, exuding an aura of intimidation. The planter, however, remained unfazed, first conjuring a tree to elevate himself, thus standing at a considerable height. Subsequently, he released 2 toxic lilies atop the tree. As the pollen dispersed, the Berserker found himself afflicted with a detrimental status effect, experiencing a reduction in attributes. Undeterred, he swung his axe at the trunk of the tree, cleaving a significant gash into it. Judging by this damage, 2 more strikes would surely cause the tree to splinter. Yet, the planter maintained his composure, leaping from the edge of a branch just as the Berserker executed his second swing. In that instant, the tree abruptly vanished. The Berserker's powerful strike missed its mark, and he nearly stumbled. At that moment, the planter hurled a vine whip, striking the back of the Berserker's knee with considerable force. Already off balance, the Berserker fell to the ground. Immediately, over a dozen trance and 2 vine whips swarmed him, rendering him immobile. As the referee declared the planter the victor, the video concluded. What do you think? Zhou Bowen inquired. Impressive, Chen Yu nodded. The planter in the video is indeed formidable. He seizes opportunities, assesses his opponent, and summons plants with such finesse. Although he appears to win effortlessly, had it been someone else in his position, the Berserker would have emerged victorious with ease. If the battle had commenced with all the plant life unleashed at once, they would have been swiftly felled by the Berserker's axe. This exemplifies the art of command, Zhou Bowen articulated. Can you discern what kind of tree that was? Is that the fairy tree? Chen Yu recalled. The fairy tree is indeed the nurturing type plant seed given to him by Jiang Tianming. However, Chen Yu's fairy tree has ascended to the world tree, Zhou Bowen confirmed. Indeed, the fairy tree, Zhou Bowen replied. The essence of nurturing type plants is not solely confined to producing subordinate units within the planting space. When released at the right moment, they can also create opportunities for combat. Of course, this necessitates confidence in one's own command. Otherwise, should it be destroyed, the repercussions could be dire. Furthermore, observe this. Zhou Bowen rewound the video to the moment when the berserker swung at the fairy tree for the second time. At that moment, the planter grasped a branch of the fairy tree and jumped to the ground behind the berserker. This exemplified the strategic utilization of the planting space mechanism. Appropriately retracting plants not only mitigated damage but also caused the opponent to lose balance due to the sudden disappearance of their target. Mastery over the summoning and retraction of plant life is an essential lesson for combat-oriented planters. Naturally, achieving this requires sufficient confidence in ensuring the safety of one's own body. The Vine Whip's ambush solidified the victory, and it goes without saying that any combat professional would seize such an opportunity. Now, let us proceed to the next video. Zhou Bowen presented a total of 7 videos to Chen Yu, each showcasing remarkably intricate combat strategies employed by planters. Each explanation proved immensely beneficial to Chen Yu. Although he believed that, given his own capabilities, he could easily slaughter opponents by merely deploying a plant in such high-level battles. This did not hinder his absorption of the planter's combat philosophy. Regarding combat command, we shall leave it at that for today, Zhou Bowen said, taking a sip of tea to soothe his parched throat before continuing. Next, let us discuss plant cultivation. Any combat skills of a planter are fundamentally rooted in the plants they cultivate. We can nurture plants based on the configuration of ordinary professional teams, tank classes, melee attackers, ranged attackers, crowd control, debuffs, and so forth. During the novice phase, the variety of plant life one can cultivate is limited, but it is essential to have at least a few plants focused on attack, control, and debilitation. Speaking of plant cultivation, let us briefly touch upon our professional skills. Setting aside self-selected skills, which are a matter of personal fortune, there are 2 foundational skills that must be prioritized to reach their maximum level. Ideally, these skills should be leveled up before the first job transition, allowing one to directly possess advanced skills post-transition. Of course, this should not be forced. Delaying the job transition just to level skills would be counterproductive. Advanced skills? What are those? Chen Yu inquired eagerly. You are unaware. Zhou Bowen responded in surprise. Please enlighten me. Teacher Zhou, Chen Yu said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Oh, I must have overlooked that detail. High school students typically awaken a month before their college entrance examinations, and within such a short time frame, reaching level 20 is quite challenging, which is why the high school curriculum lacks related knowledge. You should be aware that when a skill is first learned, it is at level 1, correct? Yes. Chen Yu nodded. In simple terms, advanced skills can only be learned post-first job transition, and their effects far surpass those of foundational skills, Zhou Bowen explained. For novice professionals, every 5 levels gained increases the skill level cap by 1. Upon reaching level 45, one can attain a maximum skill level of 10. If the skills are maxed out at the time of job transition, then upon completion of the transition, the maxed foundational skills will automatically upgrade to level 1 advanced skills. Depending on the difficulty of the job transition task, one may receive at least 1 upgrade, or potentially all of them. However, if foundational skills are not maxed out, no upgrades can be obtained. After transitioning, professionals will only acquire 2 advanced skill slots. To gain more, one must rely on upgrading foundational skills. Therefore, every additional maxed foundational skill during the novice period significantly enhances your combat capability upon transitioning. I see now. Thank you. Teacher, I have learned much. Chen Yu exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He resolved to dedicate time to fully level his skills. After all, would it not be a missed opportunity to forego acquiring advanced skills? No need to thank me. Zhou Bowen shook his head. These topics are all covered in specialized courses at the university. Additionally, regarding our planters, there is one crucial point to prioritize. Always cultivate high-quality plants. The potential ceiling for a planter is intrinsically linked to the quality of their plants. If you possess a rare plant, you can effortlessly defeat similarly leveled mutated professionals. Should you acquire an epic plant, vanquishing hidden professions would be trivial. If you happen to possess a legendary plant, then all that I previously mentioned about command and synergy becomes irrelevant. Alas, I digress. Show me your best cultivated plant, and I shall provide you with some tailored advice based on the actual situation, which was the main purpose of Jiang bringing me here. Chapter 23. Why did the teacher run away? The best cultivated plant? Chen Yu immersed his consciousness into the supreme sacred soil, gazing upon the towering world tree. If this entity were to be unleashed, the entire vicinity would surely be obliterated in an instant. Additionally, there was the primordial sprite, still nestled quietly in his pocket. Utterly still. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan was idly tearing at the tender leaves of the world tree, playing with them while munching them down. Such beings must certainly remain hidden from view. Chen Yu then directed his attention to the area designated for ordinary plant cultivation, perhaps due to his diligent efforts. All the plants he had sown just the previous night had evolved to the rare tier. Furthermore, the vine whips and toxic lilies planted 2 days prior had already reached the epic tier. The plants sown yesterday had only just advanced and were visibly growing, making it inconvenient to present them. Thus, Chen Yu reluctantly chose to summon a thorny vine spirit he had cultivated 2 days ago. A humanoid figure, intricately woven from intertwining vines, materialized beside Chen Yu. Teacher Zhou, this is the finest plant life I have cultivated. Please assess it. Ah, this is... goodness. An epic tier plant life. The thorny vine spirit. Zhou Bowen was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing the situation, he was rendered speechless, unable to suppress a curse. Moreover, that physique, that degree of anthropomorphism. Both hands were perfectly formed from 5 exquisite tendrils. My heavens. Pray tell, how did you cultivate this? No. It's impossible to have nurtured a mature thorn vine demon in merely 2 days. Zhou Bowen clutched Chen Yu's hand tightly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ahem, Teacher Zhou. I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information, as it pertains to innate talent. Chen Yu coughed lightly, discreetly withdrawing his hand. My apologies, classmate Chen. I lost my composure. Zhou Bowen quickly regained his composure, awkwardly apologizing. Epic plant life is not only exceedingly rare in terms of seeds, but the cultivation process is also immensely arduous, which is why Zhou Bowen had specifically emphasized the importance of prioritizing high-quality cultivation. Chen Yu was merely a novice who had just transitioned into a new profession, even with a stroke of luck in acquiring the seed. It was inconceivable that he could cultivate a mature epic plant life. The only explanation for this phenomenon could be innate talent. In a world where everyone transitions into a profession, everything follows a discernible pattern. Only innate talent defies logic, akin to a game cheat. Extraordinary talents, such as 100-fold experience or attributes, or true damage, could elevate even a lifestyle profession to a pivotal role on the battlefield. Chen Yu's ability to facilitate the direct maturation and flawless growth of plant life was, in fact, not extraordinary at all. Talent is the trump card of practitioners. A closely guarded secret. Inquiries from outsiders are tantamount to declaring war. Although Chen Yu was considered Zhou Bowen's student, even between spouses, it would be unthinkable to pry into each other's talents. Well, classmate Chen, let us conclude today's discussion here. I have some matters to attend to, Zhou Bowen said. His complexion a mix of pale and ashen, before hastily departing. He simply could not bear to stay any longer. Not only had he pried into Chen Yu's talent, but he also felt shame, as he himself did not possess an epic plant life as perfect as the Thornvine Demon. As a renowned combat planter, Zhou Bowen owned 2 epic plant lives. However, their quality paled in comparison to Chen Yu's Thornvine Demon. With this, how could he possibly teach Chen Yu the art of cultivating plant life? Chen Yu helplessly retracted the Thornvine Demon, still brimming with unanswered questions. However, with Zhou Bowen having left, he could not possibly chase him down. Had he known, he would not have revealed the Thornvine Demon. After making a call to Jiang Tianming to explain the situation, Chen Yu departed from the school, heading towards the Practitioner Trading Center. The trading center housed specialized skill training facilities. Utilizing skills within the training grounds would not only reduce consumption, but also lessen cooldown times. The only downside was the associated costs. In the principal's office of a certain high school, Zhou Bowen entered with a sullen expression, lamenting. Where did you find such a prodigy? You could have at least given me a heads up, leaving me to lose face. Wait, what did my student do to you? Jiang Tianming asked, puzzled. You expect me to teach him how to cultivate plants, knowing full well it's just to provoke me? Zhou Bowen retorted indignantly. What do you mean by provoking you? Jiang Tianming was bewildered. Is it that my student's aptitude is lacking? That shouldn't be the case. He was always first in his grade. First in your grade? I wouldn't be surprised if he topped this year's college entrance examination in Yunchuan province. Zhou Bowen remarked, his face twitching. Top scholar? Jiang Tianming was taken aback. How can that be? You're a planter yourself. You know how difficult the novice phase can be. I wouldn't be shocked if he managed to get into a decent university, but a top scholar seems unlikely. Doesn't he it? Why unlikely? Just moments ago, he showcased a mature epic plant right before my eyes. Zhou Bowen glared at Jiang Tianming, and its quality was nearly perfect. I feel embarrassed to present my own too in his presence. Old Jiang, don't tell me you're unaware. You're not intentionally trying to embarrass me, are you? The thought of an experienced combat planter's carefully nurtured plant life being outshined by a novice left Zhou Bowen wishing he could vanish into a crevice. Perfect quality epic plant life? Jiang Tianming was dumbfounded. You can't be kidding me? You don't know? Zhou Bowen looked at Jiang Tianming incredulously. Wasn't that seed given to him by you? Where did it come from then? Didn't you say his parents had passed away, and his family was in dire straits? Jiang Tianming pondered for a moment, hesitating. Well, it wasn't so good before, but now, it's hard to say. Hey, old Jiang, don't keep me in suspense. What is the situation? Did that kid's parents come back to life and become super strong? Zhou Bowen asked with curiosity. You show me one that's come back to life, Jiang Tianming grimaced. What is going on is he has an older sister named Chen Yu, Jiang Tianming explained. Chen Yu, the top scholar from Yunchuan province last year. Zhou Bowen exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Jiang Tianming nodded. His sister got accepted into Tunglong University, but I'm not sure what her current situation is. You know Tunglong University well. It wouldn't surprise me if they even managed to procure legendary grade seeds. Zhou Bowen remarked. But how could she have the energy to take care of him while attending Tunglong University? Zhou Bowen questioned, astonished. Of course, she does, Jiang Tianming replied. Chen Emo sends money back every month for me to pass on to her brother. She occasionally finds the time to return as well. She can still come back to Yinchuan province while attending Tunglong University? Zhou Bowen was flabbergasted. This Chen sibling duo is truly remarkable. It's one thing for the younger brother to be impressive, but the sister surpasses him. Indeed, in 5 to 6 decades, or perhaps 20 to 30 years, our school's wall of fame is bound to have 2 more frames added. Chapter 24, Tenfold Reduction, Triple Recovery. The wealthy and generous young lady. At the Practitioner Association building in Jianyang City, the receptionist, with a sweet smile, graciously welcomed visitors. Chen Yu approached and said, I would like to rent a basic skill training room. Certainly, sir, please hold on for a moment. The receptionist tapped a few keys on her keyboard. Which tier of training room would you like to rent? Please introduce the options to me, Chen Yu requested. Of course, sir. We have 4 tiers of basic skill training rooms at the Practitioner Association. 1 star, 10 gold coins per day, shared by 5 people, with consumption and cooldown reduced by 40. 2 star, 20 gold coins per day, shared by 5 people, with consumption and cooldown reduced by 60. 3 star, 50 gold coins per day, shared by 5 people, with consumption and cooldown reduced by 80. All rooms provide a 100 accelerated recovery lounge, as well as dining services. Indeed, being a practitioner requires money at every turn. Chen Yu mused. The lowest tier skill training room costs 10 gold coins a day, equating to a staggering sum in terms of his previous life as currency. Those from slightly less affluent backgrounds would truly struggle to afford it. After some contemplation, Chen Yu decided to rent a 3-star skill training room. Given his rate of earning, there was no need to skimp in such places. Once the money ran out, he could simply find a spot to unleash a forbidden spell, and wealth would flow in abundantly. Chen Yu, you're here too. Just as Chen Yu was about to speak, he saw Su Miaoyue jogging over, her face beaming with delight as she greeted him. Yes, what a coincidence, Chen Yu replied, glancing at her with a polite smile before turning back to the receptionist. I would like to rent a 3-star skill training room. Please process it for me, starting with 1 day. That would be 50 gold coins. The receptionist responded with a radiant smile, presenting a POS machine. Wait a moment. Upon seeing Chen Yu prepare to swipe his card, Su Miaoyue reached out to press the card reader. Chen Yu looked at her in confusion. I happen to obtain a monthly VIP pass for the Practitioner Association's basic skill training room. The room is equipped with 3 training stations. And since I cannot possibly utilize them all alone, if you wouldn't mind. A VIP room? Chen Yu inquired with a questioning gaze directed at the receptionist. The 4th option is the VIP training room, where individual stations are not available for retail. The monthly pass is priced at 10,000 gold coins, the receptionist elucidated. The VIP training room offers a remarkable reduction in consumption and cooldown time by 90. Su Miaoyue winked at Chen Yu. Care to join me? I appreciate it. Chen Yu readily agreed. Why spend an additional 10,000 gold coins when I can enjoy this for free? He suddenly realized that Su Miaoyue was quite a charming girl. Indeed, affluent and generous. The VIP skills training room is located on the 50th floor of the Professional Association building, with direct access via the elevator. Upon following Su Miaoyue into the room, Chen Yu immediately received a notification from the system. Notification: you have entered the basic skills training room. When utilizing basic skills within this building, skill consumption is reduced by 90, cooldown time is reduced by 90, and natural recovery rate is increased by 200. Notification: releasing advanced skills or higher in this room will not benefit from reduced skill consumption or cooldown. However, the natural recovery rate will continue to increase as normal. Inside the room, there were shooting targets, wooden dummies, and various training apparatuses. Without hesitation, Su Miaoyue occupied the central training station and began unleashing her skills. A fierce blade of energy shot forth, striking the wooden dummy. Chen Yu, on the other hand, approached the training station to her left, summoning a Thornvine demon and casting a spell to enhance its growth and accelerate its development. The Thornvine demon displayed an expression of sheer delight. Its anthropomorphism reached an impressive level. Anyone unaware might assume it was experiencing something indescribable. Chen Yu's lips twitched as he chose to selectively ignore the demon's display and continued casting his spells. Over 10 minutes passed, and Su Miaoyue, panting heavily, ceased her actions, while Chen Yu persisted as if nothing were amiss. After consuming 2 bottles of recovery potions and resting briefly, Su Miaoyue resumed her training. Yet, when she found herself utterly exhausted again and took a break to recuperate, Chen Yu still showed no signs of halting. After several cycles of this routine, Su Miaoyue couldn't help but feel her eyelids twitch. How extensive could this person's blue bar be? Even with a 90 reduction in consumption, this seemed rather exaggerated. The plant master's rapid growth had no cooldown, and he had been continuously casting for such a long time without depleting his mental or physical energy. The subject of his spells piqued her curiosity. If one disregarded its hands and feet, she might almost mistake it for a human girl. Not only did it resemble one, but with each of Chen Yu's spell releases, that plant life even expressed a euphoric reaction, more exaggerated than in any film. Hey, Chen Yu, why not take a sip of water and rest for a moment? Su Miaoyue took the initiative to brew him a cup of tea. Thank you. Chen Yu paused his actions, accepting the teacup. After casting spells over 100 times, his stamina and mental energy were nearing depletion, and he indeed required a moment to recover. By the way, don't you need to level up? Why are you practicing skills so early? Chen Yu inquired, puzzled. New novice practitioners increased the skill level cap every 5 levels. Since Su Miaoyue was still under level 10, her skill level cap was only 2, which, logically speaking, rendered her training unnecessary. Reaching skill level 2 would not significantly enhance her efficiency in defeating monsters. Moreover, until she unlocked a better skill level cap, all the proficiency gained from casting skills would be wasted. With less than a month until the college entrance examination, time was of the essence. Such practice seemed rather wasteful. TSK, do you think I wish to stay cooped up? Su Miaoyue pouted. You don't know? Our Jiangyang city is under lockdown. Lockdown? Why? Chen Yu queried, confused. This was a world of universal class changes, where countless practitioners ventured outside daily to defeat monsters. How could a lockdown occur so casually? My grandfather said a forbidden powerhouse arrived near Jiangyang City and inexplicably asserted dominance. Fortunately, they did not attack us. Otherwise, the entire city would have been annihilated. Now, no one dares to go out, fearing that they might provoke the powerhouse again, and if caught in the crossfire, it would be a senseless death. Su Miaoyue's tone brimmed with helplessness. A forbidden powerhouse asserting dominance? Why? Chen Yu asked, intrigued. I don't know, Su Miaoyue replied. Perhaps someone provoked that individual? Is there anyone in Jiangyang City who could possibly provoke a forbidden powerhouse? Chen Yu's curiosity heightened. A forbidden powerhouse was someone above level 400. A super elite who had completed 8 class advancements. The strongest in Jiangyang City was only at 5 class advancements, making it impossible to be connected to or provoke such an entity. I have no idea, Su Miaoyue shook her head. But I've heard it has something to do with the younger generation. Younger generation? Chen Yu's eyelids flickered. Could it be that Xiao Yan's forbidden spell inadvertently harmed a descendant of a formidable figure, prompting them to seek vengeance? After casting the forbidden spell, this was his greatest concern. Now that the situation had emerged, he couldn't help but think extensively about it. Don't worry, Su Miaoyue reassured him. None of this concerns us. Naturally, stronger individuals will handle it. We just can't leave the city to level up for the next few days. Yes, Chen Yu nodded absently. Faced with such a forbidden entity, he knew he currently possessed no means to retaliate. The existence of Xiao Yan must remain concealed for the time being. Especially the Apocalypse Judgment spell, it should never be used unless in absolute desperation. Of course, sealing one Apocalypse Judgment would not diminish Xiao Yan's power, as she currently possessed 4 forbidden spells. Alas, I am still too weak. Just one forbidden powerhouse leaves me in trepidation. I must hasten to enhance my strength. Chapter 25. Evolution of Plant Life, Legendary Transformation. In the training room, Su Miaoyue's delicate exclamations echoed continuously. Chen Yu chose to remain silent and diligently labor on. It was only by evening that Su Miaoyue finally exited the skills training room. However, Chen Yu did not leave. He was reluctant to part with this auspicious location that allowed for rapid skill proficiency enhancement. Upon leaving, Su Miaoyue entrusted the usage rights of the training room to Chen Yu, permitting him to use it at any time. Outside the professional association building, Qin Lan awaited by the car. Su Miaoyue, blushing, swiftly hopped into the vehicle and pulled Qin Lan in with her. Miss, what's wrong? Is someone posing a threat to you? Qin Lan's expression grew serious, her gaze piercing like a dagger as it scanned the surroundings. No. Sister Qin, don't you have a plant master friend? Please help me inquire about the level of this plant life. Su Miaoyue excitedly presented her phone, revealing several high-definition images. The images depicted a strikingly beautiful girl with an alluring expression. However, she lacked hands and feet, with 5 thorny vines sprouting from her wrists and 2 thick roots extending from her feet. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the girl's skin was woven from fine white threads, not genuine human skin. These images were taken closely after obtaining Chen Yu's consent, a deliberate gesture on his part upon sensing Su Miaoyue's intent. As a plant master, her extraordinary strength would inevitably attract malicious scrutiny and greedy attention on her path to greatness. Gradually exposing trivial details could help mitigate external focus. Such a plant life exists? Qin Lan exclaimed in astonishment. She hurriedly forwarded the images to her plant master friend. Qin Lan, Miao, can you help me identify this image? The response was almost instantaneous. Jin Miao, Lan, where did you capture this? When did Jiangyang City acquire such a remarkable being? Qin Lan, is this type of plant life rare? Jin Miao, rare? That's an understatement. This is an epic level thorn vine demon. Jin Miao, let me put it this way. A single seed can fetch as much as 100,000 gold coins, and there's a scarcity of supply. Jin Miao, this is merely a seed. The effort and resources required to nurture it to maturity are incalculable. Jin Miao, moreover, the typical thorn vine spirit appears as follows. Image. Qin Lan clicked on the image, revealing a creature slightly over a meter tall, formed from entangled vines, with a barely discernible human shape. Qinlan, so what you're saying is, the thorn vine spirit I sent you is thriving? Zhen Miao thriving? It's beyond thriving, it's simply transcendent. Allow me to enlighten you. The more humanoid a plant life form appears, the higher its evolutionary tier. The one in your image is destined to ascend to legendary status without a doubt. Zhen Miao, do you comprehend the significance of a legendary plant life? A hidden class at the same tier would be utterly overwhelmed. It could easily guarantee a cultivator's 6th transition, and with proper nurturing, achieving the 7th transition would be feasible. Guaranteed 6th transition, potentially vying for the 7th. Qinlan's heart surged with tumultuous excitement. The strongest among us in Jianyang City has only reached the 5th transition. Sister Qin, what's the matter? Did you uncover something? Su Miaoyue hurriedly leaned in closer. Just take a look for yourself. Qinlan handed her phone to Su Miaoyue. Su Miaoyue hiss. A single plant life form possesses such terrifying power? Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had elapsed. Su Miaoyue had maxed out all her skills, but found herself with nothing to do, spending her days in the practice room battling against target dummies. Chen Yu had also immersed himself in the skill practice room, not even leaving to sleep. Through relentless effort, he finally maxed out the accelerated growth skill. Although the plant enhancement skill was hindered by cooldowns and remained at level 7, it had still seen significant progress. During these days, the plant life forms nurtured by Chen Yu flourished remarkably. Indeed, over 30 plant life forms had advanced to legendary status. Thorn Spirit. Rank, Legendary. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength, 2450. Agility, 2560. Constitution, 3050. Spirit, 1450. Skills, Thorn Entanglement, LV9. Ruthless Whip, LV9. Poison Spike Shot, LV9. Bountiful Bloom, LV9. Lily Spirit. Rank, Legendary. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength, 1350. Agility, 2050. Constitution, 2650. Spirit, 3860. Skills, Toxic Fragrance, LV9. Gentle Aura, LV9. Lethal Kiss, LV9. Death Embrace, LV9. Gluttony Spirit. Rank, Legendary. Level, 43. Attributes, Strength, 2730. Agility, 2160. Constitution, 4020. Spirit, 1370. Skills, Gluttony, LV9. Rapid Digestion, LV9. Corrosive Acid, LV9. Desire Trap, LV9. Any one of these legendary plant life forms could effortlessly dominate a 2nd transition mage like Qinlan. The crucial detail is that these plant life forms constituted Chen Yu's standard combat strength. Once seeds were procured and cultivated in the supreme sacred soil, they would naturally evolve to legendary status in no time. This brought to mind Zhou Bowen's words, as a cultivator of plants, one is akin to a formidable army. Persevere, focus on plant enhancement, and strive to reach full mastery swiftly. Although rapid growth had already reached its zenith, it could hasten the evolution of plant life. Focusing on a single plant, he pondered if he could potentially catalyze the emergence of a mythical tier. Chen Yu exited the supreme sacred soil, cradling a thorn spirit in his arms. The legendary thorn spirit now bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary young woman. She donned a vibrant, form-fitting gown of red petals. Her waist as slender as a willow, encircled by a crown of blood-red thorn flowers. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her lower back, and her fair skin exuded a warm, resilient glow, with delicate features radiating allure. Her fingers were slender and exquisite, resembling pale jade. The only imperfection was that her feet were still rooted in tendrils. If her photograph were to be shared online, it would undoubtedly provoke a frenzy among countless admirers. Chen Yu willingly played the pioneer, fulfilling the wishes of many. She emitted a rich floral fragrance, with a hint of sweetness upon tasting. Unfortunately, through meticulous exploration and observation, Chen Yu discovered that while her exterior resembled that of a human, her interior remained solid, similar in structure to that of the thorn vine spirit. This revelation hindered the realization of certain aspirations. Not only the thorn spirit, but also the lily spirit and gluttony spirit were similarly structured. The gluttony spirit possessed some chambers within, yet they were filled with corrosive acid capable of dissolving glass. Human contact was strictly forbidden. Chen Yu lowered his head, inhaling the fragrance of the thorn spirit, feeling instantly revitalized. That fellow must still be immersed in skill practice, right? If I don't remind him, he might even forget that the school is launching the Novice dungeon today. Su Miaoyue pushed open the door to the VIP skill practice room. Indeed, Chen Yu was there. However, the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. She saw Chen Yu cradling a stunning young woman clad in an alluring petal outfit, burying his face in her waist with an entranced demeanor. Su Miaoyue's expression darkened, and she coldly exclaimed, "Chen Yu, what on earth are you doing? You're here? What am I doing? Of course, I'm practicing skills. What else could I be doing?" Just as Chen Yu had unleashed a growth acceleration and plan enhancement skill, he was taken aback by Su Miaoyue's furious voice. However, recalling that girls often had their moods during certain days of the month, he found it understandable. "I kindly lent you the practice room, and you think you can just bring someone in?" Engaging in such shameless acts, Su Miaoyue exclaimed angrily. While fuming, She felt inexplicably a pang of sadness and pain. Bring someone in? When did I do that? Chen Yu surveyed the room, noting the absence of any other presence. Then turned to Su Miaoyue. Not at all. Is there anyone else here? Did you wake up too early this morning and not fully come to your senses? Huh. Denying it, are we? Su Miaoyue scoffed, pointing at the thorn spirit. Can you at least put her down while you speak? Chapter 26. Team up? Solo play. Are you referring to it? Chen Yu patted the thorn spirit in his arms, his mouth twitching in exasperation as he set her down on the ground. The thorn spirit's roots clung to the ground, maintaining a semi-reclined position in Chen Yu's embrace throughout the entire process, remaining as motionless as a statue. After all, the thorn spirit was still a plant life form. Instead of a brain, it housed vines, its cognitive abilities marginally superior to that of the thorn vine spirit, yet still vastly different from humans. Without necessity, they would not stir. The thorn spirit's rigid posture compelled Su Miaoyue to glance at her once more. Soon, she noticed the roots at her feet, a plant life form. Su Miaoyue was immediately taken aback. The remnants of her anger, heartache, and subtle jealousy evaporated without a trace. Reflecting on her earlier unreasonable outburst, Su Miaoyue felt so embarrassed she could almost dig a 3-room apartment with her toes. Did you think I brought in a girl for some romantic rendezvous? Chen Yu pointed at the thorn spirit. Young miss, you should know that I dream of casting skills every night. When would I have time for such things? Chen Yu understood Su Miaoyue's feelings. In his previous life on Earth, if he had lent his beloved car to a female friend, and she ended up bringing a random man to frolic in it, he would have been furious. Yet Su Miaoyue's line of thought seemed peculiar. She interacted with Chen Yu's plant life forms daily and was aware of his near-constant presence in the practice room. Yet upon seeing the thorn spirit, her first instinct was to assume it was a woman, quite absurd indeed. Though the thorn demon spirit underwent a transformation upon ascending to the legendary tier. Such a reaction seems rather excessive, does it not? This girl appears to be in quite a predicament, exhibiting signs of diminished intellect. The once scholarly and graceful demeanor of the campus belle has certainly taken a turn for the absurd. Under the slightly pitying gaze of Chen Yu, Su Miaoyue's delicate face flushed rapidly, resembling a steamed hairy crab. Ah, right, Su Miaoyue, have you managed to deal with that taboo powerhouse? Are we free to venture out for leveling now? Noticing Su Miaoyue's embarrassment, Chen Yu quickly shifted the subject. Continuing on would surely provoke the young lady's ire. There hasn't been any news these past few days. It appears they have departed, as many professionals have attempted to leave the city. Oh, by the way, do you remember what day it is today? As the conversation turned serious, Su Miaoyue swiftly dismissed her earlier awkwardness. A holiday? Or perhaps a commemorative celebration? Chen Yu couldn't recall anything particularly special about today, and thus tentatively inquired. Uft! Su Miaoyue could hardly contain her laughter, exclaiming, I see you are utterly oblivious. Today marks the opening of the Novice dungeon at school. If I hadn't reminded you, would you have even thought of attending? Indeed, the Novice dungeon. How could I have forgotten? Chen Yu smacked his forehead. In a world where everyone transitions careers, dungeons serve as the primary source of experience and gold. The vast majority of dungeons are controlled by various factions, families, corporations, guilds, schools, and official entities. Usually, one can gauge the strength of a faction by the number of dungeons it controls. Why is Jianyang No. 1 High School the best in Jianyang City? Because it possesses a total of 3 novice dungeons. Novice dungeons are those that can be entered by characters at level 150. Before the first career transition, one could reap considerable rewards within them. Each level range of professionals corresponds to specific dungeons. First-tier dungeons are for first transition characters at levels 51 to 100. And second-tier dungeons are for second transition characters at levels 101 to 150. Of course, there are also special dungeons that do not restrict levels, where rewards are entirely based on luck. When the young lady Su Miaoyue departs, she is naturally escorted by a car. Chen Yu also benefited from this, as it was his first time being driven directly to school. Upon arriving, the two returned to their respective classrooms. The novice dungeon is situated in the dungeon plaza, requiring teachers from each class to lead the way in. As Chen Yu entered the classroom, it appeared somewhat sparse. Those in life professions who do not engage in dungeons naturally do not attend. The number of combat professionals is quite limited, with only 6 or 7 present. The others merely glanced at Chen Yu before returning to their own activities. After taking his seat, Li Wei approached and knocked on Chen Yu's desk. Hey, old Chen, where have you been these past few days? Haven't seen you in the dorm. I've been living a blissful life cohabiting with the campus belle, Chen Yu replied, smacking his lips as if savoring something. He spent half of his day with Su Miaoyue, which certainly qualified as cohabitation. His skill proficiency was skyrocketing daily, and life was most delightful. Are you kidding? Does the campus belle even have eyes for you? Li Wei scoffed. As a roommate, Li Wei was well aware that there was nothing between Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue as rumored. By the way, I heard that one of our school's 3 novice dungeons has hidden content. Which dungeon? Chen Yu's interest was piqued. Guard the village, Li Wei replied. The dungeon task is to withstand 10 waves of goblin minions. Afterward, you can either conclude the dungeon or continue for another 10 waves of defense. Rumor has it that there are a total of 30 waves, And if you can hold out on a difficulty of hard or above, you might even earn skill points and free attribute points. Unfortunately, we can at most tackle it on easy mode, with rewards limited to experience and gold. Moreover, after the 10th wave, the strength of the monsters increases significantly. If one is not careful and meets their demise or fails the task, the rewards are halved, which would indeed be a grave loss. Guard the village? Got it. I'll choose that one. Chen Yu was just about to check the dungeon introduction to decide which one to enter when Li Wei's timely reminder came. Skill points can be used to directly enhance skill levels, bypassing the need for extensive practice and saving considerable time. Currently, Chen Yu had 3 skill slots available. Before his first transition, he planned to max out all skills, making it a perfect coincidence. Don't. Li Wei grimaced. Let us choose Apocalypse Survival instead. It has the highest overall profit among the 3 dungeons. Sure, but do your teammates even allow you to team up with me? Chen Yu chuckled. Hey, don't sell me short. I have some clout in the team, Li Wei replied with pride. We'll see, Chen Yu said noncommittally. Soloing a dungeon yields the greatest rewards. Bringing along Li Wei is fine, but he absolutely wouldn't entertain the idea of including Li Wei's teammates. Likewise, Li Wei's teammates wouldn't permit Chen Yu to freeload either. After chatting for about half an hour, the homeroom teacher, Lu Qing, entered the classroom, leading several novice professionals from the class to the dungeon plaza. The dungeon plaza is essentially a small indoor auditorium, covering about 2,000 square meters. In the center, 3 over 3 meter tall white light gates stood. In front of each gate, a teacher was registering participants. Old Chun, I've arranged to meet my teammates over there. So we're heading out, Li Wei began, but upon turning around, he found Chen Yu had already vanished. Li Wei, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for ages. At that moment, a warrior approached, casually draping an arm over Li Wei's shoulder and smiling. Soon, the remaining 4 novice professionals from Li Wei's team arrived. With the team assembled, they began discussing the dungeon strategy. For a time, Li Wei was too preoccupied to seek out Chen Yu. At this moment, most professionals had yet to form their teams, leaving the area in front of the dungeon teleportation gate relatively empty. Chen Yu approached the registration desk for the dungeon titled Guard the Village. Excuse me, could you please register me for the dungeon? Please provide the names and professions of the team leader and members, the registering teacher inquired. Team leader Chen Yu, profession, planter. No other team members. You're going to solo? The registering teacher raised her head in astonishment, staring at Chen Yu. Due to her surprise, her voice rose, drawing the attention of most novice professionals in the dungeon plaza. Chapter 27. The Dungeon of True Difficulty, the Authentic Punishment of Death. Someone is going to solo. No way. Who is that bold? Su Miaoyue? If anyone in our cohort could solo, it would indeed be her, wouldn't it? Are you blind? That person is clearly male. How could it possibly be Su Miaoyue? I can assure you, Su Miaoyue would never attempt to solo, a voice suddenly declared loudly. He was shouldering a longbow shimmering with blue light, clad in leather armor, and with a quiver of arrows on his back also gleaming in blue. 3 pieces of rare equipment. Everyone turned to look. I am Lin Dao Nan, Su Miaoyue's dedicated teammate, specializing in ranged damage. With that, Lin Dao Nan displayed a proud expression. Su Miaoyue's teammate? Impressive. No wonder he can wear 3 pieces of blue gear already. Everyone may not recognize me. Lin Dao Nan lowered his voice and pointed towards the dungeon teleportation gate. But the one claiming to solo is no ordinary player. No ordinary player? Who is it? Is there a second hidden profession in our school? A mage chimed in. Don't you remember our top student, that one with a mutated profession? Lin Dao Nan replied with a hint of mockery. The so-called formidable planter, needing to team up with others? So it's him. Quite a pity. His grades are commendable. Yet he chose to become a planter. A planter's botanical growth can indeed be formidable, but having only just transitioned a few days ago, he likely hasn't fully matured his first batch of plants, thus lacking any real combat power. Then how could he solo? Wouldn't it be better to find a team to blend in? Which team would be willing to let someone leech off them, thus incurring a loss of experience and rewards? Would you? Haha. Lin Dao Nan sneered. Do you really think he dares to attempt a solo run? I believe he is merely seeking to draw attention, desperately vying for sympathy, hoping some team might take him in. If he truly dares to step inside, I, Lin Dao Nan, will write my name backward. It's plain to see, but alas, in the realm of professionals, where is there room for such sympathy? Indeed, how many saints are there among us? Just wait and see. If no one stops him, let us watch how he meets his end, ranked first in his class. And yet this is all he can muster? Oblivious to the surrounding commotion, Chen Yu calmly addressed the registration teacher. Excuse me, may I proceed with the registration? Ahem. My dear student, I believe you ought to reconsider this matter with utmost caution. The teacher awkwardly coughed, attempting to dissuade him. No need, let us proceed with the registration. Chen Yu insisted. Very well then. The teacher, seeing Chen Yu's resolute determination, could only comply and processed his dungeon registration. Without hesitation, Chen Yu strode directly into the dungeon's portal. The moment Chen Yu vanished, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. He really went in? Solo? To dare challenge the dungeon? Could he possibly have some hidden ace up his sleeve? After all, he has always been top of his class. Perhaps he truly possesses some secret advantage. Hey, Lin Daonan. Or should I say, Lin Daonan, weren't you confident that Chen Yu wouldn't dare to go solo? How is it that he has now entered the dungeon alone? Upon hearing this, Lin Daonan's face darkened as he retorted, he is merely trapped by his own bravado, making such a ruckus, with no team to support him. Of course, he has no choice but to enter alone. Just watch. In a matter of minutes, he'll emerge in disgrace. Perhaps not even managing to defeat a single minor foe. I share your sentiment. It's quite pitiful, really. He is wasting a valuable opportunity for the sake of his pride. Someone lamented with a shake of their head. Dungeon name, Defend the Village. Level requirement, level 50 or below. Party limit, up to 8 players. Dungeon cooldown, 7 days. Hint, level compatibility confirmed. Party size compatible. Dungeon cooldown completed. Entering dungeon. Please select difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, real. Real. Chen Yu chose the highest difficulty without hesitation. Given the lengthy cooldown period of the dungeon, it was only prudent to select the most challenging setting to maximize potential rewards. As for whether he could conquer it, was he not familiar with the forbidden spells? Upon confirming the difficulty, the surrounding space rippled like water. Moments later, the scenery transformed entirely. Greetings, brave warrior. Welcome to our pioneer village. An elderly man, bearing the title of village chief above his head, approached Chen Yu. Recognizing him as the guiding NPC of the dungeon, Chen Yu inquired, Village chief. How may I assist you? Very well articulated, the village chief responded. Recently, Pioneer Village has been besieged by goblins, and our defenses are severely lacking. Might you lend us your strength to safeguard the village? Absolutely. Chen Yu nodded affirmatively. Hint, you have accepted the dungeon quest, Defend the Village. Quest objective, assist Pioneer Village in repelling 10 waves of goblin attacks. Completion will yield dungeon rewards. Failure or death will result in exiting the dungeon with halved rewards. Warning, due to your selection of real difficulty, the dungeon's protective mechanisms are disabled. Mechanism change. Death within the dungeon will result in true death. Failure of the quest will expel you from the dungeon and forfeit all rewards, and you will be permanently barred from re-entering this dungeon on real difficulty. Chen Yu was not taken aback by the warning. In the cultural studies class, there had been a segment dedicated solely to the intricacies of dungeon difficulty. The penalties associated with failing a dungeon on real difficulty were highlighted as crucial knowledge. After accepting the quest, the village chief bestowed upon Chen Yu a set of standard equipment. Pioneer Village leather armor. Quality, common white. Restrictions, none. Effect, health 100, defense 5. Description, quest item, wearable, but cannot be taken out of the dungeon. The set included a helmet, upper body gear, lower body gear, footwear, and a weapon, collectively resembling the attributes of a level 30 basic equipment. The absence of level restrictions allowed a novice practitioner to significantly enhance their combat capabilities upon donning the gear. Once equipped, Chen Yu ascended to the village wall. Although referred to as a wall, it was merely a modest earthen slope, less than 3 meters high. The inner side sloped gently for easy access, while the outer side was vertical for defense. Upon the wall stood several spearmen. Chen Yu cast a detection spell to reveal their attributes. Pioneer Village Warrior. Template, Minor Monster. Level, 20. Attributes, Strength 120, Agility 135, Stamina 120, Spirit 100. Skills, Stab LV3. Basic Spear Techniques, LV5. These spearmen were exceptional even among minor monsters, boasting attributes that exceeded those of typical foes of the same level by a significant margin. It was likely that even if practitioners were to slack off, these spearmen could withstand several waves of attacks. Pioneer Village was built against a mountain, featuring only one wall. Approximately 400 meters long, the village housed around 100 warriors, evenly distributed to adequately cover the entire wall. Suddenly, a horn sounded. Hearing the call, the Pioneer Village warriors hurriedly assembled from various corners of the village to take their positions atop the wall, ready for battle. Chen Yu gazed outward. A few hundred meters away lay a dense white fog. From within the mist, a horde of green-skinned, diminutive creatures emerged. Chapter 28, Blocking the Door to Farm Monsters. Triple experience. These creatures were wrinkled, tattered, and stood no taller than 1. For meters, wielding either wooden sticks or rusted and broken swords. Some were even missing limbs, crawling on the ground like abominable zombies. Clearly, they were the frail and sickly, hardly qualifying as even the lowest tier of minions. Chen Yu donned his detective goggles and cast a detection spell. Weak Goblin. Template, Minor Monster. Level, 10. Attributes, Strength 30, Agility 30, Stamina 32, Spirit 20. Skills, none. Indeed. A mere horde of cannon fodder. After a few minutes, the fog ceased to produce any more monsters. The first wave consisted of approximately 300 creatures. Given the vast disparity in attributes, even without Chen Yu's intervention, the Pioneer Village warriors could hold their ground without sustaining any casualties. However, the experience gained from the monsters slain by the warriors would not be credited to Chen Yu. Thus, Chen Yu summoned 100 thorn vines to guard beneath the wall. Approximately 10 minutes later, the goblins finally scurried to the base of the wall. The first goblin to arrive, perhaps due to poor eyesight, mistook the thorn vines for a human maiden. Salivating, it let out an excited screech before charging at the thorn vine, brandishing its crude weapon. Fortunately, the thorn vine did not comprehend the goblin's intentions and exhibited no anger. As the enemy approached, it raised its hand. One of its vine whips suddenly elongated to over 10 meters, crashing down upon the green-skinned creature. Lost in its delusions of assaulting a human maiden, the goblin had no time to react before its skull was shattered by the whip. You have slain a level 10 goblin, gaining 30 experience points. This experience multiplier is delightful. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled at the notification. In the outside world, defeating a typical level 10 wild monster would yield around 10 experience points. Yet, the experience from monsters within the dungeon was a staggering threefold. At the base of the wall, a horde of feeble goblins surged forward. The thorn vines extended all 5 of their tendrils, striking with a resounding whoosh. In an instant, countless green vines danced wildly like serpents. Chen Yu was bombarded with a flurry of notification sounds. You have slain an 11-level goblin, gaining 33 experience points. You have slain a level 10 goblin, gaining 30 experience points. You have slain a level 12 goblin, gaining 36 experience points. In less than a minute, hundreds of goblins lay scattered as incomplete corpses. On the way, a few limping goblins were struggling to crawl towards the walls of Vanguard Village. When they witnessed the main force being annihilated within 5 minutes, they were momentarily dumbfounded, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Chen Yu, noticing their predicament, compassionately made the decision for them. Mere seconds later, the thorn vine spirits rushed in, swiftly ending their painful existence with a few lashes. On the city walls, the defending warriors of Vanguard Village were initially taken aback, only to erupt into jubilant cheers shortly thereafter. Thus concluded the first wave of the assault. Lacking patience, Chen Yu commanded the thorn vine spirits to charge into the mist and engage in battle. However, as they reached the edge of the fog, they collided with an invisible barrier. It turned out that the mist marked the boundary of the dungeon, also serving as the spawn point for monsters. Reluctantly, Chen Yu ordered the thorn vines to retreat. Moments later, a notification chimed. Notification: you have repelled the first wave of goblin attacks. Contribution points, 10. Notification: due to your outstanding performance in the first wave, additional contribution points, 100. Notification: contribution points can be exchanged for resources in Vanguard Village, including equipment, potions, buildings, and special items, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Chen Yu opened the exchange list to inspect. A decrepit wooden arrow tower, fires an arrow every 5 seconds. Requires 10 contribution points. A brand new wooden arrow tower, fires an arrow every 3 seconds. Requires 20 contribution points. A dilapidated stone arrow tower, fires 3 arrows every 5 seconds. Requires 100 contribution points. A brand new stone arrow tower, upgraded stone walls, crossbows, and artillery. Elite Vanguard Village helmet, rare equipment, quest, requires 20 contribution points. Stamina potion, restores 100 stamina, requires 10 contribution points. Mental potion, restores 100 mental energy, requires 10 contribution points. So this is a tower defense dungeon? The correct process should involve defeating monsters to accumulate contribution points and upgrading the city's defenses. The better the defenses are established early on, the greater the rewards will be later. However, for Chen Yu, what do defenses matter? He promptly exchanged all his contribution points for stamina potions and mental potions. He then summoned Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng from the sacred soil, amusing them while simultaneously honing his professional skills. Half an hour later, the second wave of attacks commenced. This time, the goblins were still feeble and infirm, yet their numbers had swelled to over 1,000. With a single command, 100 thorn spirits charged forth. This time, the goblins had barely appeared and had yet to launch their assault when they were mercilessly reduced to a puddle of flesh by the countless vines raining down upon them. Notification: you have repelled the second wave of goblin attacks. Contribution points, 20. Notification: due to your outstanding performance in the second wave, additional contribution points, 200. Notification: contribution points can be exchanged for resources in Vanguard Village, including equipment, potions, buildings, and special items, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. After the second wave, the thorn spirits did not retreat, but instead blocked the monster spawn point's edge. The width of the spawn point was approximately 100 meters, completely packed with thorn spirits. Many vines had nowhere to go and were forced to retract. Another half hour passed before the third wave of attacks arrived. A single goblin had just emerged from the mist when several vines struck simultaneously, instantly tearing it apart. Killed level 16 goblin, experience points, 48. Killed level 20 goblin, experience points, 60. Killed level 17 goblin, experience points, 51. Chen Yu barely had time to use his detection skill, only able to glean their levels from the experience notifications. Minutes later, his experience bar grew slightly as the third wave concluded. Subsequently arrived the fourth, fifth, and sixth waves. By the time the 10th wave rolled in, the defending warriors of Vanguard Village had not seen even a single goblin. They were left bewildered, unsure of what to do atop the city walls. However, Due to the rules, they could neither charge out nor retreat. Some warriors, out of sheer boredom, began to sit in small groups on the ground to play cards. Chen Yu was intrigued and approached to observe, discovering a card game he had never seen before. Was this a programmed setting, or did they possess self-awareness? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yu concluded it must be the former. Their logic likely included a directive to engage in some form of entertainment when idle. Killed level 35 Goblin, experience points, 105. With the final kill notification, the 10th wave of attacks came to a complete end. Notification, you have repelled the 10th wave of Goblin attacks, contribution points, 100. Notification, due to your outstanding performance in the 10th wave, additional contribution points, 1000. Notification, contribution points can be exchanged for resources in Vanguard Village, including equipment, potions, buildings, and special items, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Notification, you have completed the first phase of the dungeon task. Do you wish to exit and settle the dungeon? Notification, due to your selection of true difficulty, the dungeon progress will be retained upon exit, and after the cooldown period, you may re-enter and inherit the current progress. No settlement. Chen Yu decisively chose to decline. Chapter 29. My merits. Why should I help you upgrade the city defense? In the dungeon square of Jiangyang No. 1 High School. As they watched Chen Yu disappear into the dungeon portal, a warrior and an archer released Li Wei. Why are you pulling me? Li Wei glared at his warrior teammate behind him. Li Wei, please don't be so willful, interjected the mage girl beside him. We know Chen Yu is your good friend, your buddy, but could you consider our feelings? Our team only has 6 members, right? The number limit for the school's novice dungeons is 8. Why can't we add one more? Li Wei surveyed his teammates. Yes, we are only 6, but this configuration is sufficient to clear the dungeon and obtain rewards. Adding another person wouldn't provide any additional benefits and would dilute our experience gain. Why should we add another? If you wanted to bring in a strong fighter, that would be one thing, but bringing in someone who would merely drag us down is meaningless. Li Wei, you need to understand. You are indeed the core of the team, but you do not have the authority to jeopardize our collective interests for your personal feelings. Li Wei fell silent. He felt a sense of estrangement from his teammates. Normally, they would shower him with praise and let him handle the dirty work during monster hunts. Yet the moment he proposed an idea that seemed detrimental to them, they united against him in an instant. It made sense. They were merely temporary allies. Why should they indulge him? Why should he be the one to absorb the hits? Li Wei chuckled bitterly at his self-deprecation. Near the dungeon portal. The time was 9:32. I dare say he won't be out before 9:40. Otherwise, I'll write my name backward. Lin down and declared resolutely as he rolled up his sleeve to check the time. No way. Lin down and P.S. entering a dungeon to defend a village. He won't have to fight a single monster in the first wave. Someone remarked sarcastically nearby. If you write your name backward, it'll just revert to the original. He won't be out for long. Lin Downon's face turned crimson. Who is going to die out? A melodious female voice chimed in. Lin Down and turned to see the crowd parting, revealing Su Miaoyue, clad in a set of blue and purple armor, gracefully approaching. Yeah, you're here. Lin Down and instantly broke into a broad smile. I was just talking about Chen Yu. He.s. a cultivator, daring to venture into the dungeon alone. Is he not courting death? He thinks being the first in age is impressive, but in reality, he.s. just to show off with a fragile ego. There are even rumors about him and you, utter nonsense. In this world, there are individuals who believe that unless they trample upon others, their nobility cannot be demonstrated. Yet, they fail to first take a moment to reflect upon their own worth. Lu Pingping emerged from the crowd, her smile devoid of warmth. What do you mean, Lu Pingping? What I express is merely the truth. Indeed, it is the truth. All right, let us cease the quarrel for now. Are you aware of the difficulty level he entered? Su Miaoyue inquired with curiosity. It should be simple, I suppose. Lin Down replied uncertainly. The difficulty of the dungeon is chosen after entry. Outsiders cannot observe it. Oh. Su Miaoyue nodded, entirely unperturbed by Chen Yu's solo venture into the dungeon. After misunderstanding Chen Yu in the skill practice room that morning, she had described the appearance of the thorny spirit and asked Qin Lan to inquire once more. The response she received was that the plant life in question was undoubtedly of legendary quality. Entering the dungeon with a legendary plant life in tow. It was not merely simple to solo the dungeon. Even breaching the ordinary and difficult levels would pose no challenge whatsoever. Isn't that so, Yaya? You too believe that Chen Yu is someone unaware of his own limitations? Lin Down remarked with a sycophantic grin, envisioning himself as a perfect portrayal of a court eunuch. I believe it is you who are oblivious to your own insignificance. Su Miaoyue retorted coldly, adding, and, Lin Down, please address me by my full name. Lin Downon's face turned a deep shade of crimson, filled with indignation. What is so commendable about that Chen Yu? Why do you defend him? He is merely a planter. Destined for obscurity. Heh, Su Miaoyue scoffed. How about we place a bet? On what? I wager he will successfully clear the dungeon. If you lose, you must apologize to him in person. If I lose, I shall pay you 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. Lin Down gasped, his breath quickening. Very well, I accept your wager. Though his family was not impoverished, 10,000 gold coins was no trivial sum for him. As for losing, that was something he had never considered. A newly transitioned planter, capable of clearing a beginner's dungeon, he would write Lin Daonan's name backwards. Within the dungeon, piles of goblin corpses accumulated at the monster spawn point. The thorny spirits reveled in their feast, gorging on the essence of flesh and blood. Chen Yu observed in astonishment, realizing that monster corpses could indeed serve as fertilizer for plant life. Notification: you have chosen not to conclude the session. Mission evaluation will accumulate upon conclusion. Notification: you have received a mission. Guard the village Phase 2. Withstand 10 waves of goblin attacks, ensuring the pioneer village remains unbreached by monsters. At some point, the old village chief ascended the city wall and addressed Chen Yu. Honored warrior, we thank you for protecting the pioneer village. To express our gratitude, the advanced armory of the pioneer village is now open to you. Notification: you have gained advanced exchange privileges for pioneer village merit. Upon examining the exchange list, Chen Yu discovered that all items had advanced one level from the previous list. The arrow tower had an upgraded version, the iron arrow tower, and a new building. The cannon tower had been added. New equipment available for exchange included the Pioneer Village Warriors set, which, like the Elite set, was of rare quality but possessed significantly superior attributes, comparable to level 50 rare equipment. Chen Yu continued to exchange for a plethora of high-grade stamina and mental potions before practicing his skills. With the additional fertilizer, the growth rate of the thorny spirits was further enhanced. Warrior, the enemy's onslaught will intensify. You may wish to upgrade the city defenses to prepare. The old village chief remarked, noticing that Chen Yu had not proceeded with further exchanges, and the defenses of Pioneer Village remained at their initial level. This is your Pioneer Village's defense, not mine. Why should I expend merit to upgrade it for you? Can't you upgrade it with your own materials? Chen Yu countered. The old village chief was rendered speechless. Perhaps he had never encountered such a question before, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Disregarding the old chief, Chen Yu continued to tend to the unresponsive initial spirit, Xiaofeng, while simultaneously unleashing skills upon the well-fed thorny spirits. The interval between the 10th and 11th waves was notably lengthy. After a full 2 hours, new green-skinned goblins emerged from the mist. Chapter 30, the end of 20 waves. Reinforcements arrive. Ladies, it's time to receive guests. Chen Yu summoned an additional 100 thorny spirits from the sacred soil, directing them to charge into battle. Since they were all his own creations, he could not show favoritism. The already satiated group clustered around Chen Yu, eager to receive blessings. The newly summoned thorny spirits were of even higher quality than the previous batch, including over a dozen legendary thorny spirits. The 11th wave of enemies consisted of level 35 green-skinned goblins, whose attributes remained dismal, inferior even to the warriors of Pioneer Village. Faced with thorny spirits whose attributes were measured in the thousands, the goblins fell in a rhythmic manner. Upon emerging from the mist, those who managed to take a couple of steps were considered fortunate. Most were severed before even fully emerging, their upper halves obliterated. Others barely extended a hand or head before being yanked back by eager vines, their remains unceremoniously arranged upon the banquet table of the thorny spirits. Minutes later, the assault concluded. The thorny spirits stood ready, anticipating the arrival of the next wave of their feast. Chen Yu had scarcely glimpsed the creatures, but from the experience notifications, he noted several distinct entries. Killed a level 30 elite goblin warrior, gained 300 experience. Killed a level 31 elite goblin assassin, gained 310 experience. Killed a level 30 elite goblin priest, gained 300 experience. Among this wave of goblins, 8 elite monsters had infiltrated. Judging by their names, they formed a cohesive team of professionals. The standard attributes for ordinary level 30 elite monsters range from 170 to 180. Considering the goblin race's inflated statistics, their actual attributes likely exceeded those of the Pioneer Village warriors by only a slight margin. With such attributes, coupled with a horde of monsters, annihilating Pioneer Village would be a simple task. According to Chen Yu's estimations, the warriors atop the Pioneer Village walls could withstand approximately 2 waves of attacks independently. By the 3rd wave, breaches would likely occur, and casualties would ensue by the 4th wave. Should players exert no effort, by the 5th wave, numerous monsters would slip through, and military losses would exceed half. The 6th wave would almost certainly result in total annihilation, though attributes were overwhelmingly in favor of the monsters. The Pioneer Village warriors numbered only 100, while the monsters could be counted in the thousands. By the 11th wave, without assistance from defenses or professionals, it was expected that each wave could easily obliterate the Pioneer Village. The strength of the monsters was formidable. It could be said that even summoning 8 well-coordinated level 50 hidden professionals would render the 11th wave a significant challenge. However, facing over 100 ravenous monsters with substantial attributes, the elite of the 11th wave might not differ greatly from the weakened remnants of the 1st wave. After waiting for half an hour and engaging in a 5-minute monster spawn cycle, this pattern continued. By the 15th wave, Chen Yu summoned the thorny spirits blocking the door and replaced them with 100 hunterflower spirits and 100 lilyflower spirits to continue the blockade. The hunter flower spirit, an epic evolution of the man-eating flower, displayed a higher degree of humanoid resemblance than the thorny spirits, appearing as a delicate, innocent little girl. Even their hands, feet, and hair retained human form. Yet, upon the approach of prey within their attack range, they could swiftly unleash enormous man-eating flowers from any part of their being, devouring the unsuspecting victim. A single hunter flower spirit could simultaneously extend up to 10 man-eating flowers. The legendary evolution of the hunter flower spirit, the gluttonous spirit, was even more terrifying, capable of consuming 20 victims at once. In an instant, the monster spawn point was enveloped in a mist, blooming with vibrant flowers. A few excessively greedy gluttonous spirits even positioned their man-eating flowers against the air wall, remaining motionless as they awaited the monsters to walk into their trap. The lily flower spirits possess feeble melee capabilities, rendering them incapable of breaching the front line. They can only crouch in the back line, watching longingly, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it. Fortunately, the wave of monsters continues to swell, overwhelming the hunter flower spirits, and the corpses of the defeated creatures begin to accumulate, granting the unfortunate lilies a rare opportunity to absorb nutrients. By the 20th wave, the minor foes have escalated to level 45 to 50 ordinary goblins. The number of elite squads has burgeoned to 10, each now at level 50. Alas, it is of no avail. Chen Yu still fails to catch sight of any monsters. Notice, you have repelled the 20th wave of goblin attacks, earning 200 contribution points. Notice, due to your outstanding performance in the 20th wave, you have gained an additional 2,000 contribution points. Notice, contribution points can be exchanged for supplies in Vanguard Village, including equipment, potions, buildings, and special items, cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Notice, you have completed the second phase of the dungeon quest. Would you like to exit and finalize the dungeon settlement? Notice, since you have chosen the realistic difficulty, your progress will be retained upon exit, and after the cooldown period, you may re-enter, inheriting your current progress. Declining the settlement. Notice, you have opted not to finalize the settlement. The task rating will accumulate at the time of settlement. Notice, you have received a task. Guard the village Phase 3, withstand 10 waves of goblin attacks, ensuring Vanguard Village remains unbreached by monsters. Judging by the interval between the 10th and 11th waves, the next onslaught may require a wait of over 2 hours. The monster corpses have been thoroughly consumed by the hunter flower spirits and the lilies. Chen Yu summoned the well-fed plant beings back, administering rapid growth to each, and subsequently returning them to the supreme holy land. Only a few newly evolved thorn spirits were left behind to serve as targets for skill release. The true catalyst for the evolution of plant life lies in the characteristics of the supreme holy land and the effects of the tree of life. The monster corpses and rapid growth skills merely serve as supplementary fertilizer. As anticipated, upon returning to the supreme holy land, several plant beings achieved promotion, attaining legendary status. Brave warrior, thank you for saving Vanguard Village. After a prolonged period of rebooting, the old village chief resurfaced. As a token of gratitude, I have secured for you the military supply exchange qualification from Tut City. The situation in Vanguard Village has reached Tut City, and reinforcements and supply officers will arrive shortly. So there are reinforcements? Chen Yu nodded, finding this reasonable. The intensity of the monsters in the 20th wave, even with 8 fully equipped hidden class players, could hardly withstand the onslaught. By the 21st wave, it would be futile, an absolute disaster. Consequently, the significance of the third phase dungeon task diminished. If no one could fight, then what purpose did it serve? However, the presence of reinforcements could provide clarity. Approximately 3 minutes later, Chen Yu heard the sound of chaotic hoofbeats. In the narrow valley behind Vanguard Village, a cavalry unit galloped into view. Their steeds were remarkably majestic, and both horse and rider donned armor, exuding an air of formidable prowess. The cavalry leader wielded a heavy sword, his battle armor shimmering with a purple glow. Such efficiency is remarkable. Chen Yu discreetly gave a thumbs up and approached alongside the village chief. His merit points had accumulated to 15,000, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the supply officer from Tut City to see what fine goods were available. Chapter 31. The commander of the reinforcements turns out to be a traitor? Elite Heavy Cavalry of Tut City. Template, Elite. Level, 30. Attributes, Strength, 310, Agility, 230, Constitution, 350. Spirit, 200. Skills, Fearless Charge, LV5, Piercing, LV5. Heavy Cavalry Commander Cast. Template, Boss. Level, 40. Attributes, Strength, 1250, Agility, 830, Constitution, 1300, Spirit, 600. Skills. Is this not overly powerful? Upon discovering the attributes of the reinforcements, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Vanguard Village camp now had an additional 200 level 30 elite monsters and 1 level 40 boss. Given the previous wave's escalation in monster strength, this batch of reinforcements could very well defend Vanguard Village on their own. Of course, there was also the possibility that the combat power of the Goblin faction would dramatically increase after the 21st wave. Alternatively, this group of reinforcements might encounter issues, such as being diverted mid-journey, the commander making erroneous decisions, or some insiders turning traitor? Who is the village chief of Vanguard Village? Commander Cast rode into the village, calling out loudly, I am. The old village chief hurriedly scurried over to the silver-armored steed, bowing and responding. From now on, I shall take command of the defenses of Vanguard Village. Do you have any objections? Cast said with a cold demeanor. Certainly. From this moment, you are the supreme commander of Vanguard Village, General. The old village chief smiled obsequiously, the wrinkles on his face crinkling like a blooming chrysanthemum. I have heard that Vanguard Village has recruited a group of outsiders. Where are they? Cast inquired. General, please wait a moment. I will summon him now. The old village chief turned and approached Chen Yu, who stood aside observing the scene, saying, Brave warrior, please follow me. Chen Yu complied, following the village chief to stand before the cavalry commander. You are the warriors assisting the Empire in guarding Vanguard Village. Excellent. On behalf of the Empire, I extend my gratitude to you. Cast's piercing gaze swept over Chen Yu. Upon noticing the thorned spirits behind him, a flicker of greed and malice ignited in his eyes. Chen Yu found himself intrigued. He had been observing Cast closely, and the change in his expression did not escape his notice. It was quite curious that an NPC tasked with quests would harbor thoughts about his plant beings. Where's the supply officer? Chen Yu had no desire to engage in idle chatter with the NPC and was eager to locate the supply officer to redeem high-tier items. If this were an ordinary group of players, they might need to curry favor with Cast to have their tactics accepted. However, for Chen Yu, the presence of Cast and his cavalry made no difference whatsoever. The supply officer has not yet arrived. A hint of discomfort flashed across Cast's face. He continued, As I am now the supreme commander of Vanguard Village, you are all under my command and must heed my orders. Do you have any objections? None. Very well. Cast nodded in satisfaction. I have heard that you modified the defensive structures of Vanguard Village without the Empire's directive. Considering your assistance in defending the village, I shall temporarily pardon your transgressions. Now, I command you to dismantle any structures that do not belong to Vanguard Village. What? Could you repeat that? Chen Yu questioned, doubting his hearing. I command you to dismantle any redundant structures that do not belong to Vanguard Village. Cast declared sternly. Now act swiftly. Otherwise, I shall have you slain for treason against the Empire. Excuse me, General, are you planning to construct new defensive structures? Chen Yu asked. Vanguard Village needs no additional defensive structures. My army can trample everything. Indeed, the dungeon task would not be granted without cause. The issue lay with the commander of the reinforcements. Cast appeared to be headstrong and reckless. Typically, an ordinary player group might need to raise Cast's favorability or employ clever tactics to turn him into a positive combat force. However, Chen Yu had no such need. I have commanded you to dismantle the redundant structures. Did you not hear me? A glint of coldness flashed in Cast's eyes as he drew the great sword hanging from his saddle, pointing the blade at Chen Yu. Act or perish. My lord. My lord. The old village chief quickly embraced Cast's leg, exclaiming, This warrior has not constructed any buildings in our Vanguard Village. You may personally verify. Not constructed? How is that possible? Castor's expression momentarily faltered as he addressed the knight beside him, instructing, Go and investigate. The knight galloped away, circling the walls of Vanguard Village before returning to Castor's side. General, there are indeed no superfluous structures within Vanguard Village. That is for the best, Castor replied, casting another glance at Chen Yu. Now, I command you to dismantle the walls of Vanguard Village. My cavalry requires a clear path for their charge. The walls are an impediment. Before the next monster assault, I wish for no obstructions ahead. Otherwise, I shall have you executed for defying military orders. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, sensing that this NPC was somewhat unhinged. His character flaws and possible insanity could not adequately explain his aberrant behavior. First, he was excessively hostile towards players. Second, all his commands were of the nature that inflicted pain upon allies while pleasing foes. Thus, Chen Yu took a few steps back and summoned a swarm of plant life, commanding, Deal with him. A thorn spirit reacted with alacrity, its fingers transforming into tendrils that swept through the air, striking towards Castor. Thwack! The tendril landed solidly upon Castor. Despite being a boss with over 1,000 vitality points and adorned in purple gear, he did not perish immediately. Instead, he collapsed onto the ground, spitting blood. Anyone who rebels against the Empire, kill them. Castor bellowed, scrambling into the ranks of knights. Attack! The knight who had just patrolled the walls for Castor shouted as he led the charge towards Chen Yu, followed by a phalanx of 200 knights. Eliminate them all. Chen Yu ordered his plant life. Tendrils and enormous man-eating flowers danced through the air. The knights, mere level 30 elite foes, were no match for the casual strikes of the economic flower spirits, let alone the devouring capabilities of the hunter flower spirits. The first knight to charge forward had barely taken a few steps before a man-eating flower descended from the sky, snatching him by the head and carrying him away. The warhorse beneath him was struck by a tendril, which severed it in half. A thorn spirit lashed out with its tendrils, sweeping across the ground. Dozens of warhorses fell, their riders yet to hit the ground before being torn to shreds by countless tendrils. In less than 5 minutes, The entire battalion of 200 knights was annihilated. As for the knight commander Castor, he too had likely been consumed by some gluttonous spirit. Chen Yu opened the notification window to view the kill messages. You have slain a level 30 elite 2-2 heavy cavalry. Due to your current allegiance to the 2-2 city faction, experience cannot be gained. You have slain a level 30 elite rebel 2-2 heavy cavalry. Experience gained, 300. You have slain a level 30 elite 2-2 heavy cavalry. Due to your current allegiance to the 2-2 city faction, experience cannot be gained. You have slain a level 30 elite 2-2 heavy cavalry. Due to your current allegiance to the 2-2 city faction, experience cannot be gained. You have slain a level 40 boss, the rebel 2-2 heavy cavalry commander Castor. Experience gained, 80,000. So, it was a traitor, no wonder. Chen Yu found the notification for Castor's defeat and understood. Moments later, a multitude of tendrils and flowers gathered a plethora of luminous items before Chen Yu. These were all dropped by the traitorous heavy cavalry. Chapter 32, Epic Gear. The correct way to play the game. A significant number of items, predominantly equipment, lay before him. Among them was a complete set of level 30 purple gear, which, judging by its form, must have dropped from Castor himself. Heavy Cavalry Commander Helmet. Quality, Epic. Restrictions, Knight Class, level 30 and above, Strength 100 and above. Vitality 100 and above. Effect, Vitality 50, Strength 50, Defense 100. Heavy Cavalry Commander Armor. Quality, Epic. Restrictions, Knight Class, level 30 and above, Strength 100 and above. Vitality 100 and above. Effect, Vitality 100, Defense 200. Heavy Cavalry Commander Leggings, Epic. Heavy Cavalry Commander Boots, Epic. Heavy Cavalry Commander Cloak, Epic. Set effect, 200 to all attributes. 500 defense. Set skill, Fearless Charge. Initiate a fearless charge against a target, gaining 100 strength, 100 agility, 100 defense during the charge. Dealing damage based on strength and charge speed, and stunning the target for 5 seconds upon impact. What a treasure! Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regrettably, the Knight class restriction meant he could not equip it. However, such a powerful epic set would undoubtedly fetch a fortune in the trading market. In addition to this purple set, there were 3 complete blue sets, also restricted to the Knight class, serving as weakened versions of the commander set. The rest comprised miscellaneous items and worthless gear. Amidst the miscellaneous items, a letter glimmering with golden light caught his attention. The golden hue did not signify the quality of equipment, but rather indicated it was a task item with a special purpose. Chen Yu tore open the envelope, revealing a badge etched with a figure of torment, along with a sheet of paper. Task item, letter from Baron Stettel. Description, as the deputy officer of 2-2 City's defense. Baron Stettel chose to betray the Empire and align himself with the Abyssal Demons. Vanguard Village is his declaration of allegiance. He entrusted this letter to his confidant Castor for delivery. Hint, you can use this letter to incite the righteous 2-2 heavy cavalry to revolt. Task item, Abyssal Lord's Badge. Description, a badge crafted by Abyssal Lord Uniciphus to honor those who lead hostile forces. This badge can be exchanged with Uniciphus for abyssal power. Hint, you can use it to substantiate the crimes of heavy cavalry commander Castor or to trade with Uniciphus. So, this is how the game is played. Upon discovering these 2 items, Chen Yu was enlightened. No wonder the majority of the heavy cavalry he had slain belonged to the 2-2 City faction, with only a few being rebels. The correct gameplay sequence should have been to recognize Castor's treachery, feign compliance, covertly investigate, steal the letter, and incite the heavy cavalry to assault the boss. After defeating the boss, there would likely have been dozens of elite heavy cavalry remaining. However, the flower spirits had been indiscriminate, leaving not a single ally behind for Chen Yu. At that moment, the villagers of Vanguard Village, witnessing the conflict between Chen Yu and the heavy cavalry reinforcements, were left utterly bewildered when the latter was completely obliterated. Chen Yu disclosed the letter, allowing them to regain their composure. Thank you, valiant warrior. You have once again saved Vanguard Village. The old village chief, after reading the letter, broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for Chen Yu's sagacity in exposing Castor's rebellion, Vanguard Village would surely have faced annihilation. Hint, you have uncovered the conspiracy of 2-2 City heavy cavalry commander Castor and single-handedly quelled the rebellion, earning 5,000 contribution points. 2 hours later, the 21st wave of goblin assaults arrived, as anticipated. This time, the quality of the goblins was significantly superior to that of the 20th wave. Goblin Cavalry. Template, Minion. Level, 50. Attributes, Strength 110, Agility 110, Vitality 110, Spirit 85. Skills, Charge LV3. The attributes of these minions had finally reached an average level, with approximately 2,000 in number. There were around 100 elite foes. Ladies, it's time to feast. Chen Yu released all his plant life. Over 500 plant spirits brandished their tendrils and flowers, rushing eagerly towards the enemy. Feast. The tiny wind spirit, curled up in Chen Yu's grasp, suddenly jolted awake, breaking free and soaring into the air. Where's the feast? She swallowed hard, bewildered as she looked around. Chen Yu. This was the first time since her birth that the little wind spirit had spoken proactively. Hee hee, come here little wind, have a taste of this. The mischievous little flame tugged at Chen Yu's finger, attempting to shove it into the little wind spirit's mouth. The little wind spirit instinctively opened her mouth, latching onto Chen Yu's finger and giving it a lick. Not edible. Little wind, disheartened, retreated into Chen Yu's pocket. Starting from the 21st wave, both the quality and quantity of monsters had significantly escalated. Yet, they were still destined to meet their demise as mere fertilizer. By the 25th wave, a level 40 boss emerged among the enemy ranks. As soon as it appeared, it was simultaneously ensnared by 2 man-eating flowers of the devouring spirit. With the boss being particularly rich in nutrients, neither of the devouring spirits was willing to relent. Ultimately, the unfortunate boss was torn asunder, each devouring spirit claiming half. In the subsequent waves, a boss appeared each time, and by the 30th wave, 2 bosses made their entrance. The number of elite monsters also surged. By the final wave, the elite monsters reached a staggering count of 500, constituting half of all monsters, providing a hearty feast for the flower spirits. Your level has increased to level 44. Your level has increased to level 45. After vanquishing all 30 waves of monsters, Chen Yu ascended 2 levels. The upper limit for rapid growth and plan enhancement was unlocked to level 10. The life forms under his command also leveled up to 45. The legendary spirits, apart from their level increase, saw their skills automatically elevated to level 10. This was a rather peculiar phenomenon. According to Zhou Bowen, the leveling of plant life forms necessitated gradual cultivation by the planter, requiring the expenditure of substantial amounts of magic crystals and special items as fertilizer to enhance their levels until they aligned with the planter's character level. However, the levels of the plant life forms under Chen Yu consistently matched his own. Whenever he leveled up, the plant life forms followed suit without any time lag. Of course, Chen Yu had only inquired subtly, without revealing his unique attributes. This phenomenon was likely one of the hidden effects of the supreme sacred soil. The power of the supreme sacred soil is beyond reproach. Merely planting a seed would yield a fully equipped legendary plant life form after a short while. Among the 1 in 100,000 hidden professionals, even dozens or hundreds together could not contend with any of the legendary plant life forms of the same level under Chen Yu's command. This, after all, was merely a minor supplementary effect of the supreme sacred soil. The primary effect, the world tree, which transcends the supreme sacred soil, gives birth to primordial spirits that are inherently capable of city-destroying prowess. Moreover, the supreme sacred soil is not even Chen Yu's innate embodiment. It is merely a product of his talent. Chen Yu could not help but gaze upon the talent section of his attributes panel. Absolute enhancement. Supreme level designate an object for absolute enhancement, which includes but is not limited to life, items, skills, and talents. Cooldown progress. 2. When would the cooldown be completed to enable the next enhancement? At this pace, it seemed it would not take too long. Chapter 33. Merit Exchange, Free Exploration Mode. Tip. You have repelled the 30th wave of goblin attacks. Contribution, 300. Tip. Due to your outstanding performance in the 30th wave, additional contribution, 3,000. Tip. Congratulations on repelling all goblin attacks. Additional contribution, 10,000. Tip. Contribution can be exchanged for merit points at the supply officer in Tutu City, which can be used to redeem rewards, can be taken out of the dungeon. Tip. You have completed the 3rd phase of the dungeon task. You may proceed with dungeon settlement or enter free exploration mode. During free exploration, settlement can be conducted at any time when in a non-combat state. Tip. As you have chosen true difficulty, you cannot re-enter this difficulty after settlement. So that's the purpose of the contribution points. I wondered why the last wave still awarded contribution points. Oh, there is also a free exploration mode. I shall postpone the settlement for now. The true difficulty dungeon can only be experienced once and cannot be repeated. This free exploration mode is likely one of the dungeon rewards, allowing players ample time to continue gaining experience or improve their dungeon evaluation. Esteemed warrior, thank you for repelling all goblin attacks and safeguarding our pioneer village. The old village chief proclaimed, approaching with a cliché expression. The supply officer from Tutu City has arrived. As a token of our gratitude, Tutu City will grant you the highest level of exchange privileges. Following the old village chief to the village entrance, Chen Yu encountered a limping veteran, leaning against a low tree, seated upon a piece of bluestone. Beside him was a cart drawn by 2 warhorses. Esteemed warrior, greetings. I am the supply officer of Tutu City. Your merits will forever be remembered by the Empire. The veteran stood up and bowed to Chen Yu. Tip. You have obtained the exchange privileges for merit points in Tutu City. Exchange list. 1 merit point, 100 points of Pioneer Village contribution. Tutu Elite Class Profession Set, Level 50 Blue Gear 5-piece set, 100 merit points. Tutu Commander Class Profession Set, Level 50 Purple Gear 5-piece set, 1,000 merit points. Low-level Vitality Potion, restores 10 mental strength and stamina within 100 seconds, 1 merit point. Intermediate Vitality Potion, restores 20 mental strength and stamina within 100 seconds, 5 merit points. Advanced Vitality Potion. Restores 50 mental strength and stamina within 100 seconds, 20 merit points. Super Vitality Potion. Restores 100 mental strength and stamina within 100 seconds, 100 merit points. Portable Fine Arrow Tower. Attacks by a level 50 elite archer once per second. Cannot be retracted after placement, 100 merit points. Portable Strong Attack Arrow Tower. Attacks by a level 50 elite archer 3 times per second. Cannot be retracted after placement, 500 merit points. Tutu City Wall Blueprint. Rare level wall blueprint, 2,000 merit points. Tutu Arrow Tower Blueprint. Rare level arrow tower blueprint, 1,000 merit points. Common Tutu Warhorse. Riding speed of 50, 100 merit points. Rare Tutu Warhorse. Riding speed of 100, 500 merit points. Mo Yun Vine Seed. Rare level plant life seed for beginners, 2,000 merit points. What a treasure trove. The items on the exchange list are all exquisite. Any single one could fetch a high price outside. Alas, Chen Yu could only redeem a total of 500 merit points, rendering many coveted items unattainable. Once the exchange list is unlocked, it can be accessed anytime and anywhere, so there is no rush to redeem merit points. It would be prudent to embark on a free exploration first, and see if more merit points could be amassed. Esteemed warrior. This is a terrain map of the vicinity of Tutu City. It should prove useful for your travels. The supply officer handed a map to Chen Yu. Thank you very much, Chen Yu replied as he accepted the map. You're welcome, the supply officer said. We welcome you to Tutu City. It is a beautiful place, and you will undoubtedly enjoy it. I shall certainly seize the opportunity, Chen Yu remarked as he departed, examining the map as he walked. At the center of the map lies Pioneer Village. Pioneer Village is established at the mouth of a canyon, with a city, Tutu City, behind it. Ahead, another city is marked in red as the Goblin Stronghold. Under Tutu City's governance, there are a total of 13 villages, including Pioneer Village. Conversely, the Goblin Stronghold oversees 27 villages. A method to acquire merit points has now presented itself. Chen Yu observed the small and large red dots on the map. If he were to eradicate all the goblins, it should yield a considerable amount of merit points. During the goblin attacks, a white mist enveloped the area outside Pioneer Village, with the mist's edge constituting an air wall that rendered escape impossible. After completing the 30 waves of attacks, the white mist dissipated. Chen Yu dispatched a thorn spirit to probe whether the air wall still existed. The thorn spirit dashed out and soon crossed the boundary of the previous white mist. Indeed, the air wall was no more. The map boundary had expanded, allowing for exploration beyond. Chen Yu selected the nearest goblin village to Pioneer Village as his target. A legion composed of over 500 plant life forms advanced with great momentum. After approximately half an hour, Chen Yu felt that continuing on this path was somewhat imprudent. According to the markings on the map, the 20 or so goblin villages were situated roughly 10 kilometers apart from any 2 adjacent ones. Having not augmented his agility, he moved at a sluggish pace, fearing that his journey would consume an inordinate amount of time. Thus, Chen Yu decided to retract all the plant life forms, retaining only 2 of the most agile thorn spirits as mounts. In just over 10 minutes, the 2 thorn spirits traversed the distance that would have taken Chen Yu 2 to 3 hours, arriving at the first goblin village. This goblin settlement was somewhat larger than the Vanguard village, presenting a disordered appearance. Dwellings constructed from twigs and weeds were strewn about, with excrement and refuse visible everywhere. The entire village exuding a foul odor. Little ones, charge. Chen Yu, lacking any desire to explore the village, immediately unleashed all the plant life forms and issued a command. Over 500 plant life forms swiftly surged into the village, attacking any goblin they encountered. The village echoed with a cacophony of anguished cries. In Chen Yu's mind, a continuous stream of notification sounds resonated. Defeated a level 15 goblin, experience points, 45. Defeated a level 33 elite goblin, experience points, 330. Defeated a level 30 goblin, experience points, 90. Defeated a level 50 goblin, experience points, 150. Notification, you have eradicated a goblin village, contribution points, 300. In less than 10 minutes, all the goblins in the village had been turned into compost. Chen Yu opened his attribute panel to take a look. The experience bar had risen from level 45, 12 to level 45, 24. The goblins of one village provided 12% of the experience needed for leveling up, which was quite commendable. In addition, he had accrued 300 contribution points. Coupled with the remaining 500 points from guarding the Vanguard village, he now had a total of 800 points. Among the items available for exchange, the ones Chen Yu coveted the most were the Tutu City Commander Breeder set and the rare seed of the plant life form, Moyun Vine. At this rate, if he continued to annihilate several more goblin villages, he would soon possess them all. Chapter 34, Frenzied Village Slaughter, Moyun Vine Seeds. In the dungeon square of Yangjiang No. 1 High School, the commotion stirred by Chen Yu's solo dungeon run quickly subsided. After forming their teams, the novice adventurers each entered their chosen dungeons. The square was left with only a sparse handful of individuals, including Su Miaoyue's team. Su Miaoyue and Lin Downen had made a bet. involving a substantial wager. Thus neither of them formed a team for the dungeon. The remaining teammates encircled them, playing the role of spectators. Miaoyue, how are you two faring? When will you treat us to wedding candy? Lu Pingping nudged Su Miaoyue's shoulder, wearing a teasing smile. Don't say such things. He and I are not what you think. Su Miaoyue's face flushed. Not what you think. Oh my, is it moving faster than I imagined? What stage are you at? Don't tell me you've already. Do tell me how it feels. Is he impressive? Lu Pingping squinted her eyes, revealing a mischievous grin. You little rascal. Are you itching for a fight? Su Miaoyue indignantly pinched Lu Pingping's cheek as she leaned closer. I've told you. There's nothing like what you think. Nothing like what I think. Lu Pingping raised an eyebrow, looking at her. I bet you 1,000 gold coins. Lin down it. If I lose, I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. If you lose, just apologize to my Chen Yu. Oh my, our Miaoyue is fiercely protective of her man. Get lost. Su Miaoyue, her face crimson, buried her head and pushed Lu Pingping away. Not far away, Lin down and noticed the commotion and, seeing Su Miaoyue's bashful expression, felt a surge of anger and jealousy wash over him. He glared at Su Miaoyue, his voice cold. Su, don't forget about the 1,000 gold coin bet when Chen Yu comes out. Of course, I wouldn't renege on such a small amount. Su Miaoyue casually tossed her disheveled hair. Interrupted by Lin down and, Lu Pingping lost interest in teasing Su Miaoyue. Originally one team, they had now split distinctly into two factions. One side comprised Lin Daonan, the archer, and two male warrior teammates. The other side included Su Miaoyue, Knight Lu Pingping, Mage Li Yinran, and healer Lu Zixin, for girls. 2 hours had passed since Chen Yu entered the dungeon. Lin Daonan surmised that the NPC soldiers guarding the village must be nearing their limit. A confident smile spread across his face. Although he had offended Su Miaoyue, earning 1,000 gold coins was still a significant gain. Time ticked away. After 2.5 hours, Chen Yu had yet to appear. 3 hours passed, and he remained absent. Lin Daonan's smile gradually faded. 3.5 hours in, Chen Yu was still within the dungeon, and Lin Daonan's expression turned grim. At the 4-hour mark, Chen Yu still had not exited the dungeon, and Lin Daonan wore a face of despair. Finally, after more than 5 hours, Su Miaoyue stood and approached Lin Daonan, stating, the monsters in the guarding village spawn every half hour, and the 10th wave refreshes around 4.5 hours. The fact that Chen Yu hasn't emerged indicates he has completed the dungeon. What else do you have to say? Perhaps he is just hiding? Completed? Absolutely impossible. Lin Daonan stubbornly retorted. Then let us continue waiting, Su Miaoyue sneered. Inside the dungeon, after nearly a day's toil, Chen Yu had finally eradicated all 27 goblin villages. In truth, the majority of his time had been spent traveling. The thorn spirits were swift, yet they could neither fly nor teleport. The substantial influx of experience points elevated Chen Yu's level to 4752. Besides experience, he also accumulated a plethora of loot. Though goblins were impoverished, their sheer numbers still yielded some drops. Furthermore, each time a goblin village was eradicated, he received a reward chest based on the circumstances. The novice adventurer's backpack had only 10 slots and was long since full. Now, within the boundless Holy Land, a designated area had been established to store the spoils from the guarding village dungeon. Additionally, there were the contribution points earned. Due to the varying quality of monsters in the goblin villages, the contribution points earned for their eradication also varied. The strongest village was worth over 800 contribution points, while the weakest, filled with only the elderly, sick, and weak, yielded only a few dozen points. The 27 goblin villages collectively brought Chen Yu a total of 9,000 contribution points, which, when combined with the remaining points from guarding the village, amounted to 9,500 points. Chen Yu opened the exchange list and began to make his purchases. First, he acquired the Tutu City Commander Breeder set, which he had long coveted. Tutu City Commander Breeder Crown. Quality, Epic. Level, 50. Restrictions, Beastmaster, Planter, Spirit Tamer, and other breeding professions. Effect, Spirit 200. Tutu City Commander Breeder Tunic. Quality, Epic. Level, 50. Restrictions, Beastmaster, Planter, Spirit Tamer, and other breeding professions. Effect, Strength 100, Constitution 150, Spirit 50. Tutu City Commander Breeder Trousers. Quality, Epic. Level, 50. Restrictions, Beastmaster, Planter, Spirit Tamer, and other breeding professions. Effect, Strength 100, Constitution 150, Spirit 50. Tutu City Commander Breeder Boots. Quality, Epic. Level, 50. Restrictions, Beastmaster, Planter, Spirit Tamer, and other breeding professions. Effect, Constitution 100, Spirit 100, Agility 100. Tutu City Commander Breeder Gloves. Quality, Epic. Level, 50. Restrictions, Beast Tamers, Planters, Spirit Masters, and other nurturing professions. Effects, Constitution 50. Spirit 50, Agility 50. Set effect, all attributes 400, skill release cost -50. Set skill, Moment of Spring and Autumn. Designates a combat creature's juvenile form, seed, sapling, juvenile beast, or newborn egg, instantly elevating it to its peak state, equivalent to the level of a tamer, lasting for 1 hour with a cooldown of 1 day. Note: the juvenile form will not be consumed. Upon the expiration of the peak state, it will revert to its juvenile form. The 5 pieces of equipment collectively enhance strength by 200, agility by 150, constitution by 450, and spirit by 450, coupled with the set effects overall attribute bonus of 400. The sheer numerical advantage is nothing short of astonishing. As for the set skill, Moment of Spring and Autumn, it is indeed the ultimate treasure of the tamer profession. The most arduous task for tamers lies in the lengthy process of nurturing a combat creature from its juvenile stage to adulthood, consuming vast amounts of time and resources. This skill circumvents those nurturing steps, allowing a formidable force to manifest prematurely. Although it is limited to just 1 hour each day, it suffices as a formidable ultimate ability. After purchasing the set, Chen Yu once again retrieved the seeds of the Moya vine and clicked to buy. After spending 4,000 merit points to purchase twice, the exchange options dimmed, indicating that the inventory had been depleted. Completing the exchange, he still had 4,500 merit points remaining. Chen Yu closed the exchange list and took out the map. On the map, only one area remained unharvested, the Goblin capital, positioned opposite to Gouda City. Time was of the essence. He needed to clear this final point before retreating. Chapter 35, Forbidden Spell, Endless Wind Pressure versus Abyss Lord. The last Goblin village was now in close proximity to the Goblin capital. The Thorn Spirit carried Chen Yu swiftly, and after half an hour, a low earthen city came into view. The city walls were not particularly high, measuring only about 4 to 5 meters, slightly taller than Pioneer Village. The walls were uneven, some parts slanting precariously as if they could collapse at any moment. However, compared to the Goblin villages, it was considered grand. The Goblin villages lacked city walls entirely, only surrounded by a sparse fence. Goblins were characterized by their weak individual combat strength and low intelligence. They possessed 2 significant survival advantages. Firstly, their voracious appetite. Goblins could consume nearly anything, even soil rich in humus. Secondly, their prolific breeding. Goblins could mate with almost any humanoid species, with a gestation period of only a few weeks, yielding several to over a dozen offspring per birth. The transition from juvenile to adulthood took less than a year, growing faster than leeks. Expecting goblins to exhibit knowledge and civilization akin to humans was nearly impossible. The walls of the Goblin capital lacked gates, featuring only a few wide gaps of about 4 to 5 meters. Disorganized patrols meandered along the walls, occasionally allowing 1 or 2 to slip away unnoticed. Under such circumstances, they would likely remain oblivious until the enemy was upon them. Xiaofeng, wake up! Chen Yu pulled Xiaofeng from his pocket and poked at her disheveled hair. Xiaofeng tilted her head, gazing at Chen Yu with confusion. It's time for you to showcase your abilities. Chen Yu pointed towards the Goblin capital, that earthen city. Destroy it, and eliminate all the creatures within. The Goblin capital appeared to cover an area of over 10 square kilometers. Utilizing plant life for a direct assault would consume an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, if a powerful boss resided within the city, it could pose a threat to his precious flora. A large-scale forbidden spell would be far more efficient. Oh, and ideally, we should preserve the monster corpses. The plant life needs nourishment, and we cannot waste the bounty of an entire city. Understood. Xiaofeng floated up from Chen Yu's hand, swaying slightly. She closed her eyes, extended her arms forward, and began chanting strange syllables. A greenish aura slowly coalesced between her hands. A sudden gale swept across the desolate plain, causing Chen Yu's garments to flutter violently. After approximately 5 minutes, a flicker of green light danced in Xiaofeng's eyes as she gradually lowered her hands. Endless wind pressure. In that instant, Chen Yu felt a constriction in his breath, as if the very air around him had been siphoned away. Simultaneously, the atmosphere above the Goblin capital warped as if seared by flames, distorting gradually. This was the result of a substantial amount of air being compressed together, generating immense thermal energy, leading to visual distortion. The next moment, a muffled thud echoed as the walls of the Goblin capital collapsed instantaneously. Thud, thud, thud. It was as if an enormous, invisible rammer had descended from the heavens, repeatedly compacting the Goblin capital. From the first muffled sound, an unending stream of notification tones filled Chen Yu's mind. Killed level 34 Goblin, experience points 102. Killed level 51 Elite Goblin Warrior, experience points 1020. Killed level 60 Boss Goblin Priest, experience points 600, 000. Killed level 63 Boss Demon Bishop, experience points 630, 000. Killed level 53 Corrupted Goblin, experience points 318. Killed level 60 Boss Goblin Chieftain, experience points 600, 000. Your level has increased to level 48. Notification: you have destroyed the Goblin capital, merit points 5,000 awarded. 5 minutes later, a visible shockwave erupted above the Goblin capital, rapidly spreading outward. Surrounding flora, rocks, and soil were instantaneously obliterated, and the ground was upheaved by several meters. The dust and debris carried by the shockwave plunged the entire world into darkness. After several more minutes, the obscuring dust began to settle. Chen Yu peered towards the goblin capital. The entire city appeared as if it had been rendered flat, akin to a two-dimensional image, compressed into a mere canvas. Puddles of red, unidentifiable matter were the bodies of goblins, compacted to the extent that they could be directly canned. How terrifying! Chen Yu marveled. If Xiaoyan's forbidden spell, Judgment Day, epitomized chaotic destruction without rhyme or reason, then Xiaofeng's endless wind pressure resembled the spontaneous brushstrokes of a frenzied artist. Imbued with a sense of near-perfect calm and elegance amidst the turmoil, Chen Yu summoned the plant life and stepped into the now silent tableau of the goblin capital. The plant beings were not picky eaters. They would consume even the flesh embedded in the ground. If they couldn't extract it, they would send their roots in, directly absorbing the nutrients. As Chen Yu surveyed the scene, he took in the impromptu creation of Xiaofeng. Suddenly, he noticed a small three-dimensional protrusion within this two-dimensional canvas. Presumably located at the very center of the goblin capital, a crimson barrier displayed a slight z-axis measurement, easily overlooked if not scrutinized closely. Dig that thing out. Chen Yu commanded two thorn spirits, gesturing towards the crimson barrier. The two thorn spirits complied immediately, commencing their task. A few minutes later, the crimson barrier was fully revealed. It was a shield approximately 10 centimeters thick. Within the shield lay a woman, drenched in blood. Due to her long hair, she could be vaguely identified as a woman. Albeit at that moment, she resembled merely a flat form, making it difficult to ascertain gender accurately. Just then, the crimson shield dissipated. The flat form, roughly 10 centimeters thick, began to swell as though someone were inflating it. First, the head. The cranium regained its round shape, and the previously flattened features returned to three-dimensionality. Minutes later, the inflation was complete. A tall woman clad in tight leather attire stood before him, her wine-red waves cascading down to her waist. Her elongated, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an enchanting allure with every subtle smile and frown. Her lips, of vibrant crimson, resembled flames licking the air, yet bore an uncanny resemblance to bloodstains. Her figure was strikingly exaggerated, with the areas of accumulated flesh straining against the confines of her attire, almost bursting forth from her fitted top and shorts. Amidst the fiery allure, there lingered a hint of serene yet dark elegance, akin to a black tulip in full bloom. At that moment, she gasped for breath, her expression betraying a profound trauma. It was evident that her spirit had endured immense suffering. After all, her most ample portion, which should have been a generous 30 centimeters, had been brutally compressed to a mere 10. Chen Yu donned his detective spectacles and employed a probing technique on the woman. Abyss Lord, Unisifus, near death. Template, Silver Boss. Level, 51. Attributes, talents, skills. Chapter 36, The Abyss Lord Surrender, Mythical Skill Scroll. Upon glimpsing the woman's title, Chen Yu felt a stirring in his heart and retrieved a black badge from his backpack. Abyss Lord Badge. Description, a badge crafted by the Abyss Lord Unisifus, used to honor guides from opposing factions. With this badge, one can exchange for abyssal powers from Unisifus. After thorough verification, Chen Yu confirmed that she was indeed the one he sought. However, given her current near-lifeless state, it was likely that presenting the badge would yield little in terms of valuable rewards. Despite the badge being rendered ineffective, she was still a silver boss of high caliber, and thus, likely to drop something worthwhile. Above the ordinary boss template lies the bronze boss, and above that, the silver boss. Anticipation flickered in Chen Yu's eyes as he commanded the thorn spirits to eliminate her. Upon hearing his command, the two thorn spirits advanced, their fingers transforming into brown thorny tendrils. Wait, no. Unisifus trembled, her voice rising in alarm as she pondered the unfolding events. She had answered the call of the fallen, descending into this world to relish in bountiful sacrifices and infect more beings with corruption. Yet, within a mere second of her arrival, before she could utter her first word, she was crushed into a pulp by a terrifying forbidden spell. Were it not for the demon's tenacious vitality, she would have become a mere heap of equipment by now. From the boy standing before her, she sensed two immensely potent auras. One was as violent as a gale sweeping through the depths of the abyss, serene yet brutal. One would only comprehend its terror when stripped of flesh and blood in an instant. Clearly, this was the entity responsible for casting the forbidden spell. For demons, pleading for mercy is not an act of shame. Not only abyss lords, but even abyss demons would naturally kneel before an insurmountable foe. Esteemed strong one, please grant me a fleeting reprieve. I have words to share. Let us defer that to the next life. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. The thorny tendrils wielded by the thorn spirits lashed out with formidable force. Unisifus was horrified and hastily conjured a transparent red barrier. Crack! The tendril struck with a resounding impact, shattering the crimson barrier like glass, leaving a web of cracks in its wake. Stop! We can discuss this. As the tendrils prepared to strike again, Unisifus's pupils constricted, and she quickly exclaimed, I possess a mythical skill scroll that adapts to professions, if you desire it. Do not kill me. You won't receive anything if you slay me. Halt. Chen Yu raised his right hand. The two tendrils, mere inches from the red barrier, froze in midair as if a pause button had been pressed. You claim to possess a mythical adaptive skill scroll? Chen Yu inquired. Present at once. Drawing a deep breath, Sifu's relaxed, a captivating smile gracing her lips. Her demeanor transformed from that of a startled rabbit to that of a languid aristocrat. Great and powerful one, your might commands my respect. Thus, I have resolved to bestow upon you the opportunity to acquire this mythical skill. Should you complete a task that is trivial to you, the supreme mythical skill shall be yours. Notification: the Abyss Lord Sifu's invites you to join the Abyss faction. Concurrently, an invisible force enveloped Chen Yu. This force posed no threat, but clouded one's thoughts and judgment. Deep within, a myriad of desires materialized as fragmented visions racing through his mind. Power, authority, wealth, beauty. An insistent voice echoed within, suggesting that if he complied with the woman before him and followed in her footsteps, all would soon become reality. Yet, Chen Yu's rationality reminded him that the span of soon was far too extensive. Given his rate of growth, he would not require such a lengthy period to attain everything he desired. A sudden realization dawned upon him. There are always schemers seeking to impede my progress. You wretched temptress, attempting to slow my ascendance. This is inexcusable. Just then, a faint green aura emerged, dispelling the seductive influence. This was the essence of the World Tree. Of course, the World Tree's assistance was extraneous. Chen Yu had not succumbed to temptation. Consider the absurdity. What I could have acquired in a year would now take a decade if I surrendered to the Abyss Lord. Who would fall for such deception? Reverse baiting? Truly, the Abyss Lord excels. Chen Yu scoffed, realizing that while demons are known for their capacity to ensnare hearts, this one had yet to master the art. However, at this juncture, did she dare to play tricks on him? Truly, the Abyss Lord shows no tears even when faced with a coffin. Destroy her, he commanded. The thorn spirits raised their tendrils once more. Wait, I told you, even if you slay me, you shall not obtain the mythical skill. This task is genuinely easy for you. Sifu's was bewildered. She had felt her seductive abilities taking effect. Yet, rather than yielding, her opponent's fury intensified, as if he longed to see her perish. Did his most fervent desire truly entail her demise? Sifu's was taken aback. When had she offended him so? What grudge did he hold? The tendrils in the air descended with ferocity. Chen Yu's gaze remained cold and unyielding, showing no intention of halting their advance. The textbooks clearly delineate that demons excel in sowing discord and temptation. They would not forfeit any opportunity to ensnare hearts and lead others astray. Engaging in a pact with a demon demands the utmost caution. One must never trust a demon's empty promises. Wait, I shall give it to you. The skill scroll is right here. I will present it to you now. As the tendril shattered the crimson barrier, approaching Sifu's form, she finally cried out once more. However, Chen Yu paid her no heed. Bang! A tendril struck Sifu's on the shoulder, sending her crashing to the ground as she coughed up a spout of pale purple blood. I truly give it to you. Spare me. Sifu's extended a hand, a colorful diamond crystal floating above her palm. The properties of the diamond crystal were revealed. Mythical adaptive skill scroll. Quality: 1000 colors mythical. Effect: acquire a mythical level skill of one's profession. Cease. Upon witnessing the genuine article, Chen Yu commanded the thorn spirits to halt. For now, the ownership of the mythical adaptive skill scroll remained with Sifu's. Killing her might yield it, or it might not. Faced with the opportunity to acquire a mythical skill, Chen Yu was determined to proceed with caution. Here, this time, Sifu's refrained from mentioning the task, tossing the diamond crystal toward him instead. Clearly, this young man was immune to the Abyss demon's beguiling tactics. To entice him, it is absolutely impossible to do so without shedding some blood. Chapter 37. The Descent of the Abyss. The True and False World Tree. Chen Yu caught the diamond-shaped crystal, only to discover that it was enveloped in a layer of red light, and its attributes had undergone a transformation. Mythical level adaptive skill book, seal. Quality: 1 divine myth. Description: Abyss Lord Sifu's, wary of your potential treachery, has placed this insurance upon herself. Effect: cannot be used, transferred, or stored in a backpack until the seal is lifted. Accepting a task from Sifu's will remove the seal. Hint: Abyss Lord Sifu's has issued you a task. Task: be lenient. Task content: within this instance, you are forbidden from harming Sifu's. Task failure: the mythical level adaptive skill book will be reclaimed. If already used, the mythical skill will be erased. Hint: all actions within the instance will not affect the progress of the instance. You may enter the settlement phase at any time. Chen Yu pondered for a moment before choosing to accept the task. Defeating Sifu's would yield rewards far inferior to acquiring a mythical level professional skill. It is essential to understand that rare level skills can already fetch a high price. Epic level skills are even scarcer, rarely available on the market. And when they do appear at auction, they command astronomical prices. Legendary level skills never surface in the market. Even if one has the wealth, there is no place to procure them. As for mythical level skills, they are unheard of. Is it sufficient now? Chen Yu glanced at Sifu's. Of course, Sifu's replied, patting her chest as if finally relieved. With a mere flick of her fingertip, the red film enveloping the diamond-shaped crystal instantly dissipated. Holding the diamond-shaped crystal, Chen Yu did not immediately choose to use it. Instead, he placed it within the supreme sacred soil, seeking the world tree's judgment. How precious is a mythical level skill book? This demon can so easily part with it, without any hidden contingencies? Who would believe it? Indeed. The world tree quickly provided feedback. The diamond-shaped crystal does not contain a mythical level skill, but rather a fragment of abyssal will. Using the diamond-shaped crystal would activate the abyssal will, probing the user. Based on the probing results, the abyss would personally bestow a suitable mythical skill. During this process, the user's will would be eroded and corrupted by the abyssal will, descending into a wretched servitude beneath the abyssal will. It was clear that not a word spoken by the demon could be trusted. From the very beginning, Unisifis's every action was designed to manipulate Chen Yu, creating an illusion that she was compelled to relinquish the mythical skill for her own survival, or perhaps that was the truth. In the meantime, she seduced Chen Yu to switch allegiances and issued tasks to make him feel as though this mythical skill book was hard-won. Ultimately, it would only be when Chen Yu savored this hard-earned fruit that the demon would reveal its true fangs. What a pity. Chen Yu regretfully withdrew the diamond-shaped crystal, preparing to destroy it. Just then, he received another message from the world tree. Master, you may use this crystal. Oh, can you help me resist the corruption of the abyssal will? Chen Yu's eyes brightened instantly. Indeed, the essence of the abyss is on par with mine. Although I may not match the abyss in magnitude, my will is complete, while the abyssal will is but a trivial fragment. Resisting the corruption of the abyssal will not be difficult. Chen Yu exclaimed in delight. Are you certain? If the abyssal will suddenly intensifies, can you cope? I am certain. With a fraction of my complete will, I can extinguish this fragment of abyssal will and sever the communication link to the greater abyss. Excellent. Chen Yu rejoiced. If a fraction is sufficient to handle this fragment, it stands to reason that even if the abyssal will intensifies, the world tree would not falter. A white porcelain abyssal well. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Ahem. I misspoke, rather. This is akin to the sugar-coated artillery shells of one's adversaries. Consume the sugar coating and return the artillery to the enemy. With the world tree's assurance, Chen Yu unhesitatingly chose to use the mythical level adaptive skill book. Crack. As the diamond-shaped crystal shattered, an eerie and frenzied smile suddenly appeared on Unisifis's beautiful face. Her height surged to nearly 3 meters. Her skin transformed from fair to a bright red, akin to molten lava, while 2 curved horns sprouted from her head. Her nails elongated over an inch, sharp as divine weapons. Behind her waist, 2 enormous bat-like wings unfurled. From her rear, a 3-meter-long pale tail emerged, tipped with a barbed arrowhead. This was her true form as an abyssal demon, wild and enchanting. O Supreme Abyss, your humble servant, Unisifis, here presents my tribute. A human prodigy with the potential to ascend to godhood is about to be embraced by your vastness. Descend, O great abyssal will. A crimson radiance enveloped Chen Yu. He felt that everything around him had suddenly lost its color. The sky and earth dimmed, until they transformed into a pure and profound blackness. It was akin to a universe of death and silence, as if even light could not escape a black hole. In the boundless, infinite darkness, time had lost all meaning. Uncertain how long had passed, perhaps a moment, or perhaps the birth and death of worlds. At the end of the darkness, a figure composed of white light materialized. Then, as if the scene had shifted, the white light figure stood before Chen Yu, gazing deeply at him. The white light figure possessed no eyes. Yet Chen Yu distinctly felt its gaze upon him. He could even share in its emotions: astonishment, shock, disbelief, joy, sorrow, and loneliness. Like countless colors swirling in a dye vat, these complex emotions gradually settled into a profound affection and dependence. Is this the will of the world tree? Chen Yu felt an unparalleled sense of intimacy and trust toward the white light figure. This sense of intimacy and trust was exclusive to the world tree, a bond unbreakable between a planter and their destined plant. After a moment, the white light figure, filled with expectant emotions, gently cradled Chen Yu's face with its hands. Leaning in to touch foreheads with him, Chen Yu felt as if 2 warm lips met his own. Immediately following, a mysterious force flowed from the white light figure into his body. The white light figure began to shift from solid to ethereal, slowly fading away. It made no moves, merely gazing at Chen Yu, as if savoring the final moments of its existence. At that moment, a larger white light figure appeared beside Chen Yu. He turned abruptly. He could sense the emotions of this new white light figure as well. Unlike the smaller white light figure, it radiated coldness, rationality, and scrutiny, coupled with the same dependence and affection toward Chen Yu as the smaller figure. Strangely, Chen Yu felt an innate sense of familiarity and trust emanating from this newly appeared white light figure, deep within his soul. If the white light figure that imparted strength was the will of the world tree, then what was this one? Which is the true will of the world tree? Chapter 38. The ultimate skill, the abyss's affection. Where does this affection stem from? In the endless darkness, time and space seemed to freeze. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in Chen Yu's heart, he could express none, relegated to the role of a mere spectator. The first to appear, the smaller white light figure on the verge of dissipating, gently bowed to the larger white light figure, conveying gratitude and friendliness. It then turned its gaze back to Chen Yu. In that moment, Chen Yu seemed to behold a pair of eyes weathered by the sands of time. These eyes, imbued with the wisdom of the ages, radiated a fervent yet frantic, indomitable will that could never be extinguished. An inexplicable familiarity enveloped him. He felt as though he recognized these eyes. Whose eyes are these? He searched through the scant memories of his 2 lifetimes. But they offered little in the way of clarity. Yet, even if he were to pierce his very essence with a sharp blade, he could not recall to whom these eyes belonged. Who are you? Chen Yu could only exert his utmost effort to convey his thoughts to the ethereal figure before him. Bathed in white light, he remained uncertain whether the entity could perceive him, but an intense curiosity urged him to express his will as clearly as possible. The figure of white light seemed to sense Chen Yu's inner turmoil and responded in its own manner. However, instead of answering his question, it tenderly cupped his face and leaned in for a kiss. Its form began to disintegrate, starting from its toes, scattering into tiny luminescent fragments like fallen toy blocks. As if aware of its impending dissolution, its kiss grew more passionate and fervent, as though it sought to convey boundless emotions to Chen Yu. Yet, despite the myriad words that yearned to be spoken, an inexplicable barrier stood in the way. The closeness felt both achingly near and unfathomably distant, as if separated by the very fabric of time itself. At last, in the final moment, the figure of white light vanished completely, leaving even the fallen fragments devoid of brilliance, returning to darkness. Following this, cracks began to appear across the darkened world, splintering like shattered glass. The flat tapestry of the Goblin Lord's city re-emerged before Chen Yu's eyes. Notification: congratulations, esteemed practitioner. You have acquired the supreme skill, Affection of the Abyss. Supreme Affection of the Abyss. Regardless of the time or place, you may summon the great will of the Abyss at any moment, offering its very essence to extricate you from peril. Note: each class transition increases the number of uses by 1. Current uses available: 1. Explanation: though you have yet to encounter it, it has loved you all along, waiting at the end of time, at the terminus of reincarnation, solely to remember you once more. Supreme Affection of the Abyss. Who exactly are you? Chen Yu gazed at the skill description, whispering softly. What manner of existence is the Abyss? It arrived with the onset of the global class transition era, after countless ages. What is revealed is but the tip of the iceberg. Yet, even this mere glimpse stands as a towering peak before a multitude of exceptionally gifted practitioners, none daring to claim its summit. The true Abyss is vast and boundless, incomprehensibly immense, eluding full comprehension. Countless unspeakable entities dwell within its depths. The Affection of the Abyss skill signifies the supreme great will of the Abyss, extending an opportunity to Chen Yu with unwavering intent. It could be said that this is a genuine, life-preserving talisman. As long as the number of uses remains, no one can threaten Chen Yu's life. However, despite acquiring such a skill, Chen Yu felt neither excitement nor satisfaction. In this world, how could love exist without reason? The great will of the Abyss, that figure of white light, who could they truly be? From whence does this profound affection arise? Love may emerge from the unknown, yet its origin must lie in the meeting of 2 souls. But Chen Yu was certain that he had never crossed paths with the Abyss. The love from the Abyss weighed heavily upon him, nearly suffocating him. Ha ha ha. A raucous, unrestrained laughter interrupted Chen Yu's contemplation. He returned to reality to find a towering red-skinned female demon, over 3 meters tall, reveling in her own triumph. What are you laughing at? Is there anything amusing here? Chen Yu's voice was cold. I am celebrating. Yuna spread her arms wide in a grand embrace, congratulating the future demon god for stepping into the embrace of the Abyss. Look, the great will of the Abyss has personally paved your path. Yuna pointed to the sky, exclaiming how glorious and delightful this honor was. Chen Yu looked up to see a colossal, ethereal eye slowly materializing in the air. Is this eye the will of the Abyss? If this eye represents the will of the Abyss, then what was the white figure from before? The supreme skill displayed on the skill panel would not deceive him. As he pondered, a beam of crimson light radiated from the pupil of the ethereal eye, enveloping Chen Yu. Simultaneously, a chaotic and frenzied power surged into him with the red light. Notification: you have acquired the mythic skill, Embrace of the Abyss. Mythic, Embrace of the Abyss. Choose a plant life, transforming it into abyssal life, with all attributes set to 100, and gain the skill of demonization. Note: this skill has no level and automatically progresses with each class transition. Note: this skill consumes special abyssal magic power. Notification: you have acquired special attribute Abyssal Magic Power. Note: abyssal magic power cannot be obtained through the allocation of free attribute points, but can be replenished by defeating abyssal monsters or studying fundamental abyssal laws. Upon gaining the skill, an immense force of will began to frantically erode Chen Yu's self-will. Countless maddening whispers seeped into his very bones, coaxing him, guiding him, commanding him, pleading with him to submit to the great abyss and embrace its depths. A multitude of shattered scrolls unfurled before his eyes, depicting mountains of corpses and seas of blood, wealth and beauty, and the highest throne. If Unasifu's seduction was akin to a child's BB gun, then the allure of the abyssal will was a thermonuclear bomb. No, it could not be called mere seduction. It was a forceful transformation. With sheer willpower, one could resist the demon's allure, but there was absolutely no way to oppose the reformation imposed by the abyssal will. Come, become one of us. Ah. Unasifu's laughed maniacally. Just then, a figure cloaked in pale green suddenly appeared beside Chen Yu. It was a girl with waist-length hair. She donned a loose dress woven from tender leaves, though it did little to conceal her notable curves. The pale green girl tapped Chen Yu on the shoulder, enveloping him in a transparent membrane that shielded him from the red light. In the next moment, she vanished and reappeared before the colossal eye in the sky. She clenched her right fist and struck the center of the etherealized pupil. Without a sound, the illusionary eye shattered instantly, dissipating into nothingness. Ha. On the ground, Unasifu's laughter abruptly ceased. This is impossible. No, it absolutely cannot be. Chapter 39, What is an alliance? Aren't all that can be killed merely monsters? She stared at the pale green girl, her eyes filled with incredulity. The will of the abyss is supreme, the last bastion within the hearts of every demon. All demons are fervent devotees of the abyss. The pale green girl shattering the ethereal eye undoubtedly shattered the ultimate faith that had sustained her since birth. Surprised, are you? Chen Yu remarked coolly. Unasifu's was aghast. What is she? Who are you truly? You need not know. For now, you should contemplate how to redeem your life. Chen Yu's gaze was laced with menace. Several thorn spirits, sensing the moment, swiftly encircled her, poised to strike at a moment's notice. After acquiring the mythic skill, Chen Yu formed a hypothesis. The white figure in the dark world was the will of the abyss. The ethereal eye was also the will of the abyss. Yet, there are distinctions among the wills of the abyss. The white figure and the ethereal eye are not of the same existence. The ethereal eye is the poison hidden by Unasifu's, while the white figure descended for reasons unknown, manifesting through this poison to reveal its presence and convey its will to Chen Yu. In other words, the white figure was a gift bestowed upon him. The illusory giant eye was indeed the target of Chen Yu's conspiracy with the world tree regarding the acquisition of the white siphon. The conclusion can be deemed satisfactory, as he successfully procured a mythical level skill. However, Unasifu's remained oblivious to this. She only witnessed the illusory giant eye being shattered and could never have imagined that it had been robbed. In other words, she was unaware that the task she had previously issued was still in effect. If Chen Yu were to slay her, he would forfeit a mythical skill. Gulp. Unasifu swallowed hard, her 3-meter-tall form rapidly shrinking back into that of a human woman. Thud. She knelt before Chen Yu, bowing her head to the ground. Esteemed powerhouse, I beseech you to spare my life. I am but a lowly abyssal demon, unworthy of soiling your noble hands. You will not soil my hands. You will merely become fertilizer for them, Chen Yu retorted, gesturing towards his plant life, which held a keen interest in her. If you cannot present something of value, I shall have no choice but to kill you and plunder your remains. My lord. Unasifu smiled ingratiatingly. I can offer you unparalleled ecstasy. Perhaps you are unaware that many human males risk their lives in the hope of sharing a night of passion with female demons. Though I am not a succubus, I can still provide you with that pleasure. You may indulge in any manner you desire, as long as you spare my life. As she spoke, Unasifu's feigned fragility, patting her chest in an exaggerated display of her trembling allure. Are you gilded in gold or encrusted with diamonds? How valuable are you? Chen Yu exclaimed in irritation. Hurry and hand over your possessions. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of restraint. What nonsense. Am I such a person? Even if I were to indulge, I would extract every ounce of benefit first. My lord, I truly have no more valuable items to offer. Seeing that Chen Yu showed no signs of acquiescence, Unasifu spread her arms wide, adopting a posture of resignation, as if to say he could do as he pleased. I am merely a doppelganger. Even if you slay me, you will not yield anything of worth. A doppelganger? Chen Yu inquired. Indeed, merely a doppelganger, Unasifu's replied with a bitter smile. To possess the title of lord and bear the abyssal prefix, a demon must be at least a level 401 diamond boss. Do you believe that my combat prowess resembles that of a true abyssal lord? Indeed, it does not. Chen Yu nodded, finding her argument compelling. A true abyssal lord could not possibly be this weak. It seemed that Unasifu's truly had no more to offer. Just as Chen Yu prepared to tally his gains and conclude the dungeon, Unasifu spoke again. According to the rules, should you wish to obtain benefits from me, you must join the abyssal faction and earn merit to exchange. I can leverage my authority to adjust the prices to the lowest possible, maximizing your merit gain. Merit? How does one acquire it? Chen Yu inquired, turning his gaze towards Unasifu's. By annihilating the villages and main cities of the human empire, Unasifu's replied, keenly observing Chen Yu's expression. Suddenly, Chen Yu recalled the time he had faced the rebel boss, caste, and some innocents, including heavily armored cavalry, had been inadvertently slain. A system notification had informed him that he belonged to the Tut City faction at that time, thus he could not receive kill rewards. This meant that if he joined the Abyssal faction, the people of the Tut City faction would transform into monsters, allowing him to gain experience and loot. Alright, invite me to change factions now, Chen Yu instructed Unisifus. What? Unisifus looked at Chen Yu in astonishment. She had prepared herself for death, never expecting Chen Yu to genuinely accept her proposal. However, she was quick to react and promptly sent him a faction invitation. Notification: Abyssal Lord Unisifus invites you to join the Abyssal faction. Yes, Chen Yu confirmed. Notification: You have unredeemed merit from Tut City. Changing factions will invalidate your Tut City merit. Do you confirm? Wait. Chen Yu quickly declined, then opened the Tut City merit exchange list. Previously, he had redeemed a planter's set and 2 seeds of the Moya vine, leaving him with 4,500 points of merit. After exterminating the Goblin main city, he had gained 5,000 points, bringing his total back to 9,500. These merit exchange items were indeed quite valuable, especially the architectural blueprints, which many major guilds, illustrious families, and even officials would pay handsomely to acquire. Additionally, vitality potions were also highly prized. The Super Vitality Potion restored 1 mental and physical stamina per second for a duration of 100 seconds. In that time, it could fully revive a profession that had lost combat capability, making it an essential artifact for survival and endurance, especially as one progressed further into the game. After careful consideration, Chen Yu began the exchange. Tut City Wall Blueprint. Rare provides a certain degree of magical and physical defense, along with exceptionally high durability. Value: 2,000 merit. Vanguard Defense Tower Blueprint. Rare provides a certain degree of magical and physical defense, high durability, with 3 slots for ranged professions. Damage dealt by the ranged professions stationed therein is enhanced, skill cooldowns are reduced, and skill consumption is lowered. Value: 3,000 merit. Super Vitality Potion X45. Value: 4,500 merit. Once the exchange was completed, with his Tut City merit reduced to 0, Chen Yu chose to change factions. Notification: You have joined the Abyssal faction. Changing factions does not affect dungeon progress. You may still enter the dungeon for settlement at any time. Notification: Abyssal Lord Unisifus has opened the Abyssal faction exchange list for you. Notification: Abyssal Lord Unisifus has granted you permission to upgrade and exchange items independently. You may conduct exchanges from any location. Are you truly prepared to annihilate Tut City? Unisifus asked tentatively. She could hardly believe that someone as formidable as Chen Yu, who had even vanquished the will of the Abyss, would so easily betray his faction. Of course, Chen Yu replied without looking back as he mounted the Thorn Spirit. Even without the merit exchange, I would still proceed with the annihilation. This has nothing to do with faction allegiance. For a professional, all that can be slain in a dungeon are monsters. If I don't farm some experience, gold, and equipment, how could I justify the 7-day cooldown of the dungeon? Chapter 40. SSS-rated Dungeon Evaluation, Legendary Level Dungeon Treasure. Half a day passed, and with the obliteration of a magnificent city, the entire dungeon was left barren. Your level has risen to level 49. Your level has risen to level 50. Notification: You have reached the level cap. Experience earned until you complete your class transition will be stored in a temporary experience pool. Notification: You have destroyed Tut City, earning 10,000 Abyssal Faction Merit Points. With the entire dungeon cleared, Chen Yu finally reached level 50. Level 50 is the cap for novice professionals. Only upon completing the transition task and advancing to the first class will the level limit be reopened. Pleased with himself, Chen Yu opened the Abyssal Faction exchange list. Thanks to Unisifus' authority, the prices of items in the Abyssal Faction exchange list were significantly lower than those in Tut City for items of the same level. Furthermore, the selection of quality items available for exchange was considerably broader. Once he exhausted his Abyssal merit points, Chen Yu acquired a full set of accessories, a seed, and several recovery potions. Demon Whisper Bracelet. Quality: Epic. Level: 50. Effect: All attributes 200, damage reduction 5. Demon Whisper Necklace. Quality: Epic. Level: 50. Effect: All attributes 300. Final damage 5. Demon Whisper Ring, X2. Quality: Epic. Level: 50. Effect: All attributes 100, magic damage 500, final damage 2. Set effect: The Descent of Demons. Sacrifice 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 low-level magic crystals to randomly summon a level 100 ordinary boss abyss demon, which will indiscriminately attack all units within its line of sight. Duration of the demon: 1 hour. Cooldown period: 3 days. Seeds of the River Styx. 1. The seed of the epic level plant, the Red Spider Lily. Said to have originated from the banks of the River Styx, guiding kings to the afterlife. Alchemical Demon Potion 20. For units below level 200, instantly restores 100 health points. Mental energy and stamina. Units imbued with abyssal magic can recover 1 point of abyssal magic, while those without will suffer from abyssal magic corrosion after use. Description: allegedly the masterpiece of a certain female demon lord, this potion, containing her bodily fluids, is frequently coveted by male demon lords. For pieces of epic level accessories, consuming 4,000 abyssal merits. 1 epic level river Styx flower seed, valued at 12,000 abyssal merits. The unit price of the alchemical demon potion is 500 merit points, totaling 10,000 points. In terms of attribute benefits alone, there are better accessory sets in the abyssal exchange list. What Chen Yu coveted was the summoning effect of the Demon Whisper accessory set. For a level 50 professional, summoning a demon is merely a disruptive skill or a self-destruct skill. In chaotic scenarios, releasing such an enigmatic boss often yields remarkable results. When confronted with formidable foes, this skill can also summon a boss to mutually annihilate with the enemy. However, Chen Yu intended to utilize this skill as a source of abyssal magic. The skill Embrace of the Abyss requires abyssal magic to create abyssal plants, and aside from slaying demons, there are scant means of replenishment. The Demon Whisper 4-piece set was indeed a timely boon. Chen Yu donned the Tutu City set along with the Demon Whisper set and gazed at his attribute panel. Profession: Planter, Mutation. Level: 50. Strength: 121, 300. Agility: 131, 250. Constitution: 2, 551, 550. Spirit: 2, 701, 550. Abyssal Magic: 5. Free attribute points: 0. Additional attributes: Final damage 9, damage reduction 5. Talent: Absolute Enhancement. Supreme designate an object for absolute enhancement, which may include, but is not limited to life, items, skills, and talents. Passive Profession: Supreme Sacred Soil LV1. Cultivate a plot of Supreme Sacred Soil, where plants grown will receive significant enhancements each time one changes professions. They may designate a specific plant as their destined plant, which will undergo profound sublimation and instant maturation. Skills: Accelerated Growth LV9. Slightly speeds up the growth rate of plant life. Plant Enhancement LV7. Increases all attributes of plant life by 70 for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 380 seconds. Supreme Affection of the Abyss. At any time and place, you can summon the great will of the abyss to descend, sacrificing your very existence to alleviate your crisis. Note: this skill can gain an additional usage each time you change professions. Current usable times: 1. Mythical Embrace of the Abyss. Choose a plant life to undergo abyssal transformation, gaining 100 in all attributes and acquiring the skill Demonization. Indeed, as the saying goes, Buddha relies on golden adornments. Chen Yu exclaimed. Wearing 2 epic level sets, even a small broken statue could instantly transform into a grand golden Buddha. The over 1,000 points of total attribute bonuses filled him with an overwhelming sense of formidable power. He issued a command to conclude the dungeon. The entire dungeon had been thoroughly looted, and there was nothing of value left. The only remaining creature, trembling in some corner, was likely Unisifus, the sole survivor of the dungeon, who had managed to retain a sliver of life due to her use of a mythical skill. Prompt: Entering dungeon settlement phase. The scene before Chen Yu suddenly began to lose color, dimming gradually. Everything around him froze at that moment. Dungeon settlement in progress. Dungeon difficulty: True. Dungeon completion: 100. Dungeon exploration: 1000. Overall evaluation: SSS. Reward settlement: 1, 200 gold coins, 1, 500, 000 experience points, 150 free attribute points, 20 skill points, 1 legendary dungeon treasure chest. Prompt: due to your perfect completion of the dungeon in true mode, this dungeon's true mode will be permanently closed. Upon completion of the settlement, a luminous portal appeared before Chen Yu. He stepped through the portal, emerging into the dungeon square of Jianyang No. 1 High School. Having gone 2 days and nights without sleep, he felt not a trace of fatigue, but rather an exhilarating thrill. The rewards from this dungeon were astonishing, indeed a windfall. At this moment, there were not many professionals in the dungeon square. Most teams had already completed their runs and departed. Those remaining were likely delayed by other matters and had come to catch up. Chen Yu paid no mind to the others and directly returned to his dormitory, locking the door behind him before entering the supreme sacred soil. Beneath the world tree, the treasures and dropped items had accumulated into a small mountain. At the peak of this mound of items lay a legendary dungeon treasure chest, shimmering with orange light. Chen Yu eagerly retrieved the chest and opened it. Instantly, a dazzling orange light shot skyward. Chapter 41, Professional Attributes, Legendary Fundamental Law. Prompt: you have opened a legendary dungeon treasure chest, gaining 5,000 gold coins. Acquiring the legendary Fundamental Law Life Calculation. Obtaining the legendary title 3 feet high. Fundamental Law, Life Calculation. Quality: Legendary. Profession Restriction: Planter. Description: upon use, gain the professional attribute of Vitality, which influences the release effects of professional skills. Title: 3 feet high. Quality: Legendary. Effect: at any time and place. Achieve a 100 probability of obtaining hidden clues. Description: you are a master at maximizing resource utilization, while not daring to say there will be none after you. You are certainly the first of your kind. The effect of the legendary title will make it easier for Chen Yu to encounter low-probability events and hidden occurrences in the future. This not only signifies an increase in rewards, but also a rise in risks. However, Chen Yu believed that with his strength, he would not fear the risks that accompany fortuitous encounters. Yet, the name and description of this title felt somewhat insulting. Furthermore, Chen Yu held the Radiant Skill book in his hands, his heart racing uncontrollably. The Fundamental Law is the most precious, rarest, and highest value skill book in the world of class transitions. In a cultivation world, the Fundamental Law would be akin to the foundational technique for spiritual practice, the commencement of the path to transcendence. In this world, professionals do not need to slowly cultivate techniques. They grow stronger through slaying monsters and accumulating experience. Yet, the rarity of the Fundamental Law only increases. The reason being, the Fundamental Law bestows professionals with their professional attributes. Professional attributes are the very source of a professional's power. For instance, a mage's magical energy, a warrior's fighting spirit, a martial artist's true chi, and so forth. Taking the mage as an example, the higher the magical energy, the greater the power of skill releases under the same conditions. A small fireball, with 0 magical energy, might only slay a rabbit. But with 100 magical energy, it could take down a boss. Upon reaching level 50 and changing professions, professionals automatically acquire their professional attributes. These attributes cannot be enhanced through free attribute points, but can only be obtained through leveling up or learning the Fundamental Law. There are also exceedingly rare methods, so scarce they can be disregarded. Powerful vocational skills almost invariably require the consumption of vocational attributes, which do not deplete the upper limit, to be unleashed. Once these attributes are expended, one must rely on the fundamental techniques to absorb energy crystals such as magic crystals for replenishment. Of course, there are corresponding potions available. However, their prices are prohibitive for most practitioners. It can be said that high-level professionals, without fundamental techniques, dare not unleash their skills freely. Every practitioner beyond the first transition must learn fundamental techniques. Yet, the drop rate for these techniques is exceedingly low, leading to a significant supply shortage. In the marketplace, even a basic level fundamental technique can fetch tens of thousands of gold coins. During times of scarcity, the price can even soar to 100,000 gold coins. Legendary level fundamental techniques are so coveted that they can provoke wars between two major factions without hesitation. Chen Yu unhesitatingly utilized the life calculation skill book. Notification: you have acquired the legendary level fundamental technique, life calculation. Legendary, life calculation LV1. All attributes 200, vitality 10. Consuming vitality allows one to deduce the upgrading paths for plant life quality, with higher quality requiring greater vitality consumption. Truly, as a legendary level fundamental technique, it is formidable. Merely at LV1, it augments all attributes by 200 points and the vocational attribute vitality by 10 points. It is worth noting that the majority of practitioners only gain single-digit vocational attributes upon transitioning. Those who perform poorly in their transition tasks may even receive just 1 point. As for basic attributes, they are even more dismal, equating to what a novice practitioner would attain after several dozen levels of progression. Chen Yu attempted to allocate skill points to the newly acquired skill. After expending a full 5 skill points, the life calculation skill was elevated by 1 level. The basic all-attribute bonus transformed into 400 points, and the vocational attribute vitality bonus increased to 20 points. Without hesitation, Chen Yu devoted all remaining skill points into life calculation. Legendary life calculation LV5. All attributes 1000, vitality 50. Consuming vitality allows one to deduce the upgrading paths for plant life quality, with higher quality requiring greater vitality consumption. Let us explore this active effect. The active effect of life calculation deduces the upgrading paths for plant life quality. An ordinary planter would undoubtedly treasure this active effect, as it signifies the continuous cultivation of high-quality plant life, infinitely enhancing one's combat potential. Chen Yu's plant life had been nurtured in the supreme sacred soil, subsequently evolving on its own. However, this evolution is not without its limits. The legendary level represents the upper limit for plants in the supreme sacred soil to evolve unconditionally. From ordinary to epic, the plant life in the supreme sacred soil undergoes a state of evolution. After advancing to legendary, this state has vanished, indicating that the supreme sacred soil can no longer facilitate automatic evolution. The active effect of life calculation precisely enables Chen Yu to discover methods for advancing legendary plant life to mythical status. Zhou Bowen, the 4th transformation planter hired by Jiang Tianming, had previously mentioned that humanoid plant life gains a higher degree of anthropomorphism as its quality improves. It is said that mythical level plant life becomes indistinguishable from humans, both in form and intellect, reaching parity with ordinary humans. Chen Yu had validated this claim himself. Indeed, Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng are mythical level plant life. their anatomical structure nearly identical to that of true humans. Do not inquire how he knows this. Such matters can only be experienced personally. Ah, by the way, perhaps the primordial spirits like Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng will grow larger as their quality improves. Chen Yu's heart raced with excitement, and he could not resist glancing at Xiaoyan. At that moment, Xiaoyan was rummaging through a pile of items, selecting beautiful accessories to adorn herself. She had placed an emerald ring around her neck, draped several pearl necklaces over herself, and donned golden earrings, transforming herself into a little bundle of jewelry. The lively and adorable essence of the little sprite was almost submerged beneath the resplendent adornments. What are you doing? Chen Yu playfully poked Xiaoyan's head, amused. Ah, master. Do I look pretty? Xiaoyan proudly twirled around in front of Chen Yu. Yes, very beautiful, Chen Yu replied, suppressing a smile, unwilling to dampen the little sprite's spirits, and offered an insincere compliment. Really? That is wonderful. Master, what about Xiaofeng? Is she pretty? Xiaoyan gleefully unearthed a large mass of jewelry intertwined with each other from the pile. This is Xiaofeng. Xiaoyan pressed down on a ring, ultimately revealing half of a little sprite's head with light cyan hair. Chen Yu. All right, you two, wait a moment. For the sake of your future happiness, and to strengthen our combat power, I have just acquired a skill that can deduce the upgrading paths for your quality. Chapter 42. Creating a World. The Advancement Path of Primordial Spirits. Quality Enhancement. The little sprite Xiaofeng, wrapped in jewelry, suddenly brightened her vacant gaze. She shivered with excitement, shaking off the adornments clinging to her, then flew up to embrace Chen Yu's chin, her small form pressed against his face. Master, I want it. Beside her, Xiaoyan stared in awe, not expecting Xiaofeng to respond so quickly. And me, I want it too. Xiaoyan anxiously circled around Chen Yu. Not only Xiaofeng and Xiaoyan, but even dozens of legendary-level plant life silently approached, surrounding Chen Yu in a tight circle. Clearly, he had underestimated their yearning for evolution. Chen Yu felt a sudden headache. Calm down, one at a time, there's enough for everyone. At that moment, a girl-shaped figure composed of light green radiance appeared beside Chen Yu. This was the manifestation of the World Tree's will, currently within the supreme sacred soil. Apart from Chen Yu, the World Tree is the absolute authority. Chen Yu holds the position of the exalted master, with the plant life drawing close to him, seeking his affection. Yet, no one dares to offend the majesty of the World Tree. As the will of the World Tree manifested, the legendary-level plant life retreated in unison. Xiaoyan and Xiaofeng, however, showed no fear of the World Tree. Xiaofeng remained clinging to Chen Yu's face like a little leech, refusing to let go. The soft and gentle touch, along with a faint fragrance, brought Chen Yu a sense of enjoyment. Seeing the manifestation of the World Tree, Xiaoyan excitedly rushed forward. Mom. Yet, the light green girl had no physical form. Xiaoyan lunged forward only to pass through the green light. However, she did not feel disheartened. Instead, she joyfully flitted around the green light. Children, do not misbehave. You must listen to your master and not cause him trouble. A gentle and sweet voice echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Chen Yu turned to look at the World Tree, which nodded in affirmation. It dawned on him that the World Tree was conveying its intention to him. Oh, the two little sprites finally settled down, obediently floating beside the manifestation of the World Tree. Master, are you planning to use the fundamental technique to deduce their advancement paths? The World Trees will inquire softly. Do you wish to try as well? Chen Yu chuckled ruefully. I only possess a legendary-level fundamental technique. I doubt it has the capacity for that. The quality of the World Tree is supreme. The gap between supreme and legendary is vast, and I have yet to ascertain the extent of it. I certainly do not harbor the naive belief that life calculation can deduce the advancement paths of supreme beings. Not at all, Master. Upon bestowing me with life, my path has already become clear. What do you mean? Though they are my children, our fates are intertwined. My path is their path. Are you implying that you know their advancement paths? Chen Yu asked, astonished. Indeed, the World Tree confirmed. As primordial spirits, they represent the most fundamental elements that constitute the material world. Their path to promotion is, in fact, the second most significant mission embedded in their very essence, to create a world. A mission? To create a world? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Is this truly their method of enhancing their qualities? To his astonishment, the World Tree revealed such a monumental secret to him. If what the World Tree stated is indeed true, does that not imply that, in the short term, the primordial spirits are unable to elevate their qualities? One can only imagine the immense power required to create a world. Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng are still far from reaching that stage. Not as you presume, Master. The melodious voice of the World Tree echoed gently in Chen Yu's mind. As the World Tree, every part of my being possesses the potential to develop into a complete world. The elements represented by the primordial spirits are the very foundation of world creation. Once all 8 primordial elemental spirits are born, I shall commence the creation of the first world. The primordial elemental spirits that partake in this creation will also grow alongside the world they bring forth. Which 8 primordial elemental spirits are you referring to? Chen Yu inquired. Earth, fire, water, wind, light, darkness, time, and space are the 8 primordial elements, the very cornerstones of the world. Understood, Chen Yu nodded, immediately calculating how to acquire the resources pertaining to these attributes. Earth, fire, water, and wind are relatively easy to procure, as crystals corresponding to these attributes are readily available in the market. Light and darkness are somewhat more challenging, but with sufficient funds, they can still be acquired. The crux lies in time and space. Monsters embodying these 2 attributes are exceedingly rare, and thus, their corresponding attribute crystals seldom drop. Other resources containing these attributes are also quite scarce. To obtain them, considerable effort will be required. However, the thought of assembling all 8 primordial spirits to create his own private world invigorated Chen Yu. By the way, Chen Yu suddenly asked, you mentioned that creating a world is the second-tier task of the primordial spirits. What then is the first tier? To serve the master, of course. We exist for our master and live for our master. Serving our master is our supreme mission and honor. Haha, excellent. It should indeed be so. Chen Yu laughed heartily. In truth, when the world tree spoke of the primordial spirit's mission, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Everything within the supreme holy land belongs to him, regardless of their origins. They should not be bound by so-called missions. If there must be a mission, it must align with his will. By the way, master, if you have no pressing matters, I suggest you expedite the completion of your class transition task, the world tree advised. Once you advance to the first transition, I can enhance your occupational attributes. With that, the green light forming the essence of the world tree dissipated into a myriad of luminescent particles before Chen Yu. For some reason, he sensed a hint of shyness in the last words of the world tree's will. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Chen Yu shook his head, committing the world tree's words to memory. The prospect of the world tree enhancing his occupational attributes was an unexpected delight. The class transition task should indeed be prioritized. However, before that, he must elevate all his skills to their maximum level. Currently, he has 3 skills available for upgrade: plant enhancement at level 7, rapid growth at level 9, and vitality calculation at level 5. If he does not wish to waste time incrementally accumulating skill proficiency, he must expend skill points for direct enhancement. Altogether, he requires 29 additional skill points to fully upgrade all 3 skills. If he achieves a satisfactory evaluation in dungeons of above-average difficulty, he will be rewarded with skill points and free attribute points. Thus, he must seek out additional dungeons to reap rewards. Never mind, there is no rush. Let me first deduce the advancement route for legendary grade plant life and see what materials are needed. Additionally, I must acquire all available resources for hatching primordial spirits. Chen Yu summoned a thorn spirit and initiated the vitality calculation. Chapter 43, The Mythical Path of the Thorn Spirit. Mysterious nutritional substances? Chen Yu placed his hand atop the thorn spirit's head. As the vitality calculation commenced, the thorn spirit radiated a soft green glow. As time passed, everything about the thorn spirit unfolded in Chen Yu's mind. Countless thoughts collided violently, forming and then discarding various concepts. Ultimately, the vitality calculation deduced 2 potential paths. The first, gigantification. Retaining the current level of personification while developing towards a more colossal form, significantly enhancing strength, vitality, and defense. The second, humanization. Cultivating intelligence and personality. Progressing towards a highly anthropomorphized state, greatly enhancing adaptability, flexibility, and cognitive abilities. Both paths would enable the thorn spirit to ascend to mythical quality, devoid of any inherent superiority or inferiority. The former may appear to possess greater combat prowess, yet this is not necessarily the case. A gigantified plant life relies more on innate attributes, engaging in battle by instinct, while a humanized plant life depends on skills and intricate maneuvers, fighting with intellect. In a direct confrontation, it is difficult to predict who would emerge victorious. Furthermore, the path of gigantification actually contradicts the current evolutionary direction of the thorn spirit. If one were to choose gigantification, the resources and effort required would far exceed those needed for humanization. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu opted for the humanization path and continued his deductions. The materials required for the humanization path were methodically outlined. The fundamental requirement was to absorb the corpse of a golden boss of the same level. The higher the boss's level, the greater the quality and success rate. Primary materials: at least 10 units of legendary grade life water, at least 1 leaf from a mythical grade life tree. At this moment, Chen Yu's brow furrowed, and he opened his eyes. The glow emanating from the thorn spirit dimmed. The auxiliary materials remained unclear, and the deduction process had abruptly ceased. The reason for this was that the occupational attribute of vitality had been nearly exhausted. Reluctantly, Chen Yu had no choice but to temporarily abandon the endeavor. The vitality calculation is a comprehensive process. He cannot simply pause to recuperate and then continue. Chen Yu's occupational attribute limit is insufficient to complete the deduction for the advancement path of legendary grade plant life. In other words, he must first elevate his skill levels and acquire sufficient occupational attributes to finalize the entire deduction process. Having spent over 2 days in the dungeon and just conducted another vitality calculation, even with his remarkable attributes, Chen Yu now felt exceptionally fatigued. Thus, he decided to remove his equipment and lie down, using the thorn spirit as a pillow, succumbing to slumber amidst the fragrance that enveloped him. The following morning, Chen Yu awoke, cocooned in vines and leaves. The thorn spirit had proactively grown numerous soft vines and leaves to create a plush mattress for his comfort. After rising, the thorn spirit struggled to reshape the vines back into a human form. As they had not been in existence for long, they were still unaccustomed to such significant alterations in form. Thank you, Chen Yu smiled, affectionately ruffling the thorn spirit's hair. While their appearance bore a resemblance to human hair, one could still distinctly perceive a botanical essence. The thorn spirit conveyed a thought to Chen Yu, expressing joy in being able to assist him and a desire to do even more, even at the cost of everything. For plant beings, the master is their sole purpose. Embodying the purest form of loyalty and dependence, the thorn spirit gently tugged at Chen Yu, transmitting another thought. If possible, she hoped for more closeness from him, for his presence brought her a sense of peace and fulfillment. Chen Yu's lips curved into a slight smile. There is no need to rush. Time is abundant. Once you ascend to the realm of the mythical and your emotions deepen, we shall have infinite moments to share. He is confident that the plant beings he has nurtured will accompany him eternally. The thorn spirit immediately expressed joy, vowing to strive twice as hard for an early ascension. It seems that life ahead will be quite intriguing. Chen Yu chuckled as he playfully pinched the slightly coarse cheek of the thorn maiden, transforming a seed into a loyal beauty, willing to sacrifice everything for him, evoked a strange thrill and sense of achievement within him. However, it wasn't long before his smile faltered. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a vast expanse of plant beauties, over 500. Chen Yu quickly shook his head, casting aside a flurry of chaotic thoughts, and approached the world tree. Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng were once again toying with his heap of spoils. To be precise, it was Xiao Yin who was amusing herself with the spoils and Xiao Feng. Chen Yu stepped forward, pinching Xiao Yan's delicate little foot with 2 fingers, lifting her upside down and tossing her away. Then, with a pang of sympathy, he extricated Xiao Feng from a mound of cumbersome trinkets and tucked him into his pocket. Oh dear, master, you've taken Xiao Feng from me again. You bully. Xiao Yin fumed as she returned, accusing Chen Yu of his tyranny. Unperturbed, Chen Yu calmly caught her and rubbed her vigorously until she became dizzy, only then releasing her before commencing to open the treasure chests. Prompt. Opened a rare level dungeon treasure chest, acquired rare level equipment, elite knight armor. Prompt. Opened an epic level dungeon treasure chest, acquired elite heavy cavalry set blueprint. Received epic level equipment, noble ring. Prompt. Opened. After finishing with all the chests, he amassed a considerable amount of gold coins, equipment, and a few skill books and blueprints. However, quantity does not equate to value. It was estimated that the total worth of all the equipment and gold coins paled in comparison to the scant skill books and blueprints. Subsequently, Chen Yu found a spot to bury the seeds of the yellow spring flower and 2 Mo-yun vines. The 3 seeds quickly took root and sprouted. Yet, their growth rate was noticeably slower than that of the previous punching vine, poison lily, and carnivorous flower. Oh, master, its aura feels quite peculiar. It seems rather advanced. Xiao Yin observed curiously as she hovered near the yellow spring flower seedling. Be good and don't bully it. Go play with these, Chen Yu instructed, placing Xiao Yin atop the mountain of treasures. Have fun. Later, we'll sell everything, and you won't have anything left to play with. Xiao Yin immediately panicked, disregarding her curiosity about the yellow spring flower, clinging tightly to the pile of treasures and casting a pleading glance at Chen Yu. Chen Yu ignored her, directly exiting the supreme holy land. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion's Practitioner Mall is the largest practitioner market in Jianyang City. It is said to be part of a nationwide chain, sprawling across a vast area. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion sells equipment, skill books, potions, maps, dungeon strategies, and various items needed by practitioners. Naturally, they also handle purchases. During his previous 2 visits, Chen Yu had sold items dropped from monsters in the wild at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. This time, he had no intention of making an exception. After all, a larger store means fewer troubles. His time was precious, and he did not wish to haggle with the owner of a small shop over trivialities. Upon entering the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, the round-faced young lady at the front desk greeted him with a bright smile. Mr. Chen, it seems you have made another significant haul. What significant haul? Just earning a bit of hard-earned money, Chen Yu humbly replied. Unlike your Gathering Treasure Pavilion, which makes a fortune daily, the one making a fortune is the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. What does that have to do with me? The front desk young lady gazed at Chen Yu with a hint of grievance. You haven't called me even once since I gave you my number. Ha ha ha, all right. Enough with your banter. You're making me sound like a scoundrel. Go fetch your manager. Chen Yu laughed, flicking a gold coin into the air, which landed perfectly in the front desk young lady's deep cleavage. Yes, I'll go right away. The young lady beamed and swayed her way into the back office. Moments later, she returned with a small, expressionless girl. The little girl sported pigtails, wore a pink dress and white socks, and her plump, soft pink lips were quite captivating. However, Her poker face was likely responsible for interrupting such charming thoughts. Chapter 44. News of Mythical Materials, a New Primal Elemental. The little girl is the general manager of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion in Jiangyang City, and she was responsible for the acquisitions during Chen Yu's previous sales. In reality, the value of those previous items was not high, so Chen Yu was puzzled as to why the top authority of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion would be involved. Show me what you have, the little girl said as she approached, looking up at Chen Yu with her deadpan expression. All right, without further ado. Chen Yu dumped his spoils in front of the little girl. Gleaming items tumbled out, forming a small mountain, even slightly taller than the little girl herself. Among the heap, most items shimmered with blue light, and there were a notable number of purple ones as well. The little girl's mouth formed a small round shape, her deadpan eyes widening in astonishment. This expression, in fact, added a touch of adorableness fitting her image. Chen Yu couldn't help but glance at her a moment longer, feeling that her current expression suited him well. In a previous life, he might have schemed to win her over and clumsily fed her lollipops. In this life, however, his aspirations lie elsewhere, leaving everything to fate. What have you done? The little girl asked, eyeing Chen Yu curiously. Did you rob a store? Just fortunate luck. Items dropped. Estimate their value. Chen Yu chuckled. Please wait a moment. Yin Luo, hurry and come help. The little girl called out to the round-faced young lady, who was still in a state of astonishment. Yes, ma'am, I mean manager. The round-faced girl snapped back to reality and hurried to the pile of items, assisting the little girl in sorting through them. Epic equipment, 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Oh, a heavy cavalry commander set? Such a splendid set skill. And there's more than one set. Goodness, did you rob a high-ranking armory of some nation? And so many epic-level accessories. No way. Purple accessories can form a set too? My heavens. Meanwhile, Chen Yu sat nearby, sipping tea, contentedly watching the little girl and the round-faced young lady inventory the goods. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his pocket. Xiao Feng was moving, sending forth a wave of yearning thoughts. Chen Yu curiously pulled Xiao Feng out. Slurp. Xiao Feng perched on the teacup, eagerly dipping her head into the tea, savoring every drop with a look of utter satisfaction. Once she finished her tea, she fell back into a motionless, stiff state. So you enjoy eating and drinking, huh? Too bad. How much can your little frame hold? Chen Yu chuckled, poking her soft, flat belly. After about an hour, the little girl and the round-faced young lady finally completed the inventory of the extensive collection of equipment. Dear guest, here is the summary. 7 sets of epic-level equipment, including 2 sets of accessories. 103 pieces of epic-level equipment, with 23 being accessories. 16 sets of rare-level equipment, and 423 individual rare-level items. According to our Gathering Treasure Pavilion's purchasing price, the total value is 198,700 gold coins. If you wish to sell, the payment will be processed immediately. No problem. Chen Yu nodded. This price was slightly higher than his own estimation. Additionally, there are a few more items. Could you give me a quote for those as well? After saying this, Chen Yu handed a wooden box to the little girl. All right. The little girl accepted the wooden box and opened it. Her deadpan eyes instantly transformed into wide, sparkling orbs. Rare level city wall blueprint. Rare level arrow tower blueprint. Level 50 rare set blueprints. 7 rare level blueprints. Make me an offer, Chen Yu said, playing with Xiao Feng in his hands, grinning as he watched the little girl's expression change repeatedly, filling him with an inexplicable sense of joy. 500,000 gold coins. After a brief moment of silence, the little girl slowly spoke. All right, it's settled then. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. The little girl's pricing was always fair, which was one of the reasons he consistently chose to do business at the Treasure Pavilion. In addition, I wish to procure some materials. Please proceed. 1,000 pieces each of earth, fire, water, wind, light, and dark attribute magic crystals. I will also require 10,000 ordinary magic crystals. Furthermore, 1,800 seeds of the vine of striking, 1,800 seeds of the carnivorous flower, and 900 seeds of the poison lily. The price for light and dark attribute magic crystals is 10 gold coins each, while the other 4 attributes are 3 gold coins each. Ordinary magic crystals are priced at 1 gold coin each, and seeds at 1 gold coin each. The total comes to 46,500 gold coins. The little girl swiftly calculated the cost. That's acceptable. The amount can be deducted from the payment, Chen Yu replied. Additionally, I seek information regarding a few materials. Do you have magic crystals or other resources with time and space attributes? I'm also interested in the leaves of the tree of life and the water of life. Does the Treasure Pavilion sell these? If so, what are their prices? If not, where can I acquire them? Upon hearing Chen Yu's inquiries, the little girl furrowed her brows. Lost in thought, after a considerable pause, she stated, among the items you inquired about, the water of life is the most accessible. The water of life is a primary ingredient for crafting ultra-tier instant recovery potions, and the Treasure Pavilion has a stable supply. However, you must understand that ultra-tier instant recovery potions are crucial for 7th-turn professionals in life-threatening situations. Thus, the price is exorbitant. A single unit of water of life could purchase half of Jiangyang City's Treasure Pavilion. The Tree of Life is said to be the mother tree of the elven race. And a mature tree of life is a 5-colored mythical level plant. What you need is certainly not an ordinary leaf, but rather a mythical grade material infused with the essence of life. Such items are rare and can only be encountered through specific dungeons, if at all. As for resources with time and space attributes, they are exceedingly scarce, currently unavailable, and their prices fluctuate dramatically. If you desire them, I can keep an eye out. Is the water of life readily available? Can it be obtained at any time? Chen Yu's heart soared with joy. This was the primary material for advancing legendary level plant life, and being able to purchase it was undoubtedly a boon. And what about the price? Indeed, it is available on demand, priced at 5 million gold coins per unit. The little girl replied nonchalantly. Would you like to purchase it? Well, at this stage, the price is still a concern. Let us add each other as friends. If you receive any news regarding resources with time and space attributes, please contact me. Agreed. The little girl opened her friend panel, and they mutually added each other as friends. Thank you, Chen Yu smiled. The little girl was the general manager of the treasure pavilion, well informed, and having her assistance would save Chen Yu a considerable amount of time. No need for thanks. The little girl said earnestly. If I help you find the materials you need and facilitate the transaction, I will be charging a commission. Chen Yu's lips twitched. This money-hungry little girl. Do you have any other needs, esteemed guest? If not, I can proceed to finalize your bill, the little girl inquired. None. Chen Yu shook his head. Subsequently, the little girl initiated a transaction from her friend panel and transferred 660,000 gold coins to Chen Yu. Very well, until next time. By the way, here is a little gift for you. Chen Yu stood up, placed a lollipop in the little girl's hand, then turned and waved goodbye as he left the treasure pavilion. With the materials in hand and resources abundant, the world tree was ready to give birth to new primordial spirits. Chapter 45, The Unforeseen Threat, The Birth of the Primordial Earth Spirit. Inside the treasure pavilion, the little girl gazed at Chen Yu's departing figure, lost in silence. Yun Luo, noticing her expression, exclaimed anxiously, Miss, look at how far he has come. If you don't make a move now, you may lose your chance. Do you think true prodigies are so easy to win over? Yun Baiyu replied coolly. Are you suggesting that I do not wish to invest in him? The truth is, there has never been an opportunity from the very beginning. How can that be? Yun Luo retorted. When he first arrived, he had just transitioned and his level was still below 10. Even now, he remains a novice. As long as you present an offer, he might very well accept. Ignorant. Yun Baiyu shot Yun Luo a glare. True prodigies never deign to bow to others. They carve out their own path and obtain everything through their own efforts, not through the charity of others. Those willing to become someone else's lackey are destined for limited achievements. Furthermore, do you know why I judged him to be an extraordinary prodigy when he first came? Was it not a conclusion drawn from your ability to read people? Yun Luo asked. The art of reading does not yield any glimpse into his future. Yun Baiyu scoffed. I used my talent identification technique to observe him. His talents are beyond my comprehension, and his passive skills are equally inscrutable. Wait, Yun Luo exclaimed. Miss, if your talent cannot perceive him, does that not imply his talents and passives are above mythical level? Precisely, Yun Baiyu confirmed. I just used the identification technique on him again. He has gained 2 additional skills that I cannot observe, along with a legendary level foundational law. Does that mean he has learned 2 mythical skills and a legendary foundational law? Yun Luo gasped in disbelief. How is that possible? Wasn't he parentless and from a poor background? Could it be that his parents are some hidden powerhouses and the information we have is false? Not necessarily. Yun Baiyu shook her head. Prodigies are often blessed by fate. Perhaps we are merely a trivial part of his fortune, merely here to save him some time in his ascent. By the way, do you know what he was playing with just now? It was a beautifully crafted doll. Exquisitely made. Yun Luo recalled. If I had the chance, I would have asked him where he bought it. A doll? Yun Baiyu smirked. That is a plant life. Its information eludes my talent identification technique. A mythical level plant life? Yun Luo's breath quickened. So, what do you think we can use to invest in him or win him over? With our backsides, perhaps? Yours or mine? Yun Baiyu asked nonchalantly. Mine. Yun Luo immediately perked up. Young, handsome, and with a bright future. If he is willing, I would welcome him with open arms. Miss, you can send me to him. I wouldn't mind. Being able to be around such an impressive man made Yun Luo's heart flutter. She closed her eyes, cupping her face with her hands, exclaiming, Ah, miss. I want him. Enough, Yun Baiyu said, her lips twitching. You, a 5th-turn mortician, reeking of decay. Are you not afraid of repulsing him the moment you take off your gear? Besides, you've already given him your contact information, so obviously, he hasn't reached out. Hey, let us use yours then, Yun Luo chuckled. He looked at your lips 3 times just now, once for a second, once for 3 seconds, and once for 2 seconds. What do you think he was thinking? Get away from me. Yun Baiyu angrily kicked Yun Luo. Hey, Yun Luo sighed. Are we really just going to watch such a quality prodigy drift away from us? Who says so? Yun Baiyu raised her brows with a smile. Didn't I just mention that we might also be a part of his fortune? Don't you find it quite fortuitous? I just happen to need an extraordinary talent to support me, and he just happens to appear before me. Miss, wake up. He wants to support you, so stop dreaming. The old fogies in our family are already breathing down our necks. If you don't make a move soon, Be wary of those dogs finding a marriage alliance to marry you off. They wouldn't dare, Yunbai replied coldly. Don't forget, in our lineage, it is my elder sister who holds the weight, not me. While my sister may not concern herself with the family's sordid affairs, her authority as a seventh-turn ultra-tier powerhouse is not something anyone would dare to challenge. And I have already taken action. Otherwise, could he possibly visit our store 3 times consecutively? Yunbai leisurely unwrapped a lollipop and placed it into her mouth. A prodigy. Surely he would not relish engaging in petty business disputes, as it would squander their precious time. Thus, it is often essential to seek a trustworthy business partner. I adjusted the acquisition price to slightly above the market value, as a demonstration of my sincerity. Humans are creatures of habit. Once he grows accustomed to collaborating with me, he will instinctively consider me first in matters requiring attention, such as today, when he requested my assistance in keeping an eye out for needed resources. Once a foundation of rapport is established, my lady, you may seize the opportunity to engage him in a flowery discourse, thereby solidifying this connection into an unbreakable bond. Yun Luo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, my lady is astute. You possess a keen understanding of the principle that overt flirtation is easily evaded, whereas subtle advances are far more challenging to guard against. Alas, within that mind of yours, it seems this is the extent of your wit. Yunbai retorted disdainfully. How base. Heh, Yun Luo scoffed. Then perhaps my lady should refrain from changing clothes or applying lip gloss. With a sharp glare, Yunbai crushed the candy in her mouth with indignation. Chen Yu departed from the treasure pavilion and sought a secluded spot to enter the supreme holy land. Upon his arrival, Xiaoyan immediately approached him, tearfully requesting the return of her toy and assuring him she would no longer bully Xiaofeng. Unfortunately, all of Xiaoyan's toys had been sold, exchanged for gold coins, and would not return. Chen Yu unwrapped the lollipop and placed it in Xiaoyan's arms. Here, take this and enjoy. Xiaoyan cradled the large candy in her hands, took a tentative lick, and the sweetness dazzled her senses, causing her to forget all about the toy, and she happily began to eat. After pacifying Xiaoyan with a lollipop, Chen Yu made his way to the world tree, extracting all the magic crystals and laying them at the roots of the tree. Soon, the ordinary magic crystals had diminished by more than half, and all the attribute magic crystals were absorbed. On the branches of the world tree, a row of colorful fruits rapidly sprouted. Among them, a bright yellow fruit detached from the branch and slowly descended. With both hands, Chen Yu caught the fruit. As it split open, a petite beauty with an oval face and shoulder-length hair emerged, her figure trim and legs long. The petite beauty knelt respectfully in Chen Yu's palm, proclaiming, Almighty Master, I, the primordial earth spirit, pledge my loyalty to you. From the moment you granted me life, I shall cherish what you cherish and despise what you despise. My words and actions shall be governed by your will, the highest principle of my existence, unyielding and eternal. Chapter 46. Control Type Forbidden Spell, Cultists and Conspiracy? Chen Yu scrutinized the primordial earth spirit for a moment. Unlike the lively Xiao Yin and the adorably clueless Xiao Feng, she exuded an air of solemnity and ritual. However, as your master, I take pride in your loyalty. But, you might want to don some clothing first. The primordial earth spirit paused, her cheeks flushing. With a wave of her hand, the split fruit shell transformed into exquisite, intricately designed armor that adorned her form. While it showcased her elegance, it also accentuated her alluring physique. I apologize for my impertinence. Please punish me, master. No, you have committed no offense. On the contrary, you are exceedingly courteous. Which I admire, Chen Yu replied. However, this attire is only appropriate in my presence, not for others to see. Understood? Yes, master. I understand. The primordial earth spirit knelt once more, her expression serious. All right, there's no need for such formality, Chen Yu said, ruffling her hair. From now on, your name shall be Ho-Tu. Following the naming conventions of the previous 2 primordial spirits, Chen Yu instinctively wished to name her Xiao Tuesday. Yet, as the name lingered on his lips, he felt it lacked charm and, with a flash of inspiration, changed it to Ho Tuesday. The deity associated with the earth and reincarnation, how grand. Primordial earth spirit, Ho-Tu, I thank you for the name bestowed by my master. Ho-Tu knelt again in gratitude. With the naming complete, Chen Yu opened Ho-Tu's attribute panel to inspect. Primordial earth spirit, Ho-Tuesday rank, 1-star myth. Level, 50. Attributes, strength, 5500. Agility, 5500. Constitution, 5500. Spirit, 11,000. Talent, earth elementalization, entering an elemental state, immune to all physical damage and earth-type damage, while enhancing her own earth-type damage by 500. Passive, primordial earth spirit, 99 reduction in the consumption of earth-type skills, with a 100 increase in power. Skills, mountain collapse and earth split, forbidden spell. Celestial meteor shower, forbidden spell. Wall of size, forbidden spell. Atomic solidification, forbidden spell. Similar to Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng, except her domain is earth. Only the atomic solidification forbidden spell caught Chen Yu's attention. Atomic solidification, forbidden spell causes all living beings within the skill's range to cease life responses, entering a unique state between life and death, preserving their original characteristics while being unable to act. Atomic solidification is, surprisingly, a control skill specifically targeting living beings, without altering the terrain or environment. In contrast, Xiao Feng and Xiao Yan's forbidden spells were increasingly destructive and fierce, requiring Chen Yu to deliberate carefully before use, lest he inadvertently affect unintended targets and cause a cascade of subsequent troubles. However, Ho-Tu's atomic solidification could be deemed a highly practical forbidden spell. Lacking grandiose visual and auditory effects, it does not directly inflict harm. Even if a mistake were made, it could be rectified swiftly. Yet, its lack of damage also signifies inefficiency for monster hunting. Subsequently, Chen Yu turned his gaze back to the world tree. He had amassed a wealth of resources. The fruits maturing on the world tree were abundant. Today, he would also reap a batch of primordial spirits. However, the world tree conveyed a thought that dashed Chen Yu's hopes. Although the fruits had ripened, the primordial spirits could not be hatched in large numbers. Energy and attributes merely provide external conditions for the birth of primordial spirits, akin to nourishment. The true essence lies in the spiritual essence imparted by the world tree. Primordial spirits are highly potential mythological beings, and even the world tree cannot instantly deliver offspring upon consumption. A gestation process is required. This process would likely take around 3 days. 3 days is not too long, akin to the making of dumplings. The mere thought of eventually possessing a multitude of adorable little spirits, unleashing countless forbidden spells at will, invigorated Chen Yu. Let us go, let us dive into dungeons. Chen Yu tucked Xiao Feng and Ho-Tu into his left and right pockets, respectively, and departed from the supreme holy land. Hey, master, don't leave me behind. Xiao Yan, seeing Chen Yu take Ho-Tu and Xiao Feng while leaving her behind, stomped her feet in frustration. Previously, when Chen Yu only brought Xiao Feng, it could be explained as separating her from Xiao Feng to prevent her from bullying her. However, Ho-Tu did not appear to be the type to be easily intimidated. Wretched master, you want to take me out to play? Xiao Yan crossed her arms, sitting atop the world tree, her little mouth poking out in displeasure. Entering the supreme holy land, Chen Yu found a restroom stall and locked the door. When he emerged, he was still within the stall. Just as Chen Yu placed his hand on the doorknob, he suddenly halted. He sensed 2 familiar auras. It was abyssal magic. However, these 2 sources of abyssal magic were of a lower grade than his own. Perhaps they belonged to 2 practitioners wielding demonic powers. Chen Yu shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Yet, at that moment, 2 low voices echoed from outside the stall. Supreme Demon God. Supreme Demon God? Chen Yu's expression tightened. The voices were grave, clearly not uttering jest. An organization devoted to a certain abyssal deity? A cult? Chen Yu pondered silently. Although he had a profound connection with the abyss is one entity, while the deities are another. The 2 should not be conflated. Strictly speaking, the abyss holds no inherent bias. Some practitioners from Blue Star can wield its powers. However, the deities differ significantly. A considerable number of them are characterized by their aggressive and destructive nature. Among the practitioners of Blue Star, it is not uncommon for some to be seduced by hostile deities, joining cults and becoming their minions, occasionally causing disturbances that are quite bothersome. Incidents of cults suddenly going berserk and engaging in blood sacrifices to a city have occurred more than once. Best to observe for now. If it is unrelated to him, there is naturally no need to intervene. At most, he would report the situation to Jiang Tianming, and the higher-ups in Jianyang City would handle it accordingly. Should it pose a threat to him personally, then preparation would be essential. Chen Yu stealthily peered out from the partition. He noticed 2 practitioners outside, each extending a hand palm up. In their palms lay a black emblem. The emblem depicted a human figure lying on the ground, covered in various wounds, with an expression of agony. This emblem seems somewhat familiar. Chen Yu contemplated for a moment, suddenly recalling that he too possessed a similar item. It had dropped from the rebel night boss in a school dungeon. According to its description, possessing the emblem would allow an unconditional transfer to the Abyss faction, along with certain benefits. These 2 individuals likely also acquired such an emblem from a similar dungeon, making it their loot. However, judging by their demeanor, it is more probable that it serves as a demonic token within a cult. Let us see what they might discuss. Chen Yu continued to observe. Yet, the 2 did not engage in extensive conversation. After revealing their emblems, they exchanged an item and prepared to depart. Leaving? I should follow them for further insight. Wait, why am I sneaking around? Chen Yu suddenly realized that there was no need for him to play the role of a tail. Once the 2 met and left, it was uncertain if they would take any further action. Perhaps they would simply go into hiding. Unless he devoted a significant amount of time to monitoring them, he would not glean any useful information. However, he could not afford to squander his time tracking cultists. Ultimately, he would only be able to report hastily. And if the bureaucratic tendencies of Jianyang City's higher-ups were severe, it might not even garner their attention. Beyond following them, he had better methods to ascertain the cult's intentions. Firstly, there was the emblem in his possession, an authentic demonic product, similar in style to the ones held by those 2. Perhaps he could infiltrate their ranks using this emblem and indirectly extract some information. If infiltration proved impossible, it would not matter, with his own strength as a foundation. Capturing the two and subjecting them to intense interrogation would likely yield results. One was an 80-level warrior, and the other a 90-level archer. Both were weak, easily crushed by a mere Thornvines demon. Furthermore, aside from preventing the cult from wreaking havoc that could affect his interests, Chen Yu harbored another small ambition. Practitioners in this world are quite pragmatic. Regardless of whether one belongs to a cult or some other obscure organization, if they wish to recruit him, they must offer some enticing benefits. Given that they were undertaking actions, there must be financial backing involved. If the adversary was not particularly strong, he might have the opportunity to engage in some righteous deeds, robbing the rich to aid the poor. He had recently found himself rather impoverished. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu hesitated no longer and stepped outside. "Gentlemen, what are you discussing?" The two practitioners turned to Chen Yu, initially taken aback. Their expressions quickly darkened as they subtly blocked his path, one on each side. Why such a strong reaction? Is it really necessary? Chen Yu retrieved the Abyssal Lord's emblem from his backpack and displayed it to the two. The High Priestess emblem. How could this be? Upon seeing Chen Yu produce the emblem, the two practitioners momentarily froze, their expressions shifting to confusion, tinged with a hint of reverence for Chen Yu. The High Priestess emblem? Chen Yu's heart stirred. From their reactions, it was evident that his emblem belonged to the same hierarchy as theirs, and moreover, within this hierarchy, his emblem was of a notably higher rank. "Pray tell, from whom did you acquire your High Priestess emblem?" One practitioner inquired cautiously. "From Eunaxophis," replied Chen Yu. "Have you heard of this name?" His Abyssal Lord's emblem was personally crafted by Eunaxophis, and perhaps she played a significant role within this hierarchy. The two gasped sharply. To dare utter the name of the Abyssal Demon Lord and possess the highest level Abyssal emblem, this individual was not to be trifled with. "Wait, you mean your emblem was personally bestowed upon you by her?" they asked, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the implications of their words. Which were they referring to? Was it Eunaxophis, the leader of their organization, or some other high-ranking individual? Although he was not entirely certain, it did not hinder him from playing along with their narrative. "Indeed," Chen Yu stated gravely. "She fears that individuals like you may cause trouble, which is why she sent me to keep an eye on you. Truly, your vigilance is lacking. I have been right here, yet you did not notice me. Had it not been me here today, but rather another formidable being. Do you comprehend the potential consequences?" This tactic was known as seizing the voice of the crowd. Before the two met, they must have checked the restroom. However, at that moment, Chen Yu was still concealed within the sacred land, so they naturally could not detect him. But now that he had emerged from the partition, it highlighted their lack of vigilance. This reprimand would surely diminish their suspicions toward him. "Forgive us, my lord." The two lowered their heads, drenched in cold sweat as they accepted their scolding, harboring no doubts regarding the origin of Chen Yu's emblem. Chapter 47. Infiltrating and preparing for a black market operation. "My lord, your methods are divine. How could we, with our meager abilities, possibly detect your presence?" "Indeed, my lord, you are the appointed high priest. Before you, we are utterly transparent." The two practitioners, quick on their feet, flattered him profusely. "Consider this a warning. Be more cautious in the future." Chen Yu did not press them further, as he too was merely a pawn in this game. Excessive interaction could easily reveal his true nature. Yes, my lord. Your admonishments are well taken. We will exercise utmost caution henceforth. By the way, I have just arrived. How are your matters progressing?" Chen Yu inquired casually. "My lord, we wait. Let us not discuss this here. It's too easy to attract attention." "Yes, my lord." Chen Yu nodded at the two practitioners and led the way out of the restroom. "Don't you know to meet in a tea room or cafe? Why must you rendezvous in a restroom, a place anyone can enter at any time? Frankly, for a secretive organization of such high caliber, to meet in a restroom is rather beneath dignity. We simply wanted to avoid drawing attention." The archer practitioner chuckled awkwardly. "You know, if one of us were discovered, there would surely be a thorough investigation. Complete separation is the only way to avoid implicating the other party. That rationale is sound, but the approach requires improvement," Chen Yu remarked. "At times, excessive caution can lead to exposure. Your wisdom is profound." The three entered a cafe and requested a private room. "My lord, here is the list of personnel I have gathered for potential recruitment." The warrior practitioner presented a list before Chen Yu. Recruitment? What they were doing? Was it an attempt to recruit individuals or merely preparatory actions for some scheme? Chen Yu speculated in silence. "My lord, I am in charge of Class 1 and Class 2. Here is the list." The archer presented a document. Class 1. Chen Yu was intrigued, as he himself belonged to Class 1, and immediately took the list from the archer to inspect it. The list contained a series of names, professions, and notes detailing the circumstances of each individual along with methods of recruitment. According to the annotations, the names listed were all talented individuals who, due to various circumstances, had failed to achieve their potential. In the middle of the Class 1 list, Chen Yu was astonished to find his own name. Chen Yu, male, profession, planter. Note, top of the class and age ranking, comes from a humble background, dissatisfied with his profession, potential for recruitment using relevant resources. Wait, humble background. Dissatisfied with my profession? Is this truly me? I was unaware of this. Although Chen Yu's family circumstances could not be deemed prosperous, they certainly could not be classified as impoverished. The funds left by his parents were sufficient for him and his sister to live comfortably. Moreover, his sister was also a professional now, reportedly doing quite well and occasionally sending him money. Besides, when did he ever feel dissatisfied with his profession? He was rather content, to be honest. If he were to feel discontent, wouldn't he other professionals be ashamed to the point of self-destruction? What is going on here? Chen Yu pointed at his name, his expression darkening as he inquired. Top of the class, yet ranked so low? Ah, well, the archer replied cautiously, my lord, as you know. Planters have weak combat capabilities in the early stages. To make them useful, a substantial amount of energy and resources must be invested in their training, which makes them less of a priority. Incompetence. Is this how you conduct your affairs? You haven't even met these individuals, and yet dared to compile a list? Chen Yu suddenly erupted in anger. These people, he gestured at the list, if they stood before you, would you even recognize them? My lord. While I may not have encountered each individual, I have seen their photographs. If they were to stand before me, I should be able to recognize them, the archer replied. Treading cautiously. Recognize them? Chen Yu scoffed, indicating his own name. Can you recognize me? The archer was taken aback, glancing at the name, scrutinizing Chen Yu's features. And recalling the details, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Why you are actually. Is that so surprising? Is it worthy of astonishment? Do you think that I, a mere planter, am unworthy of your recognition? Chen Yu replied in a low voice. On your list, my ranking is already low. How could those higher up regard me with esteem? Is that what you imply? Or perhaps, Chen Yu revealed a sinister smile. Do you believe I am just a newly transitioned individual, unworthy of standing above you? He was seizing the opportunity to subtly manipulate the dynamics of the workplace, enhancing his own authority. I am on your list, standing before you, yet you fail to recognize me. Is this not a dereliction of your duties? As for exposing his true identity before them, it served two purposes. Firstly, he was already listed among them, and even if they failed to recognize him initially, they would likely recall him upon reviewing the list. Secondly, he had ulterior motives and methods to resolve any ensuing complications. I would never. My lord. You've misunderstood. I absolutely did not mean that. The archer, thoroughly alarmed, dropped to his knees. Oh, this organization that venerates the dark deity seems quite meticulous. With a clear hierarchy and a heavy air of class distinction, Chen Yu maintained a facade of anger while pondering internally. The ability to attract a multitude of discontented geniuses indicated that this organization possessed substantial wealth. His notion of redistributing wealth from the affluent to the impoverished was certainly feasible. Regardless of your intentions, such an oversight shall not occur a second time, Chen Yu stated coldly, his piercing gaze akin to a blade, directed at the archer. Enough, rise. I have just arrived, and am not well versed in your operational methods. Yes, thank you, my lord. The archer, drenched in sweat, appeared as though he had been granted a reprieve. You two, set aside your current tasks and escort me to the headquarters in Jianyang City, Chen Yu said nonchalantly. Instead of engaging with these minor subordinates, he preferred to probe directly into the core of their organization, a clandestine and malevolent force that was also affluent. Aside from discerning their true intentions, he could seize an opportunity to undermine their influence in Jianyang City. The moment Chen Yu revealed his true identity, he had already contemplated such a plan. As for whether he could consume their power, a forbidden spell could clarify that. Even if they could withstand the forbidden spell, he had two trump cards, the World Tree and the unsurpassed Holy Land, ensuring his own safety. Additionally, the affection of the Abyss could summon the Great Will of the Abyss for assistance. This was a genuinely invincible trump card. In the entire Blue Star world, no one possessed the capability to contend against the Great Will of the Abyss. Since there was no danger, why not seize the opportunity? To thrive, one must take risks. How else could one rapidly acquire resources and grow stronger? Yes, my lord. We shall take you there at once. The two professionals nodded eagerly, fawning over him. Exiting the cafe, the trio journeyed out of the city to the bus station beyond its borders. The bus station did not offer intercity routes, with all destinations being leveling points surrounding Jianyang City. Jianyang City boasted 8 city gates, each accompanied by a bus station. The bus station bustled with activity, predominantly filled with professionals heading out to level up, alongside a number of merchants seeking to purchase goods. The two professionals escorted Chen Yu onto a bus bound for Dongfeng Town. Dongfeng Town. Chen Yu expressed surprise. Dongfeng Town was a concentrated area for novice dungeons in Jianyang City. The town housed 8 novice dungeons, and Jianyang City offered only these 8 dungeons, which one could enter simply by paying, without the need to join any faction. Chen Yu had originally intended to visit Dongfeng Town for dungeon runs, and now, unexpectedly, it aligned with his search for the mysterious organization. Chapter 48. The Painful Teachings. The Great Demon God, Unnamed. After more than half an hour, the bus arrived at Dongfeng Town. Upon disembarking, Chen Yu immediately sensed a distinctly different atmosphere from that within the city. Inside the city, aside from the professional trading center, Most individuals donned various modern attires, and the architecture reflected towering skyscrapers, embodying the essence of a contemporary urban landscape. In stark contrast, Dongfeng Town presented a different sight. Most professionals were clad in gear, wielding weapons. The buildings featured retro designs, with many constructed from consumable blueprints, endowed with special effects. At the town's entrance, a throng of novice professionals gathered, some brandishing signs, while others vocally advertised. Level 36 warriors seeking a group for the challenging Blackwind Fortress. 3 skills at level 5. Bring your own food. Level 25 mage seeking a group for the ordinary afternoon rainforest. Possesses a level 5 fireball skill. Explosive damage. Contact if interested. Bloodchapel Nightmare Team. In need of a debuff support. Those with skills above level 6. Please come. Purchasing various dungeon loot. Prices negotiable. Chen Yu followed the two through the town's entrance. Arriving at the bustling center of the town, where they entered a tavern teeming with patrons. The tavern itself was a special establishment, offering drinks and food that aided in the restoration of stamina and mental strength. While the recovery speed could not match that of potions, it was affordable. Judging by the flow of customers, it seemed the daily earnings were substantial. However, the two did not linger in the tavern, but instead proceeded through the kitchen to a secluded backyard. There, they uncovered a well-camouflaged floor covered in dirt, revealing a staircase leading downward. Following the steps down, they traversed a dimly lit corridor, which ultimately led to a resplendent, modern-style hall. From a distance, Chen Yu could see a diverse group of professionals standing at attention at the hall's entrance. Had he inadvertently exposed himself? Were the two guides mere professionals who had alerted their superiors, intending to ensnare him like a fish in a barrel? Yet, at this point, exposure seemed inconsequential. For confrontation was inevitable. Chen Yu smirked, his pace unwavering, even accelerating. He had clandestinely communicated with the Supreme Holy Land, preparing to unleash botanical life at any moment to enact a thorough cleansing. However, as he entered the grand hall, the assembled professionals bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We welcome your excellency, the Archbishop." What? Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. I was ready to take action, and you present me with this? Your excellency, the Archbishop. A middle-aged man clad in a mage's robe, exuding an air of authority, stepped forward. I am Lu Peng, the Bishop of the Pain Church's Jiangyang branch. It is indeed a great honor to have your excellency personally oversee our operations. Chen Yu merely nodded, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Shouldn't such a clandestine organization be shrouded in black robes, adhering to strict protocols, and communicating in cryptic brevity? Why did it resemble an inspection by superiors? Lu Peng was even engaging in bureaucratic formalities with him. Furthermore, Chen Yu discerned that this heretical cult, devoted to a demon god, was named the Pain Church, with Jiangyang merely being one of its branches. His Abyssal Lord's insignia denoted a status surpassing that of the Bishop of Jiangyang. There's no need for pleasantries. Chen Yu stated. How have matters progressed? Well, I shall report to your excellency shortly, Lu Peng replied, casting a subtle, probing glance at Chen Yu. However, before that, I must request your excellency to verify your identity. Although Cleric Lin and Cleric Wang have informed us through the friend panel, such matters should, of course, be witnessed firsthand. I hope you can understand. Take a look. Chen Yu tossed the Abyssal Lord's insignia to Lu Peng. The insignia traced a parabolic arc through the air. Lu Peng, startled, fumbled to catch it, seemingly fearful of its dropping to the ground. This aura cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the abyssal insignia, crafted by our god. Lu Peng's expression was one of excitement. Our god. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. This abyssal insignia was made by Unizyphus. Yet Lu Peng referred to it as our god. Considering all that had transpired, it was not difficult to surmise that the Pain Church was, in fact, a cult devoted to Unizyphus. But when did Unizyphus transition from merely an abyssal lord to a demon god? Chen Yu recalled the trembling female demon from the instance, struggling to associate her with the term demon god. Have you seen clearly? Chen Yu inquired coolly. I have. Lu Peng replied respectfully, returning the insignia to Chen Yu. However, there is one more thing. Might I request your excellency to demonstrate the power bestowed upon you by our god? Do you take me for a circus performer? The powers granted by our god are not mere trifles for display. Chen Yu's countenance darkened as he reprimanded coldly. I dare not. Lu Peng immediately knelt, perspiration beating down his back. In truth, upon sensing the aura from the insignia, Lu Peng had already believed that Chen Yu was the archbishop personally summoned by the demon god. His request for a display of power was merely an additional precaution. Dare not. Chen Yu sneered. It seems you still harbor such thoughts, do you not? Very well, I shall indulge you with a spectacle today. Watch closely. With that, Chen Yu communicated with the Supreme Holy Land and summoned a thorn spirit. What is this? Lu Peng questioned, perplexed about the sudden appearance of a beautiful girl and her purpose. Not only Lu Peng, but the congregation of Pain Church members in the hall were equally bewildered. It is a legendary plant life. A gasp arose from the crowd. Among the 50 or so congregants, there were indeed those with discerning eyes. Legendary plant life? What makes it so special? Extremely special. A legendary plant life can effortlessly elevate a planter to the 7th transition. No wonder even our God has personally bestowed brilliance upon him. I've reviewed the list from the first high school. Chen Yu doesn't seem to rank highly. How could he possibly possess legendary plant life? Do you think you worthless fools can unearth any useful information? Yet, what does the Archbishop summon a legendary plant life for? Isn't he meant to demonstrate the power of the demon god? Just watch. There must be a reason for the esteemed one's actions. Silence, Lu Peng commanded, and the murmurs in the hall ceased abruptly. All eyes were now fixated on Chen Yu. Chen Yu smiled faintly, placing his hand atop the thorn spirit's head. The power granted by the demon god. He did not possess that. However, he had the mythical energy obtained from the abyssal will of the White Gourd. Of course, attributing it to Unnamed was also accurate. You claim to worship demons? Upon witnessing such pure abyssal power, wouldn't you kneel before me? Mythical energy, embrace the abyss, activate. A scarlet light erupted from Chen Yu's palm, enveloping the thorn spirit in an instant. An ancient, mysterious, chaotic, and frenzied aura spread throughout the bright hall. The members of the Pain Church found themselves ensnared in an infinite abyss. The once smooth wooden floor beneath them transformed into a hard, blood-soaked, purplish-red earth. They were assailed by the eerie and desperate howls of demons echoing in their ears. The bright incandescent lights above no longer cast a warm white glow, but rather illuminated the blood of the vanquished. This is the abyss. A mage trembled, murmuring. Beings with high mental attributes were more susceptible to the abyssal aura's influence. This is the true abyss. This powerful and pure abyssal magic feels as if our god were present. No, it is not our god, but the abyss itself. In a daze, all present in the hall had knelt before Chen Yu, bowing in reverence. Chen Yu paid no mind to them. He found himself in a somewhat awkward situation. He had only 5 points of abyssal magic, and 3 points had already been consumed by the thorn spirit, with the consumption rate showing no signs of slowing. This cannot continue. I must complete the transformation. Chen Yu hastily retrieved an alchemical demon potion for backup. Once his abyssal magic was depleted, he would need to use the potion immediately. He could not afford to falter midway. The embrace of the abyss involved utilizing abyssal magic to transform plant life. If the transformation were interrupted midway, who knew what might transpire? The best outcome would leave the thorn spirit as a half-finished product, diminishing its power and potential. In the worst-case scenario, it could even lead to its demise. May the transformation proceed smoothly, Chen Yu silently prayed. The alchemical demon potion was an exceedingly precious life-saving item, best conserved for dire situations. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Moments later, the transformation of the thorn spirit was completed, precisely exhausting his 5 points of abyssal magic. Chen Yu promptly opened her attribute panel to inspect. Abyssal thorn spirit quality, legendary level, 50 attributes, strength 6,000, agility 6,000, constitution 6,500, spirit 3,000, abyssal magic 10. Skills, thorn entanglement LV10, ruthless whip LV10, poison spike shot LV10, passionate bloom LV10, demonization LV10. Demonization LV10 consumes abyssal magic to enter a demonized state, enhancing all attributes, increasing damage reduction, boosting final damage, and amplifying all skill damage multipliers. Enhancement magnitude relates to duration and abyssal magic consumption. Impressive, Chen Yu exclaimed, astonished by the terrifying magnitude of the enhancement. Originally, the attributes of the thorn demon spirit were remarkably high, and after its transformation into an abyssal form, those attributes doubled, with 3 of them surpassing even the archetypal mythic life form, the primordial spirit. Of course, this was merely a slight enhancement in strength, agility, and vitality. In terms of overall combat prowess, it could not compare to the primordial spirit. After all, the primordial spirit was capable of casting forbidden spells at will. And no matter how many times the attributes of the thorn demon spirit were multiplied, it could not withstand a single forbidden incantation. However, in terms of conventional battle strength, the abyssal thorn demon spirit had already become the foremost warrior among his subordinates. Beyond its attributes, the appearance of the abyssal thorn demon spirit was also more humanoid than that of an ordinary thorn demon spirit. One might even say it resembled a demon. The horns atop her head, along with the wings and tail on her back, rendered her indistinguishable from a female abyssal demon. Master, the abyssal thorn demon spirit spoke slowly, struggling to articulate the words. Ah, excellent. Chen Yu could not help but smile broadly. Her ability to speak was a testament to her intelligence and the degree to which she had become anthropomorphized, elevating her existence to a new echelon. Engage in battle. The tail of the abyssal thorn demon spirit suddenly split into dozens of crimson tendrils, sprawling across the walls and ceiling of the grand hall. These tendrils were adorned with sharp barbs resembling daggers, their tips shimmering with an ominous bluish-green luminescence, indicating their deadly toxicity. Anyone who was unfortunate enough to brush against these tendrils would likely suffer grievous harm, if not death. Easy now, not for the moment. Chen Yu gently patted the abyssal thorn demon spirit on the head. Obediently, she retracted the tendrils, transforming them back into a smooth, fleshy tail. All of you rise. Chen Yu cast a glance at the members of the Pain Church who were kneeling in trepidation, and stated coolly, "Is there anyone who still questions my authority?" The members of the Pain Church, visibly shaken, rose to their feet, including Bishop Lu Peng, who kept his head bowed in deference, unwilling to meet Chen Yu's gaze. "Have you all gone mute?" "Lu Peng, I trust you can answer my inquiries now?" "Yes, of course," Lu Peng replied, bending slightly as he hurried to Chen Yu's side. "My lord, please follow me." As he inadvertently met the abyssal thorn demon spirit's chilling gaze, his body trembled, nearly causing him to collapse. The ability to effortlessly transform a legendary plant life into an abyssal demon, coupled with a significant power increase, was indeed a terrifying force. Now, even if the Pope of the Pain Church were to inform him that Chen Yu was a fraud, he would resolutely refuse to believe it. He might even turn against him. Following Lu Peng, they departed the hall and ventured deeper into the underground space. Chen Yu observed that the overall design resembled that of a church. In the main hall, a 3-meter-tall statue of a demon stood at its center, unmistakably resembling the pitiful demon lord, Yanashifus, whom Chen Yu had previously schooled in various ways. On either side of the corridor, murals depicting scenes from the abyss adorned the walls. Lu Peng led Chen Yu to a tastefully decorated reception room, offering him tea and then presenting a stack of documents. "My lord, the key mission of our Jianyang branch is still underway. We have successfully recruited 12 new practitioners from various high schools thus far. We estimate that we need to recruit 88 more to achieve our foundational plan, and then we shall strive towards a target of 200. As Chen Yu reviewed the documents, he listened attentively to Lu Peng's report, occasionally probing with indirect questions. After approximately half an hour, he finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the Pain Church. Firstly, it was indeed a cult, but it differed from other cults in significant ways. The Pain Church did not indulge in destruction, nor did it frequently resort to killing. Its followers could be considered law-abiding citizens. They worshipped abyssal deities and yearned for their attention. The sole task bestowed upon them by the deities was to recruit new members, incessantly. Based on the quantity and quality of recruits, the followers would be rewarded with corresponding resources, if they managed to attract genuine prodigies. The deities might even grant them formidable powers personally. This approach bore a resemblance to Yanashifus' style. Chen Yu mused inwardly. Within the dungeon, Yanashifus had not exhibited a penchant for violence. Her sole desire was to draw others into the ranks of the abyss. This was true for Tutu City and for Chen Yu as well. Even a horde of goblins had been organized under her control, establishing a semblance of a main city. However, the Pain Church's current endeavor to recruit a multitude of new practitioners was not merely for the sake of recruitment. They harbored ambitions to infiltrate this year's college entrance examination dungeon. Chapter 50. Millions of gold coins in revenue. Purchasing the water of life. The Pain Church had invested heavily to ensure that new practitioners would bring ritual items into the college entrance examination dungeon, activating them at specific times. Once activated, these ritual items would resonate with one another, forming a formation to summon the avatars of the deities. The purpose of these avatars was not to create chaos or harm the examinees, but rather to corrupt the elite new practitioners of the Tenglong Empire, leading them to fall into the abyss. In reality, most of the recruited new practitioners were oblivious to the true intentions of the Pain Church. They were often unaware of what the Pain Church actually did. They merely received payment to smuggle items into the examination hall. When unactivated, the ritual items were indistinguishable from ordinary accessories, evading detection by any means. The intent behind distributing them among numerous examinees was to avoid drawing attention. After all, it would be easy for examiners to notice a single examinee carrying a multitude of accessories, leading to confiscation. The number of ritual items required to summon the avatars of the deities was substantial, and the task assigned to Jianyang City was merely a fraction of the whole. The plan to summon the avatars was known only to the bishops and a few core senior clerics of each branch of the Pain Church. The remaining members were responsible solely for ordinary recruitment and gaining the trust of new practitioners. Only on the eve of the examination would the bishop distribute the ritual items. "You have allocated a budget of 250,000 gold coins for each ritual item?" Chen Yu thought to himself in astonishment. The Pain Church was indeed extraordinarily wealthy. This trip had proven to be fortuitous. Not only had he unraveled the cult-esque conspiracy, but he was also poised to amass a substantial fortune. "Indeed, my lord. This sum was determined by the Pope," Lu Peng responded. "The entire college entrance examination for the Tenglong Empire is expected to involve over 200,000 examinees. And we need to bring in at least 10,000 ritual items to ensure the smooth activation of the ceremony." This meant the Pain Church had prepared at least 500 million gold coins for this plan. Chen Yu was slightly taken aback. Correct. To reap a batch of top talents with a minimal investment, one must admit that the Pope is indeed astute. Lu Peng's voice brimmed with admiration. A minimal investment? Chen Yu's lips twitched. 500 million gold coins could hardly be termed a trifling sum. Nevertheless, compared to securing an entire generation of prodigies from the Tenglong Empire, this cost was indeed modest. "This plan will now be under my purview," Chen Yu stated solemnly after feigning contemplation for a moment. "Under your purview?" Lu Peng was taken aback, quickly responding, "My lord, you have just arrived at the church. You may not yet be familiar with its operational modes. It would be prudent for me to explain everything in detail over the next few days before you take direct command. Unfamiliar with the operational modes? Chen Yu scoffed. Your subordinates exhibit a woeful lack of vigilance, and their methods are utterly foolish. I have grave doubts about their ability to complete the task. Lu Peng hesitated. He was aware of Chen Yu's encounter with the two clerics and shared his concerns regarding the lack of rigor in the church's operational methods. Yet, this was an unavoidable circumstance. The foremost priority for the followers was to conceal their identities. This large-scale operation is unprecedented, and some oversights are inevitable. You need not worry. I am one of this year's examinees, and I am far more familiar with the examination than you are, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. Regarding the method of introducing ceremonial objects into the college entrance examination dungeon, I possess my own strategies. Do not underestimate the 200 you hold. Even if it were 2,000, or even 20,000, it would pose no challenge for me. I have no intention of employing the methods of the Pain Church from the past. Do you not ponder why the demon god has personally chosen me at this juncture? All that is required of you is to entrust the ceremonial objects to me and place your faith in my capabilities. Indeed, a spark of inspiration flickered in Lu Peng's mind. The fact that the great demon god is personally crowning a high priest at this moment is surely an indication for him to preside over this significant undertaking. Is it not? My lord, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the ceremonial objects for you. Lu Peng hastily departed from the reception room and soon returned with a large box, placing it before Chen Yu. Chen Yu opened the box to reveal various small items. There were keychains, badges, small figurines, pink hair clips, and even items that young girls require for a few days each month. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yu stored the entire box into the Supreme Holy Land, sternly warning Xiao Yan not to cause any damage. Indeed, he did not intend to sabotage the plans of the Pain Church. Rather, he would actively cooperate to summon the avatar of the demon god. Who is the great demon god? Unizyphus. A wealthy benefactor, charitable and generous, she had bestowed upon him mythic skills, epic gear, and seeds of the underworld flower upon their first encounter. Chen Yu eagerly anticipated their next meeting. Witnessing this scene, Lu Peng could not help but narrow his pupils. It is important to note that ceremonial objects are items with rightful ownership. They belong to the abyssal demon god. Ordinary practitioners cannot alter their ownership to store them in their inventory. Furthermore, Chen Yu rapped the table and addressed Lu Peng. My lord, that is all. There is nothing more. Lu Peng, awakening from his reverie, spoke cautiously. I was referring to money. Chen Yu retorted angrily. Do you truly believe that I can accomplish this without spending a single coin? Yes, my lord. You are right. I should have considered that. Lu Peng chuckled awkwardly, tapping his forehead before retrieving a neatly stacked box of cards from his storage pouch. My lord, these are anonymous cards from the Practitioner Bank, each with a value of 100,000 gold coins, available for immediate withdrawal. The Practitioner Bank is not operated by humans, but established by the Heavenly Tao. Every practitioner who has undergone a class change can contact the Practitioner Bank at any time to deposit or withdraw gold coins. The anonymous cards Lu Peng produced can be obtained for merely 100 gold coins without any conditions. Chen Yu accepted the box and counted. There were a total of 120 cards, amounting to 12 million gold coins. This is rather delightful. This is faster than any robbery. With the substantial funds now at hand, Chen Yu's mood lifted, and he smiled at Lu Peng, saying, You may contact the bishops from other regions. If any challenges arise, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. Lu Peng's spirits were also quite high. I shall seize the opportunity to make contact. After all, discreetly acquiring 200 novice practitioners is an exceedingly difficult task. He had been tirelessly preoccupied with this matter daily. Now, with the sudden appearance of a powerful ally to undertake this arduous task, alleviating his greatest burden, how could he possibly remain unhappy? Very well, Chen Yu nodded. Once you have news, you may send someone to contact me. I cannot linger here for long, so I shall take my leave now. I bid you farewell, my lord. Lu Peng quickly rose and escorted Chen Yu out. Upon leaving the tavern operated by the Pain Church, Chen Yu promptly opened his friend panel to contact the little girl from the treasure gathering pavilion. Chen Yu, hey, are you there? I have business for you. The little girl almost instantaneously replied. Yunbiyue, speak. Chen Yu, help me order some water of life. I need 2 units for the time being. Yunbiyue? Chen Yu, what do you mean? Is there a problem? Yunbiyue, do you have the funds? Chen Yu, Practitioner Bank Anonymous Savings Card, 100,000 gold coins, 100. Yunbiyue, oh my. In the treasure gathering pavilion, the little girl, who had been listlessly chewing on a lollipop with deadpan eyes, suddenly widened her gaze. Miss, what is the matter? Is something wrong? The round-faced girl hurriedly dashed into the back room, her expression alert. It's nothing concerning you. Go away. The little girl waved her hand, and then reopened the friend panel to click on Chen Yu's conversation. Yunbiyue, where did you acquire such a vast sum of money? Did you rob some major power? Chapter 51. A ticketed dungeon with live-action instructional videos. Upon seeing the message from the little girl, Chen Yu felt an immediate annoyance. Robbed? What an unpleasant term. How could I possibly resort to theft? This is a legitimate income. Moreover, I have helped others resolve significant challenges. Chen Yu, this is income earned through labor. There is no need to report that to you. Now, how can I procure the water of life? Yunbiyue, I apologize for my rudeness. Yunbiyue, the water of life requires a reservation, with a deposit of 1 million gold coins, and the remaining balance to be paid upon delivery. Yunbiyue, once the deposit is made, a request for shipment can be initiated. If the supply is sufficient, it will arrive within a week, but if scarce, it could take up to a month. Yunbiyue, if you are certain of your purchase, I can assist you in applying for it now. You can settle the deposit whenever you have the time. Chen Yu, thank you. Next time, I'll treat you to a thick hot dog in the treasure-gathering pavilion. The little girl glanced at the half-eaten hot dog in her hand, and then looked back at the friend panel where Chen Yu had messaged, her expression taking on a peculiar nuance. Suddenly recalling something, her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Dongfeng Town serves as a commercial hub established around 8 novice dungeons. These novice dungeons did not originally exist in Dongfeng Town. Instead, the factions possessing the dungeons relocated them for easier management and profit. The dungeon management office resembles a bank's front desk, featuring a total of 8 windows, each selling tickets for one of the 8 dungeons. Chen Yu purchased tickets for all the dungeons at once, totaling 100 gold coins. The ticket price for 6 of the dungeons was 10 gold coins each, while the remaining 2 were priced at 20. This price is far beyond the means of ordinary novice practitioners. Only teams familiar with the dungeons can barely break even in high difficulty scenarios. This is akin to countless individuals working for the dungeon owners. Each dungeon's teleportation portal is housed in a separate hall where entry is permitted only with a ticket. Chen Yu presented his dungeon tickets and entered the Black Wind Stronghold dungeon hall. The hall's walls displayed a liquid crystal screen. Numerous practitioners were gathered around the screen, intently focused on its display while engaging in lively discussions. Chen Yu approached, curious to see what was on the screen. Dungeon Strategy Leaderboard. First place, time 1 hour 25 minutes. Strategists, Brave Expedition Team, Captain, Wang Jiming, members. Second place, time 1 hour 32 minutes. Strategists, Profiteering Team, Captain, Huang Zicheng, members. Third place, have you heard? The Sand Mountain Guild and the Snowfall Guild are competing for the leaderboard. Are these guilds simply bored? You wouldn't understand. During this period, novice practitioners are just transitioning into their classes. They are trying to establish a reputation to attract talent. I heard both teams' captains are level 50 experts returning from Yunchuan Practitioner University. They deliberately delayed their class changes because the guild promised that whoever reaches the top would receive a substantial reward. Look, they are coming. A throng of practitioners turned to gaze at the entrance of the dungeon hall. 2 6-member teams entered the dungeon hall in unison. Equipped with excellent gear and a well-rounded class composition, their spirits high and brimming with enthusiasm. One team's captain was a male berserker, proudly displaying the emblem of the Guild of the Brave upon his chest. The other team's captain was a female mage, adorned with the snowflake emblem of the Snowfall Guild. The captain of this berserker team seemed somewhat familiar to Chen Yu. Upon meticulous reflection, it suddenly dawned on him that the opponent he faced in the arena, as showcased in the video presented by Zhou Bowen, was none other than the challenger against the planter. His demeanor in the video was rather clumsy, as he was swiftly toppled by the planter's exploitation of attack inertia, subsequently overwhelmed by a throng of ordinary plant-based life forms. The 2 teams came to a halt before the dungeon's teleportation portal. The berserker captain, with a grin, addressed the mage captain, Li Jingyuan, saying, "Regardless of your acknowledgement, our team from the Sanshan Guild undeniably possesses greater strength than your Zwello Guild. The top position in the East Wind Town Novice Dungeon is assuredly ours." In response, Li Jingyuan scoffed dismissively, asserting that conquering a dungeon relies on strategy and teamwork, not mere brawn. Moreover, who in Yunchuan University is unaware that you, Huang Yishan, cannot even best a planter? Huang Yishan's face flushed crimson. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed suffered defeat at the hands of a planter in the arena, and it was a decisive loss. If even a so-called inferior profession like the planter can triumph over you, it raises serious questions about your combat prowess, Li Jingyuan remarked with a sardonic smile. What else do you have to say? Huang Yishan, visibly agitated, felt the veins on his forehead throb as his composure unraveled. A berserker who cannot even surpass a worthless planter. What a disgrace. Li Jingyuan continued her taunts. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's displeasure grew. Your pre-match banner is one thing, but why unleash unfounded insults? Has the planter wronged you in any way? What makes this profession so contemptible? Though Chen Yu knew he could not view the situation through a conventional lens, he too was a planter. Wasn't Li Jingyuan essentially disparaging the profession in front of a fellow planter? With a furrowed brow, Chen Yu stepped forward. However, rather than directly rebuffing Li Jingyuan, he placed a reassuring hand on Huang Yishan's shoulder. Huang Yishan, overwhelmed by shame and indignation, turned to Chen Yu, astonished. Brother, Chen Yu spoke. The identity of those we've lost who is of little consequence. After all, which profession lacks its champions? What others think or say about you is insignificant. For us, what matters most is our own strength. You are about to compete for the leaderboard, and this is precisely the moment to let your prowess speak for itself. Her intention is to undermine your mindset, to diminish your performance. Regain your composure, best her, and all her petty words will crumble. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Huang Yishan, whose face was flushed and emotions teetering on the brink of explosion, suddenly found clarity. The nature of a berserker often inclines them to impulsiveness and loss of control. Yet, they are not foolish. Realizing he had fallen into the opponent's trap, he exclaimed, "Brother, thank you so much. I owe you a drink once this task is over." Had it not been for Chen Yu, he might have unwittingly played into the adversary's hands. "No need for that," Chen Yu replied with a smile. "I merely find that woman's demeanor intolerable. Your victory over her is the best gratitude I could receive." Huang Yishan clasped his hands in appreciation. "Well, it's not entirely accurate to say we are strangers," Chen Yu chuckled. "I have known of you for quite some time." "You've known me?" Huang Yishan queried, puzzled. He was not originally from Yinchuan province. He merely attended the vocational university there. How could anyone have known him? Yet, Chen Yu swiftly dispelled his confusion. "I too am a planter," he stated, "and my teacher, Zhou Bowen, has mentioned you. Brother, give it your all." With that, Chen Yu fist-bumped Huang Yishan and turned to step into the dungeon's teleportation portal. "Zhou Bowen." Huang Yishan paused, quickly recalling the name. "Wait, Zhou Bowen is the one who defeated my planter in the arena, isn't? Chapter 52, The Difficult Dungeon, a Bloodlocked Boss? In a sense, Huang Yishan's continual ridicule regarding his inability to best a planter was closely tied to Zhou Bowen. It was precisely because Zhou Bowen had turned that match into a teaching resource that Huang Yishan became well known at Yinchuan University. That brother is a disciple of that old fellow Zhou Bowen, and also a planter. Damn, Huang Yishan's lips twitched involuntarily. What a meddlesome affair. Seeing Huang Yishan come to this realization, Li Jingyuan felt a pang of regret. Their side was already at a disadvantage in strength. And now that the opponent had regained their composure, their chances of victory had diminished significantly. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of remorse. Her earlier insults aimed at the planter were intended to boost her verbal assault on Huang Yishan. She hadn't anticipated that an actual planter would be present, and one bold enough to tackle the dungeon solo. It was common knowledge that formidable planters are typically affluent and well-connected. Now, she had unwittingly made an enemy of such an individual without achieving her goal of provoking Huang Yishan. What a colossal blunder. Li Jingyuan, let us see whose true skills prevail. Huang Yishan glared at her, determined to uncover the extent of her abilities beyond mere trickery. Humph, let us see who claims the top spot. Though she felt uneasy, Li Jingyuan refused to yield, confronting Huang Yishan as she led her team into the dungeon's teleportation portal. "Brother Huang, shall we proceed as well?" inquired a shield warrior from Huang Yishan's team. "Yes," Huang Yishan nodded. "Oh, by the way, Gangzi, you're from Jianyang City and well-informed. Please keep an eye out for that brother I mentioned earlier. With a commendable teacher and the ability to solo dungeons, he must possess strong capabilities. If the opportunity arises, we might consider inviting him to join our guild." "Understood, Brother Huang. Coincidentally, a junior of mine is also here running dungeons." The shield warrior dashed into the crowd, conversing with a newly transitioned novice warrior, who instantly smiled and nodded eagerly. "Let us go. Everyone, stay alert. We are stronger. Let us not allow the Moonfall Guild to overshadow us." Once the shield warrior returned to the team, Huang Yishan promptly led them into the dungeon's teleportation portal. Dungeon, Black Wind Stronghold. Level restriction, level 50 or below. Team restriction, up to 6 members. Dungeon cooldown, 7 days. Notice, level compatibility complete, team size compatible, dungeon cooldown complete. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Easy, normal, difficult. Upon seeing the difficulty options appear before him, Chen Yu couldn't help but frown. Is there no higher difficulty? What about nightmare or true difficulty? Notice, this dungeon only offers 3 difficulty levels for practitioners to choose from. Very well, I choose difficult. Chen Yu lamented inwardly. If true difficulty had been available, he could have profited significantly, perhaps earning enough skill points and a bounty of gold from a single dungeon run. Alas, not every dungeon provides higher difficulty options. Notice, this dungeon features a completion time leaderboard. Would you like to make your and your team's information public? A leaderboard for the dungeon? Previously, Chen Yu had assumed the display screen hanging on the dungeon hall's wall was for someone to record completion data. It now seemed that all completion times were directly extracted from within the dungeon. Is there a reward for making the leaderboard? Chen Yu inquired. Notice, the dungeon leaderboard currently does not offer any rewards for ranking. For related inquiries, please consult the dungeon owner. Then I shall keep it private. Achieving a spot on the dungeon leaderboard would merely grant him a reputation, which he currently had no need for, so he opted for privacy. Upon finalizing his selection, the surrounding scenery shifted, and Chen Yu found himself within the dungeon. Below his feet lay a mountain path, flanked by a cliff on one side and a sheer rock face on the other. Following the mountain path forward, it wasn't long before he beheld the entrance to the Black Wind Stronghold. At the entrance stood 2 thieving minions clad in garb befitting bandits. A quick scan revealed their level to be 30, with attributes that were quite average. Chen Yu immediately lost interest, waving his hand to summon a few thorn vines. Engage. The thorn vine demon transformed its hands into whip-like tendrils, swirling through the air as it swiftly approached. As it neared the attack range of 2 mountain bandit minions, the duo bellowed in unison, "How audacious! Who dares to intrude upon Blackwind stronghold?" Their expressions were vacant, devoid of any emotion, completely unconcerned whether the thorn vine demon was human or not, as they brandished their blades and charged forward. The sound of 2 dull thuds echoed as the minions met their demise. Slain a level 30 Blackwind stronghold bandit, earning 60 experience points, which have been temporarily stored in the experience pool due to level restrictions. Slain a level 30 Blackwind stronghold bandit, earning 60 experience points, which have been temporarily stored in the experience pool due to level restrictions. The bandit corpses were promptly devoured by the thorn vine demon, serving as fertilizer, leaving behind only a few bone fragments, an eco-friendly and harmless process. Chen Yu summoned several more thorn vine demons and ascended the mountain path. Along the way, sporadic bandit minions fell victim to the floral feast. After 2 or 3 minutes, a relatively spacious platform came into view. Atop the platform stood a pavilion, accompanied by a stone tablet inscribed with Half Mountain Pavilion. At that moment, over a dozen bandit minions occupied the platform. Within the pavilion sat a burly humanoid creature, flanked by 2 others wearing wide-brimmed hats. Blackwind Stronghold, 3rd in command, level 35 boss. Blackwind Stronghold Elite, level 35. Ladies, dinner is served. With a commanding shout from Chen Yu, the thorn vine demons lunged forward like ravenous wolves, swiftly dispatching the minions on the platform. Curiously, despite being in close proximity, the boss exhibited no reaction during the slaughter of the minions. Only after they were all defeated did the boss, accompanied by the 2 elite minions, leap into action with a thunderous roar. "I am the 3rd in command of Blackwind Stronghold. State your names. I do not accept nameless ghosts among my ranks. I am." Chen Yu, feeling playful, was about to conjure a grandiose title when the boss interrupted, drawing his massive blade and charging forward with the 2 elite minions. "No sense of martial ethics, huh? Come at me." Chen Yu's expression darkened. Dozens of whip-like tendrils descended in an instant. The 3rd in command, caught unprepared, fell before he could even mount a proper defense. Miraculously, when the tendrils retracted, the 3rd in command still clung to life, showing no significant injuries. "A locked health boss?" Chen Yu observed the 3rd in command with curiosity. The creature knelt on the ground, propping himself up with his massive blade, struggling to speak. "I never imagined you possessed such skill. I shall not let my elder brothers suffer." With that, he collapsed, leaving behind a rare-level dungeon treasure chest. So it wasn't a locked health situation. Chen Yu was astonished, marveling at the profound brotherly bond that allowed him to utter a final phrase even in death. He approached and picked up the treasure chest, saying, "Rest assured, your brothers will soon join you. They too shall become fertilizer, merging into one, achieving true unity." Beyond Half Mountain Pavilion, the mountain path steepened considerably, and the density of monsters increased. However, the Thornvine demons continued their relentless advance, encountering no obstacles as they cleared their way to the mountain summit. Atop the peak lay Blackwind Stronghold's Hall of Justice, a name seemingly shared by all bandit strongholds. Chen Yu led the Thornvine demons inside. At the head of the hall, 3 chairs adorned with tiger skins awaited, one of which was occupied by a humanoid creature resembling the 3rd in command. Dungeon Boss, Blackwind Stronghold's 2nd in command. Besides the 2nd in command, 2 rows of chairs were filled with 8 familiar elite creatures from Blackwind Stronghold. "Who are you?" With a mighty roar from the 2nd in command, the 8 elite minions sprang to attention. "How dare you trespass upon the hall? Has my younger brother?" "Brother." The 2nd in command's voice rang with sorrowful fury. "I will have you pay for this. Attack." Chen Yu, uninterested in the unfolding drama, commanded the Thornvine demons to engage. Chapter 53. Does fighting monsters not require time? Dozens of whip-like tendrils, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, struck the 2nd in command and the 8 elite minions. Before the 2nd in command could finish his sentence, he seamlessly transitioned into another phrase. I will not yield to my elder brother." Chen Yu, it seems that even in death, they can continue to speak, an innate ability of the Blackwind Stronghold bosses. Just then, a mournful cry echoed from outside the hall. "No, second brother." Following this, an even larger humanoid creature burst in, accompanied by 12 elite minions. "You dare slay my second brother? I will have your lives." The 1st in command's voice was filled with heart-wrenching rage and overwhelming presence. However, he too could not withstand even a second against the onslaught of the Thornvine demons. Of course, he possessed the same rules-based abilities as his 2 brothers. Even when on the brink of death, he managed to gasp out, "I will not accept this." Dungeon settlement in progress. Dungeon difficulty, hard. Dungeon completion, 100. Dungeon exploration, 200. Dungeon duration, 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Overall evaluation, SSS. Reward settlement, 100 gold, 50,000 experience points, 5 free attribute points, 1 skill point, 1 epic dungeon treasure chest. Note, dungeon settlement complete. You have 10 minutes to rest or may choose to exit the dungeon immediately. The rewards were disappointingly meager. Chen Yu sighed, stepping forward to collect the treasure chest dropped by the first-in-command before opting to exit the dungeon. Even after achieving the highest evaluation in a hard difficulty dungeon, the reward was merely 1 skill point. As for the supplemental gold and experience, they were hardly worth mentioning. At least 7 more dungeons awaited, and he hoped to encounter one that offered a higher difficulty selection. Chen Yu made his way to the exit of the hall, preparing to clear all the dungeons in one go. Though the rewards were low, there was a silver lining. It saved time. If all dungeons were as straightforward as Black Wind Stronghold, Chen Yu might even return to school in time for the heartfelt dinner at the cafeteria. Hey brother, you're out so quickly? A novice warrior rushed over, attempting to engage Chen Yu in conversation. You barely spent 12 minutes inside. Did you take down the guards at the entrance? It was too easy. I've already cleared it, Chen Yu replied casually. The novice warrior snickered, pointing at the dungeon portal. You talk a big game, but you didn't even defeat the 2 gatekeepers, did you? You've lost out on a lot. Not to mention, you need a dedicated and efficient team for dungeon runs. Look at you now, wasting 10 gold. When the novice warrior turned back, he discovered that Chen Yu had already vanished. Chen Yu had no time for such trivialities or to engage in the lowly endeavor of proving himself against the doubts of others. He had already arrived at the entrance of the second dungeon, presenting his dungeon ticket. Dungeon, Zombie Crisis. Level restriction, level 50 or below. Team limit, up to 6 players. Cooldown, 7 days. Note, level adaptation complete, team size adapted, dungeon cooldown complete. Please select dungeon difficulty. Simple, normal, hard. Disappointingly, the highest difficulty was still hard. Hard. Note, dungeon leaderboard rewards have not yet been established. Please consult the dungeon holder for details. Not publicly available. After making his selection, Chen Yu felt darkness envelop him as he was transported into the dungeon. In stark contrast to the blue skies, white clouds, and verdant mountains of Black Wind Stronghold, the backdrop of Zombie Crisis was one of a post-apocalyptic world. The sky was dim and overcast, and the streets were littered with debris and dried blood, with rusted vehicles reduced to mere frames. On either side of the street stood dilapidated skyscrapers, teetering precariously as if they could collapse at any moment. Do not presume that the era of universal job transfers resembles a mere game, filled solely with Western fantasy or Eastern mystique creatures. Nor should one expect the scenery to be exclusively retro or enigmatic. In this realm, the emergence of any scene is far from astonishing. Zombies are but one instance, and interstellar warfare is by no means rare. The space within this dungeon is, in fact, more expansive than that of the Black Wind Stronghold, as evidenced by the distribution of monsters. Aside from the streets, wandering zombies can also be found among the vacant shops lining either side. Family, charge forth. With ample space to maneuver, Chen Yu summoned forth all his plant life. Some of these botanical entities materialized directly within the attack range of the zombies. A guttural roar erupted from several zombies as they charged toward Chen Yu. However, before they could cover much ground, they were swiftly ensnared by countless tendrils. Kill level 15 zombie, experience points 30, temporarily stored in experience pool due to level restrictions. Kill level 15 zombie, experience points 30, temporarily stored in experience pool due to level restrictions. Kill level 20 zombie, experience points 40, temporarily stored in experience pool due to level restrictions. More than 500 plant entities dispersed silently, commencing their rapid slaughter of the monsters within the dungeon. Chen Yu, cradling a lily spirit, immersed himself in the delightful fragrance of the flowers, showing no inclination to move. The plant beings had matured sufficiently, capable of combat without requiring his guidance. Unsurprisingly, merely 5 minutes later, the boss kill notification resonated, signaling the conclusion of the dungeon. Once again, the highest rating was achieved. The rewards bore a striking resemblance to those from the Black Wind Stronghold, 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. As the plant beings returned, Chen Yu opted to exit the dungeon. The next destination would be the blood-soaked cathedral. Earlier, outside the town, he had heard someone seeking a party for the nightmarish mode of this dungeon. Black Wind Stronghold, Dungeon Hall. Let the bidding commence. I wager 1 gold coin that the top spot will be claimed by the Three Mountains Guild. Needless to say, everyone knows that the team from the Three Mountains Guild possesses superior strength. Not necessarily. The Falling Snow Guild is no slouch either. Did you notice? Their team includes 2 mages, while the Three Mountains have only 1. Perhaps Falling Snow will clear the monsters more swiftly, though mages deal high damage. Their early game sustainability is lacking. Well, we shall see. The results will reveal themselves soon enough. The onlookers, engrossed in the spectacle, directed their attention to the display screen mounted on the wall. Just then, the screen flickered. All rankings promptly shifted backward by 1 position, while the top entry transformed into first place. Time taken 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Conqueror, team information not disclosed. Captain, information not disclosed. Team members, information not disclosed. Is this truly the outcome? Goodness, 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Unbelievable. Impossible. It takes over 10 minutes just to traverse from the entrance to the peak of the stronghold. Did they not require time to fight the monsters? How terrifying. Have they been residing in this dungeon, studying strategies? Even practicing for 2.5 years would not yield such swift completion. Wait, am I the only one curious about whether the conquering team is the Three Mountains or the Falling Snow Guild? Indeed, why is the personnel information concealed? Could it be that they mistakenly selected the wrong option upon entering? Don't be absurd. They came specifically for the ranking. How could they choose incorrectly? There's no need for speculation. Since they have already cleared the dungeon, the conquering team will surely reveal themselves soon. We will simply observe which team emerges first. That's true. The onlookers remained fixated on the dungeon's teleportation portal. Shortly thereafter, Huang Yishan, somewhat disheveled yet brimming with exuberance, emerged, leading his team. Chapter 54, A Fruitless Contest. Look, they've come out. It's the Three Mountains Guild. Upon spotting Huang Yishan's team, the onlookers surged forward, surrounding them in a tight embrace. Huang Yishan and his team members wore bewildered expressions. What is going on? While we knew we had performed exceptionally well and likely surpassed Falling Snow to secure first place, the enthusiasm of the crowd seems overwhelming. Congratulations to the Three Mountains Guild for claiming the top spot. Congratulations, Captain Huang. To achieve such a feat in such a short time is extraordinary. Indeed, how could one be so careless before engaging in battle to achieve such an impressive result? Yes. What a shame. What a shame. A result is a result. It stands unequivocally. Indeed, congratulations to the Three Mountains Guild. The surrounding air was filled with voices of congratulation. Huang Yishan, being a berserker and somewhat emotional, found himself momentarily elated. Ha! Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Huang Gu, you are simply remarkable. A novice warrior squeezed through the crowd, gazing at Huang Yishan with awe. This novice was the very individual Huang Yishan had previously instructed to observe Chen Yu. Keep striving. You too can achieve greatness. Huang Yishan encouraged with a smile. Thank you, Huang Gu. The novice warrior, filled with joy yet admiration, inquired, Huang Gu, could you share how your team completed the dungeon in 12 minutes and 34 seconds? At this, the other onlookers expressed their curiosity as well. Yes. Huang Gu, please enlighten us on how you accomplished this. 12 minutes and 34 seconds? We would spend that long merely traversing the path. 12 minutes and 34 seconds? Huang Yishan and his teammates exchanged glances, bewildered. During the dungeon's conclusion, their completion time had been clearly marked as 54 minutes and 12 seconds. Captain, did I mishear? Did they say 12 minutes? A mage from the team whispered to Huang Yishan. You heard correctly, unless we all misheard, Huang Yishan replied quietly. Moreover, wasn't there a delay in displaying the rankings? We have only just exited the dungeon. How could they possibly have such precise data? Wait, Huang Gu. A shield warrior from the team suddenly pointed at the display screen, his face filled with astonishment. Huang Yishan and his teammates turned to look at the screen. The first entry displayed a ranking with undisclosed completion information, time recorded as 12 minutes and 34 seconds. How is this possible? Huang Yishan's eyes widened in shock. His mind momentarily blank, as though struck by a sudden blow. The other team members exhibited similar reactions. Haha, Huang Gu. We didn't expect the central team to be so efficient. They posted the ranking before you even emerged. The novice warrior chuckled. However, Huang Gu, you all were rather careless to choose the option to keep information undisclosed. What a pity, as your lack of disclosure means many will boast about this accomplishment as their own. Wait. Huang Yishan raised his hands in a placating manner, exclaiming, everyone, you misunderstand. This top record was not achieved by our Three Mountains Guild. He finally comprehended that the enthusiastic crowd had automatically attributed the 12 minutes and 34 seconds record to them. However, the truth was that they had meticulously planned their strategy and achieved a remarkable performance, but they had not completed the dungeon in such a time frame. Was it even feasible for a team below level 50 to accomplish a clear time of 12 minutes and 34 seconds? Even with the monster fighting time minimized, a certain duration would still be required for recovery, would it not? Huang Gu, you need not be modest. The novice warrior wore a knowing smile. Today, due to your team's ranking, hardly any other teams have ventured in. The Falling Snow Guild hasn't emerged yet. If it isn't you, then who could it possibly be? However, this record is truly not ours. Huang Yishan chuckled wryly, stating that their team's completion time was 54 minutes and 12 seconds, and they did not opt for confidentiality. The record would be revealed shortly, and you would be able to see it. Not yours. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, though some remained skeptical. Truly not. If it were possible, Huang Yishan's team would also wish to claim this record. A rapid completion, with a bit of hype, could garner an immense wave of attention, which holds far more value than simply climbing the leaderboard. However, they had chosen to make their information public, thus could not falsely claim it. Minutes passed, and the Shuelua team completed their dungeon run and returned to the hall. Upon seeing Huang Yishan being celebrated by the crowd, Li Jingyuan felt a pang of discomfort. Congratulations. The top spot for this dungeon belongs to the Sand Mountain Guild, she remarked coolly as she led her team past Huang Yishan. Losing is losing. One may hurl trash talk pre-match, but must exhibit grace post-match. Wait, Huang Yishan suddenly called out. What is it? Li Jingyuan turned around, her face stern. You may have won this dungeon, but do not rejoice too soon. There are a total of 8 novice dungeons here. Huang Yishan remained silent, gesturing toward the leaderboard displayed on the screen. Li Jingyuan followed his finger's direction and was instantly taken aback. How is this possible? The figure of 12 minutes and 34 seconds pierced through all her confidence and pride. Reflecting on her team's time of 1 hour and 2 minutes, the disparity was staggering. A wave of profound defeat washed over her. You won. We are no match for you, Li Jingyuan said bitterly. Seeing the expression on Li Jingyuan's face, Huang Yishan realized she had misunderstood. However, he did not wish to undermine her confidence, instead responding truthfully. Are you not aware of my capabilities? This achievement is not one I accomplished. Not you? Li Jingyuan was taken aback. Who else could it be? I too am eager to know, Huang Yishan sighed. It is far too impressive. It does not resemble the accomplishments typical of our current stage of classes. Indeed, Li Jingyuan reflected deeply, estimating that it would require a team of 6 hidden class players clad in epic gear to achieve such results. At that moment, the leaderboard screen changed again. The first place remained unchanged, but the second and third positions saw alterations. Second place, time 54 minutes 12 seconds. Challenger, Sand Mountain Team. Captain, Huang Yishan. Members. Third place, time 1 hour 2 minutes 35 seconds. Challenger, Shuilua Team. Captain, Li Jingyuan. Members. Huang Yishan and Li Jingyuan exchanged glances, silently leading their teams out of the hall. The two groups, once vibrant and combative upon arrival, now departed with a sense of dejection. However, as they approached another dungeon hall, they noticed a commotion from afar. A throng of players was gathered at the entrance, surrounding the leaderboard displayed on the wall. Surely not. Both Huang Yishan and Li Jingyuan felt an ominous premonition arise within them. Chapter 55, The Earth Elemental Forbidden Spell Debut. Has the dungeon been ruined? The two teams hurriedly submitted their tickets and entered the dungeon hall. They eagerly turned their attention to the electronic screen mounted on the wall. Indeed. First place, time 4 minutes 3 seconds. Challenger, not disclosed. Captain, not disclosed. Members, not disclosed. Huang Yishan and Li Jingyuan exchanged horrified expressions once more. For minutes and 3 seconds, is this even human? This dungeon, named Afternoon Rainforest, has a difficulty level comparable to Black Wind Stronghold, yet features complex terrain and diverse monsters. Setting aside the combat, the travel time alone would likely exceed half an hour. The teams from Sand Mountain Guild and Shuilua Guild could clear Black Wind Stronghold in about an hour. Yet, to complete the Afternoon Rainforest dungeon in under an hour and a half would be a miracle. Should we even compare? Li Jingyuan bit her lip, swallowing hard, and asked hesitantly. Huang Yishan, who had previously disdained Li Jingyuan, now felt a sense of shared plight. We must still compare. After all, this is a guild task. We have no choice in such circumstances, do we? Shall we commence? Li Jingyuan pointed toward the dungeon's teleportation portal. Although Li Jingyuan could not secure first place, we can still compete for second. Huang Yishan hesitated for a moment before responding. Indeed, it is not my fault to encounter such an anomaly. We can certainly vie for second place. Li Jingyuan's competitive spirit ignited swiftly. Thank you. Haha. Now this is more interesting. Huang Yishan laughed heartily as he led his team into the dungeon teleportation portal. After the dungeon calamity, this is one of the 2 dungeons in East Wind Town that can be selected for nightmare mode. Chen Yu stepped through the portal, familiar with the path, and chose the highest difficulty setting, subsequently hiding his personal information. He was then transported to a vast plain. The ground was a dreary shade of gray, devoid of any vegetation. All around were the remains of various creatures. Skeletons and rotting zombies wandered from all directions. The zombies here are the undead creatures of a Western fantasy world, unlike the sci-fi world zombies. In terms of strength, both are comparable. They move sluggishly, with attributes below average. However, the sci-fi zombies possess a nauseating toxic buff in their attacks. Once poisoned, one experiences ongoing damage and a slowdown in movement speed. Among other afflictions, the undead zombies, on the other hand, lack such abilities. The plain is exceedingly vast, stretching as far as the eye can see. Chen Yu patted his left pocket. The primordial earth spirit, Hutu, immediately flew out. She wore a look of frustration and exclaimed, Master, please allow me to fight for you. I am truly sorry. Chen Yu slapped his forehead. Xiaofeng, who usually resembled a figurine, would be too lazy to move, and keeping her in his pocket for days would likely pose no issue. Yet Hutu clearly did not possess such a tranquil temperament. Having been confined in his pocket for so long, she must have been quite restless. Master, no? Upon hearing Chen Yu's apology, Hutu displayed a look of alarm. Your will is supreme, and your decisions are always correct. How can I apologize to us subordinates? Enough, enough. Chen Yu, feeling exasperated, flicked her forehead and said, Fly up and assess how expansive this dungeon is. Understood. At his command, Hutu slightly bowed to Chen Yu before soaring into the sky. Shortly thereafter, she completed her reconnaissance mission and returned to Chen Yu's side. Master, based on the distribution of monsters, this dungeon is approximately a circular area with a radius of around 2 kilometers. We are quite close to the dungeon's edge. The dungeon boss is on the opposite side. A radius of 2 kilometers? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Such an extensive area, and the monster distribution is notably sparse. To clear them all would require considerable time. Even if I deployed all 500 plant beings, accustomed to the vibrant atmosphere of the supreme holy land. The lifeless aura of the dungeon after the calamity left him immensely displeased. Perhaps, aside from necromantic beings or related classes, no living creature would relish such an environment. Then, I leave it to you. Fight for me, Hoodoo. Clear this dungeon for me. Yes, master. Hoodoo was exceedingly exhilarated. This was her first combat mission assigned by her master since her inception. She raised her right hand in a virtual grip, and a long sword manifested in her grasp. The hollow light armor she wore transformed into heavy armor amidst a gentle glow. She can change her attire? Chen Yu's eyes lit up, wondering if she could transform into other types. His anticipation for the earth elemental forbidden spell suddenly waned, as various images of silks, backless sweaters, sailor suits, and minimalist wedding dresses flitted through his mind. Of course, Hutu was unaware of these thoughts. She brandished her sword towards the heavens, silently chanting an incantation. Moments later, the earth trembled with a thunderous sound. Crack. The long sword of the Earth Mother shimmered with a pale yellow hue as it traced a distant line upon the ground. Suddenly, a slender fissure appeared upon the grayish-white terrain. This crack, seemingly akin to others formed by drought, rapidly expanded and spread after its inception. Within mere seconds, it transformed into an abyssal chasm. Subsequently, countless additional cracks emerged along its edges, extending in all directions. As the entire realm became riddled with these fissures, the ground began to quake. A deafening roar resonated through the skies. The once flat terrain, now marred by cracks, crumbled instantly. Countless monsters, caught off guard, plummeted into the dark voids. Such a spectacle seemed adequate for altering the landscape, yet the damage appeared somewhat lacking, at least when compared to the forbidden spells of other spirits. Chen Yu observed the forbidden spell of the Earth Mother, stroking his chin in contemplation. However, mere moments later, he realized his misjudgment. Boom. The earth emitted a sound akin to a muffled thunderclap. Immediately, from the unfathomable chasm, a column of crimson lava erupted, radiating a blinding brilliance. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated, illuminating the entire grayish world in a vivid red glow. The eruption of the lava column persisted for several seconds before finally ceasing. At that moment, the realm transformed into a dazzling sea of magma. Countless kill notifications echoed in Chen Yu's mind almost instantaneously, leaving him in a daze. Master, I have fulfilled my duty. The Earth Mother returned to Chen Yu's side, her expression one of pride. Chen Yu gazed at the dramatically altered environment, nodding in approval. Excellent. Truly formidable. Dungeon settlement in progress. Dungeon difficulty, nightmare. Dungeon completion, 100. Dungeon exploration, 300. Dungeon duration, 1 minute 14 seconds. Overall evaluation, SSS. Reward settlement, 500 gold, 100. 000 experience points, 10 free attribute points, 2 skill points, 1 legendary dungeon treasure chest. Notification, dungeon settlement complete. You have 10 minutes to rest. Or you may choose to exit the dungeon immediately. Warning, due to severe damage to the dungeon, you have lost your rest period and are about to be forcibly teleported. Wait, I haven't collected the loot yet. Chen Yu protested urgently. Notification, all dropped items will be forcibly transferred to the completionist's inventory. Any items exceeding capacity will form a temporary backpack, which will exist for 10 minutes. Items not claimed within this period will be lost. Please take note. Chapter 56, Hellish Job Transition Quest, Achieving Victory in the College Entrance Exam. Treating the little lowly to a hot dog? A few seconds later, Chen Yu stepped through the dungeon portal and immediately opened his inventory to inspect. It was already full, with a row of ethereal transparent slots beside it. Most of the items were mere trifles, lacking significant value. For instance, the ribcage of a skeleton warrior, a butcher's knife from a rotting zombie, and ashes imbued with necromantic essence. Only a necromancer would find these ordinary materials of interest. The only items of considerable worth were the epic treasure chest dropped by the boss and the legendary treasure chest from the final settlement. Chen Yu swiftly cleared his inventory, placing everything into the supreme sacred soil. To his surprise, the world tree showed no disdain for the necromantic essence. These mundane materials were quickly absorbed without a trace. Leaving the dungeon center, Chen Yu made his way directly to the bus station and boarded the return bus to the city. With all dungeons completed, there was no reason to linger. The 8 dungeons of East Wind Town had collectively granted him 10 skill points and 50 free attribute points. Of course, it was only due to Chen Yu's SSS rating in each dungeon that he could reap such substantial rewards. The dungeon score tends to decrease with an increase in the number of participants, prolonged completion time, and unvanquished monsters. The threshold for earning skill points and free attribute points is an S rank. Elite teams like Huang Yishan and Li Jingyuan, who ascend the completion time leaderboard, typically achieve only an A rank and thus miss out on free attribute points. Chen Yu allocated the 10 skill points to the legendary fundamental method of vitality calculation, raising its skill level to LV7. He directed all free attribute points into his constitution. The bus sped along the highway, the scenery blurring past in a rapid retreat. After more than half an hour, he returned to the urban area of Jianyang City. Upon disembarking, Chen Yu promptly hailed a taxi to the Jianyang City Practitioners Association, eager to undertake the job transition quest. Although he still required 19 skill points to elevate all skills to level 10, the dungeons of East Wind Town provide a steady 10 skill points each week. Within a fortnight, he could fully upgrade his skills. It was prudent to acquire the quest and prepare in advance. The job transition service window in the association's hall was not particularly busy. Chen Yu casually approached a window. Noticing the clerk engrossed in a mobile game, he rapped on the glass, announcing, "Hello, I wish to take on the job transition quest." The clerk jumped in surprise, quickly looking up. Upon realizing he was not a superior, she visibly relaxed. Instantly donning a professional smile, she responded in a sweet, high-pitched voice, "Certainly, sir. I will assist you momentarily." After typing a few commands on her computer, she handed Chen Yu a form. "Please fill this out. The processing fee is 1 gold coin." "Thank you." The form required basic personal information. In truth, it mattered little how one filled it out, as no one paid much attention. However, careless entries could lead to complications in case of any future investigations. After submitting the form and the gold coin, the clerk stepped out from behind the counter, saying, "Sir, please follow me." Chen Yu followed her into a spacious hall, with a ceiling soaring over 10 meters. In the center stood the Pillar of Origin and an energy array. The clerk approached the array, activating the Pillar of Origin, and then, with a serious expression, warned him, "Sir, as this is your first job transition, I must emphasize that the transition tasks are categorized into 5 difficulties: simple, normal, difficult, nightmare, and hellish. The higher the task difficulty, the greater the rewards. However, if you fail 3 consecutive tasks, you will lose your opportunity for a transition. Therefore, please select a difficulty suitable for your capabilities." "Understood," Chen Yu nodded. Making his way towards the Pillar of Origin. Was difficulty truly a concern? With his strength, the only way to fail the transition task would be through a plot-driven demise, one that could only be conceived by an incredibly foolish writer. Chen Yu placed his palm upon the Pillar of Origin, and immediately a prompt appeared in his mind. Notification: the Pillar of Origin detects that you have reached level 50. Do you accept the job transition task? Yes. Please select task level: simple, normal, difficult, nightmare, hellish. I choose hellish. Notification: transition tasks of difficult level and below can be accepted 3 times. Nightmare level can be accepted twice, while hellish level can only be accepted once. Failure will result in the loss of your transition opportunity. Do you confirm the acceptance of the hellish job transition task? Confirm. Despite the clerk's earlier warning about the lack of failure opportunities for the hellish level, Chen Yu resolutely confirmed his choice. Notification: task generation in progress. Generation complete. First tier promotion task. Task difficulty: hellish. Executor: Chen Yu. Task content: become the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination of the Tunglong Empire. Note: this task does not exclude various disruptive factors such as conspiracies, being targeted, or temporary inability to participate in the college entrance examination until the examination concludes. Failing to secure first place or tying for first with others will be considered a failure of the task. The title of top scorer in the college entrance examination? Chen Yu meticulously examined the task instructions. The difficulty was indeed infernal. With so many candidates nationwide, who could guarantee that they would seize the coveted title? Moreover, unforeseen circumstances could not be ruled out. However, for me, it is not insurmountable. He firmly believed that there were no other beings in this world endowed with supreme talent. The world's perception of talent had always been categorized into 5 levels, from ordinary to mythical. Even if, hypothetically, someone could rival him in strength, he could summon the power of the abyssal will to crush his opponent. If the college entrance examination were a transitional task, there was little to strategize. With just over 2 weeks until the examination, the dungeons in Dongfeng Town would refresh twice, providing ample skill points to fully upgrade his abilities. Departing from the Adventurers Association, Chen Yu resolved to visit the treasure pavilion to settle the deposit for the elixir of life with the little girl. On his way, he passed by a street food stall and decided to purchase several thickened grilled sausages, stowing them in his inventory. He had previously promised to treat the little girl to hot dogs and could not afford to break that promise. Chapter 57. Where did this prodigal come from? Is the tipping method incorrect? In Dongfeng Town, at the dungeon hall, the teams from the Sanshan Guild and the Shua Guild emerged from the dungeon portal in succession. This time, the performance of the Sanshan Guild was rather lackluster, leading the Shua Guild by merely about 1 minute. What is next? Where shall we go? Li Jingyuan inquired of Huang Yishan. Let us pick something a bit more challenging. How about after the cataclysm? Huang Yishan suggested. Once we complete this guild task, I intend to undertake my transitional quest. It's perfect timing, as everyone is warmed up. And I want to take a shot at achieving an S rating in a nightmare dungeon during the novice phase. Sounds good. I'm in agreement, Li Jingyuan nodded. By the way, what difficulty are you planning for your transitional quest? I'll go with the normal difficulty, Huang Yishan replied. Why not attempt the challenging difficulty? Are you afraid? Li Jingyuan teased with a gentle smile. Challenging difficulty is a level that only prodigies with hidden classes can aspire to. Why would I willingly waste my time? Huang Yishan shook his head. Even normal difficulty a guaranteed pass. Who knows? I might falter a couple of times at that level and be forced to drop down to easy. Haha, you're quite humble at this moment. Li Jingyuan chuckled, suddenly finding Huang Yishan an intriguing opponent. I think you should give it a try. This is no mere humility. I know my own capabilities. The transitional tasks at challenging difficulty must be undertaken by novices with powerful backgrounds, exceptional talents, and formidable classes. Lacking any of these, I should refrain. I truly wonder what sort of brilliance those prodigies who challenge nightmare-level tasks possess. Huang Yishan expressed with a hint of yearning. Upon hearing this, Li Jingyuan smiled and said, among our cohort of novice adventurers, 12 have completed nightmare-level transitional tasks. One of them hails from Jianyang City. Jianyang City? Who is so impressive? Huang Yishan inquired with curiosity. Is this a genius secretly nurtured by a prestigious family? Jianyang City is just a small town. Throughout the entire Tunglong Empire, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of such cities. To achieve a place on the honor roll is to be the pride of a city. That is no exaggeration. Do you think only prominent families can cultivate extraordinary talents? Li Jingyuan scoffed. Are you so superstitious about background and lineage? Let me tell you, she is not from a prominent family. The records clearly state she is an orphan, with no relatives, relying solely on her own efforts. All right, enough of this digression. Let us dive into the dungeon, swiftly. Huang Yishan grinned, eager to change the topic. Humph. Li Jingyuan huffed, leading the way. The Sanshan Guild's team followed closely behind. As both teams entered the After the Cataclysm dungeon hall, they found it buzzing with activity and crowded. Having experienced it before, both teams immediately glanced at the leaderboard hanging on the wall. First place, time taken, 1 minute 14 seconds. Strategy team, not disclosed. Captain, not disclosed. Members, not disclosed. Did I misread that? Upon seeing the completion time, Huang Yishan could not help but rub his eyes vigorously. After the Cataclysm was a large-scale dungeon. Moreover, the leaderboard recorded completion times for the highest difficulty. What on earth? Li Jingyuan gasped. How is that possible? 1 minute 14 seconds, let alone novice adventurers. Even those at the 3rd or 4th class would find it impossible. If one were to use high-grade magic scrolls, it might be feasible. After a while, a mage from the Shuo Guild remarked, the terrain of After the Cataclysm is roughly a 2-kilometer radius circle. Top-tier 5th or average 6th-tier area damage skills could clear it instantly. That's the only possibility I can think of. Magic scrolls? Li Jingyuan frowned. That is indeed plausible. But who would be so frivolous as to use high-grade magic scrolls to clear a dungeon? Even selling such a dungeon would not be worth as much as a high-grade magic scroll. Yet, recalling the bizarre completion speeds in the previous 2 dungeons, it seemed there was no other conceivable explanation. I thought we had encountered some genius, but it turns out we stumbled upon a prodigal. How unfortunate. Li Jingyuan shook her head. With that, she led the Shuo Guild into the dungeon. While that explanation makes sense, why did the Black Wind Stronghold dungeon take 12 minutes? A mage from Huang Yishan's team questioned, puzzled. 12 minutes isn't unusual. Perhaps they started fighting for a while, realized it was uninteresting, and then resorted to using scrolls. Huang Yishan suggested. Let us focus on our own dungeon run and not concern ourselves with this. Huang Yishan also led his team toward the dungeon portal. At that moment, a novice warrior who had been trailing them as a cheerleader suddenly froze. Wait. The person I was supposed to keep an eye on. It seems their entry and exit time for the dungeon was exactly 12 minutes. He recalled that no team entering the Black Wind Stronghold dungeon had emerged within an hour, save for that individual, who completed it in a mere 12 minutes. The novice warrior felt he had uncovered a great secret and excitedly ran up to Huang Yishan. Brother Huang, I think I figured out who set those records. You know? Huang Yishan's interest peaked immediately. Everyone has a curiosity for gossip. It was extravagant to use high-grade magic scrolls to clear a dungeon, akin to someone crafting bullets or grenade casings from pure gold. Anyone would be intrigued. Brother Huang, it's the person you asked me to keep an eye on before. No one else has managed to enter or exit the dungeon in less than an hour. Is it him? That planter? Huang Yishan's eyes widened in disbelief. At the Jianyang City Adventurer Trading Center, Treasure Pavilion, Chen Yu entered the hall. The round-faced girl was seated, engrossed in her phone, her cheeks flushed, occasionally emitting giggles, seemingly entertained by whatever she was viewing. Among all the receptionists in the Treasure Pavilion, she appeared to be the most idle. Chen Yu had visited 4 times and had yet to see her perform any actual work. The other staff members were bustling about, while she seemed to be slacking off. Knock knock. Check in. What are you doing? Chen Yu rapped on the glass, raising his voice in mock anger. Who asked that? Are you crazy? The round-faced girl raised one eyebrow, her expression clearly displeased. However, upon realizing it was Chen Yu, she quickly transformed her expression into a smile and chirped, Mr. Chen. It's you. Have you made any more gains so soon? Where's your manager? Chen Yu inquired. Sitting in the back. The round-faced girl beamed with a radiant smile. Having instructed that if you were to visit in the coming days, she would personally escort you to her. Follow me, please, she said. Thank you, replied Chen Yu, flicking a gold coin with his thumb. The coin arched gracefully through the air, landing precisely in the girl's décolletage. Overjoyed, she retrieved the coin but did not pocket it. Instead, she grasped Chen Yu's hand and returned the coin to him. What is this? No tip accepted? Chen Yu inquired curiously. Is there a new regulation? Not at all, the round-faced girl replied, casting a flirtatious glance, but your method of tipping is somewhat inappropriate. It should be done like this. As she spoke, she pulled Chen Yu's hand towards herself, seemingly wanting him to place the coin directly into her possession. Chapter 58, The Mysterious Lotus Seed. Ice cream with hot dog? Chen Yu observed with clarity as the girl's half-hearted allure morphed into an infatuated grin, even catching herself swallowing hard. What? Chen Yu quickly withdrew his arm, realizing his sister's warnings had proven true. Boys must learn to protect themselves in this world, fraught with nefarious individuals. Come now, just a tip. No need for such a strong reaction, the round-faced girl said nonchalantly, adhering firmly to her principle that as long as she felt no embarrassment, the awkwardness lay solely with the other party. Follow me. Yin Luo turned and walked toward the back of the treasure pavilion, with Chen Yu cautiously trailing behind. Fortunately, she did not employ any tricks, leading him into a study before retreating. The study was spacious, adorned with books and various decorative items. A petite girl sat somewhat ungainly atop the desk, her pink dress revealing legs clad in white stockings, swinging them rhythmically to the point of dizziness. A creamy ice cream cone was perched between her lips. You've arrived, she stated with a poker face, her deadpan gaze fixed on Chen Yu, before subtly extending her tongue to wipe away the ice cream residue at the corner of her mouth. How careless of me, Chen Yu internally lamented. Why did I offer him a hot dog? Isn't ice cream delightful? Ah, I've come to deliver your funds, Chen Yu said, taking a deep breath as he approached, handing her a box containing a nameless card from the professional bank. She accepted the card without hesitation. Aren't you going to count it? Chen Yu prompted. Haha. The girl smirked. I trust you're not incapable of counting a few cards, are you? All right, by the way, have there been any updates on the materials for the Time and Space series? Chen Yu inquired. Not so soon. I just released the acquisition information, she replied, casting a glance at Chen Yu. If anyone here in Yunchuan province learns of it, they will contact me. Thank you. Chen Yu expressed his gratitude, quickly retrieving the hot dog from his inventory and presenting it to the girl. The petite girl held the steaming, thick sausage in her left hand and the cold, frosty ice cream in her right, inexplicably flushing for a moment, her expression decidedly complex. Give it a try. It's delicious, Chen Yu urged, his eyes filled with anticipation. She shot him a sidelong glance, opened her mouth, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth glinting in the light. Without a hint of emotion, she stared at Chen Yu, took a bite of the hot dog, and began to chew slowly. I suppose I should be going now, Chen Yu said, forcing a smile as he prepared to leave. Wait, the petite girl called out. What is it? Chen Yu turned back. I have something for you. She tossed a small jade box in his direction. What is this? Chen Yu asked as he opened the box, revealing soft silk piled within, cradling a thumb-sized gray lotus seed. Unknown seed. Quality. Effect. Description. Its origins are unverifiable, but you may attempt to cultivate it, though no one has ever succeeded. What is this? Chen Yu questioned, puzzled. The ownership had transferred to him, yet all attributes remained a mystery. It was obtained from a high-level real-mode dungeon, the girl explained. Though merely a byproduct, its essence should be remarkable. Unfortunately, even our best appraisers at the treasure pavilion cannot identify its quality or effects. Our cultivators have exhausted efforts without success in making it sprout. How is it that you, the illustrious treasure pavilion, cannot ascertain its utility? What am I to do with it? Chen Yu expressed his dilemma. Take it as a gift. If you don't want it, simply return it, she said, her expression impassive as she extended her hand. Since it is your kind gesture, I shall graciously accept. It would be quite disheartening to reject it, wouldn't it? Chen Yu swiftly tucked the box into the supreme holy land. Why refuse something freely given? This mysterious item might indeed hold great significance. Hadn't the girl mentioned it came from a high-level real dungeon? With the supreme holy land at his disposal, he was determined to see it thrive. Take care, I shan't see you out, the petite girl declared, leaping off the desk and, barefoot, approaching Chen Yu. To his astonishment, she pushed him out of her study. Bang! The door shut behind him. Chen Yu's lips twitched as he knocked on the door, calling out, Thanks. Next time, I'll take you to see the goldfish I've raised. They're truly beautiful. The round-faced girl, who had been waiting outside, eagerly chimed in, Mr. Chen. Our manager is very busy and has no time. How about you take me instead? By the way, how large are your goldfish? Do they measure 18 centimeters? I adore large goldfish. Size doesn't really matter. As long as they're tasty, that's what counts. Smaller ones have their benefits too. They can be swallowed whole without choking. Hee hee hee. Cough cough. Miss Yin Luo, goldfish are ornamental creatures, not meant for consumption. Well, they can still be enjoyed visually. The round-faced girl's eyes sparkled. Let us go, let us go. As Chen Yu departed from the treasure pavilion, he recalled that there were still 2 novice dungeons available at school. Thus, he returned to the campus and completed both dungeons outside the guarded village. On the day of the new dungeon's opening, One could only select one for free entry. However, from the following day onward, this limitation would no longer apply. Nonetheless, each individual was entitled to only one complimentary entry, with subsequent visits necessitating a fee of 1 gold coin each time. Compared to the entry tickets for the dungeons in Eastwind Town, the school was quite reasonable. The maximum difficulty for the 2 dungeons was classified as hard, granting Chen Yu a reward of 10 free attribute points and 2 skill points, rather meager, yet not entirely without merit. Upon finishing the dungeons, Chen Yu promptly returned to his dormitory, secured the door, and entered the Supreme Holy Land. World Tree, please assist me in identifying this. Chen Yu opened the jade box gifted by the petite girl and extracted the seed. What is this? For unknown items, consulting the World Tree was undoubtedly wise. Its quality was exceptionally high, ensuring that ordinary items could not evade her perception. Master, the World Tree's voice resonated within Chen Yu's mind. May I place it upon my roots? I require a thorough assessment. Is it truly that significant? Chen Yu's eyes widened in surprise as he complied with the World Tree's request, positioning the lotus seed atop its roots. Delicate strands of pale green aura cascaded from the World Tree, weaving into the lotus seed. 1 minute passed, yet the seed remained unresponsive. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time elapsed, the pale green aura intensified, eventually coalescing into a translucent, tender green vortex, surging and pouring into the lotus seed. Chapter 59. The Supreme Essence of the Lotus Seed, Summoning Demons. The remaining plant life, frozen in place due to lack of command, sensed the boundless life force and began to converge towards the vibrant green vortex. Regardless of whether they are of legendary, rare, or merely nascent common grade, all are irresistibly drawn to the tender, verdant aura emanating from the World Tree. Even the 2 saplings of the Mo-Yun vine, having grown to over 10 meters in length, leaned their tendrils toward the source. Remarkably, even the abyssal thorn spirit, which had been corrupted by dark magic, savored the bountiful offerings of the World Tree with great contentment. Only the Huangquan flower, barely sprouting its buds, remained unfazed, quietly flourishing in a secluded corner. After several minutes had passed, the light green aura descending from the heavens gradually thinned. Chen Yu gazed intently at the center of the vortex. The once gray-white lotus seed, resembling weathered stone, had transformed into a lustrous, jade-like white. The tip of the lotus seed slightly cracked open, revealing a hint of verdant lotus heart peeking out. Master, I have not failed you. The voice of the World Tree resonated in Chen Yu's mind, imbued with tenderness yet tinged with fatigue. You have labored well. Chen Yu gently caressed the trunk of the World Tree. Have you discerned its origins? Though I have revived it, I remain unable to fathom its entirety. Its essence bears resemblance to mine, yet seems to surpass me, rooted in this sacred soil as I am. On par with the supreme soil? Chen Yu gasped. Realizing this implied its existence was of an exalted nature. Up until now, he had encountered only 2 entities of such supreme quality, one being his innate absolute enhancement, and the other, the planting space that had undergone absolute enhancement, now recognized as the supreme soil itself. Indeed, Master, its essence is equivalent to that of the supreme soil. Yet it does not constitute a supreme entity. What does that mean? Chen Yu queried, somewhat perplexed. What does it signify to have an essence that is equal but not supreme? Perhaps its progenitors, or its ancestors, once traversed the realms of the supreme. During that epoch, the essence of the supreme birthed descendants that have since been passed down. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, its ultimate achievement may not exceed the mythic grade, and that trace of supreme essence shall continue to lie dormant. I see. It means not all descendants of emperors are emperors themselves, correct? Chen Yu nodded, then continued to inquire, is there a way to activate this trace of supreme essence? The absolute enhancement talent can indeed amplify entities of supreme quality, but the cooldown period is extensive. If one could acquire a supreme entity without effort, that would be ideal. Perhaps the power of the sacred soil may play a role. The World Tree responded, that force which forcibly elevated me from the common grade to the exalted level, intertwining my fate with yours. Absolutely. Once I undergo my class change, it shall be my next destined plant. Chen Yu exclaimed with delight. Master, I urge you to proceed with caution. Why? Chen Yu questioned, bewildered. Each class change of the supreme soil allows for the sublimation of one destined plant, yet the exalted level cannot compare to the allure of the supreme. My conjecture may not be entirely accurate. Relying solely on a single sublimation may not suffice to fully activate its supreme essence. In other words, this is essentially a bottomless pit, and I must expend opportunities for sublimating my destined plants to fill it? How many times must I fill it before it is satisfied? Chen Yu's interest waned significantly. Indeed, but we can endeavor to nurture it, the World Tree stated. At present, it is merely a seed. Once it matures and stabilizes, I shall be able to provide a more precise assessment. Very well. Chen Yu planted the lotus seed closely beside the World Tree. Ordinary lotus seeds require being sown in muddy waters, yet this lotus seed is anything but ordinary, and the supreme soil is not mere dirt. With the World Tree's oversight, there will be no issues. By the way, World Tree, How do you suggest I choose my next destined plant? Chen Yu asked, contemplating the thorn spirit, the lily spirit, the gluttonous spirit, or perhaps something else entirely. Can you speculate on their forms after enhancement? Master, I cannot predict their ultimate forms, but I advise against selecting them. The world tree replied. You should opt for an entity with an exalted essence for sublimation. The lotus does possess an exalted essence, but it is unstable. Chen Yu remarked ruefully. I am not referring to the lotus, but rather the hikage flower, the world tree elucidated. It inherently possesses a trace of essence close to the exalted level, and its power is remarkably unique, holding great potential. The hikage flower? Chen Yu approached the flower, crouching down to observe the modest plant standing just over 20 centimeters tall. I did not expect you to have such significance. All right, since the world tree has spoken, it shall be you. The sapling of the hikage flower seemed to comprehend Chen Yu's words, swaying gently as it conveyed a vague sense of joyous anticipation. Having tended to the lotus seed and chosen his next destined plant, Chen Yu donned a demon whisper set. He summoned 3 primordial spirits, bringing the plant life to the edge of the supreme soil, arranging them in a circle. Ladies, prepare to welcome our guests. Bestow upon them the warmest hospitality, ensuring they leave with no return. The collective spirits, including the 3 distant elves, surged with enthusiasm, eager to participate. After making the necessary preparations, Chen Yu placed 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 low-grade magic crystals within the encircled area. Then, he activated the Demon Whisper set skill, Demon Descent. Demon Descent. Sacrifice 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 low-grade magic crystals to randomly summon a level 100 ordinary boss abyssal demon, which will launch indiscriminate attacks on all units within its line of sight. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 3 days. At the painful cult, Chen Yu's abyssal magic had been entirely depleted. The only means of replenishing it was through slaying demons. The Demon Whisper set skill was currently his sole avenue to engage with demons. As the skill took effect, the 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 low-grade magic crystals vanished without a trace. In their place, a portal radiating a crimson glow materialized. Moments later, a long, bread-shaped, red, fleshy entity emerged from the portal. After observing for a moment, Chen Yu discerned that it appeared to be a nose. Sniff sniff. The long nose attempted to inhale. Subsequently, as if a famished spirit had caught wind of a delectable feast, it began to sniff fervently. Then, an ugly demon, towering over 2 meters, with sinewy muscles and a crimson complexion, eagerly burst forth from the portal. Its eyes were closed, its features contorted in a creative manner, and a look of ecstasy adorned its face. Ah, what a marvelous life force. So vibrant, as if it embodies all the hopes and beauties of this world. The fresh air devoid of sulfur, and that fragrance more alluring than that of succubi. Oh great abyssal will, I adore this world. I adore it. At this point, the demon became increasingly enraptured. Its love burgeoned to the point of wanting to rend it apart, to obliterate it. The splendid scene of bloodshed was simply too tantalizing. Ha ha ha. The demon threw its head back, arms outstretched as if embracing the sky. Flee, my prey. Let me savor the thrill of the chase. I shall count to 3, then open my eyes to select my first quarry. 1, 2, 3. The long-nosed demon suddenly opened its eyes wide. Ha ha. Did you think I wouldn't see? Upon observing its surroundings, the demon's smile abruptly froze. The chaos and fear it had envisioned failed to materialize. With its towering height, it could clearly see hundreds of expressionless, exquisitely beautiful maidens surrounding it. Each maiden emanated a formidable aura. At the forefront stood a being akin to a succubus, yet of abyssal origin, harboring an astonishing reservoir of abyssal magic, rivaling that of legendary abyssal lords. Above, 3 doll-like little spirits hovered. Their presence was even more formidable, akin to towering mountains, instilling terror within the demon's heart. In the distance, there stood a terrifying giant tree, soaring towards the heavens and the earth. Its growth direction an enigma. The tree swayed slightly, enveloped by an oppressive force reminiscent of the will of an abyss, causing its legs to tremble, nearly toppling to the ground. Glug! The long-nosed demon swallowed hard, managing to muster a smile that looked more pitiful than a cry. Ahem. Thank you all for attending my performance. No need for payment. If you enjoyed it, shall I perform again? Chapter 60. It turns out Little Flame has a day of being bullied too? Well, so it possesses a mind after all. Chen Yu regarded the long-nosed demon with keen interest. Tearing demon, level 100 ordinary boss. The long-nosed demon also noticed Chen Yu, the foolish human who had summoned it to such a perilous land. The terrifying beings around seemed to regard this human as their leader. It believed it had grasped the crux of the situation. The human had summoned it for a specific purpose, and if it fulfilled that task well, perhaps it could save its own life. Master, oh master! The long-nosed demon knelt before Chen Yu, sliding forward on its knees. However, it had barely moved when it was viciously whipped by dozens of vines and hoisted into the air. Master, I am but a mere demon summoned by you. You cannot abandon me. Command me as you wish. I would not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire. It is my honor to serve you. The long-nosed demon exclaimed, its voice choked with tears. I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor, Chen Yu remarked, clicking his tongue. I do indeed have a task for you. Please. Master, tell me. The long-nosed demon's heart leaped with joy, eager to assure, I will risk my life to accomplish it. Well, I need you to replenish my magic. Replenish magic? The long-nosed demon was taken aback. In the abyss, there were indeed some species like succubi that replenished powerful demons' abyssal magic through various peculiar means. Was this human also an abyss demon? Did he not have a formidable succubus under his command? Why not seek the succubus for magic replenishment? Moreover, it would never replenish magic for others. However, the situation was dire. Yes, master, whatever you command, I shall comply. I will dedicate myself tirelessly to your service. The long-nosed demon grinned obsequiously. Some literary flair? A pity it is misplaced, Chen Yu sighed regretfully. Proceed, but do not let it suffer too much. Upon hearing this, a multitude of legendary plant beings and 3 primordial spirits rolled up their sleeves and approached the demon boss. In less than a minute, defeated level 100 boss tearing demon. As this unit is your summon creature, there are no kill rewards or drops. The absence of kill rewards was anticipated by Chen Yu. Summoning a demon boss was not for the sake of acquiring loot. Opening the attributes panel, the abyssal magic attribute had increased from 0.5 to 2.5. This meant that a level 100 demon boss could restore him 2 points of abyssal magic. The demon whisperer set could summon once every 3 days, thus replenishing his abyssal magic in 9 days and continuing to produce demonized plants. As for whether using demonic power would lead to complications, such as being viewed as a traitor by humans, absolutely not. This was an era of universal job transitions. The dichotomy of righteousness and wickedness belonged to the distant past of martial arts novels. Among human practitioners, there were even professions directly related to demons, such as demon warlocks and demon hunters, all of which were intricately connected to demonic powers. For practitioners, any form of power, as long as it served them, was considered a boon. Oh, how utterly unrefined of me. As a primordial spirit, how could I resort to physical attacks against my foes? Little Flame sighed contentedly as she departed from the now muddied demon. Earlier, she had witnessed the legendary plant beings fighting with gusto and could not resist joining in with her own punches and kicks. To her surprise, the tangible sensation of striking flesh was unexpectedly pleasurable, and she found herself unable to restrain her enthusiasm. At least half of the demon's health had been depleted by her tiny fists. Well done. Chen Yu habitually praised Little Flame, rewarding her with a lollipop. Oh. Little Flame cradled the lollipop, her face beaming with delight as she quickly unwrapped it and began to savor it. Nearby, Little Wind tilted her head, watching with curiosity at the lollipop in Little Flame's hands. She flew over, sniffed at it, and her eyes instantly sparkled as she took a bite. Little Flame peered around the other side of the candy, noticing Little Wind's sneakiness, and quickly turned the lollipop around, intent on hoarding it for herself. After finishing her first bite, Little Wind found the treat snatched away by Little Flame and immediately pouted her lips. Her eternally sleepy face quickly puffed up like a bun. Silently, she flew to the top of Little Flame and embraced the lollipop, using her chubby little feet to push off Little Flame's shoulder. Thud! Little Flame, still holding the candy, tumbled into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Little Wind clutched the lollipop and soared into the canopy of the world tree. When Little Flame regained her senses, she found her hands empty and looked up just in time to see Little Wind escaping with the lollipop. A wave of profound grievance washed over her, and she couldn't help but sit on the ground and wail loudly. Chuckling, Chen Yu witnessed the scene unfold. One who spends their days pursuing geese may find themselves pecked in the eye by one. Who would have thought that Little Flame, who often treated Little Wind as a toy, would also face retribution one day? Primordial spirits, born from the world tree, appear adorable, yet possess an inner pride that is unassailable. While enemies may surpass them in power, it is utterly impossible to conquer their will. Chen Yu, who occupies a higher position and shares a close relationship with the world tree, would never bully them. The only beings capable of making primordial spirits weep are likely their own siblings. Wah! Little Wind is bullying me, and Master does nothing to help. Seeing Chen Yu laugh, Little Flame rolled on the ground, crying even more pitifully. Huffed! Chen Yu stifled his laughter as he picked Little Flame up from the ground, cradling her in his hands. Little Flame, be good, don't cry. Just let Little Wind have that one. I'll give you another. He kissed Little Flame's tear-streaked face and produced a new lollipop, placing it before her. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Little Flame sobbed as she accepted the lollipop, eating it while still in tears. By the way, do you want one? Chen Yu produced another one, gesturing towards Hutu. Thank you for the generous gift, Master. Hutu flew over, embracing the lollipop, her expression bewildered. However, after tasting the first bite, she immediately fell in love with the flavor. Is it delicious? Chen Yu asked with a smile. Master's bounty is an honor for a subordinate. Even a mere wild herb can rival the finest delicacies of the world. Hutu munched on the candy, responding in a muffled tone. You might want to reconsider. Chen Yu lightly flicked her forehead, shaking his head. Although Hutu's words were sincere, they always carried an odd undertone. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was already 7 in the evening. Chen Yu did not leave the supreme sacred land, but instead approached the world tree to initiate rapid growth for the lotus seeds. Chapter 61. The College Entrance Examination System. The fruits of the world tree ripen. At the Jianyang City Practitioner Association, President Su Jinghui was deep in thought, holding a photograph and a stack of documents. The photograph had been transmitted from the East Wind Town Dungeon Center. Reports indicated that earlier this afternoon, a young boy had single-handedly cleared all the novice dungeons in East Wind Town. Furthermore, the completion times have reached an almost inconceivable level, securing the top position on the leaderboard of 8 dungeons. Particularly astonishing is the post-cataclysm dungeon, which he managed to conquer in just over a minute. Truly remarkable. Such an achievement is utterly beyond the reach of an ordinary novice class. Speculations at the dungeon center suggest that his method of clearing must involve the use of high-level magical scrolls to annihilate the entire map in an instant. Initially, Su Jinghui assumed this to be the work of a prodigal scion from a powerful faction and intended to reach out for negotiations, hoping to persuade them to temper their excesses. However, upon investigation, it was revealed that there was no grand faction behind this player. The conqueror turned out to be a local from Jianyang City, and astonishingly, a novice class student from Jianyang No. 1 High School. Orphaned, he has an elder sister, Chen Yu, who was the top scorer in the last provincial college entrance examination and has since enrolled in the prestigious Tunglong University of the Tunglong Empire. Remarkably, within just a month of her enrollment, she completed the nightmarish first transition task. 2 months later, all records pertaining to Chen Yu became classified, with even family details subjected to confidentiality protocols. It is well known that a genius achieving such success at Tunglong University would surely have means to assist their family. However, if she is capable of aiding him in such a manner, then Chen Yu is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the affection she exhibits towards her brother seems somewhat excessive. Regrettably, prior to her stunning performance in the college entrance examination, she did not display any exceptional talents, leading to a situation where such a remarkable individual hails from Jianyang City. Yet we failed to establish connections. Wait, it appears that Chen Yu has a good relationship with Ye. Just then, the office door creaked open. Su Jinghui turned to see Su Miaoyue enter, adorned in a vintage fringed gown, her face alight with a cheerful smile as she called out, "Great-grandfather, Miaoyue is here." Su Jinghui tucked away the documents and nodded. Some time ago, Su Miaoyue transitioned to a hidden class, which brought him considerable joy. The Su family is a lineage of practitioners with numerous branches, and among the younger generation, Su Miaoyue's innate talent is unparalleled. She is destined for greatness and might even surpass him, the current head of the family. Oh, you've reached level 12 already? Quite impressive. At your current growth rate, you may very well contend for a spot at Tunglong University. Upon discovering Su Miaoyue's level, Su Jinghui's expression turned one of satisfaction. The Tunglong Empire's examination for combat practitioners is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is an elimination phase where each province selects 1,000 candidates for the second round. The second round involves all national candidates entering the same dungeon, vying for final rankings. The second round allows for both provincial and national rankings. Top-tier universities for practitioners recruit from the national standings, while each province also has special recruitment slots. These special slots are entirely transparent, beginning with the provincial top scorer and progressing by rank until all slots are filled. Consequently, some exceptionally talented individuals, who believe they cannot gain admission to their desired universities, might seek to compete in provinces with less formidable candidates to secure a special recruitment slot. The strength of practitioners is often correlated with their levels. After transitioning classes, novice practitioners will focus entirely on leveling up in the month leading up to the examination, setting aside the astonishing outliers for combat practitioners. Reaching level 10 before the college entrance examination is considered average. Achieving level 20 would secure a place within the top 1,000 in the province, qualifying them for the second round ranking competition. Levels 25 to 30 equate to provincial top scorer standards. In the world of practitioners, experience points are distributed based on contribution when defeating monsters, although there are no level penalties. Reducing high-level monsters to critical health for novices to reap the rewards yields disappointingly low returns, leading most factions to avoid such methods of training newcomers. As for dungeons, while experience is averaged out, they have level restrictions. Only practitioners of the appropriate stage may enter. Novices cannot access dungeons above level 50, while those above the first transition cannot enter novice dungeons. If a novice lacks sufficient strength, they can only achieve high rewards in novice dungeons by using high-level damaging consumables. Such consumables are exceedingly precious. Organizations with the capacity for such levels of investment typically do not pursue this method of training newcomers for examination rankings, as it is simply not worthwhile. The most extravagant method of nurturing newcomers is to maintain a team of level 50 practitioners who excel in novice dungeons and then refrain from transitioning to guide others. However, this approach incurs significant costs, making it unaffordable for most factions. Promising novice practitioners will not jeopardize their futures for trivial gains. Conversely, those who feel hopeless often lack substantial strength. Thus, in most instances, The levels attained prior to the college entrance examination serve as a true representation of a practitioner's actual capabilities. While there are certainly those who spare no expense to cultivate their descendants for the examination, they are exceedingly rare. Great-grandfather. I wish to apply for the use of family resources. Su Miaoyue approached Su Jinghui earnestly. In long-established families of practitioners, there exists a mature resource allocation system. To utilize family resources, one must demonstrate their worth. Worthless individuals are not deemed worthy of cultivation. Naturally, for someone like Su Miaoyue, who possesses a hidden class and remarkable talent, the family would certainly grant her a green light. Ordinary descendants of the Su family would find it challenging to converse easily with Su Jinghui. You wish for access to the novice dungeon, correct? I have already granted that for you, Su Jinghui replied with a smile. Moreover, here is something for you. He handed her a square stone tablet. Novice dungeon cooldown token. Quality, rare. Effect, when used in a novice dungeon, it resets the dungeon cooldown to 0. Uses, 20. Su Miaoyue accepted the stone tablet, her face lighting up with delight as she examined it. Thank you, great-grandfather. Do you feel confident in reaching level 25 before the examination? Su Jinghui inquired. Absolutely no problem. Su Miaoyue replied, exuding confidence as she waved the stone tablet. With this, not only level 25, but even level 28 is within reach. Oh, by the way, Su Jinghui continued, I heard that you have a good relationship with a male classmate from your school and even shared your skill practice room with him. Is that true? Yes, Su Miaoyue admitted candidly. Such matters are quite transparent and easily discovered. Moreover, it is not a secret of any sort. Very well, Su Jinghui nodded. That boy has a solid background. Cough, cough. He possesses considerable talent and strength. You should maintain your ties with him. I will also grant you a quota to bring someone into the family dungeon. What? Su Miaoyue was nearly left in disbelief. Shouldn't her great-grandfather be advising her to prioritize leveling over romantic entanglements at such a time? Su Jinghui chuckled. What? Did you think I would caution you against getting too close to boys? Setting aside the rumors, even if they hold some truth, it hardly matters. Associating with the strong will allow you to witness the splendor of their world. Conversely, mingling with the weak will only immerse you in the helplessness of their existence. Whether in friendship or romance, avoid those of a significantly lower caliber than yourself, for it will bring you both distress and pride. The distress arises from their limited insight and perspective, leaving you with no common ground for dialogue. The pride, however, comes from your superior standing, allowing you to effortlessly resolve their troubles. Su Miaoyue hesitated. But great-grandfather, while I do get along well with him, would it be inappropriate to share family resources? Not at all, Su Jinghui shook his head. Thank you, great-grandfather. Su Miaoyue exclaimed joyfully. She was acutely aware of Chen Yu's capabilities, or so she believed. After all, he was someone who could venture into level 10 areas solo on the very first day of his class transition. If Chen Yu were to take her along for dungeon runs, wouldn't that mean she could effortlessly soar to new heights? In the public dungeon, she hesitated to speak up, as it would dilute the profits of others. However, if the dungeon belonged to her, the situation would be entirely different. Although Chen Yu was leading her, he too was a beneficiary. Within the boundless sacred land, Chen Yu set a timer to avoid delaying the dungeon cooldown. He then began fervently accelerating the growth of the lotus seeds. Whenever fatigue set in, he would rest and recover, only to resume his efforts once revitalized. During the cooldown period of the dungeon, he had no particularly pressing matters to attend to, so he deemed it prudent to invest his time in nurturing the lotus seeds. After 3 continuous days of relentless cultivation, the tender shoots of the lotus reached an impressive 10 centimeters. Once the active skill of the Whispering Demon was off cooldown, yet another level 100 demon boss fell victim to his prowess. However, this demon proved to be rather mundane, akin to a madman, as it launched indiscriminate attacks upon being summoned, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught of Xiao Yan. On a more delightful note, a new primordial spirit was on the verge of birth. Beneath the world tree, Chen Yu gazed upwards. A colorless, transparent fruit, nearly invisible, hung precariously from the branches. Chapter 62, The Birth of Xiaoan and Xiao Miao, the most aggressive primordial spirits. The branches of the world tree swayed gently as the fruit slowly descended. Chen Yu extended his hands to cradle the fruit. What manner of attribute is this? The fruit seemed weightless, lacking any discernible texture. It appeared as though Chen Yu was holding it, yet in truth, it floated above his hands. Moments later, the fruit split open. However, no little sprite emerged from within, and even the 2 halves of the shell vanished without a trace. Where's my primordial spirit? Chen Yu was left dumbfounded. Could something be amiss? He hastily contacted the world tree to inquire about the situation. Primordial darkness, do not jest with your master. Come forth at once. The world tree's reproachful thoughts conveyed themselves. Hee. With a playful giggle, a transparent humanoid silhouette materialized in midair. Soon after, a dazzling array of colors adorned the figure. After a brief pause, a little sprite clad in a black veil, grinning mischievously, appeared before Chen Yu. Master. So, you are the primordial dark sprite. Let us name you Xiaoan. With that, Chen Yu opened Xiao An's attribute panel. Primordial dark sprite Xiaoan rank, 1 divine myth. Level, 50. Attributes: Strength, 5500. Agility, 5500. Constitution, 5500. Spirit, 11,000. Talent: Dark Elementalization. Entering an elemental state. Immune to all physical damage. Immune to all dark-type damage, with a 500 increase in dark-type damage. Passive: Primordial Dark Sprite. 99 reduction in consumption when using dark-type skills, with a 100 increase in power. Skills: Silent Dark Domain, Forbidden Spell. Chaotic Dark Domain, Forbidden Spell. Eternal Banishment, Forbidden Spell. Final Balance, Forbidden Spell. The power of the Primordial Dark Sprite seems distinctly different from traditional dark attributes. She is not merely the darkness opposing light, but represents a more ethereal realm, an existence that is present yet unseen. However, her abilities are more enigmatic than conventional darkness, making her difficult to guard against. She can even assume a form that is formless and intangible. Chen Yu believed that Shaoan should not be considered the fourth primordial spirit, but rather suited to the sixth. After the birth of the dark sprite, Chen Yu fell back into the cycle of nurturing the lotus seeds and resting. With ample provisions prepared, even meals were taken within the boundless sacred land. 3 days later, the primordial water sprite was born. Primordial water sprite Xiao Miao. Rank: 1 divine myth. Level: 50. Attributes: Strength, 5500. Agility, 5500. Constitution, 5500. Spirit, 11,000. Talent: Water Elementalization. Entering an elemental state. Immune to all physical damage. Immune to all water-type damage, with a 500 increase in water-type damage. Passive: Primordial Water Sprite. 99 reduction in consumption when using water-type skills, with a 100 increase in power. Skills: Frozen Domain, Forbidden Spell. Cataclysmic Torrent, Forbidden Spell. Desolation of the Land, Forbidden Spell. Dissolution of All Things, Forbidden Spell. Xiao Miao boasted long, waist-length ice blue hair. Her face perpetually adorned with a gentle smile that exuded a nurturing elder sister vibe. However, this primordial water sprite was, thus far, the most aggressive of all primordial spirits born. In Chen Yu's recollection, water attributes typically lean towards healing, support, control, and defense. Yet, all 4 of Xiao Miao's forbidden spells were ferociously damaging skills. The interval between the birth of the primordial spirits and the summoning of demons was precisely 3 days. To celebrate Xiao Miao's arrival, Chen Yu generously summoned a demon to provide a feast for the plant life. The demise of the demon boss restored Chen Yu's abyssal magic to full capacity. Thus, another thorny spirit underwent a transformation and embraced the abyss. The following day, Chen Yu chose not to remain in the boundless sacred land any longer. The cooldown of the dungeon had refreshed, allowing him to withdraw free attribute points and skill points. After a 7-day hiatus, he finally set foot back in the outside world. Just as he exited the sacred land, his phone erupted with notifications. Upon glancing at the screen, he found most messages were from Li Wei and Su Miaoyue. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a frantic knocking echoed, accompanied by Li Wei's voice. Old Chen, are you in there? I heard your phone. As soon as Chen Yu unlocked the door, Li Wei burst in eagerly. Holy crap, you're still alive. You scared the hell out of me. Li Wei slapped Chen Yu's shoulder with fervor. When did you come back? Where have you been all these days? No one in the dorm, and your phone had no signal. Out grinding monsters, what else could I do? Chen Yu chuckled, explaining his prolonged absence and dead phone. In reality, it was common for professionals to go missing for a while due to various reasons. For instance, during dungeon runs, not only was the phone out of reach, but the friends panel was also inaccessible. And you? What level are you now? Chen Yu inquired. I just leveled up yesterday to level 8. Only level 8? Chen Yu expressed surprise. How could you be leveling up so slowly? Don't you have a fixed team? Typically, a proficient class with a stable team should level up relatively quickly, given that nearly 2 weeks had passed since the job change. One would expect anyone with a dedicated team to be at least level 10, if not higher. Those who were particularly diligent might have even reached level 12 or 13. A shadow flickered across Li Wei's face. A fixed team? They were just temporary teammates. The group has already disbanded. For these past few days, I've basically been leveling up alone. You, a shield warrior, leveling up solo? Chen Yu was taken aback. Defensive classes usually lacked sufficient attack power, making solo grinding quite arduous. Even if the previous team had disbanded, couldn't he simply form a new one? It's not that I can't find a group. I just don't want to. Li Wei tossed his hair flamboyantly, stating with bravado, I've come to understand that only the meek herd together, while fierce beasts walk alone. After these days of honing my skills, my solo play has reached a level that is not just peak, but has become second nature. The dungeon has refreshed. Let us go, and I'll show you what I'm made of. I had mentioned leveling up together before, but that bunch of fools interrupted us. From now on, let us team up as 2 fierce beasts, free from the nonsense of those sheep. Li Wei spoke with great zeal, yet Chen Yu remained silent. It was not difficult to surmise that Li Wei's decision to leave the team and focus on honing his solo skills stemmed from a desire to aid him in leveling up together. It is crucial to recognize that the period leading up to the college entrance examination represents a golden opportunity for novice professions to level up. The achievements made during this span have the potential to alter the trajectory of a person's life dramatically, having traversed the professional realm in a previous life. Chen Yu harbored deep skepticism towards the existence of altruistic individuals, often believing that those who would go to great lengths for their companions were mere figments of artistic imagination. However, Li Wei demonstrated through his actions that such individuals do indeed exist. Moments later, Chen Yu let out a sigh. Very well, let us, two fierce beasts, form a team and tackle a dungeon first. If one treats me with sincerity, I shall reciprocate with sincerity. Li Wei regarded him as a true brother, willing to jeopardize his own future for Chen Yu's sake. Now that Chen Yu possessed the capability, he was determined to secure a prosperous future for Li Wei. Moreover, being at maximum level, he had no experience requirements, thus accompanying Li Wei in dungeon runs would not impede his own rewards. Chapter 63, Astonishment. The big shot is actually beside me. Chen Yu and Li Wei departed from their dormitory, making their way to the entrance of the dungeon plaza. Class name? Inquired the teacher managing the dungeon plaza. This session, Class 1, Chen Yu. Li Wei. The supervising teacher input their information into the computer for verification. After glancing at their faces to confirm their identities, he stated, your complimentary entries have been exhausted. Now, entering a dungeon requires a maintenance fee of 1 gold coin per person. Which dungeon would you like to attempt? Apocalypse Survival, Li Wei interjected eagerly. The Apocalypse Survival dungeon featured sci-fi zombies, akin to the zombie crisis in Dongfeng Town. Let us take them all. Chen Yu handed over 6 gold coins to the supervising teacher, casting a knowing smile at Li Wei. All of them. Very well. The teacher accepted the coins and handed Chen Yu 6 dungeon tickets. Wait, 3 dungeons? Can we even handle that? Li Wei's face turned pale. He was a shield warrior, lacking in damage-dealing capabilities. Just one zombie crisis would consume a significant portion of his time. 3 dungeons, especially one with a horde of monsters, would be utterly exhausting. As for Chen Yu's combat prowess, at this moment, Li Wei held no substantial expectations. He had recently undertaken a study of the planter profession and had gained some insight into the relevant knowledge. He estimated that if Chen Yu managed to summon around 20 to 30 little tree spirits and a couple of mature attacking vines, it would be quite impressive. In a real fight, the total DPS might surpass his own. However, the early-stage plant life of a planter was exceedingly precious and could not be squandered. Hence, the main force in battling monsters would still fall to him, the shield warrior. What is there to fear? Isn't that what we're capable of? Let us go. Chen Yu patted Li Wei on the shoulder and stepped confidently into the dungeon plaza. Damn it, I'm risking my life to accompany you today. Li Wei gritted his teeth and followed suit. At the dungeon portal, Chen Yu extended a team invitation to Li Wei, who promptly accepted. Notification: you have formed a temporary team with other professionals. As the initiator, you automatically become the team leader. Notification: experience gained in the dungeon will be equally distributed among team members, while experience acquired in the wilderness will be allocated based on contribution. Notification: please decide on the distribution of loot. The leader can allocate based on need, roll for distribution, or allow free looting. Once decided, it cannot be changed. Free looting. Notification: the loot distribution has been set to free looting. Once the team was established, Chen Yu submitted the dungeon tickets to the registration teacher stationed at the dungeon portal. Starting with the hardest one, Li Wei observed the portal for the guard the village dungeon, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Are fierce beasts afraid of this? Chen Yu pulled Li Wei along, giving him a gentle shove into the portal before stepping in himself. Dungeon name: guard the village. Level restriction: level 50 or below. Player limit: up to 8 players. Dungeon cooldown: 7 days. Notification: level and player count requirements met. Dungeon cooldown complete. Entering dungeon, please select difficulty: easy, normal, hard, nightmare. The real difficulty option had vanished after Chen Yu had flawlessly completed it last time. Thus, nightmare it is. Notification: you have selected nightmare difficulty. In the next moment, Chen Yu and Li Wei found themselves in Vanguard Village. Wait, Li Wei exclaimed in terror. What did I just hear? You chose nightmare difficulty? Seriously, can you be more reliable? How could you make such a mistake? We're fighting a nightmare. Chen Yu chuckled. What rewards could possibly come from lower difficulties? With that, he promptly approached the elder village chief to accept the quest and made his way toward the city wall. Could you be a bit more dependable? Nightmare is something we novices should avoid, right? Even a level 50 veteran would struggle. Li Wei lamented, nearly in tears. However, having already entered the dungeon, exiting would yield no difference from dying. Resigned, he could only equip a temporary set of gear and follow Chen Yu up the city wall. The conditions within the dungeon were significantly different from when Chen Yu had tackled the real difficulty previously. In real difficulty, the valley where Vanguard Village was situated opened in a broad, wide-mouthed shape, with a dirt wall stretching several hundred meters. In contrast, the terrain within the Nightmare Dungeon had evidently transformed. The valley entrance had morphed into a gourd shape, with an exceedingly narrow opening and city wall barely measuring a few dozen meters in length. However, on the walls of the Nightmare difficulty, there were only 20 Vanguard Village warriors. Yet, compared to the real mode, the defensive challenge had been reduced immensely, with the chilling sound of a horn echoing Frail and elderly goblins began to emerge from the distant white mist. Hey, old Chen, those little monsters seem rather weak. Shouldn't we rush in and snag some loot? Li Wei suggested. This way, even if the defense failed, they could still secure some rewards. Failing the defense? That is not an option. Chen Yu summoned forth several hundred epic plant beings. After spending a week in the sacred soil, the 500 seeds he had planted had all matured and evolved into epic forms. What the heck? What is that? Li Wei stared in bewilderment at the sudden emergence of stiff, beautiful maidens from all directions. Ladies, it's time to feast. Chen Yu waved toward the front. The plant beings, receiving Chen Yu's command, leaped from the city wall and charged toward the limping, frail goblins. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in an instant. Before the goblin horde could react, they were utterly annihilated. After dispatching the goblins, the plant beings did not return but instead blocked the entrance of the white mist air wall, sealing off the monster spawn point. Much like the last time, the man-eating flowers feasted to their heart's content, while the thorny vine spirits also enjoyed a satisfying meal. Poor lily spirits could only watch from behind, occasionally scavenging the leftovers. What in the world is this? The experience notifications rang incessantly, leaving Li Wei utterly dumbfounded. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure, incredulously asking Chen Yu. Old Chen, those girls, are they your plant beings? Indeed, Chen Yu nodded. Wait a moment. Li Wei pointed at the mass of plant beings crowding the air wall. I've heard that the closer plant beings are to human form, the higher their quality. Ones like these must be at least epic level, right? Yes, they are all epic, Chen Yu replied with a grin. Not feeling scared now, are you? All of them? Li Wei immediately fixed Chen Yu with a resentful gaze, sending shivers down Chen Yu's spine. Here I am, struggling with my shield to level up, and you've become a big shot. Having researched the planter profession, Li Wei understood what epic-level plant beings entailed. They possessed power that surpassed that of hidden professions at the same level. Hundreds of mature epic-level plant beings? I'm practically defying the heavens here. Why bother fighting monsters? Let us just relax. Li Wei leaned against the city wall and sat down, blissfully eyeing his experience bar. Chapter 64. Visitors from afar. Traveling great distances to deliver gold coins. In the Nightmare Dungeon, the number of monsters was significantly fewer than in the real dungeon. In the realm of true difficulty, the initial wave of assault comprised over 300 monstrous entities, whereas the Nightmare difficulty featured a mere 40 to 50. After half an hour, the second wave commenced. Li Wei cautiously peeked, eager to discern the nature of the approaching foes. Unbeknownst to him, the second wave had already arrived. It was only when his experience bar began to ascend that he realized the monsters had respawned. Yet, no matter how he strained his eyes, not even the faintest silhouette of a creature was visible. All that met his gaze were the myriad of vines and flowers dancing before the misty wall. Old Chen, Li Wei remarked, exasperated. Could you not temper your display? Is it truly necessary to unleash so many epic tier beings? A few epics accompanied by some rare ones would suffice to conquer this dungeon. Such formidable cards should not be played so recklessly. While he felt a surge of pride for Chen Yu's accomplishments, he couldn't help but wonder why Chen Yu possessed such a plethora of high-quality botanical life. However, he understood that this matter undoubtedly tied into Chen Yu's secrets. The fact that Chen Yu chose to reveal this to him indicated a bond akin to brotherhood. To pry into another's secrets without cause was the act of an adversary, not a friend. Moreover, he worried that Chen Yu's unusual strength might attract the covetous eyes of others with nefarious intentions. Thus, he felt compelled to caution Chen Yu against revealing too much. I have plenty of trump cards, Chen Yu replied with a smile. These are merely trifles. He was well aware of Li Wei's concerns. Nevertheless, the batch of botanical life he had unleashed moments ago was not his hidden strength, but rather the lowest quality among his subordinates. Not to mention, even legendary tier beings could be produced in quantity. They were standard combat units. Chen Yu understood the principle of standing out in a forest, but believed one should not bind oneself simply to evade attention. It was unwise to forego one's advantages. Properly showcasing one's talents could invite not only envy, but also benevolent interest. To entertain the possibility of adversaries plotting against him was trivial. If he encountered someone weaker, he could simply obliterate them with a few forbidden spells. Only against those of overwhelming strength would he need to contend with the World Tree or the Deep Abyss Great Will. Just keep that in mind. Li Wei decided not to dwell on the issue further, relishing the exhilarating sensation of rapidly accumulating experience. He had never experienced such a comfortable ascent in levels. When grouping with others, he often played the part of a meat shield, enduring blows while remaining vigilant for his teammates. When alone, he faced even greater challenges, not only absorbing damage but also seeking opportunities to retaliate. Now, however, the exhilaration was unparalleled. Even lying still yielded experience points. Chen Yu, finding the notifications bothersome, had long since muted them, whereas Li Wei cherished the cacophony of alerts, considering them to be the most exquisite melody in this world. In the dead of night, Chen Yu and Li Wei departed from the school South Dungeon Square. They had spent the majority of their time defending the village, while the other two dungeons consumed but a few fleeting minutes. What a thrill. Is this what it feels like to be carried by a powerhouse? Li Wei exclaimed, savoring the experience. Each dungeon had been cleared with meticulous precision, earning perfect evaluations. After tackling 3 dungeons, his level skyrocketed from 8 to 18. Moreover, he had acquired a legendary treasure chest and 2 epic treasure chests. Initially, he had intended to present the treasure chests to Chen Yu, but Chen Yu had declined. After a night of rest in the dormitory, Chen Yu rose early the next morning and took Li Wei to Eastwind Town. Are we going to clear all 8 dungeons today? Li Wei eagerly inquired at the entrance of the dungeon center. Of course, Chen Yu confirmed with a nod. The 8 dungeons of Eastwind Town were notably accessible and efficient to clear. Even without forbidden spells, half a day would be more than sufficient. Great! Li Wei exclaimed as he approached the ticket booth, confidently presenting 200 gold coins to purchase tickets for 2. Let us get going. Which one do we start with? Naturally, we begin with the nearest one. The duo ventured into the dungeon hall closest to the entrance, a dungeon following the Calamity, one of Eastwind Town's nightmare-level dungeons. During their previous encounter with this dungeon, Chen Yu had utilized the forbidden spell of the primordial earth spirit, this time with Li Wei beside him. Using forbidden spells was not feasible. However, relying solely on botanical life for the assault was entirely workable, albeit requiring additional time. Upon entering the dungeon, Chen Yu unleashed hundreds of epic-tier botanical beings, interspersed with some legendary ones. True to form, over half an hour later, the dungeon was cleared, earning a continued SSS rating. Even with merely conventional methods, the 8 dungeons of Eastwind Town could not withstand Chen Yu's prowess for more than 2 hours. Upon exiting the dungeon center, Li Wei's head buzzed, his entire being swaying as if intoxicated. I can't take it anymore. I must return to rest properly. What else is there to do? The dungeons have been cleared, Chen Yu chuckled. Just then, a young woman dressed as a mage approached, her cheeks flushed as she addressed Chen Yu. Excuse me. Could you spare a moment? I have something to discuss. Apologetically, Chen Yu prepared to decline, but noticed the girl forming the words teach. With her lips. All right. Li Wei, I have a matter to attend to. You can head back first. Li Wei glanced between Chen Yu and the cute mage, a knowing expression dawning upon him. Haha, go ahead, you two chat. I'll be on my way, he exclaimed, departing without a backward glance, even offering Chen Yu a gesture of encouragement. Once Li Wei had left, the girl led Chen Yu to a secluded corner. Speak, what is it? Chen Yu inquired coolly. Chen classmate, she began, brushing back her mage robe's sleeve to reveal the emblem of the Pain Church. Teacher Lu requests your presence. I understand, Chen Yu nodded. After delivering her message, the girl swiftly departed, not accompanying Chen Yu. Minutes later, Chen Yu arrived at the tavern he had passed through during his last visit to the Pain Church. As he made his way through the kitchen and into the backyard, he was intercepted by 2 professionals. Apologies, sir, the backyard is off limits to outsiders. Scram, scram, scram. A chef bustling about interjected, shooing the 2 away. What are you blind? This is not just anyone. This is the boss's esteemed guest. He gestured subtly at the 2. They flinched, quickly apologizing. Forgive our rudeness. Esteemed guest, please enter. One of them led the way, opening a concealed door in the courtyard wall for Chen Yu. Walking along the corridor, Chen Yu entered the front hall of the Pain Church, where Lu Peng awaited him. You were eager to see me. What is the matter? Chen Yu asked, aware that the Pain Church's cautious nature implied the urgency of the situation. My lord, Lu Peng began. You previously instructed that other regional churches could seek your assistance if they encountered difficulties in their tasks. Others from different regions have come? Chen Yu's interest piqued. Where are they? The prospect of someone traveling great distances to deliver resources to him was thrilling. It is the bishop from the neighboring city of Yu, who arrived this afternoon and is currently awaiting your summons, Lu Peng replied. Let us go meet him, Chen Yu said nonchalantly. Yes, my lord. Lu Peng escorted Chen Yu to the reception room before taking his leave. Moments later, he returned with a relatively young female professional. The girl appeared pale, clad in a tattered blue bodysuit, stained with blood. Upon entering, she respectfully bowed to Chen Yu. My lord, I am Zhuang Caixin, the bishop of the Pain Church's branch in Yuesher City. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. How could you, a dignified bishop responsible for an entire city, find yourself in such a predicament? My lord, the woman replied with a bitter expression, my subordinates encountered an ambush from the Rending Church en route. Escaping with my life is a stroke of sheer luck. The Rending Church? Chen Yu turned to Lu Peng, seeking clarification. What transpired? My lord, Lu Peng explained. The Rending Church possesses significantly greater power in Yunchuan province than our Pain Church. They are a band of zealots fervently devoted to destruction, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards us. If any of our members are discovered by them, it would result in relentless pursuit, which is one of the reasons we proceed with caution. Moreover, of late, the Rending Church has been behaving like rabid dogs, recklessly exposing themselves in their opposition to us. And the motive behind this remains a mystery. In Jiangyang City, Chen Yu's expression darkened. No, my lord, my subordinates were ambushed in Yuesher City, Zhuang Caixin clarified. And the assailant was a 5th-tier warrior. Fortunately, my vocation as an assassin endowed me with stealth skills, allowing me to evade their pursuit. I see, Chen Yu nodded, unfazed. Should the Rending Church stir trouble in Jiangyang City, I'll need to take heed to avoid impacting my college entrance examinations. However, their activities in Yuesher City do not concern me. Have you retained the ritual items? Chen Yu inquired. They remain intact. Zhuang Caixin produced a large box from her bag and handed it to Chen Yu. My lord, this contains 500 ritual items from Yuesher City. She then conjured a smaller box. This is our mission funding. Chen Yu tossed the large box containing the ritual items into the sacred ground and opened the smaller box for inspection. Inside were neatly arranged anonymous bank cards, each worth 100,000, totaling over 300 cards. Your mission funding appears quite ample, Chen Yu remarked with satisfaction. We beseech your assistance, my lord. A rightful compensation for our efforts is only natural, Zhuang Caixin smiled. Indeed, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Chen Yu cast a faint glance at Lu Peng, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back as he silently cursed Zhuang Caixin for her meddling. My lord, should you encounter difficulties with funding, do not hesitate to speak. Our Jianyang branch can manage to procure around 10 million gold coins with some effort. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's spirits lifted. He had not anticipated that the Jianyang branch would be so well-resourced. Excellent. Bring it to me at once. I have matters to attend to that require funding. One must not miss the opportunity to pluck the feathers of Unisifus. Yes, my lord. Lu Peng grimaced as he retrieved a stack of cards from his bag, presenting them to Chen Yu. To his surprise, there were as many as 120 cards. Splendid. You have all performed admirably. Chen Yu could not suppress a smile. When I next meet with the deity, I shall certainly commend you for your contributions. Thank you, my lord. Lu Peng exclaimed with joy. The prospect of meeting the demon lord, however, sent a tidal wave through Zhuang Caixin's mind. This individual could directly encounter the great demon lord? Moreover, it seemed to be a matter of little difficulty. Could it be true, as Lu Peng suggested, that this person shared a profound connection with the demon lord and was held in high regard? Otherwise, how could they so casually mention the demon lord and even dare to speak favorably on their behalf? Surely, even the legendary pope would not so lightly invoke the demon lord's name. Zhuang Caixin had no doubt that Chen Yu was not deceiving them. To be personally bestowed a medal by the great demon lord surely indicated a solid standing. A true believer would never jest about their deity or engage in deception. What are you dawdling for? Lu Peng gestured to Zhuang Caixin. Thank you, my lord. Zhuang Caixin quickly bowed to Chen Yu. The two of them could never have anticipated that Chen Yu's mention of meeting Unisifus was not in the conventional sense, but rather in the context of his college entrance examination, where he would encounter her avatar. It was evident that Unisifus held her avatar in high regard, unwilling to see it harmed. Perhaps he could even request a fee for summoning her avatar, and he doubted she would refuse. Very well, Chen Yu nodded. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. My lord, Zhuang Caixin called after him. What is it? Chen Yu turned back. While in Yuesher City, I gathered intelligence that the Rending Church seems to share our interest in this year's college entrance examinations. Interested in the college entrance examinations? Chen Yu's brow furrowed. Do you have specific information? This year's examinations are crucial to my class advancement. There can be no errors. If any major problems arise, I would truly have to rely on the Abyssal Great Will to bail me out. It is best to reserve such trump cards if possible. Understood. Please be cautious. And if anything arises, you may contact me. Should you obtain intelligence regarding the Rending Church, do not hesitate to inform me immediately, Chen Yu instructed before departing. Once Chen Yu left, Zhuang Caixin carefully considered her words and asked Lu Peng, Bishop Lu, do you truly believe this individual can? Absolutely. Lu Peng interjected firmly. My lord has demonstrated his abyssal powers, and it is the most authentic and advanced abyssal force I have ever witnessed. In his presence, I felt as if I were confronting a demon lord directly, facing the abyss itself. You must understand, there are practitioners of demonic professions among us humans. But no matter how advanced they may be, they cannot manifest such terrifying abyssal power. In fact, true abyssal demons are far inferior. Is that so? Zhuang Caixin felt a surge of exhilaration. To forge a connection with such a formidable figure made the trip to Jianyang City truly worthwhile. As Chen Yu returned to the city, he pondered how to address the issue of the Rending Church. Reporting it was out of the question. If any official inquired about his sources, what could he possibly say? That he had become the leader of a cult and was merely relaying reports from his subordinates? That would be absurd. Moreover, the reality was that even Zhuang Caixin could not articulate the situation clearly. All she knew was that their motives were related to the college entrance examinations. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. The Rending Church would not be able to disrupt the college entrance examinations. After all, the examinations were an annual event of immense significance for the Tunglong Empire, with an extraordinarily formidable defense. Each examination site was guarded by more than one powerful entity. To target the college entrance examinations, the Pain Church's objective would be to infiltrate the candidates, while the Rending Church might seek to slaughter them. Under such stringent security, the Rending Church could only pursue two avenues to interfere with the examinations. The first would be to operate from within the examination instance, much like the Pain Church. The second would be to ambush candidates before they arrived at the examination site. The latter option would not be easily executed. as candidates would be teleported directly from various locations across the nation to the examination venue. Upon arrival, they would immediately be under the protection of powerful entities, making it nearly impossible to act. Thus, it was highly probable that the Rending Church would resort to methods similar to those of the Pain Church. Lu Peng's assertion that the Rending Church had been particularly targeting the Pain Church during this period served as corroborative evidence. After all, the likelihood of two opposing avatars of demon lords clashing directly was greatest, and ultimately, neither side might achieve their objectives. If the Rending Church intended to summon an avatar of the demon lord within the examination instance, well, that would be double the excitement. Chapter 66. The Perfectly Sized Koi. Is the little loli about to flourish? Upon returning to the urban area of Jianyang City, Chen Yu did not head back to his dormitory, but instead made his way to the treasure pavilion at the Practitioner Trading Center. Having recently acquired a substantial sum of 40 million, he had no intention of keeping it. He was determined to find the little loli and exchange it for the waters of life. Previously, he had ordered 2 units of the waters of life, and this time, he could order 8 units. The sum is just sufficient for a thorn demon spirit to ascend to mythic quality. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, Chen Yu instinctively made his way to the counter where the round-faced young lady usually idled, only to find her absent. He wandered around the display cases for a while. After approximately half an hour, the round-faced young lady still had not returned. Consequently, Chen Yu intercepted a staff member of the pavilion and inquired, "Is your general manager available? Could you kindly inform her that I wish to see her?" "Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment?" the staff member politely asked. "Appointment? No," Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. "I apologize, sir, but without an appointment, we are not authorized to notify the general manager," the staff member stated. "Very well," Chen Yu continued. "Is Yun Luo present?" "Surely, I wouldn't need to notify her to see her." The staff member glanced at the round-faced young lady's usual spot and replied, "She is currently unavailable. However, if you truly require her presence, I can make a phone inquiry." Never mind. I can call myself." "All right, sir. Is there anything else you need?" "Nothing more, thank you." "Then I wish you a pleasant shopping experience," the staff member offered with a standard professional smile. Returning to the round-faced young lady's counter, Chen Yu took out his phone, located her number, and dialed. Although he had exchanged numbers with Yun Luo during their initial meeting, he had never called her before. After a lengthy wait, the call was finally answered. As soon as the line connected, he was met with heavy, labored breathing. Huff, huff, came the muffled sounds. "Sorry for the interruption." Chen Yu hesitated for a moment before deciding to hang up. A few seconds later, his phone rang. It was the round-faced young lady calling back. He answered, and her voice immediately filled the line. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm here. What can I do for you?" Her voice was slightly breathless, as if she had just completed a significant task under intense pressure. "Are you available now?" Chen Yu asked. "Absolutely. I'm always available when you need me," she replied eagerly. "I'm in the lobby on the first floor of the pavilion and would like to see your general manager." "Okay, I'll be right there." The call ended. Moments later, the round-faced young lady burst forth from the back office. She wore a loose robe, her face flushed, and her bangs matted with sweat. "Apologies for the disturbance," Chen Yu said sincerely. "Not at all. You are more important than anything else," she said, adjusting her hair as she approached him with a smile. As she drew closer, Chen Yu was suddenly struck by an unpleasant odor. It was not the anticipated scent of seafood or heather, but rather a nauseating, acrid smell, like a rat that had died in the house several days prior. Chen Yu discreetly took a step back and inquired, "Miss Yun, how often do you think one should bathe?" "Bathe? Of course, it should be every day. Sometimes I even bathe multiple times a day," she replied matter-of-factly. "If Mr. Chen needs to, you can always wash here." Was this question finally a sign that he would respond to her? Her eyes sparkled as she stepped closer, reaching out for his arm. "Let us go speak with your general manager first. Then we can find a private spot to chat." "Cough. Let us talk to your general manager first," Chen Yu said, his lips twitching as he subtly turned to avoid her. The smell was simply overwhelming. With the round-faced young lady leading the way, Chen Yu maintained a distance of over a meter, even holding his breath. It wasn't until they entered the little girl's office that he could finally breathe easy. On the desk lay several pieces of somewhat aged equipment, and the little girl was diligently polishing them. "You've arrived? Please, take a seat," she said upon seeing Chen Yu. Rising to pour him a cup of tea, which she placed on the coffee table before him. "There is something I need to discuss with you." "Something to discuss? What is it?" Chen Yu inquired, his face lighting up. "Have you found the materials for the time and space systems?" "Not quite, it's something else," the little girl replied. "In a few days, I will be leaving Jianyang City." "Leaving Jianyang City? A job transfer? Where to?" Chen Yu asked curiously. "East City," she answered. "But don't worry, Treasure Pavilion is a nationwide chain. Whatever you need can be sourced from anywhere." "East City? That's quite a promotion. Congratulations," Chen Yu said, cupping his fists in salute. The Dragon Empire boasts 8 major cities in its top tier, known as the 2 capitals and 6 metropolises. The 2 capitals are Yujing and Shengjing, while the 6 metropolises include the 5 cities in the cardinal directions, plus the magical city. Above the 2 capitals and 6 metropolises stands a super city, unparalleled across the entire Blue Star world, Kyoto City. named directly after its two components. Its opulence and prosperity are evident. Compared to East City, Jianyang City is undoubtedly an uncivilized little village. Not to mention Jianyang, even Jiufeng City, the provincial capital of Yunchuan Province, pales in comparison. Thank you for your good wishes, the little girl said, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. I've come by to deliver some money for you. With a smile, Chen Yu produced a card holder and handed it to her. The water of life. A deposit of 8 units. 8 units? The little girl scrutinized Chen Yu from head to toe. Did you rob the treasury of Jianyang? What is the Jianyang treasury compared to? I've plundered the Kyoto treasury. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow at her. What do you think? Are you scared now? How boastful. The little girl rolled her eyes at him. If you had that capability, why would you need to buy from me? Ha ha ha. If I had that capability, I would just buy out the treasure pavilion and have you work for me for free. Chen Yu laughed heartily. Adding this to the last time, it totals 10 units. Will I be able to procure the goods? Yes, the little girl replied, taking the box. However, this quantity is a bit large. It may be difficult to acquire it all at once, so it might take some time. That is fine, as long as there are goods available. I'm not in a hurry. The materials for the Thorn Demon Spirit S advancement are not solely dependent on the water of life. There are many other materials required as well. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Chen Yu produced a large fish tank and set it before the little girl. Inside swam a koi fish, over a foot long. My goldfish at home are too small. This size should suffice. See if you can eat it. Get accustomed to it in advance, he suggested. The little girl stared at the fish tank, utterly speechless. Isn't koi a decorative fish? Can it even be eaten? However, moments later, she seemed to understand something, her face flushing slightly as she bit her soft lower lip and angrily exclaimed, if there's nothing else, just get lost. Stop bringing me these strange things. Chapter 67. The pressured Yun Luo and the terrifying monsters from the back of the world. After Chen Yu departed, the round-faced young lady entered the room. She happened to see the little girl staring at the fish tank with a peculiar expression. Hey miss, is this what Mr. Chen sent you? Yun Luo asked curiously, eyeing the koi in the tank, which was indeed quite beautiful. He said the size of the fish is just right, and wanted me to see if I could eat it to get accustomed to it, the little girl replied. Her expression deadpan. What is not to eat? Although it's a decorative fish and a bit small, it looks quite meaty, the round-faced young lady remarked. How about we cook it tonight and have sweet and sour fish? Oh, the little girl raised an eyebrow. You're unusually serious today. What's serious? Wait a moment. Just right size? Can it be eaten? Get accustomed to it? The round-faced young lady suddenly froze in shock. Will I also have a day when I, Yun Luo, am utterly oblivious while a wheel rolls over my face? Miss, you truly are remarkable. The round-faced young lady exclaimed in admiration. Do you want to try it? Think you can eat it? The little girl smiled sweetly as she pushed the fish tank toward the round-faced young lady. Maybe not. The round-faced young lady chuckled awkwardly. I'm not very articulate. You have a way with words. Hee hee, I think you're just itching for it. The little girl smirked mockingly. A petty person is just being pretentious. Not at all. Compared to Mrs. Unparalleled tea artistry, I am still far from adequate, the round-faced young girl humbly remarked, gesturing toward the teacup previously sipped by Chen Yu. After exchanging a few casual words, Yun Luo solemnly stated, Miss, our return to Dongdu this time may not be tranquil. Shall we not inform the eldest young lady? It was merely a test. Yun Baiyu replied calmly, aware that now was not the time for decisive confrontation. Engaging in a battle would only lead to mutual destruction. By the way, have you completed your tasks? I have not failed my mission. Yun Luo's lips curled into an excited smile, revealing 2 exquisitely adorned corpses of level 5. One was a demon boss, and the other, a human in a hidden profession. A solitary 6th level practitioner capable of vanquishing foes. Then there should be no issues. Yun Baiyu nodded. You should take a bath. A bath? Why? Yun Luo looked perplexed. The stench of decay on you is overwhelming. If it were anyone else, they would have been wretched by now. At Jianyang No. 1 High School, Chen Yu returned to his dormitory, locked the door, and entered the sacred land, beginning to nurture lotus seeds. Only when his mental and physical energies were fully expended did he lean against the world tree and fall into a deep slumber. The following morning, Chen Yu did not wake naturally but was stirred by a chorus of cries. Blinking sleepily, he looked down to find a fiery little sprite weeping on his chest. Tears as small as sesame seeds cascading down. What is the matter? Chen Yu gently lifted Xiao Yan, wiping her tears. Sniff, sniff, master, Xiao Feng is bullying me. How has Xiao Feng bullied you? Aren't you usually the one who teases Xiao Feng? Chen Yu was utterly bewildered. Xiao Feng, she took my candy, woo-woo. Xiao Yan sobbed intermittently, and it took Chen Yu a while to comprehend the whole story. The previous morning, as he departed the sacred land, he had distributed candies and snacks to each little sprite. Among those given to Xiao Yan was her favorite flavor, which she had hidden away. Last night, when she attempted to sneak a taste, she discovered her candy was missing. After searching the sacred land, she found Xiao Feng gnawing on her treasured sweet. Furious, she tried to reclaim it, but was unable to catch up with Xiao Feng, helplessly watching as the sprite devoured her most cherished treat piece by piece. Oh, the cycle of karma. Chen Yu chuckled. Once food was involved, Xiaofeng's combat prowess surged, transforming from a mere plaything into a formidable boss. The case of Xiao Yan's stolen food had occurred before, with the culprit always being Xiaofeng. All right, stop crying. I will get you more, Chen Yu offered, presenting a handful of candies to Xiao Yan. Wow, master is so kind. Xiao Yan immediately brightened. However, he wondered how long she could protect her food this time. After soothing Xiao Yan, Chen Yu called over Xiao Miao and Xiaoan, taking them out of the sacred land. These two little sprites had never ventured into the outside world since their birth, making it the perfect opportunity for an outing. Upon arriving in the external world, Xiaoan displayed an expression full of anticipation. Oh, what a vast world this is, and the infinite darkness on the other side. Master, may I go see the other side of this world? You may, just don't get lost, Chen Yu replied, generally reluctant to deny the sprites their wishes. You are so kind, master, Xiaoan exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Chen Yu's cheek before vanishing entirely. However, a second later, with a soft pop, Xiaoan reappeared beside Chen Yu, battered and breathless, collapsing to the ground. Chen Yu was alarmed and quickly scooped her up, instantly returning to the sacred land. The world tree sensed Xiao Yan's condition and released a multitude of faint green energies that converged upon her. After a few minutes, Xiao Yan gradually regained her strength. What happened? How did you get hurt? Chen Yu inquired with concern. It was unprecedented for a primordial sprite birthed by the world tree to be injured. Master, Xiao Yan said, her face pale with fear, the other side of the world is terrifying. It is filled with monsters everywhere. I sensed an extremely terrifying monster. Was it that monster that harmed you? Chen Yu's brow furrowed. How dare a monster harm his sprite? Once he gained enough strength, he would exact vengeance. No, Xiao Yan, now stable, said with lingering trepidation. If it had attacked me, I wouldn't have made it back alive. It would never have bothered with me. I am too insignificant. The one that attacked me was merely an ordinary monster. On the other side of the world, such monsters are countless. In that moment, I unleashed my dual domain. But I couldn't withstand even its casual strike. If I weren't a part of the darkness and immune to dark damage, I would have been killed. Horrified, Chen Yu processed her words. An ordinary monster's mundane strike had severely wounded a primordial dark sprite. Can you estimate its level? Chen Yu asked. Yes. Based on the information I received at birth, the monster that injured me is approximately at the peak of level 10. Chen Yu sighed. Xiao Yan, it seems it would be best if you refrain from venturing to that side of the world again. While I wish to avenge you, I am powerless. An existence at the peak of level 10, let alone me, even the entire Tinglong Empire would hesitate to confront such a being. Moreover, as you mentioned, that monster is merely an ordinary one. What kind of perilous place was that so-called other side of the world? Wait, Xiao Yan, is there a possibility that those monsters could suddenly appear on this side of the world? Since you have the ability to traverse both sides, could other monsters possess the same capability? Chapter 68, 1 billion years? Apologies for the disturbance. If a peak level 10 monster were to appear on this side of the world, even a handful could wreak havoc and obliterate a significant portion of the Tinglong Empire. That won't happen, Master, Xiao Yan replied. I am special. Apart from the primordial darkness or similar entities, no other beings can easily traverse between the two worlds. Look, Master. Xiao Yan extended her hand, and a sphere the size of a football materialized before her. If this represents the world, then your world is the surface of this sphere, while the other side is the interior. The world is closed, and the front and back sides never intersect. Unless what? Chen Yu prompted. The world is destroyed. Xiao Yan poked the sphere, which suddenly shattered into fragments before disappearing. That is a relief. Chen Yu exhaled, feeling somewhat relieved. Although, as a novice practitioner who had yet to advance to the first level, worrying about monsters from the other side of the world seemed a bit excessive. Nevertheless, any person would be restless upon discovering such a terrifying world. But Master, Xiao Yan said with evident concern, the monster I saw before was very strong and continues to grow stronger rapidly. No matter how powerful it becomes, as long as it doesn't impact our side of the world, it is none of our concern, Chen Yu reassured her. Just refrain from entering the other side until you have the strength to defeat that monster. How could I possibly defeat that monster? It is far too powerful. Xiao Yan gestured with her hands to indicate a vast expanse. Even my mother might not be able to best it. Your mother is still young. Once she grows up, she will be able to handle it. Chen Yu comforted her, ruffling Xiao Yan's hair. Though the world tree has reached a state of maturity, its stature remains exceedingly diminutive, lacking the weight of time's passage and the accumulation of strength. Moreover, it has yet to embark on the creation of its own realm. One could say it is merely a novice within the realm of world trees. No, that is not what I meant. Little and hastily clarified. What I intend to convey is that our essence pales in comparison to his. Pales in comparison to him. Chen Yu's expression stiffened. The world tree is a being of the utmost hierarchy. Its essence surpasses even that of the world tree. That creature, could it also be of the supreme level? Seemingly grasping Chen Yu's thoughts, Little and continued. I can vaguely sense that the hidden essence of his has not yet reached the supreme level. In fact, his current qualities have yet to attain the highest rank. However, his rate of growth is remarkably swift. Should this trajectory continue, It is highly likely that he will activate that glimmer of essence and become a formidable entity among the highest ranks. One day, the world will be unable to confine him. What does that imply? Chen Yu inquired. Is there a possibility he could enter the world as forefront? No. While he is powerful, he is not the primordial darkness and cannot breach the world as forefront. Littleton replied. However, he certainly possesses the potential to annihilate the entire world. Master, do you understand the role the world S backside plays in relation to the world? It sustains the existence of the world S forefront. Like a sphere, the surface is merely a thin layer of paper. With the support of the world S backside, the world remains whole, governed by constant laws, principles, matter, and energy. If the interior expands excessively, the sphere will explode. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Not explode, but rather become unbalanced. If the backside expands infinitely, the forefront will be diluted infinitely, little and elucidated. At that point, all laws and principles will descend into chaos, rendering them ineffective. All energy and matter will succumb to silence, plunging the world into a state of deathly stillness. My skill, the chaotic dark realm, exists as a mimicry of this state. When will he rupture this sphere? Chen Yu asked urgently. If that time is not far off, he must prepare in advance. Littleton displayed a hint of confusion. Perhaps many years? Many years? How many? Chen Yu's expression darkened. 10 years? 100 years? 1,000 years? No. That is impossible. It won't be that swift, Littleton remarked. At the current rate, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be over 1 billion years. 1 billion years? Chen Yu's face twitched. My apologies. Please continue your growth. Develop steadily. There is no need for concern. You should rest well. Be cautious in the future, and refrain from casually entering the world's backside. With that, he gently placed Littleton upon the world tree and exited the supreme holy land. The primordial spirits, as the foundation of the world, occasionally exhibit thought patterns akin to those of creation deities. 1 billion years indeed bears a sense of urgency for them. One could even assert that this world has entered a countdown to its demise. Yet, how many years has Chen Yu lived thus far? 1 billion years hence. Will he still fear a being of the highest rank? By then, he might be capable of dispatching such a creature with a mere slap. Furthermore, even if this world were to be annihilated, he would have no shortage of destinations. The world tree, the abyss, or even other realms. Where could he not venture? Not to mention, by that time, the supreme holy land would have expanded significantly, possibly becoming a world in its own right. At the school cafeteria, Chen Yu ordered a heartfelt breakfast, along with 2 servings of dessert and beverages. Xiao Miao squatted beside his tray, sharing the meal with him. It was evident that she possessed little interest in food, as she held a single grain of rice, accompanying Chen Yu from start to finish. After their meal, just as they exited the cafeteria, Chen Yu's friend panel suddenly inundated him with message notifications. Upon opening the friend panel, he discovered it was filled with messages from Su Miaoyue. Su Miaoyue, are you there? Su Miaoyue, where are you? Su Miaoyue, have you been busy lately? Why aren't you answering your phone? Chen Yu, what is the matter? Su Miaoyue, evidently monitoring the friend panel, immediately replied upon seeing Chen Yu's message. Su Miaoyue, are you running a dungeon? Chen Yu, no, I've completed all the dungeons. They're all on cooldown. Su Miaoyue, so quick? You finished both the School S and Dongfeng Town S dungeons? Chen Yu, yes. Su Miaoyue, my family has 2 private dungeons. If you're interested, how about you join me? Chen Yu, can I enter your family S dungeons? Are there any additional conditions? Su Miaoyue, yes. I have the authority to bring people in. As for conditions, you need to take me along. Solo runs are not allowed. Chen Yu, okay, where should I meet you? I'll head over right away. One should never miss the opportunity to run someone else's dungeon. Although experience points are not urgently needed at the moment, skill points and free attribute points are indeed valuable. Su Miaoyue, I'm at the school dormitory. I just finished the school dungeon yesterday. Shall I meet you at the school gate? Chen Yu, all right. It must be said, this is the advantage of relying on a powerful faction. It grants access to resources unavailable to ordinary individuals. The Su family possesses only 2 private dungeons. Yet they can exchange usage quotas with other factions that own private dungeons. This reciprocal arrangement provides these major factions with an abundance of upgrading resources compared to ordinary newcomers. Conversely, novice adventurers from less affluent families often cannot afford dungeon entry tickets and struggle in the wilderness, enduring the meager experience points offered by wild monsters. It is evident that, regardless of the world, absolute fairness is an illusion. Reincarnation is a profound subject. Chapter 69. Dungeon Underground Mine. Does Su Miaoyue have a protagonist template? At the school gate, Chen Yu waited for approximately 10 minutes before Su Miaoyue came running from the direction of the dormitory. She was clad in a light blue retro outfit, her long hair fashioned into a ponytail, exuding an air of confidence reminiscent of an ancient heroine. Aren't you bringing your teammates? Chen Yu asked in surprise. Su Miaoyue tucked the strands of hair that had come loose from running behind her ear and smiled. Lately, after familiarizing myself with my skills and combat style, I have been soloing. My class is inherently suited for individual combat. Just then, Su Miaoyue's vehicle arrived at the school gate. Let us go, we'll talk on the way. Su Miaoyue led Chen Yu into her car. The trio of bodyguards had changed. They transformed from a second-tier mage and a first-tier healer to a combination of a second-tier defensive healer. About half an hour later, the car entered an expansive estate. From the outside, it covered at least 2 square kilometers. Though land speculation is not prevalent in this world, possessing such a large estate in a modern city clearly indicates the Su family's influence in Jiangnan. The estate was picturesque, adorned with artificial hills, ponds, precious trees, and lush green grass. The dungeon teleportation portal was situated within the Su family's premises. After disembarking, Su Miaoyue guided Chen Yu through a row of villas and courtyards to reach a standalone hall, unconnected to any other structure. Young Miss, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, stood at the hall's window, respectfully greeting Su Miaoyue before opening the grand door of the hall. Su Miaoyue and Chen Yu stepped inside. Coincidentally, a group of 6 individuals emerged from within, crossing paths with Su Miaoyue. Wait, the young man at the forefront, carrying a bow and arrow, suddenly exclaimed. Is there an issue? Su Miaoyue coldly inquired. This person, the archer pointed at Chen Yu, is not one of our Su family. Is he? Su Miaoyue, how dare you? Who granted you the authority to bring an outsider to utilize the family's precious resources? Chen Yu frowned slightly. No one appreciates being pointed at in such a manner. However, before Chen Yu could respond, Su Miaoyue had already taken action. Who granted me the authority? Su Miaoyue chuckled derisively, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Naturally, it is strength. Whoosh. A glint of cold light flashed as Su Miaoyue appeared beside the archer. The once stylish hair of the young man was swiftly sheared down to a uniform buzz cut. Delicate strands of ebony hair cascaded gracefully downwards. What astonishing speed! Chen Yu silently praised. Su Miaoyue's swift maneuver was undoubtedly facilitated by her class's innate sword-drawing technique. In her unadorned state, she demonstrated an agility nearing 400. It is noteworthy that Su Miaoyue had a balanced distribution of points, with her actual agility not exceeding 50. Once her level and attributes began to rise, the disparity between her hidden class and ordinary ones became starkly apparent. How dare you? The archer, visibly trembling and touching his head in fear, stammered incoherently as a thin stream of pale, yellow liquid dripped from his trousers onto the ground. Pathetic. Su Miaoyue scoffed with disdain, sheathing her sword. Scram. Remember this. The archer cast a resentful glance at Su Miaoyue before hastily fleeing. The remaining 5 did not follow suit. Instead, they greeted Su Miaoyue with respect. Young miss, your prowess is truly admirable. Please, young miss, Su Miaohong's actions were purely personal and do not reflect our views. We hope you won't hold it against us. Su Miaoyue nodded slightly and proceeded into the hall, allowing the 5 to leave with a sense of relief. Wow. The young miss carries quite the presence, Chen Yu remarked, astonished. That man just now is a cousin of mine, from the same graduating class, Su Miaoyue explained. However, he is merely an ordinary class with poor talent. Moreover, he is timid and exhibits little combat ability, barely able to showcase even a third of his strength when facing monsters. Such individuals do not receive much favor from the family and are treated like typical offspring. Nevertheless, as he is of direct lineage and I am from a collateral line, he has always harbored resentment towards me, believing I have usurped his resources. He enjoys finding fault with me, yet is so cowardly that a mere scare sends him fleeing without a sound. Is there really a distinction between direct and collateral lines in your family of professionals? Chen Yu inquired curiously, recalling palace intrigue dramas and light novels he had read in his previous life. Typically, collateral descendants rise against the disdainful direct line, starting from a point of confrontation. There is a distinction, though it is not so clearly defined, Su Miaoyue chuckled. After transitioning classes, it ultimately comes down to talent and strength. The reason they refer to me as the young miss is that I possess a hidden class, and within the Su family, among those of the last 3 generations, I am undoubtedly the one with the highest achievements. Impressive, Chen Yu exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. You are far superior to me. Indeed, Su Miaoyue was considerably stronger. After all, among the 4th generation, there existed the potential for achievements that could surpass hers. In contrast, Chen Yu's family, tracing back 18 generations, could not produce a single towering tree to provide him with shelter. As long as you are formidable, that suffices. Su Miaoyue remarked with a teasing glance at Chen Yu. The owner of a legendary grade plant life could undoubtedly reach the 6th transition, yet here she was, pretending to be a novice? Let us get to work. Su Miaoyue extended a team invitation to Chen Yu. Wait, I'll do it. Chen Yu declined her offer and sent an invitation himself. Su Miaoyue eyed him quizzically but ultimately agreed. I briefed you on the dungeon's content while on the carriage, and I've provided you with the monster attribute data. What difficulty do you think we can handle? Su Miaoyue queried. My combat power allows me to solo the ordinary difficulty, albeit it may take some time. With you alongside me, tackling the hard difficulty should pose no problem, correct? Of course, it's no problem. Chen Yu grinned. Let us go? With that, he stepped directly into the dungeon's portal. Dungeon name, Underground Mine. Level restriction, level 50 or below. Player limit, up to 6 players. Dungeon cooldown, 7 days. Reminder, level adaptation complete. Player count adapted successfully. Dungeon cooldown complete. Entering dungeon. Please select difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare. After selecting the difficulty, Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue were instantly transported into the dungeon. The entire dungeon resembled a deep mine. Torches were sparsely placed along the cavern walls, illuminating the space with a dim, yellow glow. From the depths of the dark tunnel, intermittent shrieks echoed, reminiscent of mice or bats. I can't believe it. You chose the nightmare difficulty? Su Miaoyue exclaimed in disbelief. Are you certain we can manage? Absolutely. Chen Yu replied confidently. Sure. Su Miaoyue's confidence wavered. It is crucial to understand that the difference in difficulty levels is not linear. If the normal level is rated as 1, the hard level is 3, while the nightmare level leaps directly to 10. Of course, the rewards escalate with the difficulty level. Absolutely, Chen Yu assured her. I am a professional when it comes to dungeons. Shall we begin then? Su Miaoyue asked. How do we proceed? I will follow your lead. Just attack as you like. With that, Chen Yu summoned dozens of plant life forms. Leading the charge were the legendary grade thorn spirits, rushing deep into the mine. With this singular path ahead, such a multitude of combatants was more than sufficient. In no time, notifications of experience gained began to ring incessantly. Su Miaoyue stood frozen, unable to move for a long while. She realized she had underestimated Chen Yu far too much. Each time she thought she grasped a fraction of his strength, he would unveil something even more astonishing. Dozens of plant life forms resembling near-human figures. What does this signify? One legendary grade plant life could guarantee a transition to the 6th stage. With so many legendary grade entities, was this a pathway to taboo? What are you standing there for? Go collect the loot. We'll split the rewards. Chen Yu urged. Oh right. Su Miaoyue snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed the trail of their plant allies. Wait. Where are the monster corpses? Along the way, Su Miaoyue observed only the dropped items and found it peculiar that not a single monster body was visible. Perhaps they turned into fertilizer? Look, there's a bit left over. Chen Yu pointed to a dark corner of the wall. There lay remnants of crushed bones. Did your plant life consume them? Su Miaoyue shuddered at the thought, unable to fathom that a group of beautiful beings could be such ruthless entities, devouring their prey to the bone. Consume? That sounds rather harsh, Chen Yu remarked. It's better described as transforming into spring mud to nurture flowers. Regardless, once we exit, the dungeon will refresh anyway. It's better to make use of the waste. Su Miaoyue stifled a laugh. What a twisted rationale. The two continued forward. As they progressed, Su Miaoyue found herself collecting loot to the point of fatigue. She had heard that when tackling a nightmare-level dungeon, to save time and achieve a high rating, players often skipped monsters and side paths if possible. The final evaluation of the dungeon could increase by a level, which would yield far greater rewards than simply defeating numerous minor monsters. Yet, Chen Yu's plants cleared every nook and cranny of hidden foes, leaving no room for oversight. After several minutes, Su Miaoyue and Chen Yu finally caught up with the steadily advancing thorn spirits. Their ability to catch up was not due to the slow pace of the thorn spirits, but rather the reduced number of them on this outing. With fewer companions competing for resources, they could leisurely absorb nutrients. Su Miaoyue watched in awe as several thorn spirits swiftly tore a small monster to shreds, consuming every bit of it, sending chills down her spine as she discreetly took a step back behind Chen Yu. Once the area was cleared of monsters, the thorn spirits moved on, allowing her to cautiously approach and collect the drops. Your dungeon clearing speed is unparalleled, Su Miaoyue marveled. Not long ago, a madman appeared in East Wind Town, clearing an entire nightmare dungeon in a minute, creating quite the uproar. However, I heard he was a spendthrift who used high-damage consumables on the novice dungeon. I feel that if you were to exert yourself fully, you would undoubtedly match or even surpass that speed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's expression turned peculiar. In a mere minute, clearing the nightmare dungeon could only refer to him, couldn't it? Yet, he made no use of consumables. Instead, he invoked the forbidden spell of the earth elemental spirit. Perhaps, I wonder, is it conceivable to achieve such remarkable feats without any consumables? Chen Yu hesitantly inquired. Absolutely impossible, Su Miaoyue declared with unwavering conviction, at least for novice adventurers. It was utterly unattainable. The aftermath of the calamity presented a vast dungeon, where a linear run to the boss would require no less than 10 minutes. Not to mention the time spent combating monsters. Frankly speaking, that individual was indeed extravagant. The level of consumables he possessed could have easily bought out the dungeon itself. Why squander them on breaking a record? Moreover, after setting the record, he left not even a trace of his name. At this moment, Su Miaoyue was unaware that the record holder of the Dongfeng Town dungeon was Chen Yu. Although Su Jinghui had discovered Chen Yu's information, he cunningly refrained from divulging it to Su Miaoyue, perhaps wishing to keep it low-key. Chen Yu chuckled softly. Perhaps so. Su Miaoyue sighed, a hint of envy lacing her voice. Individuals of such elite status possess perspectives vastly different from us ordinary folk. What we perceive as exorbitantly precious items, to them, might merely be regarded as readily available consumables. Yet, the thought of it still stings. Those are consumables of at least tier 5 in terms of damage. So casually expended, used without a hint of appreciation. And to think he used 8 at once. Prodigal. Prodigal, indeed. Su Miaoyue lamented deeply. Chen Yu. So, the prodigal is indeed myself. 10 minutes later, the plant beings arrived at the end of the cavern. The terminal of the cave was an expanse of several acres. A hollow within the mountain, standing about 10 meters high. Within, there lay a single boss accompanied by a few elite monsters and around 10 lesser creatures. The dungeon boss was a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall, with elongated ears but no eyes. Cave Dweller Chief, level 45 boss. Su Miaoyue's expression suddenly turned serious. Be cautious. This is a powerful agility-based boss, which gains attribute bonuses in the subterranean environment. When it reaches half health, it will enter a frenzy, significantly enhancing its attributes. Aren't your plants supposed to attack with vines? You could have them use their vines to restrict its speed, and then, before Su Miaoyue could finish her sentence, a throng of plant beings surged forward like ravenous wolves. Vines adorned with sharp barbs whipped through the air, creating a cacophony of slicing sounds. Moments later, defeated level 45 boss Cave Dweller Chief, experience points 130,000. What did you just say? Chen Yu turned to Su Miaoyue. Su Miaoyue's eyelids twitched. Nothing. Nothing at all. She recognized Chen Yu's plant beings were formidable, but never anticipated they would be this powerful. That was a dungeon boss. How did it perform as if it were no different from a mere minion under the command of these plant beings? Reflecting on her previous experience facing a level 15 boss on easy difficulty, where she had barely survived, Su Miaoyue couldn't help but feel a pang of despair. How could the disparity between people be so vast? All done, right? Then let's hurry on to the next one. Chen Yu stepped forward, preparing to collect the treasure chest dropped by the boss. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Following that, a thunderous roar erupted. The stone wall at the back of the cavern split wide open. A gigantic black spider, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, crawled out from the crevice. Accompanying it were 4 medium-sized spiders over 2 meters long. Additionally, a multitude of half-meter-long small spiders swarmed in, filling the cavern to the brim. Upon a rough count, the number of small spiders exceeded 500. What in the world is happening? Chen Yu looked at Su Miaoyue, perplexed. The dungeon information Su Miaoyue had previously shared did not mention such creatures lurking in the cave. I have no idea. Su Miaoyue was dumbfounded. Chapter 71, Hidden Boss. Dungeon cooldown symbol. Cave Spider Queen, level 50 boss. Cave Spider Queen's Guard, level 50 elite. Cave Spider, level 30 minion. This dungeon is under your family's jurisdiction, and you have no clue what monsters reside within. Chen Yu was left speechless. Perhaps some hidden mechanism was triggered, temporarily refreshing this hidden boss? Su Miaoyue speculated uncertainly. Dungeons, much like the wilderness, harbor hidden mechanisms. Triggering such a mechanism will spawn hidden bosses. Most of these are related to clearing times and the speed of defeating bosses. However, members of the Su family have never activated such hidden mechanisms while clearing dungeons. I see. Chen Yu nodded. Previously, while grinding in the wilderness, Xiaoyan had triggered numerous hidden mechanisms with a single forbidden spell, clearing swathes of bosses. It is not surprising that dungeons have hidden bosses. By the way, Su Miaoyue added, I once heard rumors that the hidden boss mechanism in the Black Wind Stronghold dungeon of Dongfeng Town has been uncovered. There's a hidden boss in the Black Wind Stronghold? Chen Yu's interest was piqued. He had run that dungeon twice, achieving the highest rating both times, yet had encountered no additional monsters. Yes, Su Miaoyue confirmed, in the final boss battle of the Black Wind Stronghold dungeon. If the time taken to defeat the dungeon boss, Black Wind Stronghold's second in command, does not exceed 1 minute from the moment the monsters spawn, a hidden boss, Black Wind Stronghold's chief, will emerge. However, for teams below level 50, defeating the Black Wind Stronghold's second in command in under a minute is nearly impossible. So that creature is a hidden boss, Chen Yu thought, recalling that brawny bandit leader who bellowed second brother, in a booming voice. This implication suggests that he may have already faced many hidden bosses across various dungeons, simply unaware of their status as such. For instance, if he hadn't reviewed the dungeon strategy beforehand and known there were no spiders in the dungeon, he would have perceived the spider's appearance as entirely ordinary, believing it to be a regular boss that needed to be defeated to clear the dungeon. With so many monsters, should we retreat into the cave to fight? Su Miaoyue gazed apprehensively at the fearsome spiders swarming around. No need, just watch. Chen Yu pulled Su Miaoyue back into the cave and commanded the plant beings to attack. Zhou Bowen was right. The planter is an elegant commander. Engaging in melee with the enemy would be too undignified. Crack! A vine lashed out fiercely at a small spider. The spider exploded instantly, its viscous greenish blood splattering several meters away. The plant being struck first, provoking the spider horde, led by the cave spider queen. The small spiders surged towards the throng of plant beings. However, under the onslaught of the vines, the small spiders burst like water balloons with a single strike. 2 minutes later, as the massive abdomen of the cave spider queen burst open, the dungeon entered the settlement phase. Dungeon settlement in progress. Dungeon difficulty, nightmare. Dungeon completion rate, 100. Dungeon exploration rate, 300. Dungeon time taken, 16 minutes and 5 seconds. Overall evaluation, SSS. Reward settlement, 500 gold, 120,000 experience points. 10 free attribute points, 2 skill points, 1 legendary dungeon treasure chest. Notice, dungeon settlement complete. You have a 10-minute rest period. Or you may choose to exit the dungeon immediately. My goodness, Su Miaoyue exclaimed. What is it? Why the fuss? Chen Yu asked, confused. The highest rating. You actually achieved the highest rating. Did you know? I received a legendary dungeon treasure chest. Oh my heavens. This is simply unbelievable. Su Miaoyue incredulously exclaimed. How can one be so surprised by something so commonplace? It's rather ordinary, isn't it? Chen Yu suddenly realized that Su Miaoyue, despite her noble upbringing, had a rather limited perspective. At least when he accompanied Li Wei, the latter had not reacted so exaggeratedly. Ordinary. Su Miaoyue's emotions surged. Do you comprehend how extraordinarily rare it is to achieve the highest rating in a nightmare-level novice dungeon under normal circumstances? Within our entire Tenglong Empire, very few can accomplish such a feat. Not to mention, among the 12 prodigies from our last session who completed the nightmare-level first transition tasks, only a mere 5 were able to secure the highest rating in the novice phase. Even attaining an S rating is exceedingly challenging. Do you understand what it signifies to achieve a rating above S? It means free attribute points. Are you truly unaware of the immense value of additional free attribute points? If I had the capability to consistently attain the highest rating, I would undoubtedly accumulate my attribute points to a significant level during the novice phase before considering a job change. Chen Yu could not agree with Su Miaoyue's perspective. With 2 sets of equipment and his fundamental law, his lowest attribute had already surpassed 2,000. A mere handful of free attribute points held no significance in his eyes. After all, the intervals between dungeon runs were so lengthy that relying on them to accumulate free attribute points would require a substantial amount of time. If one could earn free attribute points in novice dungeons, then surely one could do so in higher level dungeons. Why cling to dungeons below level 50? Of course, Chen Yu could entertain such thoughts because he was confident in achieving high ratings in any dungeon. For someone else, even attaining an S rating in a novice dungeon might prove challenging when faced with the steep difficulty increase of a first transition dungeon. Isn't it true that the difficulty of job change tasks escalates over time? Aren't you afraid that the task might become so daunting as time passes that it becomes utterly unmanageable? Chen Yu inquired. Even if the difficulty of the job change task increases over time, it surely cannot keep pace with my growth, Su Miaoyue replied, her eyes glimmering with aspiration. Perhaps after accumulating for 2 or 3 years, I could challenge the highest tier of the hellish job change task. Chen Yu responded. So your intention to accumulate attributes is aimed at challenging the hellish job change task? Well, that changes everything. After gathering the scattered loot, Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue exited the dungeon. As Chen Yu prepared to switch to another dungeon, Su Miaoyue halted him. Let us continue farming in the underground mine. But isn't there a cooldown? How can we continue? Chen Yu asked, perplexed. Su Miaoyue smiled mysteriously and handed him a small stone fragment, no larger than a palm. Chen Yu took the fragment and examined its attributes. Novice Dungeon Cooldown Token. Quality, Rare. Effect. When used in a novice dungeon, it resets the dungeon cooldown to 0. Uses, 2020. Upon seeing the effects of the dungeon cooldown token, Chen Yu could only marvel at the advantages of coming from a prestigious family. He had never heard of such an item before. Now, he began to understand Su Miaoyue's prior statements. A single dungeon cooldown token could allow for 20 runs of the dungeon, which meant an immediate gain of 200 free attribute points and 40 skill points. If there were more cooldown tokens, it would indeed enable the accumulation of attributes in vast quantities, leading to an overwhelming advantage. With this thought in mind, Chen Yu promptly opened his friend panel to contact the little lowly. Chen Yu, are you there? After about a minute, the little lowly replied. Yunbus. What is the matter? Don't tell me you've amassed another few million gold coins. Although the life water is consistently supplied, it is still limited. Chen Yu, I'm not asking about the life water. It's about this, novice dungeon cooldown token. Yunbus? Chen Yu, how much does your treasure pavilion sell these for? I want to buy a batch. Chen Yu planned that if the treasure pavilion had them for sale, he would purchase them in bulk, converting all his funds into cooldown tokens and finding a high-yield dungeon to farm intensely. Yunbus, what are you thinking? Do you think the treasure pavilion would sell such items? You want to buy a batch? Chen Yu, you don't sell them? Then do you know where I can find a large quantity of cooldown tokens? Yunbus, if you're looking for a substantial amount, the national treasury of the Tenglong Empire should have some. With your capabilities, you might try to acquire them. Chen Yu, you really have guts. This kind of item is typically treated as a family heirloom by ordinary factions, and you want to acquire them in bulk. Chen Yu, could you please keep an eye out for me? If you hear of any for sale or at auction, let me know. I don't need novice ones. I need those beyond novice. Yunbus, as far as I know, dungeon cooldown tokens are rarely sold or auctioned. Even if they are available, it's usually through bartering. The novice dungeon cooldown token you have is worth a fortune. Chen Yu, thanks, that will be all. Indeed, such an item was something ordinary individuals would never encounter in their lifetime. Even some practitioners of humble origins would remain oblivious to the existence of dungeon cooldown tokens until their dying day. Closing the friend panel. Chen Yu used a cooldown token on the mine dungeon. The cooldown time for the dungeon reset to 0, and the number of uses for the token decreased to 1920. After using it, he returned the token to Su Miaoyue. After she refreshed the cooldown, the two re-entered the nightmare level underground mine. This time, Chen Yu had no interest in following along to observe. He simply waited in place. He summoned nearly 100 thorn vines, and with each wave of monsters defeated, the thorn vines would return with the loot. Su Miaoyue was quite pleased with this arrangement. The environment of the underground mine was too harsh, battling monsters was unavoidable, and they had to move. But now, during the time of the great Master-S training, wouldn't it be better to just relax and let things happen? The two sat at the entrance of the dungeon, with Chen Yu cradling Xiao Miao in his hands, feeding her snacks. Feeling a bit of awkwardness in the atmosphere, Su Miaoyue initiated a conversation. By the way, Chen Yu, the college entrance examination is approaching. Which university is your target? Tunglong University, Chen Yu replied without hesitation. Tunglong University is indisputably the best university in the entire Tunglong Empire and is the leading institution in the academic circle of the empire, possessing an abundance of invaluable resources. Not to mention, there are rumors that Tunglong University has dozens of dungeons, and all level 4 dungeons are freely accessible to students. What does that signify? Just look at Jianyang City to understand. Jianyang City has no level 2 or higher dungeons at all. For practitioners above level 101, the only way to level up is to endure the meager experience points from wild monsters. In contrast, practitioners from Tunglong University have free dungeons available to them all the way up to level 4. Tunglong University, Su Miaoyue said with a smile. My goal is the same as yours. That's great. Chen Yu nodded, hoping they could still be classmates then. Absolutely. Su Miaoyue's eyes ignited with determination. Initially, she thought her chances of getting into Tunglong University were slim. But now, with Chen Yu's support, she could farm the highest scores in nightmare dungeons. With the dungeon cooldown token offering 20 uses, she could effortlessly gain 100 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Coupled with the high experience from defeating dungeon monsters in the dungeon settlement, leveling up to over 30 and nearing level 40 would be absolutely feasible. With such strength, being admitted to Tunglong University would be practically guaranteed. Congratulations, Chen Yu remarked. Thanks to you for that, Su Miaoyue said as she sat down in front of Chen Yu. If I were to farm dungeons alone, my chances would be significantly lower. Don't mention it. Chen Yu didn't consider himself to be doing Su Miaoyue any great favors. The dungeon belonged to the Su family, and so did the cooldown tokens. The relationship between him and Su Miaoyue was merely a transactional one. Ah, what is this? In the flickering firelight, Su Miaoyue discovered the small creature in Chen Yu's hands. Its petite form and exquisite features instantly shattered her youthful heart, causing her eyes to nearly transform into heart shapes. What an adorable doll. As she spoke, Su Miaoyue instinctively reached out towards the little creature. However, lacking Chen Yu's consent, her hand hung awkwardly in midair. May I touch it? Su Miaoyue gazed at Chen Yu with pleading eyes. Upon witnessing her gesture, the little creature's expression turned icy. Remove your filthy hands, you wretched beast. You, a mere breeding machine, have no right to touch my pure and unblemished body. Oh dear, Su Miaoyue gasped in surprise. It's alive. You filthy creature, are you blind? Or is your mind so tainted that you cannot even distinguish between the living and the inanimate? The little creature scornfully retorted. TSK, such aggression, Chen Yu thought to himself, impressed. No wonder it was an original spirit with 4 offensive skills. Yes, my apologies. Su Miaoyue, feeling dazed by the reprimand, could only offer an awkward apology, though the creature's words were harsh. She could not bring herself to be upset with such a diminutive being, especially since it was Chen Yu's companion. This is my pet, Xiao Miao. She does not appreciate others encroaching upon her space, Chen Yu explained. Oh, Su Miaoyue nodded, a plant life form? Indeed, Chen Yu confirmed. Impressive, Su Miaoyue marveled. From its appearance, so closely resembling a human, and the fact that it could speak, it was evidently a legendary entity. However, Su Miaoyue was not overly astonished. After all, every creature Chen Yu sent forth possessed immense potential, being remarkably close to legendary status. A small-sized plant life like Xiao Miao, particularly as a pet, might lack the combat prowess of those wielding vine whips and devouring monsters whole. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous noise echoed from the depths of the cave. Chen Yu recognized it as the arrival of the Spider Queen boss. Sure enough, a minute later, with the kill notification sounding, the dungeon entered its settlement phase. Chapter 73, Fireclaw Lu Ming, the new king of Jianyang City. Once the settlement was completed and the plant life returned with the loot, Chen Yu opted to exit the dungeon. As soon as they emerged into the outside world, Su Miaoyue handed him a cooldown token, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Shall we continue? Absolutely. Chen Yu nodded, activating the cooldown token for the dungeon. After a fierce battle lasting 11 times, the cooldown tokens were completely expended. Aside from the underground mine, another dungeon belonging to the Su family was swiftly cleared as well. Although the rewards were slightly lower than those from the underground mine, they were still quite substantial. Su Miaoyue remained spirited, clearly wanting more. Chen Yu felt similarly unsatisfied and inquired. The cooldown tokens can be recharged, right? Before their last entry into the dungeon, the tokens had been entirely consumed but showed no signs of damage, indicating they could be reused. Moreover, the little girl had mentioned that major factions regarded cooldown tokens as family heirlooms. If they were merely single-use items, such reverence would be unwarranted. Yes, but it's quite troublesome, Su Miaoyue replied. It requires a 4th tier or higher formation master and runesmith to collaborate, consuming vast resources to recharge it. How many resources are needed? Chen Yu asked. If the resource consumption is not excessive, he could farm until the start of the college entrance exam. The material cost for recharging one use is approximately 10,000 gold coins, Su Miaoyue responded. 10,000 gold coins? That is certainly worth considering. Chen Yu calculated in his mind. Each dungeon run yielded 2 boss chests, both of epic quality. During the final settlement, he could also acquire a legendary dungeon chest. Although the chests in nightmare-level dungeons had less value compared to those in true-level dungeons, they could still yield 2 epic items and 1 legendary item. During the novice phase below level 50, equipment was merely transitional and wouldn't be used for long. Even legendary gear would not hold much value. However, on average, a single dungeon run could yield a profit of 7 to 8,000 gold coins. As for Su Miaoyue, the boss chests were not hers. The legendary chest obtained from the dungeon settlement could be worth 4 to 5,000 gold coins. This would cover most of the cooldown token's cost. How about we discuss recharging it and going again? Chen Yu suggested. After looting the Pain Church twice, and with only a deposit paid to the little girl, he currently possessed over 40 million gold coins, more than enough to recharge the cooldown token multiple times. As for the little girl's final payment, if the goods arrived and he lacked the funds, he could always procure a bit more from the Pain Church. His current identity was that of a high priest appointed by the great demon god, Unicypher. Surely, they would not refuse his request. Even if they did, he could resort to force. Do you think recharging the cooldown token is as simple as it sounds? Su Miaoyue shot Chen Yu a disapproving glance and explained. The material cost is secondary. Runesmiths are life professions. Although formation masters are combat professions, they, like planting masters, also lean towards life professions. Lower-tier professionals are easy to find, but at higher levels, they are exceedingly rare. These specialists are cultivated at great expense by various factions and command high prices. Even my great-grandfather would need to leverage connections to engage one. Moreover, to fully recharge the cooldown token for 20 uses would take around 10 days, leaving no time before the entrance exam. I see, then I suppose we'll have to forego it, Chen Yu lamented. Hearing this, Su Miaoyue smiled slightly. Why rush? There are other dungeons we can explore. Jianyang City is not solely under the Su family's ownership of private dungeons. Our family exchanges dungeon quotas with other factions, and we can also farm those dungeons. Su Xiaohua is quite resourceful, Chen Yu praised, giving a thumbs up. Can you not speak so casually? Su Miaoyue pouted in annoyance. Do I not have a name? The title of Schoolflower sounds nice when overheard in conversation, as it reflects the recognition of her abilities and beauty among her peers. However, being directly addressed as such felt somewhat embarrassing. Yes, Su Miaoyue, is that satisfactory? Chen Yu acquiesced verbally, though internally he scoffed. Huh, women, clearly enamored deep down, yet always denying it verbally. I can't be bothered to bicker with you. Su Miaoyue rolled her eyes. Let us get going. We have important matters to attend to. With high spirits, Chen Yu declared that today, they would leave their mark on every novice dungeon in Jianyang City. Indeed, Su Miaoyue echoed, excitement bubbling within her. Most factions' novice dungeons featured leaderboards, and soon, every novice in Jianyang City would know their names. It's a shame the teleportation array in Jianyang City is currently closed. Otherwise, novices from other regions would also witness our glory. Jianyang City had a fair number of novice dungeons, and under Su Miaoyue's guidance, they cleared nearly 20 in total. For comparison, the novice dungeons in Dongfeng Town totaled only 8. This exemplified the tremendous advantage enjoyed by novices hailing from significant factions. As Su Miaoyue had predicted, the names of Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue appeared on the leaderboards of most novice dungeons in Jianyang City. Rumors even began to circulate in neighboring Lin City about a pair of new kings in Jianyang City who dominated all the novice dungeon leaderboards. Their miraculous completion times astounded the higher-ups of various factions. Su Miaoyue was well known, recognized for her hidden profession and formidable strength. However, even the mightiest hidden profession could not account for such astonishing achievements. As a result, all eyes became fixated on Su Miaoyue's captain, Chen Yu. Chen Yu's information had been encrypted, and various powerful factions could only uncover the absurd fact that he was an orphan with a sister and a house. Naturally unwilling to relent, since Chen Yu teamed up with Su Miaoyue, entering the dungeon by virtue of her reputation, the factions tacitly assumed he was a member of the Su family. Su Jinghui's phone was inundated with calls, receiving countless invitations daily. There were invitations to the 120th birthday banquet of a certain company owner's son, to the wedding of a 12-year-old guild leader's son, and to the promotion of a certain 4th-tier life professional. These individuals, with ulterior motives, subtly probed for information regarding Chen Yu. Some even openly offered to befriend him. But who was Su Jianwei, the president of the Professionals Association? He had always been the one to dig into others' affairs. How could he allow anyone to encroach upon his own? Observing the growing bond between Su Miaoyue and Chen Yu, along with their skyrocketing levels, he could not permit others to interfere. Investing in a genius required discernment. The talent discovered by the Su family had cost them half a dungeon cooldown token, and even their most outstanding junior had barely been won over. Did they think they could simply reap the benefits without effort? President Su, a master of Tai Chi, bewildered the various factions, compelling them to abandon their attempts to pry into Chen Yu's background. Chapter 74. The Birth of the Primordial Light Sprite. Convergence at Jianyang No. 1 High School. Thanks to Su Jianhui's protection, Chen Yu had not been disturbed by any malevolent entities for several days. After clearing the private dungeons available in Jianyang City, the cooldown for the East Wind Town dungeon had finally elapsed. Chen Yu, accompanied by Su Miaoyue and Li Wei, swept through the public dungeon in East Wind Town once more. This time, their speed rivaled that of the previous run with Li Wei, and all hidden monsters were defeated. Yet the dungeon rating had dropped from SSS to SS. Clearly, one of the fundamental conditions for securing the highest rating was that the team size must not exceed 2 members. Chen Yu speculated that if the team were filled to capacity, the final dungeon score would likely diminish further. Perhaps, a full team might only achieve an S rating at best. However, this was merely conjecture, and the true circumstances remained to be validated. In the Supreme Holy Land, beneath the World Tree, Chen Yu gazed up at the canopy. Through the layers of obstruction, he could distinctly sense a powerful little life gradually taking form. This was the impending birth of the primordial light sprite, the 6th elemental sprite under the World Tree. As the fruit of the light sprite detached, it seemed as if a small sun had emerged within the Supreme Holy Land. Warm, gentle rays illuminated the soft earth, bathing this vibrant world in a touch of the sacred. Chen Yu extended his hands to receive the source of light. As the fruit split open, an even brighter radiance streamed from the fissures of the shell. This light was dazzling yet not blinding, gentle and pure. Moments later, the brilliance receded, transforming into a simple, elegant dress that adorned the petite maiden kneeling in the palm of Chen Yu's hand. She resembled a goddess carved from ivory, gracious, elegant, dignified, and serene, embodying the enchanting qualities of both an Eastern noblewoman and a Western lady. The maiden smiled as she rose, lifting the edges of her gown, stepping back with her right foot, and bowing to Chen Yu. The primordial light offers you blessings, my esteemed master. You are the primordial light sprite. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiao Guang. Chen Yu pondered for a moment before declaring. The maiden's eyelids fluttered, and her graceful smile faltered momentarily, to mask her momentary lapse. Her smile brightened even more, and in a soft voice, she replied, "Thank you for the bestowed name, my master. Such a good girl." Chen Yu delightedly stroked Xiao Guang's crystal-like hair, gifting her an orange-flavored candy. It seemed she was a simple and adorable little sprite. Before Xiao Guang, only Xiao Yan had felt joy from the name he had given her. Primordial Light Sprite Xiao Guang. Rank, Legendary Myth. Level, 50. Attributes, Strength, 5500. Agility, 5500. Constitution, 5500. Spirit, 11,000. Talent, Light Elementalization. Enters an elementalized state, immune to all physical damage, immune to all light-type damage, and increases her own light-type damage by 500. Passive, Primordial Light Sprite. Reduces the consumption of light-type skills by 99 and increases their power by 100. Skills, Holy Domain of Light, Forbidden Spell. Shadow Domain, Forbidden Spell. Thunder Domain, Forbidden Spell. Despair's Final Light, Forbidden Spell. After the successful birth of Xiao Guang, Chen Yu opened his attribute panel, distributing all the skill points and attribute points he had accumulated during this time. In an instant, his attributes surged dramatically, and all skills reached their maximum level before the first promotion. Chen Yu. Profession, Planter, Mutation. Level, 50. Strength, 121,300. Equipped, 2,000. Fundamental Law. Agility, 131,250,2000. Constitution, 455,1550,2000. Spirit, 470,1550,2000. Abyssal Magic Power, 3, maximum 5. Vitality, 100, maximum 100. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 21. Additional attributes, Final Damage 9. Damage Reduction 5. Talent, Absolute Enhancement. Supreme designate an object for absolute enhancement, which includes but is not limited to life, items, skills, and talents. Professional Passive, Supreme Holy Land LV1. Establish a Supreme Holy Land. Plants cultivated within this land will receive significant enhancements. Upon each promotion, one plant can be designated as the destined plant, which will undergo total sublimation and instant maturation. Skills, Accelerated Growth LV10. Increases the growth speed of plant life. Plant Enhancement LV10. Increases all attributes of plant life by 100 for 100 seconds, Cooldown 300 seconds. Legendary Vitality Calculation LV10. All attributes 2000. Vitality 100. Consuming vitality allows the projection of the quality advancement path for plant life, with higher quality requiring greater vitality consumption. Mythical Embrace of the Abyss. Choose a plant life to undergo abyssal transformation, gaining all attributes 100 and acquiring the skill demonization. Supreme Affection of the Abyss. Regardless of time or place, you can summon the great will of the abyss at any moment, even at the cost of your own existence, to relieve your crisis. Note, this skill can increase the number of uses by 1 with each promotion. Current uses. 1. This panel is nothing short of perfection. Being the top scorer in the college entrance examination seems trivial in comparison. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Jianyang No. 1 High School, the playground. The morning sun rose slowly, radiant as the smile of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Golden sunlight poured through the thin clouds, spreading across the earth in all directions. Today, Jianyang No. 1 High School was particularly lively. All the novice professionals from 4 high schools in Jianyang City had gathered here. The 4 principals sat side by side on the stage at the front of the playground, beaming down at the bustling students below. Principal Jiang, your No. 1 High School has made quite a splash this year, remarked the principal of No. 2 High School enviously. Not only does it boast the highest proportion of combat professionals, but it has also produced a rare hidden profession. Principal Jiang is highly esteemed. This is the mark of a great teacher nurturing exceptional students. The principal of No. 3 High School added with a smile. You flatter me. It's merely luck and has nothing to do with my old man. Jiang Tianming replied with a broad smile. Remaining humble. Look, over there is our No. 4 High School's most outstanding combat professional. Do take a look at their caliber. The principal of No. 4 High School, an elderly man with a long beard, pointed to a small group on the playground, stroking his beard with a smile. As the remaining 3 principals heard the words, they immediately followed the direction indicated by the principal of 4th High School, casting several detection spells. Li Jiming, Strong Archer, Mutated, Level 21. Changhua, Mage, Level 20. Zhai Zhongshu, Swordsman, Mutated, Level 22. Impressive. What promising talents. The principal of 2nd High School marveled. A practitioner above Level 20, without a doubt, is bound to advance to the 2nd round of the college entrance examination. Indeed, they are exceptional prospects. At the school gate, several practitioners adorned with the emblem of 2nd High School entered. The principal's eyes brightened. Our top students have arrived as well. The other principals turned their gazes toward the entrance. Mu Ziming, Ancient Warrior, Level 22. Ren Xiaoyan, Martial Artist, Mutated, Level 29. A mutated practitioner at Level 29? Surely, they could contend for the provincial top scorer. You've kept this under wraps. Such a genius, and we were entirely unaware. Tonight's dinner is definitely on you. Indeed. Aren't we colleagues? Can't we be a bit more candid? Oh, no. It's all the students' hard work. Really, the principal of 2nd High School said with a sense of pride. Just then, a commotion erupted on the playground, and most students turned their gaze toward the school gate. 3 figures, 2 men and a woman, entered through the school gates. The leading male practitioner strode confidently, wielding a platinum great shield, his equipment radiating an ostentatious glow, adorned in a blue-purple aura with orange accents. Stepping with an air of indifference, following closely behind, a man and a woman walked side by side, maintaining a distance of less than half a meter. These two did not have any special effects. Aside from their appealing appearances, they appeared rather ordinary. Oh, this equipment is astounding. Whose subordinate is this? No. Which family's progeny is he? What can you expect? He must be a nouveau riche, who enters school flaunting equipment effects. The one behind must be Su Miaoyue, the flower of 1st High School, and she's even a hidden practitioner. A flower? She's now the rookie king of Jianyang City. What rookie king? So what if she is a hidden practitioner? Everyone is still in their novice phase, their attributes and skills not yet fully developed. How much stronger can she be than us? Have you been grinding monsters in the wild to the point of foolishness? Are you unaware of Su Miaoyue's achievements? What achievements? Within a week, she's cleared nearly all the novice dungeons in Jianyang City, you know? She completed the nightmare dungeon faster than you can draw a breath. What? She managed to clear the nightmare dungeon in a minute? I refuse to believe it. Absolutely not. It's impossible. Brother, your ability to finish quickly is commendable. At the podium, the principal of 2nd High School furrowed his brow. Lao Jiang, that shield warrior is also a seed candidate from your 1st High School, right? I can tell he is quite impressive, though there is something. The principal of 3rd High School interjected. Lacking in discipline? The principal of 2nd High School replied. Exactly. That is the feeling. With such equipment, his level must not be low, right? The principal of 4th High School released a detection spell. Li Wei, Shield Warrior, Level 34. Holy cow, Level 34. The other 3 principals gasped in astonishment. In a small city like Jianyang, resources are scarce, and geniuses are exceedingly rare. Typically, a level 25 or 26 before the college entrance examination is considered top-notch. To reach level 34 before the exam places one among the elite. Principal Jiang. Who is this person? I've never heard of such a formidable shield warrior in Jianyang City, the principal of second high school said, dumbfounded. Well, I'm not quite sure either, Jiang Tianming replied with a wry smile. He had no particular impression of Li Wei. The last time they met was during a job transfer ceremony. Level 45? Am I seeing this correctly? Suddenly, the principal of fourth high school gasped again. That is Su Miaoyue, I know her. The principal of second high school also looked over and said, the recent slaughter of novice dungeons in Jianyang City was accomplished by her and a novice practitioner named Chen Yu. I just didn't expect her to grow to this extent. This is truly the potential of a top scholar. Indeed, as expected of a hidden practitioner from the Su Jinghui family, she lives up to her reputation, the principal of third high school lamented. Compared to the obscure Li Wei, Su Miaoyue reaching level 45 is less surprising. After all, just a few days ago, Su Miaoyue's name was all the rage in Jianyang City. Oh, is that Chen Yu next to her? Jiang Tianming, astonished, looked at Chen Yu beside Su Miaoyue and cast a detection spell. Chen Yu, planter, mutated, level 50, untransformed. What? Level 50? Jiang Tianming's eyes nearly popped out. Compared to others, he understood Chen Yu better, based on the feedback from the fourth transformation planter Zhou Bowen. He knew Chen Yu possessed extraordinary skills, commanding perfect epic-level plant life, with potential rivaling that of hidden practitioners. Therefore, he was not particularly surprised by the formidable partnership between Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue that garnered such acclaim. However, he simply could not fathom how Chen Yu had reached level 50. Logically, the resources available to Chen Yu should not exceed those accessible to Su Miaoyue. Even if the two teamed up and shared all the dungeons that the Su family could access, Chen Yu's level should not surpass that of Su Miaoyue. Level 50? After seeing Chen Yu's information, the reactions of the other three principals were not much better than Jiang Tianming's. The principal of fourth high school nearly toppled from his chair. Chen Yu's name was almost synonymous with Su Miaoyue's. If one had heard of Su Miaoyue, they would undoubtedly have heard of Chen Yu. Moreover, compared to Su Miaoyue, Chen Yu's aura of mystery was even more profound. Once their shock subsided, the principals began to discuss animatedly, their admiration evident. Chen Yu? So this is the super genius that Su Jinghui has been concealing? Truly a prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent. No wonder Su Jinghui has been so secretive, fearing others would discover him and poach him away. How long has it been since Jianyang City has seen a fully leveled genius before the college entrance examination? What genius? This is a monstrosity. Not to mention Jianyang City, but across the nation, how many novice practitioners achieve max level before the college entrance examination? Indeed, there are hardly any nationwide. Such a monstrous genius, even in the two capitals, 6 cities, and the imperial center, is difficult to cultivate. Lao Jiang, I've heard you were quite fond of Chen Yu in the past. In our previous gatherings, you often mentioned him as your prize student. I say, old dog Jiang, what kind of luck did you stumble upon? How did such a genius come from your tutelage? Life is unfair. I've been a principal for 30 years. And not only have I never encountered a max-level genius before the college entrance examination, but I also haven't met a single hidden practitioner. Yet old Jiang has hit the jackpot this year. The principals of second, third, and fourth high school glared at Jiang Tianming with envy and resentment. No one was flattering Jiang Tianming's teaching abilities this time. After working together for so many years, who doesn't know each other's capabilities? Although it's often said that flowers are carried by people, it depends on the situation. A level 50 planter before the college entrance examination is clearly a testament to his own talent, with nothing to do with you, Principal Jiang. To put it bluntly, even if a dog were placed in your position as principal, it wouldn't hinder his ascent. It's one thing for such a monstrous genius to emerge from first high school, but the crucial point is that he has a close relationship with Jiang Tianming. Once Chen Yu achieves success, Jiang Tianming's name will inevitably be mentioned. At the very least, he'll be labeled as someone with an eye for talent. Ha ha ha. There's no need for such exaggeration. Treating every student earnestly, I believe each of you will have similar fortunes in the future. Jiang Tianming's face broke into a radiant smile, and he inwardly reflected that he truly hadn't misjudged this student. This student is making waves. After this college entrance examination, Jiang Tianming will undoubtedly become a distinguished figure in the educational system of Yunchuan province and surrounding provinces. Over an hour passed, and no one else entered through the school gate. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the gates of Jianyang First High School closed. The examination hall for the college entrance examination is not located in Jianyang City, but rather in Jiufeng City, the provincial capital of Yunchuan province, in the Empire of Tenglong. All examination venues are established in provincial capital cities. As the time approaches, Jiang Tianming, standing at the podium with a microphone in hand, rises to address the students. Dear students, the teleportation array has been set up by the school, which will directly transport you to the examination venue. I believe there is no need for me to elaborate on encouraging words. In conclusion, I wish all of you the best of luck in achieving outstanding results. With that, the teleportation begins. On the playground, Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue choose to disregard the gazes surrounding them. Su Miaoyue is already accustomed to the attention of those around her, while Chen Yu has never paid it any mind. How confident are you about getting into Tenglong University? Chen Yu inquires with a smile. Su Miaoyue responds with confidence. Of course. Then, let us give it our all, my future university classmate. Yes. Together we shall strive. Intricate patterns illuminate the ground and the air of the playground. Following that, a brilliant white light flashes, and all the students on the playground vanish without a trace. Experiencing the teleportation array for the first time, Chen Yu feels no extraordinary sensation, merely a brief moment of weightlessness before his feet once again find solid ground. The examination venue appears as a vast, enclosed plaza, topped with a transparent glass dome. Approximately 1,000 individuals gather in the plaza. Chen Yu surveys his surroundings and notices that Su Miaoyue and Li Wei are absent, likely assigned to different examination halls. Before long, a solemn voice resonates throughout the plaza. We will now announce the examination rules. All candidates are requested to maintain silence. Upon hearing this voice, the previously noisy examination hall falls silent instantly. Prior to this day, various schools had provided education regarding the common knowledge of the college entrance examination, with the most crucial rule being to strictly adhere to the examination regulations. The rules within the examination hall are exceedingly stringent. Any violation results in disqualification from the examination. A few seconds later, the voice resumes. This examination will be categorized by profession. Different vocational categories will encounter varying examination scenarios. The use of personal equipment is prohibited. The examination hall will provide standardized basic equipment according to profession. This examination will take place in a special instance, and the use of any consumables is forbidden. Candidates' item inventories will be sealed, and no spatial equipment may be brought into the examination hall. Violators will be disqualified from the examination and face administrative penalties based on the severity of the infraction. Now, candidates are requested to line up to receive their examination gear and store personal belongings. A hall rises in the plaza, where relevant staff stand ready. The candidates enter the hall in succession, collecting standardized equipment and storing their personal items. Chen Yu, disinclined to entrust his personal belongings to others, had already disposed of his items into the Supreme Holy Land. Once everyone is equipped, the hall vanishes from the plaza, and the authoritative voice echoes once more. The instance teleportation portal is now open. The examination begins. A colossal blue teleportation portal materializes in the plaza. The candidates remain silent as they enter the blue instance portal one by one. Chapter 76, College Entrance Exam? I might as well sleep right here. Chen Yu follows the crowd into the instance portal and is soon transported to an extremely barren expanse of land. Notice, due to the nature of the instance, your item inventory has been sealed. A notification from the Heavenly Tao sounds. Chen Yu checks his inventory, confirming that he indeed cannot access it. Moments later, a mechanical voice announces, "Attention candidates, the first round of the examination is about to commence. Examination content, Level 10 Common Monster, Goblin Warrior. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. At the moment the countdown reaches 0, a goblin wielding a rusted short sword appears approximately 10 meters away from Chen Yu. The Goblin Warrior roars and charges towards Chen Yu. What on earth? Chen Yu muses, not bothering to summon any plants, and leisurely steps forward to deliver a kick. The Goblin Warrior instantly shatters into a pile of fragments and vanishes. Although he has not invested in strength or agility, the legendary Root-S basic attributes grant him 2,000 points across the board, making it impossible for a level 10 monster to withstand such damage. In reality, this first round was a mere formality. The standardized equipment provided by the examination hall adds 50 points to all attributes. Even someone with minimal intelligence could easily dispatch a level 10 monster. The purpose of the standardized equipment is to mitigate the vast differences in background among the candidates. Those with strong combat awareness, even if they are not high level, can still achieve commendable results with this gear. The first round of the examination concludes, taking a total of 12 seconds. Evaluation, good. You have 10 minutes of rest time or may choose to commence the next round immediately. Note, rest time does not accumulate. Let us proceed to the next round. Chen Yu declares, goodness, this college entrance examination is remarkably humane, defeating a level 10 goblin and still afforded a 10-minute break. However, isn't this a waste of time? The second round is about to begin, with the examination content, 5 level 10 goblin warriors. As the countdown concludes, 5 goblin warriors appear before Chen Yu. He casually summons a carnivorous flower spirit, saying, I leave this to you. The carnivorous flower spirit, upon seeing the goblin warriors, joyfully rushes forward. 5 flower stems sprout from her back, blooming into 5 enormous carnivorous flowers in an astonishingly brief moment. Before the 5 goblin warriors can react, they are consumed in a single gulp. Yet, the next second, the carnivorous flower spirit displays a puzzled expression. Despite having devoured 5 monsters, she feels an emptiness within the closed flower buds. Unable to resist, she opens one of the carnivorous flowers to inspect it closely. The petals are lined with sharp serrations and corrosive liquid, yet the food has vanished without a trace. The carnivorous flower spirit looks bewildered and conveys her confusion to Chen Yu. He gently pats her head in a gesture of comfort, but offers no further explanation. Such matters are beyond the comprehension of a simple-minded plant life. In truth, Chen Yu had already noted that the monsters in this special instance differ from ordinary ones. Upon death, if the corpses of regular monsters are not collected, they will refresh after a certain period. However, the goblin warrior he just kicked apart left no corpse behind, not even a kill notification. Perhaps the monsters in this instance do not truly exist, but are merely data or illusory manifestations with physical form. The second round of the examination concludes, taking 5 seconds. With an evaluation of excellent. You have 10 minutes of rest time or may proceed directly to the third round. Let us begin the third round, Chen Yu decides. The third round is about to commence, with the examination content, 2 level 15 wild wolves. With a howl, 2 robust wild wolves appear before Chen Yu. It is evident that the third round is no longer a mere walk in the park. Wild wolves are not the weaklings that goblins are. Level 15 wild wolves possess base attributes of around 40 points. Some level 10 or 11 practitioners, even with standardized equipment, may sustain significant damage. Those lacking in combat ability could be eliminated outright. However, for Chen Yu, the third round remains unremarkable. The carnivorous flower spirit, perhaps influenced by the earlier incident of missing food, hesitates before not directly attacking. Instead, she captures the 2 wild wolves to closely sense their life essence. Upon realizing they are indeed living monsters, she then unfurls her petals and consumes them. Yet, her caution proves futile. Upon the death of the wild wolves, they vanish just like the goblins, leaving her with nothing. The carnivorous flower spirit tilted its head, gazing at Chen Yu with a look of bewilderment. Never mind. You may return and rest, Chen Yu instructed, retracting the flower spirit and summoning several thorn vine spirits, along with a lily spirit. The lily spirit knelt on the ground, and before it bloomed a massive lily. Chen Yu approached and lay upon the pure, soft petals, resting his head on the lily spirit's lap. The fragrant aroma filled him with a sense of tranquility. The third stage of the examination concluded, taking a mere 21 seconds, with a rating of excellent. You have 10 minutes to rest, or you may proceed directly to the fourth stage. There is no need for further confirmation. Once the stage concludes, you may commence the next, Chen Yu remarked impatiently. Do you confirm to forego all rest time and continue without interruption? Confirmed. The fourth stage commenced. With the examination content, level 15 wild wolves, 5 in total. As soon as the 5 wild wolves appeared, they were instantaneously struck down by over a dozen vine whips, unable to emit even a single howl before being reduced to fragments. The monsters posed no challenge whatsoever. Chen Yu decided to close his eyes for a brief respite. Awaiting the conclusion of the examination, Jiufeng City, as the provincial capital of Yunchuan Province, thrived in opulence. It was commonplace to encounter adept practitioners of the third and fourth transitions on the streets of Jianyang City, and even the rare high-level lifestyle practitioners were not few. In the western part of Jiufeng City stood a colossal circular structure, expansive in its footprint. This edifice remained closed to the public, only functioning during the annual college entrance examination. Even the personnel within the examination hall were specifically engaged in this field, rather than being temporary allocations. One can only imagine the significance that the Tunglong Empire places on this examination. The examination command center was surrounded by walls composed entirely of display screens. The screens showcased rows of candidate information and current rankings. At the center, 2 prominent figures occupied the highest seats, a middle-aged man in blue and a cloaked individual in black. Surrounding them were dignitaries of Yunchuan Province and high-ranking officials from the Practitioners Association. At this moment, these high-ranking individuals dared not even breathe audibly. For the 2 seated in the center were the formidable taboo practitioners supervising this examination. The middle-aged man in blue hailed from Yunchuan Province and served as the chief examiner, while the cloaked figure was the chief inspector dispatched from the imperial capital. While overseeing the examination, both were also tasked with deterring any malfeasance. In previous instances, the chief examiner and chief inspector, despite their origins from the central and local spheres, maintained an amicable rapport due to their collegial ties. However, this occasion was markedly different. Both harbored junior relatives under scrutiny in Yunchuan Province, one of whom had transferred from the capital. In essence, they coveted the special admission spots in Yunchuan Province. Naturally, the chief examiner, being a taboo practitioner born in Yunchuan, held no goodwill towards this. Chapter 77, The Throne of Flames. I did not cast that forbidden spell. The screen displaying the rankings exhibited a flurry of names rapidly shifting, yet 2 names consistently remained at the summit. First place, candidate serial number 00128. Current examination progress, 12 stages. Total duration for the first 11 stages, 115 seconds. Second place, candidate serial number 13987. Current examination progress, 12 stages. Total duration for the first 11 stages, 127 seconds. A minute later, the candidate in first place advanced to the 15th stage, while the second place candidate was still on the 14th. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man in blue curled his lips in a slight smirk. It seems that His Excellency the Lord of the Throne of Flames has cast that forbidden spell for naught, he remarked, laced with sarcasm. How long has the examination even been underway? Is Lord Frostbane perhaps celebrating prematurely? A cold female voice emanated from beneath the black cloak. Moreover, the tone shifted from frigid to irate. I have repeatedly asserted that I did not cast any forbidden spells in your Yinchuan province. Did not cast? The middle-aged man in blue scoffed. How many fire element forbidden spellcasters are there in the Tunglong Empire? If you did not cast it, then who did? The Lord of the Red Flames stationed on the battlefield, or perhaps the Lord of the Heavenly Splendor across the seas. Or, even more absurdly, the respected Lord of the Rising Sun currently developing a secret realm? Oh, and let us not forget, our reigning emperor is rumored to wield the judgment of doom as well. I can only surmise that perhaps the emperor has grown restless and decided to study skills in our Yinchuan province. The cloaked figure fell silent, only able to coldly retort. If I say it wasn't me, then it wasn't me. I, a dignified 8th-tier practitioner, would not stoop to such deceit. Very well. The middle-aged man in blue replied with a sneer. If you assert it was not you, then it simply cannot be you, can it? Regardless, the deed is done. And your junior has arrived here. Discussing this further bears no significance. Let us see if your junior can redeem your honor. Let us observe then. The cloaked figure replied coldly. The two ceased their exchange and turned their attention back to the rankings on the screen. In the earlier stages, chance played a significant role. The monsters were feeble, and any practitioner with a modicum of skill could eliminate them in an instant. However, upon reaching the 10th stage, rankings began to stabilize, particularly among the top contenders. Yet, not long after, two names surged upward as if propelled by a rocket, swiftly claiming the first and second positions. In mere seconds, the previous first and second were relegated to third and fourth. First place, candidate serial number 36589. Current examination progress. All 30 stages completed. Total duration, 205 seconds. Second place, candidate serial number 36329. Current examination progress, 18 stages. Total duration for the first 17 stages, 292 seconds. Who are these two? The Lord of the Throne of Flames inquired, astonished. 205 seconds to complete 30 stages? You have such a prodigy in Yinchuan. Had I known, I would not have bothered coming to Yinchuan. I am equally perplexed. Lord Frostbane responded innocently. Had I known of such individuals, I would have whisked my child away to another province long ago. After the 10th stage, the difficulty of the challenges escalated rapidly, aimed at filtering and streamlining the candidates. Even a genius would face increasing resistance and longer times. Completing all 30 stages in 205 seconds genuinely astonished both taboo practitioners. And this second-place candidate is far superior to your little girl, the Lord of the Throne of Flames remarked with a peculiar expression. It seems that Yinchuan province is indeed concealing formidable talents this year. At this moment, the third-place candidate, the junior of Lord Frostbane, had only reached the 17th stage, with a total time exceeding 300 seconds for the first 16 stages. The fourth-place candidate, the junior of the Lord of the Throne of Flames, had yet to complete 16 stages. This shouldn't be, Lord Frostbane pondered, perplexed. With the performance of these two candidates, they should have long secured the top two positions. Why have they only now ascended the rankings? Let us investigate the matter. Lord Frostbane opened the records of the top two candidates. First place, The first stage took 12 seconds, rated merely as good. The second stage, 5 seconds, rated excellent, and the third stage was also excellent. It was only after the fifth stage that the ratings improved to perfect. I see, the evaluations of the earlier stages have lowered the overall score. However, the cumulative score only influences real-time rankings during the examination to facilitate our observation. It does not affect the final results. After completing all stages, they would simply be recorded as having achieved full marks in the foundational stages. Thus their rankings would automatically rise. Wait, Lord Frostbane observed, this candidate, aside from the extended time in the earlier stages, has nearly identical times for the subsequent stages. This, he could comprehend the situation. It likely involved the monsters respawning, determining their positions, and then swiftly eliminating them. Yet, comprehension did not equate to acceptance. It must be noted that the assessment of the 30th stage entailed 5 level 30 elite monsters. Even in the capital's examination hall, those aberrant prodigies would require considerable effort to dispatch. Yet this candidate 36589 was able to eliminate them in an instant. In other words, in his hands. There is little distinction between 5 elite monsters at level 30 and a common monster at a mere 10 levels. As for the second place contender, Lord Frostcold accessed the progress of candidate number 36329, noting that they had only taken a bit more time in the initial 2 stages, after which they surged ahead. This individual remained within the bounds of reason, unlike the first place, whose performance was utterly absurd. Surely, the frontrunner must have commenced tackling the scoring stages by now. Retrieve his real-time data, Lord Frostcold instructed his assistant beside him. Yes, my lord. The assistant, clad in examination officer attire, promptly commanded the staff to execute the necessary operations. In the examination hall, Chen Yu had just taken a brief respite of over 2 minutes when he heard the notification sound. You have completed all 30 foundational levels. You may choose to conclude the examination and exit the hall, or opt to initiate endless mode. In endless mode, monsters will continuously respawn. and you will earn corresponding points based on the number of monsters you defeat. Points gained in Endless Mode will serve as the initial score for the college entrance ranking competition. Prior to commencing Endless Mode, you have a 10-minute break. Note, the final score in the ranking competition can be exchanged for various resources after its conclusion. It can also be converted into internal points within the university system after admission confirmation. Note, the Ministry of Education of the Tunglong Empire has stated, "We encourage capable candidates to challenge Endless Mode to the fullest." Then let us begin. Chen Yu decided to directly initiate Endless Mode. According to the announcement, this Endless Mode was designed to reward potent candidates. Akin to a bonus level, an opportunity not to be squandered. Chapter 78. The examination hall's monsters have been completely cleared within the foundational levels. Each stage provided hints regarding the examination content, accompanied by a countdown to prepare candidates. However, Endless Mode offered no such guidance. Upon Chen Yu's selection to commence, monsters immediately materialized, or rather, they were deployed. Chen Yu distinctly observed a translucent portal opening not far from him. Subsequently, 10 well-equipped goblin warriors emerged from within. Chen Yu was somewhat familiar with goblins. Judging by their appearance, these 10 goblin warriors were likely between levels 30 and 35. Not much of a challenge. Chen Yu shook his head. The thorny vine spirits detected the enemy's presence and rushed forth. Dozens of vine whips lashed out, and the 10 goblin warriors were instantaneously reduced to mere pulpy remains. Defeated a level 30 goblin warrior, gained 30 experience points, due to level restrictions. Experience points automatically deposited into experience pool. Defeated a level 31 goblin warrior, gained 31 experience points. Due to level restrictions, experience points automatically deposited into experience pool. The system notifications resonated in Chen Yu's mind, confirming that these goblins were indeed real monsters, not mere illusions generated by a special instance. Real monsters would leave behind corpses for a limited time. Thus, the thorny vine spirits began to indulge in their feast. Defeated 10 goblin warriors, gained 1 point. The instance notification echoed as a small numeral 1 appeared before Chen Yu, presumably a record of points earned in Endless Mode. The transparent portal, which had just opened, remained active even after the goblin warriors exited. Approximately 30 seconds later, another 10 goblin warriors emerged. The thorny vine spirit's eyes sparkled with excitement. The goblin warriors had barely strayed far from the portal before being ensnared by numerous vines. Those goblins entangled by multiple thorny vine spirits met a particularly grim fate, as the spirits tore them asunder, each claiming their respective portions. However, the thorny vine spirits soon ceased their competition. Continuous waves of goblin warriors poured forth from the portal. Initially, 10 appeared with each wave, but after the 10th wave, the numbers surged to 20. The spawn rate had already surpassed the thorny vine spirit's capacity to consume. Piles of monster corpses rapidly accumulated around the thorny vine spirits encircling the portal, overwhelming their ability to feast. Observing this, Chen Yu unleashed hundreds of plant life forms. The voracious carnivorous flower spirits emerged, their countless stems soaring skyward as they instantaneously blossomed into a sea of man-eating flowers. With this, the spawn rate of goblins could not keep pace. The moment a batch of goblins appeared, they were devoured completely. The thorny vine spirits sensed the competition and hastened their feeding. Chen Yu sat leisurely to the side, cradling a petite lily spirit in his arms, keenly watching the tussle between the vines and the carnivorous flowers. Over 20 lily spirits gathered around him, sharing in the spectacle. One particular carnivorous flower spirit exhibited remarkable prowess. Instead of competing for the goblin warriors that had already appeared, she discreetly unfurled several flowers and positioned them at the portal. Before long, the blooms swelled. The carnivorous flower spirit then retracted that flower and replaced it with another. Only when all the flowers were filled did she withdraw, satisfied. This maneuver felt oddly familiar to Chen Yu. It seemed that in past real instances, some clever carnivorous flowers had employed similar tactics. Those that were astute enough to feast consistently had evolved into legendary beings. Inspired by the Forerunner, the other carnivorous flower spirits began to imitate her. The portal was enveloped by layers of flowers, inside and out. The thorny vine spirits stood dumbfounded. They lacked the same capability and could only retreat to sit alongside the lily spirits. As the monster spawn rate accelerated beyond the carnivorous flower's digestive capacity, the thorny vine spirits finally had another opportunity to re-engage. Within the instance, there were no time indicators, and it was unclear how long had passed before the kill notification ceased. The area surrounding the portal was now densely packed with plant life, numbering in the thousands. Released due to the escalating spawn rate, Chen Yu lifted his eyelids. The point record had now transformed into 5,000, indicating that during this interval, his plant life forms had collectively vanquished 50,000 goblin warriors. After waiting a bit longer without any new monsters appearing, Chen Yu instructed the plant life forms to step back and approach the portal to investigate. At this moment, the translucent portal remained, yet no goblin warriors surged forth from it. Was this truly the end? Chen Yu felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed unlikely. The final stage of the foundational levels featured elite monsters of level 35. It was illogical that endless mode would only yield such low-tier creatures. At the Yunchuan Province Examination Hall, the high-stakes command center observed the passage of time. With the increasing intensity of the levels, names of candidates on the screen gradually faded, indicating their elimination from the examination and the cessation of their journey. Their scores were already determined, awaiting the final verdict upon the exam's conclusion. However, as the chief examiner and the two overseers, both taboo powers, became engrossed in the details of the leading candidate, they momentarily forgot to monitor the overall situation of this year's examinees. Their eyes remained fixated on the large screen displaying the leaderboard's top position. At the far right of the data column, a red number pulsed incessantly, representing the points amassed by this candidate in endless mode. The two taboo powers watched, transfixed, as the red numeral surged with increasing velocity, from a humble beginning of 1 to an astounding 5,000. Suddenly, an assistant clad in examination officer garb entered the hall, approached Lord Frostcold, and whispered, "Chief Examiner, there seems to be a minor issue in the examination hall." "What is it?" "Speak," Lord Frostcold inquired indifferently. The endless mode's beginner-level adversary, the Goblin Warrior, prepared for combat-oriented professions, has proven insufficient, the assistant remarked cautiously. "Depleted?" Lord Frostcold furrowed his brow. "If there are not enough, replenish them immediately. We cannot allow the top genius's examination results to be compromised, especially that first-ranked individual. The special examination instance can create physical illusions. Yet it is mandated that authentic monsters be utilized in the endless mode. This is a rigid regulation. The Tunglong Empire has always been meticulously prepared for the college entrance examination, with seldom any oversights. Such a fundamental error as a shortage of monsters should not manifest in the examination arena. Actually, the scarcity of monsters is precisely due to the current top-ranking candidate, the assistant replied with a wry smile. "My lord, you must be aware of the endless mode's rules. It is structured in phases dictated by time, with each phase having a fixed duration. The primary purpose of the first two phases is to assess the candidate's comprehensive abilities. They must preserve themselves in the presence of numerous monsters while mounting an effective counterattack. In the first two phases of the endless mode, monsters spawn every 30 seconds. The first 10 waves consist of 10 monsters each, while the 11th to 20th waves comprise 20 monsters each, continuing in this manner until the number of monsters reaches the scene's cap. Even if monsters are defeated, they will be replenished." "Yes, I am aware of this." Lord Frostcold nodded. Although the chief examiner's responsibilities primarily revolve around vigilance and deterrence rather than the minutiae of the examination, he possessed a certain understanding of the examination system. The issue lies within the mechanics, and moreover, this is an unprecedented situation. The assistant displayed an incredulous expression. In addition to the fixed spawn times, the endless mode possesses a hidden mechanism. If, after a certain duration, the number of monsters in the scene falls below 80% of the cap, the intervals between waves will gradually shorten, and the number of monsters in each wave will increase until the number is restored to 80% of the cap. In other words, the faster the candidates eliminate monsters, the quicker the spawning occurs. Moreover, there is no upper limit to the spawn rate. It accelerates as time progresses. According to our observations, in the examination arena of the top-ranked candidate, there has never been a moment where monsters accumulated. Thus, Chapter 79, monsters are depleted. Compensation points must be issued. So, the monsters prepared for the examination were entirely wiped out by him, correct? Lord Frostcold acknowledged. In the first round, each 10 Goblin Warriors equates to 1 point in examination scores. On the large screen, the score column for the top candidate displayed a vibrant red number, 5,000, indicating that 50,000 Goblin Warriors had perished at his hands. In the first phase of the endless mode, the monsters are approximately level 30 Goblin Warriors, with a scene cap of 500. Under normal spawning rates, even a level 50 candidate specializing in area damage would struggle to clear the monsters in a short time. It would not be long before the monster count reached capacity. Capturing and imprisoning monsters also incurs costs. The number of geniuses capable of entering the endless mode during the examination is inherently limited. Consequently, the preparation of monsters in bulk is improbable. Historically, 50,000 Goblin Warriors constitutes over 5 times the total demand for the endless mode. This incident cannot be attributed to inadequate preparation on the examination's part. It merely reflects the extraordinary prowess of the top-ranked candidate. It is a pity that the elimination rounds instance is not observable, otherwise, I would genuinely wish to witness it firsthand. Lord Frostcold mused with a hint of regret. "My lord," the Flame Throne approached, frowning as she spoke. "This first-ranked candidate. Could it be that he has employed some method of cheating? Should we conduct an inspection?" Upon hearing this, Lord Frostcold regarded her as if she were a fool. "What do you mean?" the Flame Throne retorted. Taking a deep breath, Lord Frostcold calmly inquired, "What method do you suspect he has used to cheat? Perhaps he utilized a disposable consumable?" The Flame Throne offered uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Lord Frostcold shook his head. "Did you not familiarize yourself with any relevant details before undertaking the role of chief examiner? Not to mention that a thorough inspection of carried items was conducted prior to the examination commencement." Even if he managed to evade detection and brought consumables into the examination instance, they would be unusable. Firstly, the inventory within the examination instance is sealed. Not even you or I could utilize items therein, as per the instance's rules. Secondly, a highly sensitive detection alarm system is established within the instance. Should anyone use a consumable, even a drop of potion, the alarm would trigger, expelling the user from the instance. Then, could it be that someone is substituting for him? The flame throne postulated, I have heard that some novice professionals deliberately remain at level 50 without advancing. At this, Lord Frostcold cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, the flame throne herself deemed the notion rather foolish. The identities of the candidates undergo rigorous verification. If substitution were possible during the college entrance examination, it would likely indicate a rot within the Tunglong Empire's educational system, particularly at elevated levels. Even if the educational system's upper echelons were corrupt, executing such a maneuver must be undertaken with utmost caution to avoid detection. It would not create such a significant uproar. Moreover, such achievements could not be accomplished even by the most gifted individuals from the capital, let alone by a novice who has never advanced. Ahem. Now that we have reached this point, perhaps we should discuss what to do next? The flame throne awkwardly cleared her throat, shifting the topic. According to the examination system, the arena should continually provide monsters for him until the first phase concludes. However, given his rate of monster elimination, replenishing them would be of little consequence. It is evident that he is monopolizing the spawns. Whatever quantity appears, he can defeat. Indeed, Lord Frostcold nodded. Let us conclude the first phase for him. But how will the scores be calculated? The flame throne queried. Only a little over half of the phase's time has elapsed. In the endless mode, monsters should continuously spawn. Each monster represents potential points for the candidate. The current situation is that the candidate has the capacity to continue earning points, while the examination cannot provide more monsters. After a moment's contemplation, Lord Frostcold stated, according to the supplementary regulations for the Tunglong Empire's professional college entrance examination implementation measures, should a candidate experience a loss of benefits due to examination oversights in the endless mode, they may be awarded a compensation of 500 examination points. The specific amount of compensation shall be determined by the relevant personnel on-site during the examination. In light of the current circumstances, I propose that we grant this candidate an additional 5,000 examination points as compensation for the arena's inability to continue supplying monsters. How does everyone feel about this? I second that. The flame throne was the first to raise her right hand. I also second. The other examiners and inspectors present unanimously agreed. Then, I hereby announce the artificial intervention in the examination process of candidate 36589, concluding their first phase in the endless mode. Scribe, please make the necessary records, clearly documenting the reasons, and attach the live footage from the examination command center, along with the instance's recorded data during archiving. Executor, proceed with the relevant operations. Understood. Yes, Chief Examiner. The scribe and executor commenced their respective tasks. The flame throne suddenly removed the hood that concealed her face, revealing a strikingly elegant woman with sharp brows and piercing eyes. With a smile playing on her lips and her chin resting on her hand, she remarked, according to the monster spawning mechanism of the endless mode, achieving 5,000 points in just half the time guarantees that the latter half will yield an even greater score. Due to the inherent efficiency limitations of the portal, this figure should hover around 800 to 900. Am I not mistaken? Indeed, you are correct, the Frost Lord replied. However, according to the regulations, 5,000 points is already the maximum compensation. I recall there is a clause in the examination rules that states, if a proctor or supervisor of the 8th tier or above acknowledges a candidate's performance, they may, in a personal capacity, grant an additional reward of no more than 5,000 points. These awarded points do not factor into the overall examination ranking, but are equivalent to normal examination points when exchanging resources after the exam. Furthermore, the awarder must provide equivalent resources to the education system for the awarded points. I have decided to grant an additional 5,000 points. That is indeed the case. The Frost Lord remarked with a peculiar expression. However, are you certain about this? This rule is designed to give strong individuals the opportunity to invest in promising newcomers. Points from the endless mode can count toward the ranking as foundational scores, and they can be exchanged for resources after the examination. Award points, however, do not contribute to the examination ranking and can only be used for resource exchanges. Moreover, these points are obtained through resources redeemed by the awarder, making the education system of the Dragon Empire a middleman profiting from the difference. Thus, it is generally rare for a forbidden strong individual to redeem award points. Even when they do, it is usually only in the tens or hundreds. To redeem the full 5,000 points is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Chapter 80. 2 Award Points. An investment by the strong. Large awards, aside from incurring the cost difference, carry significant risks. During the examination, proctors cannot access specific information about candidates. The 2 forbidden strong individuals were only aware of their protégé's examination number because they inquired in advance with the candidate themselves. This leads to the possibility that the person you choose to invest in may be a genius nurtured by someone else. In such a scenario, that investment would be in vain, serving merely to establish a goodwill connection. While resources may seem trivial, the more pressing issue is the loss of face among peers and allowing another's genius to shine. For instance, if the Flame Throne were to invest 5,000 points in the Frost Lords Jr., that junior would undoubtedly gain considerable notoriety, while the Flame Throne would be mocked for lacking talent in his own household, appearing overly eager. Thus, the Frost Lord found it difficult to comprehend the Flame Throne's actions. The performance of the top candidate this year was indeed remarkable, yet in the eyes of forbidden strong individuals, it was merely average. Those of such stature have witnessed countless talents and stand atop the professional hierarchy. What geniuses have they not encountered? Every year, new prodigies arise, yet among these, how many ultimately become forbidden strong individuals, swiftly clearing foundational levels and navigating the endless mode's initial stages, while rare, is not without precedent. A high damage talent paired with a high sustainability class, or a high damage class combined with a high sustainability talent, can replicate the current leading candidate's achievements. Beyond typical combat classes, professions such as beast tamers, spirit manipulators, planters, summoners, and necromancers, which rely on auxiliary units in battle, can also achieve similar feats if they possess high-quality summons. Moreover, who would believe that a novice capable of reaching this stage had no backing from a powerful faction? I am determined to grant him an additional 5,000 points. Please issue the announcement, the Flame Throne commanded. Seeing the Flame Throne's resolute stance, the Frost Lord had no choice but to acquiesce. I hereby announce that this year's Chief Proctor for the GaoKao in Yunchuan Province, the 8th-tier professional Ling Xiahua, honored as the Flame Throne, grants candidate number 36589 an additional 5,000 points. Secretary, you need not document this in detail. Executive, please send out the announcement to both the candidate and the external world. The primary purpose of notifying the candidate is to inform them that a strong individual is watching over them and investing in them. Simultaneously, notifying the outside world serves to elevate the candidate's reputation while also signaling to other strong individuals that I have taken notice of this person, so do not interfere. Yes, my lord. As commanded, Chief Proctor. The additional award is a personal act of the strong and does not require the consent of the examination venue. After the award was completed, the Flame Throne sighed and remarked to the Frost Lord, do not blame me for not warning you. If that junior of yours is significant, it would be wise to extend some goodwill. The GaoKao is not limited to just one round, and the top candidates this year will likely have little to do with our two families, regardless of who this individual is or what potential they possess. At least in this round of the GaoKao ranking, the candidate's success will depend on their favor. Of course, if you prefer to cultivate talent within your own household and deem the Dragon University unworthy, then so be it. The Frost Lord, who had been gazing at the large screen, suddenly froze, his expression shifting. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a stern face. I hereby announce that this year's Chief Proctor for the GaoKao in Yunchuan Province, the 8th-tier professional Wan Jiang, honored as the Frost Lord, grants candidate number 36589 an additional 5,000 points. Furthermore, prepare the monsters for the next phase promptly. Ensure their numbers are sufficient before the other candidates commence the endless mode. In the examination hall, Chen Yu awaited the monster respawn in silence. The plant life stared at the portal, drooling in anticipation. Several minutes passed without the appearance of new monsters, only for him to receive a notification sound instead. Announcement, candidate number 36589. Due to an insufficient number of monsters in the examination venue, the first phase of the endless mode has concluded prematurely, and your remaining time has been settled at 5,000 GaoKao points. It turns out the GaoKao can have its oversights. Chen Yu was greatly astonished. Fortunately, with a compensation of 5,000 points, it was not a complete loss. Announcement, candidate number 36589, the Chief Proctor of Yunchuan Province, the 8th-tier professional Ling Xiahua, honored as the Flame Throne, grants you an additional 5,000 points. Note, the additional award is an acknowledgement of your remarkable performance during this examination by proctors or supervisors of the 8th tier and above. It is a personal action. Note, award points can be combined with GaoKao points after the examination, but do not count toward the foundational scores of the second round of the GaoKao ranking. Following these two announcements, the points displayed before Chen Yu transformed to 10,000. Alongside his normal points, an additional 5,000 points for the award was displayed. A strong individual has taken notice of me. Is this an investment in my potential? Chen Yu swiftly grasped the situation. Furthermore, this strong individual is the Chief Proctor of the GaoKao, an 8th-tier professional. The 5,000 points likely signify a friendly gesture. Once I complete the examination, perhaps they will send someone to recruit me. Chen Yu resolved that, should it not impede his pursuit of the top score in the GaoKao, he could initially agree. As for the possibility of that forbidden strong individual exploiting him or coercing him into signing an unequal contract, would he be afraid? He dared to fleece even the abyssal demon god. What threat could a forbidden strong individual pose? If the other party were unfriendly, He could simply take his gains and flee. If they insisted on pursuing him, he would summon 6 little sprites to engage in a fierce duel, testing who would yield to whom. However, not long after, another announcement rang out. Announcement: Candidate number 36589, the Chief Proctor of Yinchuan Province, the 8th-tier professional Wan Jiang, honored as the Frost Lord, grants you an additional 5,000 points. This second announcement left Chen Yu quite perplexed. If the point amounts were different, it could be interpreted as both strong individuals favoring him, suggesting a competitive interest. Yet, with identical point amounts, what could it signify? A simultaneous expression of support, allowing him to choose after his exit? Just then, the notification sound echoed once more. The first phase of the endless mode has concluded, granting you a 30-minute respite, or the option to directly commence the second phase of the endless mode. Without hesitation, Chen Yu opted to proceed directly to the second phase. Upon hearing the prompt, he cast aside any contemplation regarding the reward points. After all, such matters would become clear once he emerged from this ordeal. At present, the examination held paramount importance. As the second phase of the endless mode commenced, 10 towering, green-skinned humanoid creatures with prominent fangs emerged from the portal, brandishing heavy melee weaponry. Orcs. Chen Yu immediately recalled a classic depiction from a game in his previous life. Chapter 81. The emergence of the Mythical vines, the pinnacle of epic strength. These orcs were formerly known as Northrend warriors, a type of monster he had encountered in literature. Northrend, akin to goblins, belonged to a monster race characterized by their green skin. However, the combat prowess of the Northrend warriors was leagues ahead of the goblins. For creatures below level 50, the typical growth attribute saw an increase of approximately 2 points per level. Goblins might experience growth values as low as 1 or even 15, whereas Northrend boasted a staggering 25 to 35. Naturally, for botanical life forms, their nutritional value was considerably higher. The plant life previously unleashed had devoured 50,000 goblins. Each fully sated, Chen Yu recalled them into the supreme sacred soil, allowing for gradual digestion, and subsequently summoned a new batch of epic plant life. This time, in addition to the thorn vines, lily spirits, and man-eating flower spirits, 2 Mythical vines were also summoned. Mythical vines. Rank, epic. Level, 50. Attributes, strength, 1650. Agility, 1500. Constitution, 2100. Spirit, 650. Skills, rooting, LV10. Mighty strength, LV10. Extension, LV10. Regeneration, LV10. Having undergone a period of cultivation, the Mythical vines had matured and evolved to the epic level. Each Mythical vine consisted of a single tendril, its thickest point measuring over a meter in diameter, with an overall length exceeding 100 meters. Among the 4 skills, regeneration required no elaboration, its name sufficed. Rooting served as a state skill, enhancing all attributes while the Mythical vine was in a rooted state. Mighty strength was another state skill, significantly amplifying the vine's power during attacks. Extension allowed the Mythical vine to instantaneously surge to 10 times its original length. Judging by its attributes and skills, its combat capability was likely superior to the other 3 epic plant life forms. Regrettably, there were no equally matched adversaries nearby to hone the Mythical vine's skills. Despite its formidable strength, the Mythical vine possessed a drawback. Its level of intelligence was relatively low. Without Chen Yu's guidance, it could only act on instinct, falling short compared to the more cognitively adept humanoid plant life forms. As the massive Mythical vine made its entrance, the 10 Northrend warriors momentarily paused, only to charge forward with renewed ferocity. The Mythical vine reacted swiftly, unleashing 2 colossal tendrils that crashed down upon the orc warriors. Boom. Debris flew as a dull thud resonated, creating a deep crater in the ground, obliterating the 10 Northrend warriors without a trace. Chen Yu nodded in approval at the Mythical vine's performance. Although it seemed somewhat excessive to use a cannon to swat a fly, these creatures were undeniably adept at dealing area damage. Against a horde of enemies, their clearing speed far surpassed that of the thorn vines. With the Mythical vine blocking the entrance, other plant life had little role to play. The Northrend warriors, upon emergence, were reduced to mere pulp. The 3 types of humanoid plants required no effort to attack, allowing them to leisurely partake in their meal. This situation greatly benefited the lily spirits, affording them the rare opportunity for a hearty feast. However, it was less favorable for the man-eating flower spirits, who found themselves bereft of any viable prey. The second phase of the endless mode exhibited a noticeable alteration in the monster's spawning mechanism. During the latter stages of the first round, creatures had poured forth from the portal like a tidal wave. In contrast, this round adhered strictly to a 30-second interval per wave, with the number of monsters per wave capped at 50. The first 10 waves yielded a total of 100 monsters, while subsequent waves gradually increased to 200, 300, 400, and finally stabilized at 50 monsters per wave in the last set. In totality, the second phase of the endless mode would last 1 hour, comprising 120 waves and summoning a total of 5,000 creatures. The Northrend warriors offered double the points of goblins, with every 5 counting as 1 point. However, due to their scarcity, The total yield amounted to a mere 1,000 points. Chen Yu harbored grave doubts that the examination officials had intentionally reduced the monster count, as it was inconceivable that so few creatures could appear. Indeed, his suspicions were validated. Notification: Candidate number 36589, due to an insufficient number of monsters in the examination arena. The spawning mechanism for your second phase of endless mode has been modified, resulting in a total of 5,000 examination points. The second phase of endless mode has concluded, and you have a 30-minute respite or the option to directly commence the third phase. As expected, the monster count was lacking. Chen Yu glanced at his examination points, now totaling 16,000, and declared, "Let's proceed directly." From the portal emerged 10 colossal brown bears, each standing more than 5 meters tall. Roar. Boom. One bear emitted a furious roar, yet before the sound could dissipate, it was crushed by the Mo-Yun Vine's massive tendril. Defeated 50-level elite violent bear, experience points 250. Due to level restrictions, experience points have been automatically stored in the experience pool. Defeated 50-level elite violent bear, experience points 250, due to level restrictions. Experience points have been automatically stored in the experience pool. The third phase of the endless mode has concluded, granting you a 30-minute respite or the option to directly commence the fourth phase. Is it over already? Chen Yu remarked incredulously as he beheld the meager increase of 200 points in his examination score. Calculating, each 50-level elite monster was worth a mere 20 points. However, such a low number was decidedly disappointing. Furthermore, the absence of a compensation notification indicated that the third phase of the endless mode had originally been designed to feature only these 10 monsters. Continue to the next level, Chen Yu said with a frown, recognizing that the subsequent stages would undoubtedly yield less reward than the initial two. Meanwhile, Su Miaoyue had also completed all foundational stages. The difficulty of the 30th stage had proven somewhat challenging, and after finishing it, she opted for a half-hour break before engaging in the endless mode. 10 goblin warriors emerged from the portal, and without hesitation, Su Miaoyue activated the autumn water sword technique, charging forth. She moved like a graceful reaper, her sword glinting coldly as she harvested the lives of her foes. In a mere 20 seconds, she had slain the 10 goblin warriors. Moments later, another wave of 10 goblin warriors emerged from the portal. Su Miaoyue maintained her elegant dance, dispatching them with a single stroke each. The next 8 waves followed suit, all cleared within 30 seconds without any surprises. Upon reaching the 11th wave, 20 goblins emerged from the portal. This time, the clearing speed of the autumn water sword technique struggled to keep pace. When the 12th wave of monsters appeared, for from the previous wave still lingered on the battlefield, Su Miaoyue gritted her teeth and unleashed a wave of sword energy, piercing through several goblins before employing the autumn water sword technique once more for close quarters harvesting. Just in time, she managed to eliminate all remaining monsters before the arrival of the 13th wave. For the 20 creatures in the 13th wave, Su Miaoyue opted not to utilize any additional skills, relying solely on the autumn water sword technique to confront them. The autumn water sword technique emphasizes close-range combat, characterized by low energy consumption coupled with high damage output, yet it demands exceptional maneuvering skills. Among her other 4 abilities, one is an explosive state skill, while another serves as a passive skill that enhances weapon damage. The remaining 2 are aggressive skills intrinsic to the Sword Immortal class. One inflicts linear damage through a sword energy slash, and the other unleashes a torrent of water flow against groups of foes when faced with a limited number of monsters. Utilizing these 2 skills does not yield a proportionate exchange of energy for rewards. Consequently, Su Miaoyue ceased her pursuit of annihilating every wave of adversaries and instead adopted a strategy of continuous movement, striving to preserve her own state. As the scene filled with an increasing number of goblin warriors, they soon amassed into a dark, oppressive horde. The greater the number of monsters, the more significant the pressure to maneuver became. A moment's lapse could lead to encirclement, potentially resulting in her demise and an abrupt end to this examination. This same scenario unfolded in numerous examination venues. Those who reached the endless mode were undoubtedly the creme de la creme of talent. However, even the most gifted novice adventurers dared not challenge the ceaseless tide of monsters head-on, opting instead to skirmish at the periphery of the mob, occasionally utilizing ranged skills to reap their rewards. The examination scores incrementally climbed, point by point. The actions of Chen Yu, akin to filling a sack with gold, had yet to find a counterpart. In the examination command center, 2 tab-level powerhouses and numerous examiners and inspectors finally breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the situation stabilize. Should the scarcity of monsters recur, they would likely face accountability from the headquarters of the Tunglong Empire's education system. Even the Frost Lord and Flame Throne would lose face. The endless mode transitioned from a survival challenge to a test of skill starting from the 3rd phase, where the portals no longer unleash swarms of monsters, but rather a select few high-quality foes. The levels imposed no time constraints, with the elimination of all monsters serving as the standard for completion. For the average examinee, successfully navigating this phase promised higher scores than the previous 2. Yet for Chen Yu, who had enjoyed the bounteous rewards of the first 2 phases, the points accrued in the third phase could only be deemed meager. Monsters below level 50, regardless of type, could not withstand the lethal strikes of 2 mythical cloud vines. Before long, Chen Yu surged through the third phase all the way to the 10th. The 10th stage represented the final challenge of the Endless Mode, featuring a level 60 ogre boss. This formidable foe matched the 2 mythical cloud vines blow for blow. Against the Thornvine demon, it could likely hold its own 5-1. However, upon realizing the mythical cloud vines struggled to subdue the boss, Chen Yu promptly commanded all plant life to converge. Even a level 60 boss could not withstand the onslaught of hundreds of level 50 epic creatures. The lily spirit unleashed toxic powder to weaken the foe. The man-eating flower spat corrosive acid, and the Thornvine demon launched a volley of poison spikes. Just as the assault commenced, the boss met its demise, with the subsequent ranged attacks mercilessly desecrating its remains. Following a single round of assault, the robust and ferocious ogre boss left not even a trace of ash. You have completed all levels of the Endless Mode, and your total score is now being calculated. Upon completion, your score for the first round of the examination stands at 30 levels in Basic Mode and 500 points in Endless Mode. Your inventory will automatically unlock upon exiting the instance. Items dropped by monsters in Endless Mode will be automatically deposited into your inventory, should your inventory be full. A temporary backpack will be created, so please ensure you collect your items in a timely manner. As the prompt concluded, a beam of white light enveloped Chen Yu. In the next moment, he vanished from the instance scene, reappearing in the plaza prior to entering the dungeon. At this juncture, several examinees had gathered in the plaza, engaged in discussions about the examination content. It's over. I only made it to the 6th level. I am destined to be denied entry to university. The examination questions were exceedingly difficult. Indeed, in the 8th level, there was actually a human archer lurking in the back, shooting me down. It simply reflects your lack of practical capability, as long as your level exceeds 10, leveraging the standardized equipment provided in the examination. Reaching the 10th level is not particularly challenging. Certainly, the first 10 levels do not assess your skills and attributes, but rather your practical responsibilities. As long as one is not woefully inadequate, they can succeed. Just then, a white light flashed, and a disheveled examinee appeared on the spot. Despite his ragged appearance, he radiated excitement, laughing heartily. Ha! I made it to level 25. 25 levels. He seemed eager to share his joy with the entire world. Level 25? How impressive. Nearby examinees immediately displayed expressions of envy. I heard that last year's admission cutoff for Jiufeng University was level 23. Indeed. My cousin entered Jiufeng University last year with a score of level 23. Logically, the admission cutoff should remain relatively consistent each year. Does this not mean that level 25 guarantees entry into Jiufeng University? Jiufeng University is a prestigious institution. Graduates typically become at least second-tier professionals, securing decent positions in major guilds or companies. I'm so envious. In the examination instance, due to the varying times candidates took to navigate the levels and the interspersed breaks, their progress differed. However, at this moment, the majority of examinees had already completed their tests. Those still engaged were either in the final levels or battling through the Endless Mode. A few minutes later, a group of examination staff entered, guiding the examinees away from the plaza. High-achieving candidates would be invited to the examination dormitories to rest, awaiting the final rankings to be revealed the next day. The top 1,000 candidates from the first round would gain eligibility to participate in the ranking competition for the examination. Naturally, if one's results were unsatisfactory and they deemed themselves unlikely to qualify, they could simply leave. After all, upon exiting the examination instance, they would already know their scores and only need to await the announcement of the admission cutoff for professional universities before registering. Chen Yu followed a staff member into the examination dormitory area. The dormitory consisted of several adjacent hotel-style buildings, unremarkable in appearance. Chen Yu's room was situated on the top floor of the first building. This topmost floor housed only 10 rooms, each door adorned with the examinee's identification number and name. Each room was a spacious suite of at least 200 square meters, equipped with comprehensive amenities, including a balcony and an outdoor swimming pool. Clearly, not all rooms in the examination dormitories were of such a standard. The accommodations were reserved for those who performed exceptionally well in the examination, ranking among the top. After resting briefly in his room, Chen Yu was presented with an exquisitely prepared meal by a staff member. Chapter 83, The Intent of the Taboo Powerhouses. The Talents of Kyoto. Following dinner, Chen Yu reclined on the sofa to rest. A lily spirit stood behind him, serving as a fragrant presence. Around 10 o'clock, a knock resonated at the door. Chen Yu rose to answer it. Upon opening the door, he found a man and a woman awaiting him. The middle-aged man donned a blue outfit, his expression stern. The woman, clad in a black robe, possessed refined features, yet bore a somewhat rugged demeanor, exuding an air of androgyny. Hello, Chen Yu. I am Ling Xiuhua, the woman said with a slight smile. Greetings, I am Wang Jiang, the man added, also offering a smile. Ling Xiuhua, Wang Jiang. Chen Yu immediately recalled these names, recognizing them as the two taboo powerhouses who had awarded him points during the examination. Since departing the examination venue, Chen Yu had anticipated their arrival. He had initially thought they would send someone to summon him, never expecting that these esteemed taboo powerhouses would visit in person. Honorable Chief Examiner, esteemed Chief Inspector. Chen Yu respectfully bowed to the two. No need for such formalities. Ling Xiuhua smiled and said, I, along with Wang Jiang, have come in a personal capacity to witness the exceptional talents of the youth from our Tunglong Empire. Might we not be invited inside for a brief respite? How rude of the students. Please, esteemed seniors, do come in. Chen Yu stepped aside graciously. As Ling Xiuhua and Wang Jiang entered the room, they were accompanied by two young individuals. Beside Ling Xiuhua stood a rather brooding youth, who kept his head bowed low, seemingly striving to diminish his presence. Accompanying Wang Jiang was a lively young girl with bright eyes, who curiously scrutinized Chen Yu. Ai Luo, come here. Wang Jiang beckoned the girl towards Chen Yu, then turned to him, saying, this is a younger member of my family, and also a candidate for this year's college entrance examination. Hello, great one. I am Lin Ai Luo, a fellow cultivator like yourself, but I specialize in beast taming. The girl cheerfully declared, extending her right hand toward Chen Yu. Greetings, Lin classmate, Chen Yu replied, shaking her hand. Meanwhile, the boy beside Ling Xiuhua remained motionless. In a fit of exasperation, Ling Xiuhua kicked him lightly and pulled him closer to Chen Yu for introductions. Chen Yu, this is my younger relative, Ling Fideo, also a candidate this year. Why yes, hello, Chen classmate, the boy stammered, extending his hand timidly. Hello, Ling classmate, Chen Yu smiled as they shook hands. This boy seemed to exhibit signs of social anxiety. Once the four settled into the room, Chen Yu poured them some tea. The two formidable figures exchanged pleasantries with Chen Yu, showering him with compliments. Yet, they remained tight-lipped regarding the matter of points and rewards, as well as their true intentions. After a few moments of casual conversation, Chen Yu discerned their purpose. They wished for him to look after their two younger relatives during the upcoming second round of the entrance examination, at least to show them some leniency should they cross paths. The implications of the points and rewards, along with the act of bringing their juniors to meet him, were unmistakably clear. Such matters could not be explicitly stated. Chen Yu subtly indicated his willingness to assist within his means. The two formidable figures received the assurance they sought, and after a brief stay of over 10 minutes, departed with their younger relatives. Caring for Lin Ai Luo and Ling Fideo would be a trifling matter for Chen Yu. At that time, he could simply dispatch a plant life to oversee them, ensuring they achieved commendable results with minimal effort. It was a small favor that could earn him goodwill from two powerful figures. Why not? In the central capital of the Tunglong Empire, within the accommodation area for the college entrance examination, 5 young individuals gathered in a room. A refined young man sat on the sofa, deftly handling tea utensils. His movements were elegant and fluid, and soon he had brewed a pot of tea, pouring it into 5 cups. The fragrant aroma filled the air. Everyone come. Let's enjoy some tea, he called cheerfully, placing the cups at 5 different positions on the table. Hey, Li Hao, have you turned into an old man? Why are you now imitating those seniors by drinking tea? A girl perched on the windowsill teased. She had a striking figure, dressed in a crop top and shorts. One leg crossed over the other, holding a can of beer in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Actually, I quite enjoy tea as well. It's not about age, remarked a girl with a bun, seated beside Li Hao on the sofa, as she sipped from her cup, an expression of delight gracing her face. I must say, though, Li Ritian may lack in some areas, but his tea-making skills are commendable. Li Hao's expression darkened. Yuan Xiao? Can you please just call me by my name normally? Hee sorry, but I won't. The bun-haired girl replied playfully, taking the teapot and pouring herself another cup. Everyone, let's not get carried away. Regarding tomorrow's college entrance examination ranking competition, I have a proposal. A boy in ancient attire leaned against the wall, his demeanor serious as he began to speak. Lu Huang, are you suggesting we form an alliance and center ourselves, targeting the talented individuals from other regions to maximize our gains in the examination? A girl with 2 braided pigtails and glasses suddenly interjected, her tone composed. Exactly. Lu Huang nodded. I've heard that several provinces this year have produced some extraordinary talents, posing a significant threat to us. Speaking of which, I have heard a rumor. The bun-haired girl, Yuan Xiao, chuckled, cradling her teacup. I heard that Ling Fideo, that little waste, has come across a powerful ally in Yunchuan province. A powerful ally? The rebellious girl on the windowsill perked up, narrowing her eyes. How powerful? Very powerful. Yuan Xiao continued. You all know that Ling Fideo ran into a dead end, right? Yes, the rebellious girl nodded. The forbidden power in Yunchuan, from the Frosty Lord's family, is named Lin Ai Luo. She is far superior to that little waste. I'm not talking about Lin Ai Luo. Yuan Xiao wrinkled her nose. No matter how formidable Lin Ai Luo is, she probably only matches up to 8 of Li Ritian's combat capabilities. What does that count as? The formidable ally boasts a combat strength that far exceeds 5 of Li Ritian. 5 of Li Hao. That's incredibly strong. The rebellious girl exclaimed in astonishment. To be able to rival 5 of Li Hao is indeed impressive. The girl with glasses nodded solemnly. Li Hao interjected, I'm not joking. Yuan Xiao replied earnestly. Just as I was leaving the examination hall, a friend from Yinchuan sent me a message. The Flame Throne and the Frosty Lord simultaneously offered the highest additional rewards to the same candidate. Both of them have juniors taking the exam. And they were in the same examination hall. I need not elaborate on what that implies. It signifies that the strength of that candidate far surpasses Lin Ai Luo and Ling Fideo. And they could even support those two burdens to achieve commendable rankings in the examination, the girl with glasses stated. In other words, that candidate is aiming for the top spot. Therefore, should we form an alliance? Lu Huang proposed once more, his tone serious. We are in the capital. Our reputation precedes us, and our goals are substantial. If we disperse, we could easily become targets. I'll leave the alliance to you all. I'll pass, the rebellious girl scoffed. Wild beasts always roam alone. Only sheep gather in herds. With that, she stood up and exited the room. What about you three? Lu Huang turned to the remaining individuals. I find it feasible, the girl with glasses nodded. I agree as well, Yuan Xiao added. Lu Huang then looked towards Li Hao, who was still pouring tea. What do you say? I think it's acceptable. Yuan Xiao pinched Li Hao's cheek, stretching it outward as she shot him a threatening look. Isn't that right, Ritian? Yes, stop pinching, it hurts. Li Hao grimaced, nodding in reluctant agreement. Do we need to discuss the plan? The girl with glasses adjusted her spectacles and inquired. Not for now, Lu Huang shook his head. Today, we only need to confirm our intent to ally. The situation of the college entrance examination ranking competition is still unclear, and we will devise a strategy once we enter the competition. Understood, Li Hao stood up and said, if there is nothing else, let us meet tomorrow. He then turned and exited the room without looking back. Hey, where are you going? Wait for me, Yuan Xiao exclaimed, taking a sip of tea before noticing that Li Hao had already reached the door, prompting her to hurriedly follow him. Chapter 84. The results of the first round of the college entrance examination are announced, and the ranking competition begins. On the following morning, at the college entrance examination venue in Jiufeng City, Yinchuan Province, the first round of the examination had concluded yesterday, and today was the day of results. The expansive exterior of the examination building was teeming with spectators, including numerous headhunters from various small and medium forces. Candidates ranking within the top 1,000 would qualify for the second round of the examination, while those beyond that would leave the venue. Those who remained until the following day were near the top 1,000, possessing remarkable talent and strength, and were likely to gain admission to prestigious universities. These individuals were the targets of the headhunters from smaller factions. Graduation signifies a pivotal transformation, a gateway to further advancement, potentially ascending to the third and fourth levels, thus becoming a cornerstone of the burgeoning middle powers. At precisely 8 o'clock in the morning, the much-anticipated list is officially unveiled. The large screen in front of the examination venue displays a scrolling ticker, unveiling the names of the candidates in a continuous flow. In any examination or competition, the spotlight invariably shines brightest on the top scorer. Most people's gaze is instantly drawn to the pinnacle of the rankings. Top scorer, name, Chen Yu. Candidate number, 36589. Hometown, Jiangyang City, Yinchuan Province. Examination results, basic level, 30 stages, infinite points, 18, 500, bonus points, 10, 000, Flame Throne, 5, 000, Frost Lord, 5, 000. Almost instantaneously, the remarkable score of the top candidate ignites a fervor among the crowd. This year's champion is extraordinary, achieving an astonishing 1,850 points in the infinite mode. A feat that only last year's top scorer could rival, as previous champions barely surpassed the 1,000 point mark. Are you blind? That is not 1,850. It's clearly 18,500. 18,500? Wait, I must be mistaken. Holy cow, it really is 18,500. What manner of sorcery is this? A prodigious talent indeed. Impossible. Absolutely unfathomable. Could it be cheating? How dare you suggest such a thing? In this era of the Ascended, do you really believe in the myths of the olden days, where cheating in exams was a possibility? Surely, no one believes that cheating could occur in such an examination. Ladies and gentlemen, while the score of 18,500 may seem exaggerated, it does not represent the highest score in the first round of the college entrance examination in the history of the Tunglong Empire. The historical record stands at 73,600 points, held by the contemporary Ninth Order Master, Lord Luo Tianqing. Though the rules of the infinite mode then differ from those today, the difficulty was undoubtedly greater. Under the current regulations, the highest score in the college entrance examination's infinite mode is 32,600 points, held by the esteemed Forbidden Master, the Frost Lord. Goodness, your explanations only make it sound more outrageous. This score can indeed be compared to that of a Forbidden Master. Remarkably, Chen Yu has garnered the attention of such masters, as the two overseeing the examination have bestowed upon him the highest accolades. Does this imply that this year's top scorer has the potential to become a Forbidden Master? While that may be uncertain, the prospect of him becoming a Seventh Order Master is certainly promising. This year's South second place is also commendable, having achieved over 600 points. Oh, what is this? Another candidate from Jianyang City? Where exactly is Jianyang City? I've never heard of it before. Jianyang City, I know it well. It's a small town that has inexplicably flourished in recent years. Look, the 7th place candidate, Li Wei, is also from Jianyang City. I recall that last year as champion hailed from there too. My son will be taking the examination next year. Should I send him to Jianyang City to bask in its ethereal aura? Who knows? He might just bring home the top score next year. You might as well go to sleep early. Your son will only bring back the top score in his dreams. Jianyang City, Jianyang No. 1 High School. Jiang Tianming sits in his office, transfixed by the live broadcast of the examination results. Upon seeing Chen Yu's name at the top, his heart begins to race uncontrollably. As he confirms that the Chen Yu on the list is indeed the familiar figure, he feels an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously to the heavens and adorn the school with celebratory banners, having produced the provincial champion for 2 consecutive years. For an educator in a small town, this is the utmost honor. Wait a moment, 500 points? The combined accolades from the 2 forbidden masters amount to a staggering 10,000 points? My goodness. Upon noticing Chen Yu's specific score, Jiang Tianming is profoundly astonished, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the phone rings. Jiang Tianming takes a deep breath and answers the call. The voice of the principal from the 2nd high school comes through, filled with envy and admiration. Old Jiang, congratulations. Your school has produced another champion. And this one is even more astonishing than the last. Jiang Tianming pauses for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha! Thank you. Chen Yu, hailing from Jianyang City, has certainly brought great honor to our town. Indeed. The principal of the 2nd high school chuckles in agreement. Within Jianyang City, Chen Yu is undoubtedly a member of No. 1 High School, but throughout Yinchuan Province and the Tunglong Empire, he is recognized as a representative of Jianyang City. In Jiufeng City, within the examination hall, the fervor sparked by the unveiling of the first round results has no effect on the top 1,000 candidates. Today marks the commencement of the 2nd round of the college entrance examination ranking competition. The ranking competition will amalgamate all candidates into a colossal dungeon. Candidates will explore the dungeon freely, accumulating examination points. The ranking competition tests not merely the individual capabilities of the candidates, but their comprehensive qualities across various aspects. This includes intelligence, emotional quotient, social experience, familial background, and even luck. Candidates from affluent backgrounds can easily rally numerous subordinates around them to assist in accumulating points. Those fortunate enough may stumble upon hidden tasks or high-value items, thus amassing large amounts of points. The elimination rounds emphasize fairness, providing every candidate with a competitive opportunity. However, the ranking competition does not prioritize so-called fairness. It solely aims to select the most outstanding elites. Candidates must excel in aspects such as luck, intelligence, family background, and organizational skills to achieve high scores in the ranking competition. Among these, family background holds the least value. After all, external assistance cannot directly influence the dungeon's proceedings. Once the dungeon commences, even the examiners cannot intervene. This is the most direct confrontation among geniuses, where the wise strategize, the strong prevail by force, and the fortunate can stumble upon points with each step. The mediocre, however, can only serve as mere embellishments. In a plaza within the examination hall, 1,000 candidates stand in a disciplined formation. At the forefront, a high platform is presided over by an examination team led by 2 forbidden masters. In the presence of these formidable figures, none dare to act out of line. The Frost Lord steps forward, addressing the candidates. Esteemed candidates, I trust you are all aware that in the ranking competition, aside from the strict prohibition against bringing consumables from the outside, there are no rules. What you must do is to employ any means necessary to acquire more examination points and elevate your rank. The examination has already commenced the moment you entered the dungeon. Do you understand? Respond to me. Yes or no? Yes. All candidates respond in unison with a resounding chorus. Then, on behalf of Yinchuan Province, I wish all of you the best of luck in your endeavors. The portal opens. Chapter 85. What I mean is, you have been robbed. With the Frost Lord's command, a pale blue portal materializes in the plaza. The candidates maintain their formation as they step through the portal. As Chen Yu crosses the threshold, he finds himself transported to a street lined with classical Western-style architecture. The attire of the pedestrians mirrors that of the medieval West. At this moment, the entire world appears in shades of gray, everything frozen in time. Before Chen Yu, a line of golden letters materializes. Tunglong Era, Year 8020. College Entrance Examination Ranking Competition Dungeon, the Demon Dragon and the Princess. Background introduction. A year ago, a demon dragon descended from the heavens, seizing the heir of the Heretic Kingdom, Princess Delia, and occupying the kingdom's 7 main cities. King Heretic has rallied his forces, determined to slay the demon dragon and reclaim his cities and heir. Mechanics introduction. In this dungeon, all monsters yield no experience points. Defeating monsters will directly grant examination points. Introduction to the mechanism. In this dungeon, players commence with a unique item known as the Book of Emblems. By inserting emblems into the Book of Emblems, one may acquire corresponding attributes and skills. The Book of Emblems begins with a single page, which can be augmented through the defeat of monsters and other means. The examinee's initial identity is that of a kingdom adventurer, aligned with the faction of the Hieratic Kingdom. Important notes. During this examination, candidates are permitted to attack one another. However, eliminating another candidate will not yield examination points. A candidate who is slain will be immediately eliminated from the ranking competition, and any examination points previously acquired will be halved. Furthermore, candidates are granted a period of 7 days for free action. After this duration, a final task will be issued, and regardless of its success or failure, the examination will proceed to the settlement phase. Moments later, golden letters ignited with black flames before dissipating into sparks. Concurrently, the gray world was rapidly infused with vibrant colors, and time began to flow. Notification: you have obtained the Special Equipment Book of Emblems. Notification: you have received 10 ordinary blank emblems. Chen Yu opened his inventory to find a white tome within. Book of Emblems. Quality: Epic. Pages: 10100. Emblems: None. Effect: this equipment activates when placed in the inventory, providing corresponding abilities based on the inserted emblems. 1 emblem may be placed per page. Note: this equipment cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Blank emblem. Quality: Ordinary. Effect: None. Description: a blank emblem that contains no power. It can be utilized as currency. Additionally, one may employ an emblem master to enchant it, transforming it into an enchanted emblem that bestows attributes or skills. Note: this item cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Chen Yu closed his inventory and surveyed his surroundings before entering a shop specializing in emblems. The proprietor, a portly man with a bulbous nose and a bushy beard, greeted him. "Hey there, my brother. You must be a novice adventurer. Feel free to take a good look. I assure you there are numerous emblems suited for you." The bearded shopkeeper assessed Chen Yu with a grin as he patted the counter. Chen Yu glanced at the display case, which showcased an array of enchanted emblems. Strength emblem. Quality: Ordinary. Effect: Strength 10. Agility emblem. Quality: Ordinary. Effect: Agility 10. "How much for this one?" Chen Yu inquired, pointing to the strength emblem. "This is a fine strength emblem. You can acquire it for just 50 blank emblems. It will undoubtedly provide you with substantial assistance." The shopkeeper eagerly promoted it, a cunning smile creeping onto his otherwise affable face. "Unfortunately, I do not possess that many blank emblems at the moment," Chen Yu replied. "Where might I obtain more blank emblems?" "You can undertake quests at the Adventurers Guild and earn a commission upon completion. Additionally, monsters outside the city sometimes carry blank emblems, which will drop upon their defeat," the shopkeeper explained, somewhat disappointed. "Understood. Thank you," Chen Yu nodded. It was evident that blank emblems served as a common equivalent, akin to gold coins in the external world. One could earn money by accepting quests or defeating monsters. "Oh, my dear brother, may I inquire how many blank emblems you currently possess?" the shopkeeper asked. 10. Chen Yu replied, laying all his blank emblems on the counter. 10, you say? In that case, I happen to have something very useful that you can acquire for just 10 blank emblems. The Grand Map of the Hieratic Kingdom, an essential item for novice adventurers. The shopkeeper produced a half-meter wide map and handed it to Chen Yu. "Very well, I shall purchase it," Chen Yu said, transferring all 10 blank emblems to the shopkeeper in exchange for the map. Additionally, this is also a must-have for adventurers, priced at 500 blank emblems. The shopkeeper presented another emblem to Chen Yu. Teleportation emblem. Quality: Ordinary. Effect: you may record up to 2 teleportation points when inserted into the Book of Emblems. You may select any recorded point for teleportation. Description: teleportation points may be freely modified. Removing the emblem does not erase existing points. Teleportation requires a 10-second channeling time and cannot be initiated while in combat. The teleportation emblem is indeed essential for adventurers, given the vast expanse of the dungeon map. If one wishes to avoid wasting excessive time traveling, it is imperative to prepare one or even multiple teleportation emblems. I desperately need it, but alas, I do not currently possess that many blank emblems, Chen Yu lamented. Not to worry, I can extend credit to you. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with greed. As long as we establish a credit contract, you can obtain this teleportation emblem immediately. Credit? Are you not concerned that I might flee the city to evade repayment? Chen Yu asked with a smile. That is inconceivable. The shopkeeper toyed with the teleportation emblem. The contract is binding. Should you fail to comply, you will be hunted throughout the Hieratic Kingdom, and no merchant will trade with you again. The Adventurers Guild will also refuse to provide any services. Adventurers are the most honorable of contract-abiding folk. I trust you would not choose to default. Very well, I understand, Chen Yu nodded. Shall we proceed to sign the contract? The shopkeeper presented a contract paper, his expression filled with anticipation. By the way, shopkeeper, Chen Yu interjected without responding directly. I have heard rumors of a band of ruthless brigands recently arriving in the city. Are you not concerned about being robbed with only one person in the shop? Not at all, the shopkeeper replied confidently. My shop is equipped with an alarm system. Should I press the button? The guards will arrive within 5 minutes to apprehend the criminals. The alarm button? Is that it? Chen Yu pointed to a conspicuous red button on the shop's wall. Indeed. The shopkeeper boasted. I spent 1,000 blank emblems on that alarm system. What if you cannot press the button in time? Chen Yu stepped forward, positioning himself between the shopkeeper and the button. What do you mean? The shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of wariness. Chen Yu flashed a dazzling smile, and suddenly, a dozen thorn spirits appeared by his side. One thorn spirit swiftly lashed out with a vine, sealing the shop's entrance, while the others ensnared the shopkeeper with numerous vines. What I mean is, you have been robbed. Chapter 86. The Adventurers Guild. The Key Role of Emblems. A few minutes later, Chen Yu emerged from the shop, securing the door behind him. The entire shop had been thoroughly looted. Within the sacred soil, dozens of enchanted emblems and thousands of blank emblems lay amassed, along with various miscellaneous items. Regardless of their usefulness, not a single movable item had been left behind. He had initially planned to familiarize himself with the map before making further decisions. However, since the bearded shopkeeper intended to fleece him, he had no choice but to strike first. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Chen Yu's ears. Candidate number 36589. Congratulations on completing the achievement, armed robbery, earning 500 examination points. Chen Yu? Robbing a store can yield achievements and examination points? Are you serious right now? Nonetheless, this indicated that there were numerous avenues to acquire examination points within the dungeon, not solely limited to slaying monsters. Departing the shop, Chen Yu unfurled the grand map of the Hieratic Kingdom to examine it. The map delineated the Hieratic Kingdom into multiple sectors, comprising a total of 20 major cities and 1 royal city. On the side of the dragon, there exist 6 principal cities along with a singular dragon city. Intriguingly, the 7 cities occupied by the dragons are arranged in a linear fashion, reminiscent of levels within a game, awaiting players to conquer them. The ultimate task, set to unfold after 7 days, is anticipated to be the decisive showdown between the dragon faction and the kingdom. Moreover, a notification upon entering the instance indicated the faction to which the candidates belong. The existence of factions implies that, aside from the Hieratic Kingdom, candidates may join other factions. If that is the case, then these individuals represent my potential points for the entrance examination. Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings, observing the bustling crowds on the streets. A smile gracing his lips. After casually detaining a passerby and exchanging a blank emblem for information, Chen Yu located the local Adventurers Guild. This establishment resembled a grand cathedral, sprawling over approximately 10 acres. It stood in stark contrast to the adventurer guilds depicted in Western fantasy novels. Here, there were no boisterous adventurers indulging in drink and hearty feasts. Instead, the space was filled with a few vigilant youths. If Chen Yu's deductions were accurate, the so-called adventurers were predominantly candidates participating in the entrance examination. Within the guild's hall, several enormous bulletin boards were erected, plastered with sheets detailing various tasks. These tasks ranged from gathering resources and herbs to slaying monsters or escorting merchant caravans. At the top of the bulletin board, a few permanent tasks could be completed repeatedly, albeit with considerably lower rewards compared to one-time tasks. The area surrounding the bulletin board was crowded with young adventurers, who incessantly tore down task sheets before heading to the counter in the hall to accept their quests. In no time, the sheets on the bulletin board were entirely depleted. A few minutes later, several young women clad in maid outfits approached, replenishing the board with new task papers. Chen Yu, however, paid no heed to the bulletin board and directly approached the counter in the hall. I wish to post a task, he stated. Certainly, sir. To accept a task, please present your task sheet and adventurer badge. If you have yet to register as an official adventurer, kindly show me your emblem book and pay 10 blank emblems for registration. The golden-haired attendant replied. Wait, did you say you wish to post a task? She appeared momentarily stunned. Yes, I wish to issue a search task, Chen Yu affirmed. The entrance examination's ranking tournament allowed for a great deal of freedom. He planned to locate Li Wei, Su Miaoyue, and the 2 descendants of the taboo experts, then enlist the assistance of plant life to help them accrue points. Furthermore, he aimed to gather crucial information regarding the examination instance. He had no intention of forming alliances within the examination instance. However, navigating without an organization could easily lead to confusion. At this juncture, additional sources of information became imperative. Sir, to post a task, you must also present your adventurer badge. The golden-haired attendant reiterated. Please register one for me, Chen Yu requested, handing over 10 blank emblems along with his emblem book. A moment later, the attendant returned with the emblem book and a 5-pointed star badge. Sir, this is your adventurer badge. You may use it to post or accept tasks. Additionally, your adventurer number is Yunchuan 32589. Now, please assist me in posting a task for 4 individuals, Chen Yu instructed, providing the names and approximate descriptions of the 4. The attendant recorded the details before responding. Understood, sir. You are posting a standard search task, with a reward of 100 blank emblems per person, totaling 400 emblems to be paid in advance. Furthermore, Tasks posted through the Adventurers Guild would be synchronized in real time across all main city guilds, negating the need for repeated postings. However, since Stone City is your task posting location, you will only be able to check task progress at the Stone City Adventurers Guild. Understood. Chen Yu handed over the 400 blank emblems to the clerk and retrieved his emblem book, placing the teleportation emblem within to designate the Adventurers Guild as a teleportation point. The task had been successfully posted, and now he merely needed to return daily to check on its progress. After posting the task, Chen Yu once again consulted the map, contemplating his next course of action. Based on the distribution of monsters on the large map, it was evident that the closer one ventured to the dragon's territory, the higher the monster levels became. He resolved to directly explore the dragon's domain and see if he could efficiently eliminate monsters to accrue entrance examination points. Within the Adventurers Guild, a teleportation array connected to various cities awaited. Chen Yu expended 100 blank emblems to step into the teleportation array, arriving at the frontline stronghold city of Wall City. The Adventurers Guild here bore a striking resemblance to the one in Stone City, bustling with candidates clamoring for tasks. In truth, undertaking adventurer tasks appeared to be the legitimate means for candidates to accumulate entrance examination points and funds. The 10 blank emblems gifted upon entering the instance were likely intended for candidates to register their adventurer badges. As he exited the Wall City Adventurers Guild, Chen Yu immediately sensed the marked differences of Wall City. Stone City, situated in the rear of the Hieratic Kingdom, exuded a more relaxed and prosperous atmosphere, whereas Wall City, being on the front line, was steeped in a palpable air of tension. The streets were patrolled with sentries stationed every 5 steps, a stark reminder of the looming conflict. Not far from the city walls, he observed a vast military encampment. Through his detective glasses, he noted that the patrols and sentinels were all monsters exceeding level 60. Some elite troops undergoing training even approached levels 80 or 90, featuring not a few elite units and boss-level entities. Clearly, the Hieratic Kingdom was preparing for war, a war against the Dragon faction. From the strength exhibited by the Hieratic Kingdom's forces, it could be inferred that the Dragon faction was likely on par with, if not superior to, their adversaries. Meanwhile, the candidates typically hovered around level 20, with many even falling below that threshold. Even though candidates could freely carry equipment into the examination arena, it would be challenging to bridge the vast power disparity caused by the significant level differences. How could these lower-level candidates contend with high-level monsters? Chen Yu believed the key lay in the emblem book. Today, a friend posed a question to me. If you discovered that your 18-year-old daughter was not biologically yours, what would your reaction be? A. Fury. B. Elation. C. Relief. D. Indifference. E. Total disinterest. I responded with A, only to be told by my friend that I was the most twisted one. I was perplexed. Shouldn't a normal person respond with A? Those who chose B must be deranged, while those selecting C likely had their own hidden transgressions. And D was surely either a naive saint or someone overly fond of their daughter. E, I thought, was the most reasonable response outside of A, as learning that one's daughter isn't biologically theirs would render all expectations and affections futile. I just couldn't fathom why choosing A was deemed twisted. Does anyone understand? Chapter 87. The Legendary Guild S Land Grabbing? The emblem book relies on monster slaying to increase its pages, serving as a unique form of leveling up. If the pages of the emblem book accumulate sufficiently, the attributes conferred by the emblems could reach astonishing heights. The emblems borrowed from the bearded shopkeeper could provide up to 50 points in a single attribute. Given that the shopkeeper's establishment was merely a modest street-side shop, it likely lacked any truly exceptional items. Chen Yu had yet to encounter high-level attribute emblems, but presumed that some might bestow hundreds of points of attributes. Otherwise, candidates in this instance could only engage in menial tasks against low-level monsters. As an entrance examination instance, the role of candidates could not merely be that of passive observers. Outside Wall City stretched a sparse, weedy wasteland. The howling wind swept through the desolate expanse, stirring up clouds of dust that rendered the sky exceedingly murky. In the open prairie, the mournful roars of beasts echoed intermittently. Gazing into the distance, one could see a chain of black mountains, their peaks adorned with pristine white snow. Behind, the bastion city stood resolute amidst the wilderness, akin to a veteran sentinel stationed at the frontier, bleak, solitary, yet brimming with tenacity. As Chen Yu passed the military encampment and ventured further, he began to discern the sporadic silhouettes of monsters ahead. The beasts of the prairie were predominantly of the feral variety. A colossal wolf, towering over a meter at the shoulder, detected Chen Yu's presence and howled before charging toward him. Chen Yu cast a probing spell. Prairie Giant Wolf, level 40 minor monster. Moments later, the Prairie Giant Wolf closed in, leaping at Chen Yu. With an agility surpassing 3,000 points, he deftly evaded the wolf's attack, retreating slightly to avoid any potential splatter of blood. When the wolf, frustrated by its failed strike, prepared for a second assault, it suddenly found an uneven human figure obstructing its path. Nonetheless, this did not deter the wolf's intent to attack. It redirected its assault towards the exaggeratedly curved silhouette. Just as it leapt through the air, A massive man-eating flower unfurled before it. Consequently, the prairie giant wolf collided directly with the flower's core. In the next instant, the flower snapped shut, accompanied by the sounds of slicing and chewing. Chen Yu realized his concerns had been unfounded. The gluttonous spirit would leave not even a bone behind. Move aside, you lot. I'm passing through. Chen Yu summoned a few spirits and hurried toward the dragon lord's territory. After sprinting for about 10 minutes, 2 towering mountain ranges came into view, with a canyon nestled between them. This canyon, known on the map as Wailing Canyon, marked the boundary between the forces of the Hieratic Empire and the Dragon Lord. At the canyon's entrance, a chaotic assembly of over 100 individuals gathered, likely high school examination candidates. In the examination instance, Chen Yu had no desire to join the fray, so he pushed through the crowd, continuing onward. Just as he stepped into the mouth of the canyon, a warrior-class individual abruptly blocked his path. "Stop right there," the warrior proclaimed, his expression brimming with arrogance. "Wasn't I clear enough? Wailing Canyon has been claimed by our Huailong Guild. If you don't want to perish, get lost and find another place to level up. Otherwise, don't blame our guild for showing no mercy." Huailong Guild. Can guilds even be formed in the examination instance? Chen Yu pondered in astonishment. Hearing this, another candidate approached him, whispering, "The Huailong Guild isn't formed within the instance. It's a large guild from East City. I've heard their leader is a 6th-tier powerhouse. Currently, a few rich kids from the Huailong Guild have taken control of this grinding spot, recruiting a bunch of lackeys under the guild's banner. Brother, let us bide our time and avoid conflict for now. Candidates from Bastion City know that Wailing Canyon is the best monster grinding point nearby. They can't hold it for long. Once more people arrive, we'll band together and take them down." "Ah, I see." Chen Yu nodded in understanding. No wonder these individuals congregated here. And others urged him to refrain from acting rashly. They were all plotting the same strategy. However, Chen Yu held little faith in the unity of these candidates. The wealthy scions from the guild must have made certain promises, ensuring benefits upon leaving, which was why they had gathered their subordinates. In contrast, the outsiders represented a disorganized mob. Each candidate had their own thoughts, unwilling to yield to one another, and no one would be the first to charge into battle. Unless the number of onlookers far exceeded that of the Huailong Guild, it would be impossible to seize Wailing Canyon. Nevertheless, time was limited for the examination candidates outside. They could not wait indefinitely. As time dragged on, some would inevitably withdraw. The privileged youths of the Huailong Guild likely understood this as well. Thus they dismissed the gathered crowd entirely. However, this had no bearing on Chen Yu, whose sole aim was to traverse Wailing Canyon. "Excuse me, I need to pass through. I'm not here to contest with you for monsters," Chen Yu stated as he approached the warrior candidate. "Oh, passing through?" The warrior scoffed, a derisive smile spreading across his face. "That's the most humorous joke I've heard today. Let me tell you, no one is getting through Wailing Canyon today. Ha ha. Passing through." A few other candidates blocking the canyon's entrance approached. "Where do you think you're going? The Dragon Lord's territory? There's a level 50 boss blocking the entrance, and all the monsters are level 50. So tell me, how do you plan to pass through?" Sneered an assassin clad in tight-fitting attire. "I don't care if you're passing through or not. Today, if you wish to enter Wailing Canyon, you must step over our corpses," declared another Knight class candidate. "Candidates leave behind corpses upon death?" Chen Yu was taken aback. "Are you certain? Candidates did not truly die in the instance, so how could they leave behind corpses?" The gatekeepers appeared momentarily flummoxed. They had never encountered anyone who had actually perished. Moments later, the warrior who had initially barred Chen Yu's path regained his composure and impatiently replied, "Regardless of whether or not there are corpses, you won't be getting past here unless we're dead." With a thunderous boom, the warrior vanished in a flash of white light. Behind Chen Yu, a thorn spirit gradually retracted its vine whip. It turned out, candidates did not leave behind corpses upon death. Chapter 88, The Monster Grinding Sanctuary, Wailing Canyon. A grin spread across Chen Yu's lips as he gleefully remarked, "Regrettably, I cannot step over your corpses after all." "A planter? That's a plant life form." The gatekeeping candidates gasped, retreating in alarm. This botanical entity had effortlessly dispatched the warrior candidate, indicating it could easily do the same to them. Clearly, this planter was not someone they could afford to provoke. "Let me tell you, we are part of the Huailong Guild. If you kill our people, you will face dire consequences." They attempted to intimidate Chen Yu with threats. However, their words were met with a flurry of spiked vine whips. In an instant, several white lights flashed, marking the end of the gatekeeping candidate's journey through the examination ranking match. They had refrained from attacking initially because there was no conflict of interest with Chen Yu. However, it was futile to reason with the foolish. Since these individuals had chosen to obstruct Chen Yu's path, he had no choice but to send them on their way. As for the Huailong Guild, what a trivial matter. Should their 6th-tier powerhouse leader learn of this incident, he wouldn't chase Chen Yu down. He might even come bearing gifts to apologize. With 10,000 points of reward credits at stake, even a forbidden powerhouse would think twice before attempting to harm Chen Yu. Chen Yu, accompanied by more than 10 spirits, strode into Wailing Canyon. The gathered candidates outside remained motionless, clearly still intimidated by the Huailong Guild. With a powerful figure like Chen Yu leading the way, They dared not follow, illustrating that a rabble could never achieve success. Within the canyon, an eerie atmosphere prevailed, accompanied by the howling winds. Moving skeletons and translucent white phantoms lurked everywhere. Skeleton Soldier, level 50 minor monster. Wraith, level 50 minor monster. Attack it, Chen Yu commanded, pointing at a ghostly figure, directing a thorn spirit to engage. It was his first encounter with a spirit beast. According to the descriptions in the tome, spirit beasts are clad in ethereal armor, significantly mitigating physical damage. This reduction fluctuates between 70 and 100. The most formidable spirit beasts can become entirely immune to physical harm, akin to the elemental forms of primal sprites. Upon receiving Chen Yu's command, the thorn spirit immediately lashed out with a vine whip towards the wraith. Thud! The whip passed straight through the wraith, striking the ground and sending up a cloud of dirt. Upon closer inspection, the wraith was cleaved in two. However, its health bar did not deplete entirely, only diminishing by about a third. Indeed, within less than a second, the two halves of the wraith reassembled into a single entity, emitting a sharp wail as it lunged towards the thorn spirit. The thorn spirit had developed a modicum of intelligence, and, upon realizing that its attack had not obliterated a foe of equal rank, displayed an expression of rage. With a flourish, it unleashed a total of 10 vine whips simultaneously. LV-10 Ruthless Lash. In a mere second, the area where the wraith had stood was subjected to a barrage of strikes. The ground was pockmarked with innumerable craters and fissures. The wraith, predictably, was utterly vanquished. Do not be so excitable. It is hardly worth it, Chen Yu chided gently, ruffling the thorn spirit's head. The level 50 legendary plant life, the thorn spirit, unleashed a mere level 10 skill, and not even a lower tier boss could withstand such a blow. As it turned out, the wraiths had not mastered their physical immunity. Yet, to err on the side of caution, Chen Yu summoned forth the primal sprites. Little Light and Little Meow perched quietly upon his shoulders, one on each side. Little Dark had gone invisible, presumably wary of venturing to the world's end. The earth spirit floated before Chen Yu, sword in hand, vigilantly surveying the surroundings for threats. Little Wind flitted about with uncontainable excitement. However, it appeared that her exuberance was actually due to Little Flame chasing after her in a fervent pursuit. Noticing Little Wind clutching a lollipop and Little Flame's furious expression, Chen Yu grasped the situation. You too, cease your play. Do you not see our current predicament? The earth spirit reprimanded Little Wind and Little Flame softly. Prepare for battle. Little Wind immediately halted, gazing around in confusion. Little Flame, unable to stop in time, collided directly into Little Wind's back. The two sprites tumbled into Chen Yu's chest. He smiled gently, separating them, and in a bid to soothe tensions, offered Little Flame another piece of candy. Clutching the sweet treat, Little Flame scanned the area, her face lighting up with excitement. Wow, so many monsters. Master, shall we engage in battle? Master, do you require me to purify this tainted land? Little Light's melodious voice chimed in Chen Yu's ear. Not at the moment, he replied, shaking his head. We have encountered some physically immune monsters, but not entirely so. The thorn spirit can handle them. I brought you all out to play, and, as a precaution, with several primal sprites in tow, Chen Yu pressed onward through the canyon. The canyon's entrance was relatively narrow, measuring only a dozen meters wide. But it widened significantly as he ventured deeper. After walking several hundred meters, the distance between the mountain walls exceeded 200 meters. The density of monsters within the canyon was alarmingly high, with countless skeletal frames and spirits lurking about. Chen Yu could not help but shake his head at the Huailong Guild's apparent folly. In such a spacious area, did they truly believe they could clear it all? He had delved several hundred meters into the canyon, and had yet to encounter any other members of the Huailong Guild. This vast expanse could accommodate a considerable number of individuals, and these encounters were valuable for his examination scores. They should not go to waste. Chen Yu summoned forth hundreds of plant life to systematically clear the monsters ahead. The plant beings advanced through the canyon like a razor, obliterating all monsters in their path. Killed 10 skeleton warriors, examination points 1. Killed 10 wraiths, examination points 1. The ethereal scoreboard flickered, reflecting the changes in examination points. In addition to the score fluctuations, the growth progress of the emblem book was also on the rise. For every 2 level 50 monsters slain, the experience points of the emblem book increased by 1. Once his examination points reached 20, the pages of the emblem book expanded to 2. The experience requirement to progress from the second to the third page remained at 100 points. As the plant beings continued their advance, Chen Yu's emblem book swiftly opened to its 10th page. The experience requirement to transition from the 10th to the 11th page surged tenfold, escalating from 100 to 1,000. However, given Chen Yu's monster-slaying pace, accruing 1,000 points would not take an inordinate amount of time. While clearing monsters, the plant beings ceaselessly delivered the blank emblems dropped by the defeated creatures into Chen Yu's hands. With his hands full, he was perpetually collecting the blank emblems. A few minutes later, feeling a twinge of impatience, he summoned a glutton spirit to conjure a massive carnivorous flower. As the plant beings brought the blank emblems to him, He instructed them to deposit them directly into the flower, collecting them periodically. In the Wailing Canyon, the speed at which monsters respawned was remarkably swift. As Chen Yu traversed, the ground had been stripped bare. However, upon glancing back, he observed that a few monsters had reappeared not far behind him. It would not be long before the entire canyon was once again teeming with creatures. It was no wonder this place was dubbed a monster spawning ground, attracting the envy of countless examinees. After advancing several kilometers, Chen Yu finally spotted human figures ahead. Approximately 300 to 400 professionals had formed a circular formation, continuously dispatching the undead monsters within the canyon. Chapter 89. Breaching the Canyon. Emblem Book Level 17. The army of plant life cleared the monsters with a resounding display of strength. The professionals in the circular formation were not oblivious. They immediately took notice. However, the opposing party had no intention of communicating, launching a barrage of ranged attacks towards Chen Yu without hesitation. Arrows whistled through the air, arriving in an instant. Magical spells cascaded with grandeur, seemingly possessing boundless power. Yet, to the level 50 epic plant beings, these assaults were akin to mere tickles. The front line of thorn vines deftly wielded their whips, effortlessly deflecting all ranged attacks hurled from the Huailong Guild-S formation. Excellent, no need to waste words, Chen Yu declared, raising his hand and gesturing forward. Instantly, hundreds of epic thorn vines and dozens of legendary thorn spirits raised their whips. A torrential downpour of poisonous thorns surged towards the opposing formation. The outermost defensive professionals bore the brunt of the assault. Even the sturdiest shield warriors and knights could not withstand a few strikes of the thorns. Next, the warriors, combatants, and the more central mages, archers, and other ranged classes fell victim. Within seconds, hundreds of professional examinees were obliterated, dissipating into radiant light. After a single round of assault, only a few shield warriors remained standing. Their survival could be attributed to their thick hides and ample health, but more so to the fact that their fallen comrades had served as a buffer. Perhaps realizing the onslaught had temporarily ceased, 3 professionals, 2 men and 1 woman, rose. Hands raised high. The foremost male professional shouted, "We surrender. Do not kill us. My grandfather is the vice president of the Huailong Guild in East City." "Your grandfather is the vice president? How impressive. I thought your father was the president." Chen Yu commanded, "Kill them." Immediately, several thorn spirits surged forward, and dozens of vine whips lashed out, instantaneously reducing the professionals to a burst of white light. After all, one must eradicate the roots of the problem. Regardless of the slaughter that has commenced, it would be prudent to annihilate them entirely, denying them any opportunity to repulse us. The candidates congregated from the Huailong Guild's second generation are merely an inconsequential interlude. After resolving this matter, Chen Yu pressed onward, leading the plant life in a relentless massacre. The gorge began to constrict, with the density of monsters escalating. After traversing several kilometers, 2 formidable bosses obstructed Chen Yu's path. One was a towering skeletal figure, exceeding 5 meters in height, clad in tattered armor. The other was a ghostly specter, measuring over 3 meters in length. Level 50 boss, Skeleton General. Level 50 boss, Wailing Spirit. Surrounding each boss were over 10 level 50 elite monsters. Encountering a boss offers no room for dialogue. The battle commenced immediately. The Lilyflower Demon unleashed a debilitating pollen. The Thornvine Demon shot venomous thorns, and the Man-Eating Flower Demon spewed corrosive acid, following a barrage of ranged attacks. The Skeleton General succumbed, collapsing into a heap of bone dust swept away by the valley's sinister winds. The elite skeleton soldiers and elite specters were likewise vanquished, leaving only the solitary Wailing Spirit drifting in place. To Chen Yu's astonishment, it appeared to possess complete physical immunity. Despite enduring numerous assaults, the Wailing Spirit's health bar showed no signs of decline. At that moment, the Wailing Spirit suddenly opened its mouth, emitting a piercing shriek. The sound, akin to a knife scraping glass, was amplified 100-fold, excruciatingly grating and profoundly disconcerting, inciting an instinctual urge to flee. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, jolted from his agitation. Combat alert. You are affected by the Wailing Spirit's skill and have entered a state of fear, lasting 5 seconds. Combat alert. Due to mental attribute suppression, your control duration is reduced. Having been struck by a boss skill, Chen Yu's health bar experienced a slight decrease. Immediately, a faint green aura enveloped him. The diminished health was instantaneously replenished. Effect of the World Tree, Breath of Life. Although he was not within the sacred land, he continuously basked in the protection of the Breath of Life. Regardless of the damage endured, as long as he remained alive, he could instantly revert to full health. Hutu. The time for your loyalty to the master has arrived, Chen Yu declared with gravity. Hutu, momentarily taken aback, gazed at him in confusion. Nonetheless, she drew her golden longsword, raising it high with fervor. Yes, master, I shall fight for you. With that, she charged towards the Wailing Spirit boss, sword in hand. The distance of several meters vanished in an instant as Hutu transformed into a streak of golden lightning, piercing through the Wailing Spirit's form. In the next moment, the Wailing Spirit dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Alert. Defeated level 50 boss, Skeleton General, earning 100 examination points. Alert. Defeated level 50 boss, Wailing Spirit, earning 100 examination points. Upon the demise of both bosses, they dropped emblems, as did the more than a dozen elite monsters. An elite thorn demon coiled the emblems with its vine whip and presented them to Chen Yu. The Skeleton General's drop was a rare, advanced strength emblem, which, when equipped, would confer an additional 200 points of strength. The Wailing Spirit boss also dropped a rare emblem, but it increased mental attributes by 200 points. The elite monsters dropped only ordinary emblems, providing a modest enhancement of 20 to 50 points. Chen Yu retrieved the emblem book. After a relentless series of battles in the Wailing Gorge, the pages of his emblem book had now accumulated to a staggering 17. Even deducting the page just opened from the defeat of the two bosses, there remained 16 pages. This indicated that since entering the Wailing Gorge, he had eliminated over 12,000 monsters. Chen Yu selected the emblem with the highest attributes and placed it into the emblem book. The teleportation emblem on the first page remained untouched, while the subsequent 16 pages collectively bestowed an impressive 920 points of attribute enhancement. Other candidates would not possess as many pages in their emblem books, but it was reasonable to expect them to uncover around 10 pages after 7 days. Competent candidates, whether through battling monsters, completing tasks, or even purchasing, should have no difficulty acquiring a collection of rare emblems. A mere few thousand such candidates could coalesce into a formidable force. With the defeat of the two bosses, the Wailing Gorge was successfully cleared. Upon exiting the gorge, the vista opened up magnificently, in stark contrast to the sandstorm at the other end of the gorge. The domain of the Dragon of Magic was remarkably picturesque. The ground was lush with verdant grass, teeming with life, devoid of the desolation typically associated with monstrous dominion. Within the territory of the Dragon of Magic, numerous areas were ripe for monster farming, each guarded by a boss, with all monsters exceeding level 50. It was likely that only in the following 2 days would the most elite candidates dare to tread in these regions. However, Chen Yu had no intention of courting misfortune with the area bosses. Instead, he planned to navigate directly to the first city under the Dragon of Magic's command, guided by the lethal routes on the map. Chapter 90. Demon God? Merely a monster. Angel? Simply food. In Jianyang City, within a residential building situated on the city's periphery, a young girl lounged on a sofa, her legs crossed in a casual posture. She was adorned in a pale blue dress, and a light yellow short-sleeved knit top adorned her upper body, her alabaster arms encircling her chest. Her eyes were tranquil, reminiscent of an unruffled sea beneath a cerulean sky, vast and enigmatic. At that moment, she directed her gaze towards the television mounted on the wall. The screen displayed the first round of rankings for this year's college entrance examination, scrolling rapidly. At the bottom of the screen, an announcement read, Program Preview, live broadcast of the 80-20-year Tunglong Empire College Entrance Examination Ranking Competition at 1900 hours. The screen was filled with a plethora of candidates' names, swiftly ascending the leaderboard, yet the top 10 remained steadfastly at the pinnacle. 500 points? 2 taboo powerhouses awarded the highest honors? Quite impressive. They made quite a name for themselves. Aiming for the national champion would bring glory to the family. A faint smile graced the girl's lips as she picked up a photo frame from the coffee table. The photograph captured her with a boy, her face alight with joy, her chin resting atop his head, arms wrapped around his neck in a tender embrace, while the boy bore an expression of resigned bemusement. Suddenly, the girl's smile faded. She set the frame down and turned to face her front door. A second later, a resounding crash echoed through the room. A crimson hand, sharp and claw-like, burst through the door's lock from the outside. With a creak, the door, now devoid of its lock, was yanked open from the outside. The owner of the scarlet hand stepped inside, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his visage grim and menacing. The girl, her countenance composed, approached him, blocking his way at the threshold, and coldly remarked, "You've broken my door. Traitor, I have found you." The middle-aged man's face twisted into a maniacal, cruel grin. "You have betrayed the church, forsaken your faith, and turned against my God. As the archbishop appointed by my God, your betrayal warrants the most severe punishment. As the executor of the rending church, I shall methodically tear your body into shreds." "You've broken my door," the girl reiterated with earnestness, her annoyance palpable. "Prepare to face judgment." The middle-aged man lunged at her, his hands glowing with a sanguine radiance reminiscent of thick blood, his razor-sharp claws aimed at her heart. "Thus, the consequences shall be dire." In an instant, the girl's eyes transformed to a pure silver hue. Countless eyes of various sizes materialized in the void beside her. The largest of them was as grand as a basketball, while the smallest was no bigger than a lychee. These eyes were wide open, their pupils shimmering with a silvery hue reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Flanking each eye were a pair of pure, immaculate white wings. Suddenly, from within these orbs, golden beams of light shot forth, coalescing into chains that ensnared the approaching middle-aged man, suspending him helplessly in midair. This was the power of heaven. The man's bloodshot eyes bulged in disbelief as he shouted, "No, no, how can this be? You have received the grace of my God and the baptism of the abyss. Why can you still wield the power of heaven? Why do angels follow you? Heaven, the abyss." The young girl approached the middle-aged man, her demeanor calm. "Power is but a tool," she said, shaking her head. She extended her right hand, which glowed with a crimson light, mirroring the earlier display of the middle-aged man. Under the rippling abyssal magic, her smooth, fair skin transformed into a hue as red as blood, her nails suddenly extending to over 2 inches in length, sharp as blades. Chasing after power was one thing, but to be ensnared by one's own lies and forget one's humanity was another. Faith, the church, the demon god? The so-called demon god was merely a more sophisticated beast, a source of experience points and treasure. Did you truly regard it as a deity? How absurd. How pitiful. With a swift motion, the girl thrust her sharp claws into the man's chest as if slicing through a block of jelly. Then, with a gentle tug, she extracted a beating heart. The man coughed up blood, the light in his eyes gradually fading. In the end, he retained an expression of disbelief. "Look." The girl presented the heart before him. "Your heart is red as well. You, a professional in your own right, possessed limitless potential. Why should you bow before a mere high-level monster? Though I was once part of your ranks, I still fail to comprehend." With that, the girl tossed the heart behind her. Behind her, the largest eye cracked open, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. The monstrous mouth lunged toward the heart in midair, swallowing it whole. "Consider it a gift," the girl remarked indifferently, gesturing towards the middle-aged man's corpse. Addressing the now massive eye, "Clean it up thoroughly, leave not a single drop of blood. If you fail to do so, I shall consume you instead. Just like this." The girl reached out with her left hand, grasping one of the smallest eyes by its white wing. The crimson nails of her right hand pinched the other wing, severing it. The eye struggled and thrashed in her grip, but the wing she held could never escape her delicate grasp. The girl smiled, placing the wingless eye to her mouth, biting gently at the connection between the wing and the eye, tearing the remaining wing off before carelessly discarding it. Then, she moved her jaw slightly. Pop! A soft explosion resonated. Angels, truly a delectable species. Swallowing the juices, she licked her lips, gazing with relish at the floating eyes around her. Dozens of eyes trembled, swiftly closing and vanishing into thin air, leaving only the largest one, which continued to tremble as it devoured the middle-aged man's remains. "TCH, how annoying." The girl sighed, shaking her head at the battered door. "I come back only to find this. I wanted to see my little brother on television, but I didn't catch a glimpse of him. And now the door is broken. Whatever, I'll just leave it be. Let him find his own fortune. As his sister, I can only assist him this much." She returned to the sofa, retrieving a beautifully wrapped gift box, placing it in front of the framed photograph, and gently tapping the boy's head in the picture with her fingers, whispering, "Little brother, do your best." Then, turning back to the giant eye, she spoke coldly, "You, keep an eye on things until my brother returns. If anything goes missing, I will offer you a choice of how to die." With that, she moved to the window in the living room, flung it open, and leaped out. In midair, 2 enormous, pure white wings sprang forth from her back. With a gentle flap, her graceful figure vanished into the distant horizon. In Yunchuan Province, Jiufeng City, within the command center, 2 forbidden strongmen sat alongside the main examiner and supervisor, their gaze fixated on the large screen ahead. The screen showcased scenes from the official college entrance examination ranking competition. The first round of the examination was not displayed to the public. However, the second round was broadcasted nationwide, aimed at showcasing the prowess of the new generation of the Tunglong Empire. The initial live broadcast of the college entrance examination ranking was, in fact, a lure. Using the fame of geniuses, it aimed to draw out those lurking in the shadows, belonging to rival nations or even opposing worlds, to strike them down decisively. However, as time passed and more were lured in, the prey grew clever, no longer easily ensnared. Presently, few fools from other factions dared to attempt anything against the new generation of geniuses from the Tunglong Empire after the examination. During the live broadcast of the college entrance examination ranking, the camera did not follow any particular examinee, mostly adopting a macro perspective. At this moment, the television displayed a medieval-style Western city. The images shifted continuously, accompanied by the voice of the commentator. "We have already shown everyone the grand map of this college entrance examination ranking competition, along with a detailed introduction to the factions on the map. Now, let us first take a look at the border point between the factions, the Wailing Canyon. In the later stages of the dungeon, the 2 factions will likely engage in a grand battle nearby, where our examinees will showcase their skills. However, according to official information, this place is still a monster hunting sanctuary in the early stages of the dungeon. As you can see, examinees have already started entering the Wailing Canyon to hunt monsters. It seems there are fewer monsters in the canyon. Could it be that they have already been cleared by a large group?